in the dead of night, within a dilapidated single room of a rundown building. The evening breeze wafted through the window, bringing a semblance of coolness to the cramped, worn-out bedroom. The faint glow of a computer screen flickered in the dim light. As Xia Xin fixated intently on the display, his fingers deftly tapping on a 20-yuan mouse. The screen illuminated the most popular competitive online game in the country, League of Legends. At this juncture, the kill score stood at 15-30, a stark disparity, with 2 lanes breached, leaving only the Nexus Crystal to defend against the onslaught. It seemed that the end was nigh. Xia Xin, playing as the Night Hunter, possessed remarkable awareness. He utilized the divination orb and discerned that the opposing team had commenced their second dragon of the match. Noticing his teammates itching to engage, he typed a message. "Let go. We have no chance in a team. Fight my summoner spells are still on cooldown." The opposing composition was formidable. A top lane Malphite, mid lane Twisted Fate, jungle Gragas, support Thresh, and AD carry Graves, a blend of burst damage, crowd control, and output, compounded by a significant economic advantage. Their 3 frontliners were as impenetrable as mountains. In contrast, our lineup consisted of the top lane Olaf, mid lane Zed, jungle Rengar, support Janna, and AD carry Vayne. To paraphrase Li Lianjia, none possessed the fortitude to withstand or strike. Furthermore, we were a team of melee champions. Whether it was Zed, Olaf, or Rengar, against the colossal stone wall of Malphite and Gragas, they held no real prospect, and even Thresh had become ineffective. As for the 2 backline champions, attempting to breach would necessitate overcoming these 3 titans first. It seemed as if this battle had been doomed from the onset, and one could hardly believe we had managed to endure for 35 minutes. The enemy's strategy was straightforward. Eliminate Xia Xin's Vayne without hesitation, as the rest of our team appeared negligible in their eyes. As for methods of execution, there existed 1,001 ways to meet one's demise. Thresh's designated hard crowd control ultimate, Malphite's area control ultimate, Gragas split formation control ultimate, Twisted Fate's instant teleport to his side, and even Gravis long-range ultimate could sap half of his health. However, with their overwhelming advantage, the opponents were disinterested in targeting him. Twisted Fate brazenly declared as they prepared to leave their base. "Whoever comes shall perish." This statement was not an exaggeration, but rather aligned with the adage that good advice often falls on deaf ears. For our 5-man team, any individual who dared to engage in the team fight would meet death within a heartbeat. At the outset, Xia Xin had suggested that Olaf build some tank items to absorb damage, only to be met with scorn. "Fool. What qualifications does an AD carry with 0 kills and 5 deaths have to speak? If I build tank, can you deal damage?" Thus, Xia Xin refrained from further commentary for the remainder of the match, often disinterested in engaging with toxic players. Yet, when the others prepared to venture out for a dragon fight, he felt compelled to interject once more. "Let's defend, there may be an opportunity." He refrained from adding that Vayne was a champion capable of miracles. Given the current circumstances, holding the tower still provided a glimmer of hope. While venturing into battle would be akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, a surefire path to demise. However, the teammates were unresponsive. Olaf, known for his fiery temper, exclaimed, "What do you mean by defending? The second lane has fallen. They've seized the Baron. And with the Baron buff, they'll push the top lane. How can you defend against that? With super minions in all 3 lanes, what can we do?" "Foolishness." The jungle champion, Rek'Sai, chimed in. "Exactly. Let's charge out and fight. We have a chance to turn the tide in one decisive play, rather than waiting for death. With your awareness, you aspire to reach the ranks of the elite. Perhaps you should return home and tend to your farm." Kassadin coldly remarked, "Those with negative records ought to remain silent. Let's stick together and secure some points, shall we? Out of 9 players, there's only 1 master, and your qualifications to speak are questionable." After 35 minutes, with 0 kills and 5 deaths, we comprehend your situation. It seems the title of master is merely a result of account boosting. Indeed, Xia Xin was currently playing in the highest tier of League of Legends, the strongest rank in the Ionia server, known as the Challenger tier. Xia Xin glanced at the scoreboard: 15 total kills, with 13 assists and a participation rate of 90%. He chose not to elaborate further. They had stolen all the kills, yet they insisted on using kills as a measure of strength. The conflict between the two teams unfolded with little suspense. Midway through the enemy's dragon attempt, they spotted our 5 players charging forth. The lava beast calmly turned and unleashed its ultimate ability, Unstoppable, which knocked up 2 opponents. As expected of a challenger, Zed swiftly activated his ultimate, forbidden technique, Shadow Prison, evading the attack, yet it proved futile. The opponents surged forward, eliminating Olaf in the front line and exposing Rek'Sai, who had become visible under the true sight. Both champions vanished amidst the chaos, while Zed managed to survive a mere second longer. Subsequently, the delicate Seraphine fell helplessly at the feet of several brutish foes, subjected to their relentless onslaught. The screen flashed with the crimson letters announcing Gangplank's quadra-kill. Gangplank surveyed his surroundings, wondering where his pentakill was. "Pentakill, come on out. Hurry up and reveal yourself. Open the door." A glance at the mini-map revealed Vayne pushing the minion wave in the mid lane. What happened to the promised team fight? Where's her loyalty? Chase them for the pentakill. The teammates, in perfect harmony, abandoned their half-health dragon and lost interest in destroying the crystal. Support Titan activated his speed boost, and the 5 of them shouted, "Let's kill," as they stormed towards the mid lane. In truth, if they had charged straight to the high ground, they could have claimed victory. But who cared? With such a significant advantage, why bother with trivialities? Xia Xian, in line with his usual approach, clicked the surrender button. 3 players confirmed their surrender, leaving only 1 critical vote remaining. Olaf, still fuming, shouted, "What's wrong with you, AD? I told you to engage in team fights, not to farm minions. Do you understand human speech, you waste?" In reality, when Xia Xian saw the 2 stone giants rise in the front line, he knew the situation was dire. He turned to farm minions instead, understanding that, given their current circumstances, they needed to rely on sheer strength to survive the impending clash. With thoughts of pushing the lane to the high ground, he hoped to buy some time. Even as the surrender option appeared on the interface, he did not spare to glance. Xia Zhen's unwavering principle remained. As long as the world was not lost, he would never surrender. In fact, the decision to push the minion wave backward is currently the most prudent choice. Its efficacy hinges on who is executing it. If a player with a commendable track record undertakes this action, others would naturally refrain from criticism. However, should it be an individual with a dismal record of 0-5, every action will be deemed erroneous, even with a tally of 15 kills, 13 assists, and a participation rate of 90. The scrutiny remains relentless. Despite facing 5 adversaries, and with only a single support attempting to safeguard him, several critical errors have led to his demise. Such matters seem inconsequential to the spectators. They merely regard the statistics, evaluating performance solely through kill counts. In the absence of equipment, the explosive prowess of a few players renders Xia Xian incapable of claiming any kills. The assassin remarks, "One glance at the stats reveals a typical silver-tier player, merely a product of boosting, devoid of any awareness." The jungler adds, "Indeed, if it weren't for this pathetic AD, we would have secured victory long ago. Let's report him." Olaf chimes in, "Your lack of skill is not the issue. What's alarming is your refusal to heed commands. Focus on your silver-tier games, all right?" Pathetic. The support, in a quiet tone, remarks, "The AD is actually quite skilled. It's my fault I've missed several key ultimates. I'm more accustomed to playing AD." Yet, their comments are selectively ignored. The match has essentially concluded. It has devolved into a blame game, and indisputably, the AD bears the brunt of the blame, a fact that bears no consequence to them. Xia Xian, at this moment, is not fixated on the text appearing on the screen. His thoughts race as he calculates the abilities of various champions. The Stone Golem, Graves lacks his ultimate, while Gragas, Thresh, and Twisted Fate possess theirs alongside their flashes who had just used theirs. Thresh's Ignite is still active, and both his flash and heal are available. This situation, perhaps a counterattack, is feasible. Seeing 5 opponents charging like wolves, Xia Xian hastens along the river toward the dragon. Suddenly, a floating eye appears above him. Twisted Fate's ultimate, Destiny. A marker indicating the landing of Twisted Fate appears perilously close. There is no escape. At the dragon's entrance, a sharp sound reverberates as the yellow card strikes Xia Xian, producing a crisp noise. Immediately, a wild card pierces through him. His health diminishes in an instant, having the 2 seconds of stun are sufficient for the pursuing adversaries to catch up. Yet Xia Xian does not rush to flee. He steps forward, striking one step, one slash, turning for a second strike, and within 2 hits, he reduces Twisted Fate's health by half. Twisted Fate appears momentarily stunned in this adverse situation. How can Vayne's damage output be so formidable? Nonetheless, he resigns himself to the inevitable outcome. Observing Xia Xian land a 3rd hit, the arrow is already airborne, prompting Twisted Fate to activate his stasis. Wasting one of Xia Xian's strikes, this highlights a master's attention to detail. With a sense of satisfaction, Twisted Fate types 88 into the chat. His execution is flawless, delaying his stasis until the very last second, prolonging Vayne's engagement and allowing his allies to catch up. Meanwhile, our side erupts into chaos. Attack. What are you waiting for? Are you just going to hand over 5 kills? Damn it. Is there anyone who hasn't attacked? Hurry up. We're losing. I need to sleep. Pathetic AD. Don't let me see you every time I do. He'll report you. With Twisted Fate stunned and Vayne striking in these critical seconds, the pursuing opponents have caught up. In the current predicament, our lone champion stands against 5 adversaries, most of whom are at half to 3/4 of their health. Xia Xian is entirely engrossed in the game, so tense that he has forgotten to breathe. Vayne advances a couple of steps forward, but the others can no longer contain their impatience. Titan flashes in, unleashing his ultimate, Deep Sea Impact, a wave of energy surging through the earth, targeting him relentlessly. This is an unavoidable skill, a designated control. Vayne can only roll forward as best as she can, diving into the brush. With a Deep Sea Impact, strikes her, sending her flying and stunning her for 2 seconds. A notable detail lies in her entry into the brush. While the thicket is not vast, it is sufficiently spacious for 2 characters. Simultaneously, Card's ultimate ability comes to fruition, and Titan casts his Q skill, clearing the path, launching a hook that lands squarely in the center of the brush. However, the anticipated target does not materialize, leaving him astonished at having missed his mark. Vayne had not rolled into the center of the brush. Instead, she had positioned herself at the edge, rendering her invisible and ungrabbable. This is a splendid detail. Evading a potentially fatal hook strike would have meant certain death. Yet, this does not spare her from the merciless onslaught of the 5. Among the ADCs Vayne most dreads encountering in the late game, Graves undoubtedly ranks high. Why? A close-range Q strike inflicts 1,000 damage. If he possesses his ultimate, he need not land additional blows to triumphantly return home atop her corpse. Graves curses, "Damn it. How can you run? I wonder if I can still secure a pentakill. Damn you, stop running." He charges ahead, executing an E-skill, swiftly drawing his weapon and dashing forward. In a flash of golden light, he uses Flash, instantly closing a vast distance. In an instant, he is right next to the desperate Xia Xian. Haha, perish. With 700 health left, you're not even enough for my Q. Graves cackles, unleashing his ultimate, Big Bullet, as the sound of death accompanies the discharge of his gun. Chapter 2. The 1v5 slaughter. As the moment arrived, the marksman swiftly flashed beside Xia Xian, unleashing his Q ability with astounding speed and reflexes. Even if he only landed a single hit, coupled with a basic attack, Vayne would undoubtedly meet her demise. Yet, Vayne seemed to anticipate this, activating her ultimate ability just in time to perform a Q-roll, evading the lethal trio of bullets and narrowly escaping death. Upon using her ultimate and rolling with Q, she momentarily became invisible, leaving the marksman bewildered as he searched for her whereabouts. In a fit of rage, the marksman bellowed, his body shaking with fury, only to be met with a basic attack from Xia Xian, followed by an E ability that pinned him against the wall before the dragon, stunning him in the process. With a calculated strike, Xia Xian triggered the W ability, the Holy Silver Crossbow's 3 rings, reducing the marksman's health to a mere third. As he dashed forward, he created distance from his pursuer, landing a critical hit that brought the marksman to the brink of death. "This damage," roared the barrel-wielding champion. "You dare to retaliate? You think I am mere decoration?" With a swifty ability, he charged at Xia Xian, flashing directly above him, prepared to deliver a devastating blow. A successful hit would mean certain death, with no alternative outcome conceivable. However, A glimmer of golden light enveloped Xia Xin as he dodged the fatal E ability by a hair's breadth, remaining within the marksman's attack range and swiftly turning to deliver the final blow. This remarkable display of skill drew applause from a certain support champion, seated at her computer with a black and white screen. Impressive. Amidst the trio's onslaught, he evaded countless abilities and eliminated their AD carry. I knew this AD was a master. I truly feel I have been a burden, causing him to be criticized. I sincerely apologize. Had it not been for her 3 missed ultimates in previous skirmishes, Vayne could not have been defeated thrice. Even a single successful stun would have kept her alive. Yet, it was not her lack of skill that was to blame, but the undeniable prowess of the marksman. With a staggering score of 15 kills and 2 deaths, along with 11 assists, the marksman's extraordinary capability was evident. The rapid exchanges left the Lion Dog, Zed, and Olaf in stunned silence, astonished by the display akin to a hero extracting the head of an enemy general amidst a battlefield. Despite being besieged by 4 opponents, he had managed to secure a kill. What kind of strength was this? Olaf muttered, "It must be mere coincidence." The Lion Dog echoed, "He simply got lucky." Zed chimed in, "Let us not waste time. Why run? Just accept your fate as if the enemy were bronze players. 5 against 1. And they still think they can escape? The foes were no mere bronze players. They were the 5 most formidable champions, recognized as the true rulers of Ionia. Yet, the battle was far from over. One champion, the support, remained fixated on Vayne, sensing that this AD carry was unlike any she had encountered before. Amidst the chaos of battle, with unhurried grace, he claimed the enemy commander's head, perhaps destined to conjure miracles. Vayne's indomitable will to survive propelled her forward, relentlessly dashing. She inhaled deeply, seizing a keg that granted her a 25 increase in mobility, swiftly widening the distance, while the barrel was ensnared in a 3-second slowdown. With each step, she turned to strike, executing her fluid attacks on the barrel. The keg, with a well-timed cue, rolled towards her, yet Vayne nimbly evaded to the left, escaping the impending explosion. 2 more strikes later, she activated her first 3-hit passive. The barrel, already diminished to 2/3 of its health from the recent skirmish, found its vitality reduced to less than 1/3 after Vayne's relentless barrage. Realizing the peril, the barrel attempted to retreat, seeking reinforcement from its allies. Yet, the cunning card was close behind, his red, yellow, and blue cards shifting in color until the yellow was finalized. Summerson halted his pursuit, turning back to chase the barrel, empowered by his ultimate ability, granting him a 90 speed boost. In the entirety of League of Legends, few champions could escape his vigilant gaze. One strike, then another. "Card, save me." The barrel lamented as it passed by card. The yellow card was dispatched. But Summerson's relentless 3rd strike followed, and in a split second, he rolled backward, vanishing from sight. The system's deep voice resonated, announcing a double kill. The barrel succumbed helplessly to the ground. However, in her moment of invisibility, Vayne was ensnared by the yellow card, her health dwindling to under 300. Card, having lost sight of Summerson, was left with a mere thread of health, below 200. A single strike would spell his demise, and he dared not wait for Summerson to reappear. Thus, the yellow card was launched as a cue. 3 universal cards soaring toward the spot where Summerson had stood. Striking Vayne would lead to her end. Yet, unbeknownst to him, just as the yellow card was about to ensnare Vayne, he had already released his universal cards. Vayne rolled not forward, but slightly to the left, narrowly evading death. Card, having thrown the universal cards, turned to flee. But how could he outrun Summerson, bolstered by the ultimate speed? Within 2 seconds, Summerson caught up, poised to strike. Meanwhile, the Deep-Sea Titan arrived to assist, his Q skill primed, casting a hook directly at Summerson. Unexpectedly, Summerson did not hastily retaliate. The Night Hunter, with an alluring sway, sidestepped to the right, evading the Titan's hook once more, before delivering a fatal blow that sealed Card's fate. A triple kill? Astonishment enveloped the onlookers, as they beheld the screen in disbelief. 3 kills while being pursued by 5? No. Olaf could not accept this. It was mere luck, undoubtedly sheer luck. How could an AD with a score of 0 to 5 achieve this? Even at 3 to 5, he was but a liability. A player with negative stats had no right to speak. Olaf's heart raced, a foreboding sensation creeping in, as the opposing team's two primary damage dealers had perished, leaving only two substantial tanks, a stone golem, devoid of ultimate, and a titan, lacking both Q and ultimate. Upon witnessing the demise of three comrades, Titan recognized the precariousness of the situation as he faltered once more with his Q ability. However, with Vane's health dwindling to below 200, he cast aside his apprehensions and approached with an ignite. "Ah, farewell," he mused, conceding that her skills were indeed impressive, but do showcase them further. "Prove to me that you can evade my ignite. How audacious to flaunt one's prowess before me." At level 18, an ignite inflicts 400 damage. With her mere 160 health remaining, death would come swiftly in 2 seconds. Titan began his countdown. 1 second, 2 seconds, merely 10 health points left, perish. But wait, what? She possesses healing. It is not uncommon for an AD carry to have lifesteal, yet why now, of all times? Although Ignite reduces healing effectiveness by half, and her 500 plus healing would only restore a little over 200. It was just enough to surpass the lethal threshold of Ignite, especially considering her additional lifesteal from Blade of the Ruined King. The winds of fate shifted. Despite witnessing her health plummet beneath 100, Titan could not advance. The instincts of a seasoned player whispered to him that he lacked the necessary range to pursue Vayne. Even with his 2,000 health, by the time he reached her, she could siphon over 300 health from him, likely resulting in his own demise before he could even touch her. Titan felt a wave of regret wash over him as he turned to retreat. After all, he was merely a support. Why chase an AD carry? But what was this? Xia Xian's lips curled into a smirk. Even without his ultimate, pursuing a support with interrupted movement speed was child's play. As Titan endured a couple of hits, he glanced back at the tardy Malphite, saying, "It's in your hands now, my friend." "I am but a support." Malphite thumped his sturdy chest, reassuringly stating, "Leave it to me." He lunged forward with AQ, stripping away over 200 of Xia Xian's health. With a mere 70 points remaining, Malphite calculated that a single E ability would suffice to finish her off. With his Q providing acceleration while she faced deceleration, he effortlessly closed the gap. As Malphite pursued, Xia Xian retreated, executing a flawless kiting technique that was a sight to behold, elegant and unencumbered. During the chase, she deftly unleashed a 3-hit combo. Malphite, momentarily stunned, finally reached the critical distance. And with a flourish, he unleashed a seismic shockwave. Yet, in that moment, he realized something was amiss. Xia Xian's Q had only a 2-second cooldown. He understood now why she allowed him to close in without fleeing. As Vayne took a step back, she performed a roll to the right, narrowly evading the range of his ability. With a range of 500, she had mastered the art of distance control. This time, she refrained from kiting, standing her ground instead. 1 shot, 2 shots. Malphite, already at half health and having sustained numerous hits during the pursuit, could withstand no more. Fueled by the last vestiges of his strength, he finally reached the stationary Xia Xian. At last, he thought, "I can finally strike her." With pride, he raised his molten stone hand, his heart racing with anticipation, ready to deliver the blow. Yet, as his hand reached its apex, his massive frame crumbled to the ground with a thunderous crash. Quadruple kill. Why? Why can't I strike just once, even if only for a fleeting moment? The stone giant howled helplessly at the heavens. The Titan had scarcely taken a few steps when he turned around and exclaimed, "Stone brother, where have you gone? The promise of a steadfast physique, the assurance entrusted to you. What am I to do now that you have departed?" The Titan wept, helplessly watching as the demon-like Vayne advanced step by step. He found himself utterly powerless. He could only observe as she pursued him relentlessly, covering a distance of a kilometer. Claiming that final ember. Pinnacle. The vivid, shocking crimson letters appeared on the screen. 5 kills. Ace. Total annihilation. What transpired? What just happened? A 1v5? 5 kills? Are we all playing the same game? Everyone was left dumbfounded. Only our support was fervently spamming 6666666666666. Incredible! My companions and I were utterly astounded. Yet Vayne uttered not a word, as if this were merely an everyday occurrence. Silently, she returned to the mid lane, where the minions had already pushed to the enemy's middle turret, with the fastest revival on their side taking a full 70 seconds, ample time for her to dismantle the Nexus. Silence enveloped the scene, everyone watching the Night Hunter Vayne meticulously advance the minions towards the high ground. The image froze upon her figure. Zed recalled his earlier remarks, dismissing her as a mere booster of silver rank, wishing he could slap himself. In comparison to her, he was the true silver. Her skill, her execution, her awareness, this was the mark of a genuine master. Had he been in that situation, with 5 pursuing him, could he have turned the tables and claimed 5 kills? Not a chance. He would have perished countless times over. The perpetually vocal Olaf fell silent, for though Vayne said nothing, her commanding quintuple kill sealed his lips. Astonishment. Only astonishment remained. He remembered mocking that foolish AD, now finding it truly amusing. Reflecting back, he realized the truth in her actions. Under such circumstances, they should have focused on the Baron, not ventured out. Their decision was sound. To deride her skill? What did that make him? She had turned the tide in a seemingly hopeless scenario, achieving a pinnacle. Almost in unison, everyone checked Vayne's stats and equipment. No wonder her damage output was so high. She was fully equipped, and no one had even noticed when she acquired her formidable items. This seemingly unremarkable AD had inexplicably reached peak condition. At the 35-minute mark, still in a disadvantaged position, she had accumulated 340 minion kills, the highest in the match, while the second highest, Twisted Fate, had only 320, a full 20 behind her. Just this farm alone was at a professional level. Our team had revived yet found themselves reluctant to venture out, as the memory of that quintuple kill lingered in their minds. Such an impressive display. It was truly a contender for the best pinnacle of the year. As Vayne targeted the opposing Nexus, Graves could not help but inquire, Vayne, is this truly a professional match? Or is it merely a display of reckless ambition? It seemed that only one player in the domestic scene possessed such caliber. Silence enveloped the moment, for the Nexus shattered. A comeback was achieved. Card thought to himself. Had they obliterated the enemy's 4 champions earlier and taken the dragon? Graves contemplated. Had they not succumbed to the greed for a pinnacle and instead advanced to the high ground? Thresh mused, had they played it safe after slaying the dragon? Returned home for supplies, and then pushed all 3 lanes. Olaf's cursor hovered over the surrender button, witnessing its demise, had he clicked it moments ago. This extraordinary display of skill, a miraculous pinnacle, would never have transpired. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. The green team triumphed, while the red team faced defeat. This is the reality. This match was a gruesome feast of slaughter led by the unassuming Night Hunter, armed with a silver crossbow. It was the pinnacle of competitive showcase. An exhilarating personal exhibition that left spectators breathless. The preceding game had already transformed into his solo performance. Everything else held no significance. In the distance, the 12th bell tolled, heralding a new day, a fresh future. Xiaoxian opened the ranked mode in honor of kings, exhaling a profound sigh of relief. He had ascended to the ranks of champions. Chapter 3, a stunning Night Master achieved a score of 400. Upon refreshing the screen, he was indeed crowned a champion. With a sense of urgency, he managed to catch up, and today, he could finally submit his results. As the gaming interface displayed 4 friend requests, Xiaoxian, without a glance, exited the game. Gazing at the Vayne wallpaper on his desktop, he felt a slight sense of calm and whispered a quiet thank you. He admired Vayne, for she was a hero capable of creating miracles, possessing the highest passive skill in the entire League of Legends. Her true percentage damage allowed her to turn the tide of even the most adverse situations. With formidable chasing abilities, once she set her sights on a target, escape became nearly impossible. The words spoken by a few earlier players hardly registered in his mind. In gaming, prowess spoke louder than words. His objective was to excel in his performance and silence their doubts. Those 4 friend requests were the most compelling testament to their acknowledgement of his skills. A smile of contentment graced Xiaoxian's face. Having dared to enter the game, he had certainly prepared himself for a 1 versus 5 challenge. Was this a team competition? Perhaps. But when the team was unreliable, what was one to do? Rely on oneself. He was ready to carry the game. Grant him 10 seconds of breathing room, and he would present a transformed reality. Even in the face of abandonment, even when targeted by opponents, and even when subjected to scorn, he remained resolute in his pursuit of victory. He fought not only to spare himself further sorrow, but also to honor his beloved hero, Vayne, and the arrow she wielded. He was determined not to bring shame upon the arrows in her hands. Rising from his seat, he glanced back at his sister, peacefully sleeping on the bed, and could not help but smile knowingly. Outside on the balcony, the moon hung high in the sky. He opened the floor-to-ceiling window, stepped onto the balcony, and stretched languidly, inhaling deeply the cool evening breeze that invigorated his spirit. After momentarily admiring the luminous moonlight, his gaze was drawn to a graceful figure on the adjacent balcony. Leaning elegantly against the railing, her delicate form arched softly, a fair hand cradling her chin. Clad in a white lace camisole nightgown, her silhouette was beautifully defined, casting a mesmerizing shadow upon the ground. The silvery moonlight cascaded over her porcelain-like face, her bright eyes sparkling as she quietly gazed at the radiant moon. The cool night air playfully lifted the strands of her hair, teasing her cheeks, while her petite, red lips formed an enticing curve, utterly enchanting. Xia Xian felt his heart race, a flush creeping onto his face. He found her breathtakingly beautiful. Each time he beheld her, she seemed to radiate even more beauty than before, igniting a restless stir within him. The air was infused with the fragrant scent of body wash and shampoo, delightful and perhaps mingled with the sweet aroma of her feminine essence, stirring the youthful heart within him, compelling him to inhale deeply. She was the landlord's daughter, attending the same school as Xia Xian, though not in the same class. In school, she must surely be the center of attention. Xia Xian mused that she too might be preoccupied with worries about the impending college entrance examination. Time slipped away unnoticed as a gentle night breeze swept by, causing the delicate, pearl-like strap on her shoulder to cascade down her arm. The girl, taken aback, instinctively reached to adjust the strap, only to suddenly perceive an unusual presence. Turning her head, her gaze locked onto Xia Xian's, and both were momentarily stunned. An awkward silence enveloped the air. After 3 seconds, the girl clutched her chest with her right hand, retreating a few steps, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, glaring at Xia Xian with indignation, demanding to know if he had seen. No, Xia Xian quickly shook his head. The girl's voice grew increasingly displeased, her beautifully arched brows raising as she pressed. You saw. Didn't he? Faced with her assertive demeanor, Xia Xian panicked, his face reddening as he stammered. Just a little bit, it was pale, like your face. Indistinguishable, for she was not wearing a bra beneath her attire. Go to hell. As soon as Xia Xian uttered those words, a flurry of clothing hangers rained down upon him, prompting him to shield his face in fright. Hangers, a basin, laundry detergent. This barrage of projectiles continued for some time, and just when he thought it had ceased, he lifted his gaze only to be met by a red bucket that clanged upon his head, accompanied by a furious cry of die 100 times to atone. The sound of the balcony door slamming shut echoed in the background. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. That breathtaking moment lingered in Xia Xian's mind, refusing to fade, as if something had taken root in his heart, slowly blossoming. Meanwhile, online, the uproar had already ignited fervently. He had become a sensation, or more accurately, the gaming account he had trained last night had gone viral. In truth, the support character who had assisted him during the match was a commentator, a somewhat popular figure known as Xiao AI. She had crafted a video showcasing the most thrilling 5 minutes of that game, sharing it online. What is 1v5? This is the true essence of 1v5, a godly pinnacle with 0 assist from teammates. From the teammates' curses to Vayne's miraculous escape and counterattack, culminating in a pinnacle. Every viewer felt their heart race for Vayne as she evaded the pursuit of 5 opponents. Even a single skill hit could mean her demise. It was as if she danced through a sea of flowers, untouched by any skills. The video soared from 100,000 views within an hour to 2 million in just 8 hours, swiftly ascending to the top of the view charts. Every comment expressed on how Vayne had accomplished such a feat at her lowest health. She had merely single-digit health left, 9 hit points. Is this cheating? Unbelievable. The king is being humiliated by a bronze player. The opponents were made to look foolish. Mom, come see this alien. Is this the same game I'm playing? Did no one notice the insults from those 3 teammates? It was laughable. The assassin berated him as a silver dog. Yet that assassin was clearly worse than a bronze player. Indeed, the Shih Tzu shifted the blame onto the ADC, claiming that victory was within grasp had it not been for the ADC's shortcomings, which elicited a hearty laugh from me. It is rather audacious of him to speak so, yet in the end, he was merely clinging to Vayne's coattails, having no real contribution to the match whatsoever. I am Vayne. Do not inquire as to the source of my charm. From the moment I entered the game, I was already prepared to take on 5 opponents single-handedly. It is not as impressive as one might think. Had the opposing team not pursued him and used both Flash and his ultimate merely for mobility, he would have met his demise long before. To the critics, how dare you speak when you have perished, only to boast about your prowess? Can you evade a barrel SE while attacking? Can you roll away from a yellow card in the blink of an eye, dodging a card SQ? I would broadcast myself munching on my keyboard if I could. The likes of Zed and Olaf, oblivious to their own ineptitude, have become the subject of ridicule, even facing mockery upon entering the game. A master of the game, yet here you are, playing with us mere silver players? I cannot believe you possess the skills of a silver player. To the masters, I am but a bronze. Alas, I, too, can only be deemed bronze. Oh, master. This match rests upon your shoulders. Soon enough, ZioEye succumbed to the pressure of the online community, compelled to release the entire match footage, questioning why the ADC's early game statistics were so dismal. After viewing, everyone understood. ZioEye made 3 critical errors in the bot lane, squandering what should have been a guaranteed victory. In a 2v2 scenario, had he landed even one ultimate, Vayne would have secured a double kill, yet, astonishingly, he missed 3 times. Moreover, in team fights, no one safeguarded Vayne. The opposing team held a significant advantage. Even the Titan had purchased a speed boost item. Once activated, a swarm of beasts charged toward the fair Vayne, subjecting her to a flurry of attacks. Despite her valiant efforts to dodge several skills, she ultimately fell. And as for Seraphine's ultimate, it was not employed for protection but rather for damage output. ZioEye pleaded, "Gentle criticism, please. I acknowledge my errors that led to Vayne's demise and the ensuing wrath from her teammates. I take full responsibility and offer my sincerest apologies. I admit my shortcomings. However, had it not been for me, you would not have witnessed such an exhilarating pentakill, would you? This level of difficulty and excitement is truly deserving of the title of the year's best pentakill. In fact, after witnessing such a remarkable display of skill, someone in the match took the initiative to call a certain little pup. Were you the one playing just now? An alternate account? What? I was in the shower. What is the matter? Never mind. Please carry on. Chapter 4. Shu Yu Xia Xian, with dark circles under his eyes, stumbled into the classroom. Just as he intended to lay his head down, he overheard his deskmate, Mao Pang, discussing League of Legends with a few other classmates. In truth, Mao Pang was not particularly hairy. He was merely a bit heavier than others, as he played as a support character and idolized the player known as Curly Hair, thus dubbing himself Mao Pang. He confidently declared that in the realm of League of Legends support, there would only ever be 2 notable figures, Curly Hair and Mao Pang. Mao Pang exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, we should have won yesterday. How did we lose to Class 2 again? Shinsong, why do you keep dying in the mid lane? Every time I look back, your screen is black and white." Shinsong retorted, "The jungler is a moron, camping me. Whenever I step out, within 2 minutes, he shows up. Why isn't farming instead of harassing me in the mid lane?" Mao Pang replied, "Haven't I warned you? The other team has only 2 strong players. One jungler is Platinum 4, and the ADC is Diamond 5. I told you to be cautious. And Zhang Qian, with me as your support, how could you still get killed like that? You, as Misfortune, being chased by Graves?" Zhang Qian lamented, "Boss, the opposing team has a Diamond 5 god. How can a Gold 3 player like me face them without courting death? But you shouldn't be so pressured that you can't even leave the tower. There's nothing I can do. Their pressure is too strong. Stepping out of the tower means certain death. Damn, we lost so badly yesterday." At that moment, a girl with a graceful demeanor approached. "Mao Pang, what is going on? I can't believe you all talk so much about League of Legends, yet got crushed by Class 2. You've embarrassed me. Of course I can do it. We were just having an off day yesterday. I assure you, today will be different." Xia Xian stole a glance at the girl, whose name was Shu Yu, the class beauty. With her luscious red lips, pearly white teeth, and enchanting, watery eyes, she possessed an alluring figure. The short t-shirt accentuated her well-developed curves at the age of 18, while her denim skirt showcased her long, flawless legs, strikingly fair and captivating. Xia Xian instinctively glanced at her beautiful legs, feeling a stir in his heart. She was truly stunning. As their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze. Her gaze was particularly enticing, filled with allure, and he dared not stare any longer. He noticed that the boys around him were gazing at Xu Yuwu with the same infatuation, appearing even more foolish than himself, which brought him a sense of relief. He was not alone in his admiration. Xu Yuwu was not only beautiful but also exuded a sensual charm, embodying the dream girl of nearly every boy in the class. She was outgoing and playful, engaging in various activities such as soccer, basketball, tennis, and League of Legends, as well as maintaining relationships. Her nickname was Little Flirt. Recently, she had stolen the boyfriend of Class 2's beauty, Chen Yao specifically. She had coaxed Lu Ming into teaching her how to play League of Legends. This understandably caused a rift, as Chen Yao was displeased that her boyfriend was teaching another girl, particularly someone nicknamed Little Flirt. The two girls began to clash, enlisting boys from the class to compete, with the losers facing expulsion from the scene. Xu Yuwu placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming in exasperation, "I am utterly infuriated. Yesterday, despite the multitude of you present, that AD could not be subdued. In the end, he dispatched 3 of us before meeting his demise. Aren't there many in our class who indulge in League of Legends? You're well acquainted with everyone. Gather a few skilled players. Not to worry, victory is assured today. Just watch me." Mao Pang boasted, almost salivating at the thought of impressing Xu Yuwu. "Let me inquire." He glanced around, asking several individuals about their ranks, ultimately reaching Xia Xian. "Xia Xian, I recall you play occasionally, right? What position do you occupy?" "AD," Xia Xian replied, a hint of delight sparking in Mao Pang's eyes. "What is your rank?" "I'm bronze 4, or was it 5? I've forgotten," Xia Xian answered candidly. His account was seldom used. It was primarily his sister who played. Last he heard, she had ascended to bronze 4, which had thrilled her for a day, but she soon plummeted back down, leaving her desolate once more. "Damn, useless then," Xu Yuwu remarked. "We mustn't lose this time. If we do, our class will never hold its head high before Class 2 again. Rest assured, if we lose again, I shall live stream myself eating my keyboard," Mao Pang declared, attempting to bolster his bravado before Xu Yuwu. From that point, Xia Xian tuned out the chatter. It was that he was concealing his abilities, rather. His classmates were more fervent in their gaming pursuits. Occasionally, he would join Mao Pang and the others for a few matches, fearing they might discover his actual rank and coerce him into daily gaming sessions. He needed to earn money through account boosting to support his family. Gaming couldn't be his sole focus. The class mainly comprised silver and gold ranks, with Mao Pang being the highest at Platinum 5. They referred to anyone at Diamond 5 as a deity, while yesterday, Xia Xian, a master, had been scorned during a match. It was evident that these were 2 entirely different realms. In such a match, if a Diamond 5 player were present, he wouldn't even merit a glance. As he groggily listened to the teacher at the podium discuss various matters related to the college entrance examination, he noticed a different teacher had taken the stage. Finally, the delightful sound of the dismissal bell rang. Just as Xia Xian prepared to leave, he spotted Qinyao blocking the doorway with a few male classmates. "Come here." "Xu Yuwu, today, we're shaving your heads," Qinyao declared. While Qinyao was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to the alluring Xu Yuwu. Unfazed, Xu Yuwu responded boldly, "Let them come. Who is afraid?" Mao Pang bellowed, "What is so impressive about numbers? Class 3, stand resolute and follow me. Don't let them belittle us." A clamorous group surged forth, escalating the confrontation from a personal rivalry to a matter of honor between Class 3 and Class 2. As they departed, Xia Xian intended to follow but was halted. "Xia Xian, it's your turn for duty." Upon glancing at the blackboard, he realized it was indeed his responsibility. Half an hour later, dusk began to settle. Xia Xian hurried outside, passing by the basketball court when he heard a classmate shout, "Watch out." A flash of red appeared in his peripheral vision. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Xian tilted his head and extended his hand, catching the basketball that was hurtling directly toward him. A young man rushed over, exclaiming, "Wow, classmate, your reflexes are impressive. You managed to catch that. Remarkable. You must be quite adept at basketball." Xiao Xian smiled modestly. It's merely luck. I've only played once. With that, she handed the basketball to the young man and exited the school, making her way to the 0-point internet CAF. Upon entering, she was greeted by the boisterous shouts of Mao Peng from a corner. Zhang Qian, come on, get in there. Beat him, come on. The CAF was buzzing with excitement. A throng of spectators surrounding a 5-player setup, accompanied by Xu Weiwu's spirited cheers. The atmosphere seemed tense. In another corner, the team from Class 2 was also engaged in a 5-player match, but their mood was far more relaxed, filled with laughter and taunts. This is just handing them victory. How delightful. My Graves is invincible. Nobody paid any attention to Xiao Xian's arrival. She was a rather inconspicuous presence in her class. A common type who neither forged particularly strong friendships nor adversarial relationships, merely coexisting as classmates. As she walked past the rightmost row of computers, she spotted Zhang Qian at the far end, playing as an adorable female officer, while a chair had been pulled up beside him for Xu Weiwu, who was intently watching him play. Xu Weiwu puffed up her cheeks and waved her tiny fists, fuming. How infuriating. If only that big one hadn't been blocked by the female champion. Xiao Xian thought Xu Weiwu resembled a whimsical fairy, particularly charming when she pouted and waved her fists, reminiscent of a younger sister. Yet, when she exuded confidence, she was undeniably alluring, with her long legs and slender waist, drawing the eyes of any normal young man. It was not that Xiao Xian harbored any inappropriate thoughts. Rather, it was simply a natural admiration for beauty. After observing Zhang Qian's gameplay, Xiao Xian grasped the situation. His farming was lackluster, managing to secure only 2 or 3 minions out of 6 or 7. And his accuracy with Graves was woeful. He would flee at the slightest hint of danger. Clearly intimidated despite the fact that the female officer had a range of 125 yards longer than his. He was so frightened that he couldn't even farm under the turret. As for the ADC's primary responsibility of kiting, he only managed to grasp the basics, lacking proficiency, often missing targets and running straight into danger, only to retreat after sustaining damage. Just by observing the comparison between Graves and the female officer in the bot lane, one could easily conclude the disparity was vast. Xiao Xian continued along the corridor, approaching the emergency exit ahead. To her left was the staircase leading to the second floor, while to her right was the management room, where the CAF's head administrator, Wang Shui, resided. Ugh, this is infuriating. Xu Weiwu stomped her feet, her tiny fist flailing, wishing she could deliver a blow to Zhang Qian, who she deemed utterly useless. Turning her head inadvertently, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Xiao Xian. He is here too? Huh, what is he doing there? The restroom is on the other side. I recall that as the administrator's room. Xu Weiwu's impression of Xiao Xian was faint, yet she remembered that throughout 3 years, every male classmate had seized the opportunity to speak with her, to chat, to exchange QQ and WeChat numbers, except for Xiao Xian, who had remained aloof. In her QQ, she possessed the QQ numbers of every boy in the class, except for that of Xiao Xian. Only within the confines of the class group could she glimpse his QQ. As a girl, she was acutely aware of which boys were secretly observing her, and she also knew that Xiao Xian occasionally cast his gaze in her direction. Initially, she believed that his apparent reserve was merely an act, convinced that he would eventually initiate a conversation with her. She was indifferent to his demeanor, even relishing the raw, covetous stares of the boys. Perhaps he would return home to engage in lewd activities with my photos. How pretentious. Pretending to be profound, his true nature would inevitably be revealed. Yet, after 3 long years, Xiao Xian never did approach her. The solitary occasion they interacted was during a thorough cleaning when they were assigned to duty together. To her surprise, when Xiao Xian approached, he calmly instructed her. You take care of groups 1 and 2. I will handle the rest. What? He actually expected her, the esteemed lady, to wield a broom and sweep? Did he not realize how filthy that was? What if she broke a sweat? What if her hands got dirty? From that moment on, she began to observe Xiao Xian. An ordinary yet extraordinary boy. Whenever she caught him stealing glances at her, she would return his gaze, causing him to hastily avert his eyes. Internally, she chuckled, realizing that Xiao Xian possessed a certain innocence, speaking little to the girls in class. After several encounters, she discerned that his gaze differed from that of the other boys. She could not articulate how it was different, yet it was undeniably so. There was a pure essence to it. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Shiyu declared, "I'm off to the restroom," and she sauntered down the corridor, cautiously peeking into the monitor room. What could he possibly be doing here? Did he know the monitor? Chapter 5. Who is the AD? Upon entering the management room, Xia Xian discovered that besides Wang Shui, there was another individual present. Wang Shui, slightly slender and possessing a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, was engaged in conversation with a classmate. Upon noticing Xia Xian's arrival, he rose with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Xia Xian, you're here. Come, have some sunflower seeds. This is my classmate. No need for formalities." Xia Xian chuckled and politely declined, saying, "Brother Wang, the order for a glimpse of eternity is completed." Wang Shui's face lit up with delight. "Well done. Achieving that in just half a month. You're now a champion in the most challenging realm, the Electric Zone 1. If I recall correctly, you still have school during the day?" Xia Xian smiled. "Indeed, I managed to play at night. Luck has been on my side with numerous consecutive victories. You're just being modest. With your skills, I believe your AD could easily rank within the top 50, if not the top 30, in Electric Zone 1, Wang Shui remarked, patting Xia Xian on the shoulder. "All right. I'll give you the payment. The total cost is 2,500. I'll hand you 2,000, keeping 500 for myself. That sound fair? Of course, without you, Brother Wang. I wouldn't have landed such an order," Xia Xian replied. Wang Shui then pulled 2,000 from his drawer and handed it to Xia Xian. "Brother Wang, shouldn't we verify the goods or check the rank?" "No need. We've collaborated so many times. I trust you." "Thank you, Brother Wang." Xia Xian took the money and carefully tucked it into the inner pocket of his clothing, zipping it up securely. Wang Shui continued, "How is it going? The college entrance exams are just around the corner. Given your family situation, attending university seems unlikely, right? Once the exams are over, you'll have more time for orders. Would you consider joining me? I have plenty of clients." Xia Xian revealed a bittersweet smile. "I'll think about it. University? We'll see. All right. If you decide to come, just let me know. The computers at the Internet CAF are at your disposal. They're far superior to your old machine at home. And the larger screen makes climbing ranks much easier." "Thank you, Brother Wang. I'll take my leave now." As Xia Xian prepared to exit, Shiyu Wu covered her mouth in astonishment, swiftly slipping out through the emergency exit and hiding by the back door of the Internet CAF. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness! My heavens! Holy Mary! Electric Zone 1, a champion, top 30. What does that even mean? I must have misheard." Lu Ming's Diamond 5 AD had already been struggling against several peers. If one were to achieve a top 30 rank, it would mean dominating those in Diamond 5. That little Xian, her brother boasts about dropping from champion to master, flaunting his extraordinary mastery. Can he even compare to a top 30 champion? At this thought, Shu Yuwu clenched her small fists in frustration. How infuriating. Clearly a champion, yet you refuse to assist me. I'm being bullied by Chun Yao to no end. Humph. Now that I've uncovered your little secret, let's see where you try to hide this time." As Shu Yuwu was about to return, she passed by the management room door and overheard someone inside saying, "Brother Wang, how did you manage to find such a capable talent? You must have profited handsomely." Hee. A fool, lacking any wit. After hearing the latter words, Shu Yuwu was even more astonished, covering her small mouth in surprise. It turned out there was yet another hidden talent. A thought struck her, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. If I were to share this with him, how would he express his gratitude? Naturally, first things first. With a glint in her eye, she took out her phone. Xia Xian returned to the VIP area, only to find the competition still fervently underway, with a cacophony of shouts echoing. It seemed someone was missing. That's right, Shu Yuwu was nowhere to be found. She must have gone to the restroom. Xia Xian quietly observed from behind. After a while, the score reached 20-35. It was evident they were destined to lose. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Zhang Qian's father yanked his ear, exclaiming, "You little rascal. I told you to come home after school. So you've been hiding here? Do you realize the impending college entrance exams? You little scoundrel." "Dad, I was wrong. I was wrong." Please stop pulling my ear. Is being wrong enough? Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson for being such an unfilial child. Sneaking off to an internet CAF. The ensuing events were truly heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in those who witnessed them. In short, Zhang Qian was nearly dragged out by his father, tears brimming in his eyes. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd heard Mao Peng's anguished cry. Damn it, Class 2 is too despicable. Our AD was pulled back by his dad, and you all didn't even pause, pushing our high ground instead. What? Your AD got pulled back? Blame us? Are we his father? Then why didn't you wait? You're all a bunch of despicable cowards. We were already ahead by 15 kills, whether he was here or not. We would have pushed through. Don't make excuses. What? Not satisfied? Want to fight? As tensions escalated between the two classes, Xu Yuewu stepped forward just in time. Stop the noise. How embarrassing. If it comes to it, we can always have another match. Qinyo also interjected. Why should we? You think we can just have another match just like that? We have such a significant advantage. Xu Yuewu replied, advantage? Our late-game lineup is just gearing up. The real turning point is in 30 minutes. You winning with one less player hardly counts as a fair victory. Is it our fault that one person dropped? You say another match? I say we continue. What? Are you scared? Afraid of losing? You're the one who's afraid of losing. With your class, one bunch of mediocre players. It would be the same no matter how many matches we played. Why should we waste our time? Qin Yao waved her hand dismissively. Lu Ming, let us go. Don't bother with the losers from Class 1. And you, Xu Yuewu, stop clinging to Lu Ming. He is my boyfriend and want to play League of Legends with you. So give up. Xu Yuewu smiled slightly, locking eyes with Qin Yao. Afraid to admit defeat? You crack me up. Dare to wager with me? Let us make it a bet. Qin Yao was momentarily taken aback, but maintained her defiant stance. Haha, you crack me up. If you want to lose money, I'll gladly oblige. How much are we betting? Xu Yuewu cast a discreet glance at Xia Sini and addressed Mao Peng and the others, declaring, I wager 3,000. I shall donate my allowance for half a month. It's quite a sacrifice, but I'll forego buying new clothes. If I lose, I will pay. If I win, each of the 6 of us will receive 500. Qin Yao chuckled lightly. If you wish to part with your money, I shall gladly accept. So be it. 3,000 it is. If I lose, I shall cover it. But should I win, you are henceforth forbidden to converse with Lu Ming. The avaricious Lu Ming shot a furtive glance at Xu Yuewu and opened his mouth to speak to Qin Yao, but a fierce glare from her silenced him, revealing him to be rather henpecked. Though both were class beauties, Xu Yuewu held a slight advantage in physique, appearance, and allure, which likely made Lu Ming reluctant to part with her. However, despite her beauty, Xu Yuewu had a string of boyfriends, none lasting more than a month, leaving him to ponder if his own charm could win her over. Xia Sini couldn't help but marvel at the situation. He had heard that Xu Yuewu was genuinely affluent, coming from a family that owned a factory, and he was astonished that her allowance amounted to 3,000 in just half a month. Meanwhile, he toiled day and night, earning only 2,000 after countless late nights to achieve the rank of king, from which he had to set aside some for his sister's tuition, pay rent, utilities, and buy groceries for daily living. Thus, the matter was settled. Xu Yuewu crossed her arms and turned to Mao Peng, saying, Mao Peng, do not let me down this time. I have wagered my money. If we win, everyone gets 500. If we lose, you must figure out how we will hold our heads high in front of Class 2. Rest assured, I shall be particularly vigilant this time, Mao Peng promised. Though a hint of apprehension lingered in his heart, after 2 rounds, he had realized that Lu Ming's ADC was truly fierce, overpowering Zhang Qian and pushing him beneath the tower, rendering any minion farming impossible. Yet, with a beautiful woman present, how could he back down? A man must never utter the words I cannot in the presence of a lady. Meanwhile, Class 2 was equally spirited, but their mood was notably more relaxed. Victory was all but assured. Class 1 boasted 2 silver, 2 gold, and 1 platinum 5, although the platinum was merely a support. In contrast, Class 2's Qin Yao was partnered with Lu Ming, a diamond 5, while class leader Lu He was a platinum 4, accompanied by 2 gold and 1 silver. There seemed to be no reason to fear defeat, as they were already discussing where to dine lavishly that evening. In the mid lane, Chun Song inquired, Well, Mao Peng, if we are to compete, what about the ADC? Zhang Qian has been taken away by his father. We're short-handed. Mao Peng replied confidently. With so many of us in Class 1, who needs to worry about an ADC? Who among you plays ADC? Step forward. With my support, you will surely shine. The students exchanged glances, and silence fell upon them, even if there were those willing to play ADC for the sake of 500. The sight of the opposing Diamond ADC and the recent humiliation of Zhang Qian rendered them hesitant. Who would dare step up? Losing meant bearing the blame, and they could end up embarrassed before the entire class. For a moment, an unusual stillness enveloped the group. No one dared to speak. This naturally led the members of Class 2 to notice. The class monitor, Luha, chuckled, "Ha ha, look at them, unable to find anyone to play ADC. Lu Ming, I told you to tone it down. No one dares to face you in lane anymore." Lu Ming smiled, my apologies. I shall try to restrain myself this time and let them enjoy a taste of the turret minions." A few chuckles erupted. "Ha ha, with no one to contest. It seems we shall achieve victory without a fight. Tonight, we can feast on roasted lamb legs." However, Class 1 could only seethe in silence, as the opposing team's strength was evident. The strongest ADC on their side, Zhang Qian, had already been taken away by his father. At that moment, a voice, neither loud nor soft, broke through the chatter. I'm the ADC." This single statement captured everyone's attention, as they were eager to see who dared to step up. Fully aware that the opponent was a Diamond player, Mao Peng initially felt joy upon hearing that someone was willing to play ADC. But his enthusiasm waned when he recognized it was Xia Xian. "Oh, it's you, Xia Xian. You've come too? Perhaps it's best if you sit this one out. You're only Bronze 5. Better go practice a bit more." The members of Class 2 erupted in laughter. Luha remarked, "Ha ha, Lu Ming, did you hear that? A Bronze 5 player dares to challenge you. How little respect they have for you." Lu Ming retorted, "If he dares to show up, I shall accept the challenge. If I don't kill him 10 times, I'll change my surname." Laughter ensued, darkening the faces of Class 1 even further. Xia Xian, eager to prove himself, thought to himself, "It's 500 per match. Goodness, that's enough to keep me playing for many days." Yet, Mao Peng looked down on him, leaving Xia Xian feeling helpless. Just then, Shu Yuwu interjected at the perfect moment. "All right, let Xia Xian have a go. After all, no one else is stepping up." With that, she leaned in closely to Xia Xian, their noses nearly touching. A wave of fragrance wafted towards him, and Xia Xian instinctively recoiled, only to find himself pinned by Shu Yuewu's small hands. Feigning sternness, Shu Yuewu said, "Xia Xian, I believe in you. If you let me down, I assure you, I will make you weep in rhythm." Xia Xian, feeling bashful, averted his gaze, unable to meet her enchanting eyes. I will do my best." It was all too intimate. Her breath brushed against his face as she spoke. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian sat in his father's car, a tear-streaked face asking, "Dad, how did you know I was at this internet CAF? We specifically chose one far away. A kind-hearted female classmate called home to inform me. If not for her, I wouldn't have known." "You little rascal, just wait until you get home." "Which female classmate?" "I don't know." Her voice was quite pleasant. Chapter 6, assisting you with minions. Xia Xian was delighted to find himself positioned at the far right of the gaming station. To his left sat Mao Peng, while Shu Yu occupied the seat to his right. He felt a gentle brush against his leg and glanced down, only to discover Shu Yu's slender, snow-white legs peeking from beneath her denim skirt, flawless and as pale as fresh snow. In order to better view the screen, Shu Yuewu leaned closer, causing her thigh to graze against his. She seemed oblivious to the proximity, her gaze fixed intently on the screen as she selected her character. Earlier, when she had spoken to him, Xia Xian had found her audacity quite bold. She had cradled his head and leaned in, making them feel so close that he could almost sense the possibility of a kiss. The thought made him blush. However, their classmates were accustomed to Shu Yuewu's uninhibited nature. Her vivacious and daring personality, coupled with her fashionable attire, exuded a youthful exuberance that made her approachable to anyone. Mao Peng nudged Xia Xian's arm, prompting him, "Xia Xian, it's your turn. What will you choose?" "Ah, Vayne. Perhaps the female marksman," he replied. "Really? You dare to pick the marksman?" Did you not witness how Zhang Qian's marksman was utterly overwhelmed just now? She struggled to farm under the turret. Oh, I think the marksman is adorable. Her walking animation is quite charming, Xia Xian retorted, already locking in his choice of the female marksman. He had initially contemplated selecting Vayne, fearing that revealing his true prowess might lead his classmates to seek him out for matches daily. He felt embarrassed to decline, preferring to play occasionally rather than consistently. Relatively speaking, he believed his skill with the marksman was not particularly formidable. Indeed, when compared to a master-level AD, it certainly wasn't too impressive. Chen Yao remarked. Lu Ming, can you believe the opposing team dares to select the female marksman? Did they not see the fate of the previous marksman? Make sure to teach him a lesson. Understood. A fool, indeed. Watch me. I will guarantee he won't dare to leave his turret. If he does, I shall consider it my loss. Lu Ming continued with his previous strategy, opting for Graves once again. Mao Peng surmised that he could not rely on Xia Xian for output, as a Bronze 5 player could only deliver so much damage. He chose Annie as a support to help bolster their team's output. Thus, the final team compositions were set. Class 1's blue team consisted of a top lane Doctor Mundo, a mid lane Oriana, a jungle Master E, a support Annie, and an AD marksman. Class 2's red team comprised a top lane Renekton, a mid lane Fizz, a jungle Rengar, a support Janna, and an AD Graves. From the team compositions alone, it was evident that their side was at a disadvantage, featuring a low-tier lineup. While the opposing team boasted an explosive composition, Fizz could eliminate targets instantaneously, Rengar could do the same, and if Graves executed his abilities well, he too could secure kills. Janna's protective capabilities were unrivaled across the league, and Renekton would serve as a formidable frontline. Yet, they had 4 squishy champions, aside from Dr. Mundo. The other 4 were incredibly fragile. Thus, if the opposing team gained momentum, it would spell disaster. They needed to minimize deaths, as each kill would grant the enemy team a substantial economic advantage of at least 500 gold. The distinction between master-level and lower-tier players lay in the former's ability to analyze both teams' strengths and weaknesses prior to the match, identifying the key to victory. Consequently, one might observe a master-level player proclaiming, "We will win this match. I will focus on the bottom lane," or a mid-laner announcing, "Let's drag this to the late game. In the late game, I am invincible, and no one can contain me," or an AD declaring, in team fights, "Just ensure you control the opposing top laner for 5 seconds, and I will deliver a new world." As Wang Zhi employs intellect in gameplay, Xia Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. Although the opposing team possessed a clear advantage in composition, their weaknesses were equally apparent. This formation harbored a significant flaw, and Xia Xian resolved to unveil it during the match. With a steadfast determination, he committed to the endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, while he pondered the loading screen, someone was intently observing him. Alas, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Caitlyn and Annie stood at the bottom lane, poised to assist Mastery in his jungle endeavors, when the news of first blood in the top lane reached their ears. "I told you would venture into the top lane, Brush," Xia Xian remarked, catching the raucous cheers from that direction. A defining trait of players in lower tiers is their penchant for recklessly probing Brushes at the game's onset. Regardless of how many times they have perished in such attempts, they persist in their exploration. When questioned about their motives, they often lack a coherent answer. Yet they continue to venture forth, undeterred by past failures. This phenomenon remains an unsolved mystery of the silver tier. With the first blood claimed by Renekton, he returned home to purchase a long sword and a health potion. The impact was manageable. Darius could still hold his ground, as he is innately formidable and poses no threat to any champion in lane. Xia Xian silently hoped for no further disruptions. After securely defeating the Gromp, he returned to lane, finally able to focus on his development. Caitlyn, with her extended range, exerted dominance over most AD champions, including Graves. Xia Xian had no intention of suppressing him excessively. A peaceful development for all was preferable. If he were to intimidate a Diamond 5 AD to the point of fearing minion last hits, how would others perceive him? Alas, Xia Xian's naivety soon became apparent. As he noticed a minion with low health, he fired a bullet, only for Annie to launch a fireball simultaneously. Stunned, he realized he had positioned himself too far. His bullet was slower than Annie's fireball. What was happening? Had he pressed the wrong key? Another minion fell to low health, and Annie sent forth yet another fireball. Glancing at the game interface, he confirmed his observations. Caitlyn was the AD, and Annie was indeed the support. Mao Pang reassured him, Xia Xian. Don't worry about last hitting. I know your skills are lacking. Even Zhang Qian can only secure 2 or 3 last hits in a wave. If someone of gold tier like Zhang Qian struggled, it was needless to say that Xia Xian, a bronze 5 player, would fare even worse. Let us both last hit together. Just make sure to strike the minion with the final blow. If we coordinate, at least one of us will land a hit, preventing any loss of minions. Xia Xian was taken aback. What a brilliant idea. Upon observing Mao Pang's equipment, he noted that instead of opting for support items, he had chosen a Doran's ring, indicating a premeditated intent to play mid. Mao Pang encouraged. Try to let me have more minions. My damage output will be explosive. I can eliminate that Graves in a single combo. Trust me, I will carry this game. All right, Xia Xian stammered. I will try to let you have more minions. Who said a support could not secure minions? Who said a support could not carry? Though Mao Pang held the role of a support, he could not suppress the desire to carry. He possessed a heart dedicated to assisting the AD in last hitting. By the way, the marksman has a basic attack damage of merely 76, while Annie's level 1 Q boasts a foundational damage of 80, augmented by an additional 0.8 AP, resulting in a staggering damage exceeding 100. At level 2, the disparity becomes even more pronounced. Furthermore, she stands in close proximity, moves swiftly, and replenishes half of her mana and cooldown upon completing minion kills, with a cooldown of approximately 1.5 seconds, only marginally slower than the marksman's basic attack. The marksman lingers behind, waiting for Annie to miss a minion, only to take a shot with her sniper rifle to secure the last hit. Is Xia Xian angry? No. Xia Xian maintains a positive mindset, reassuring himself that as long as the gold remains within their team, it matters not who claims it. Observing the duo, the opposing team burst into laughter. Look, their AD isn't last hitting. The support is securing the kills. Hilarious. The support is the one farming in the bot lane. This AD and support combination is amusing indeed, evoking a sense of admiration for the remarkable AD. If this comical duo were to be defeated, Lu Ming would truly have no hope left. Fear not, watch me. Upon seeing Gangplank approach with the shield from Janna, Xia Xian engages him with a few auto attacks, complemented by Annie's Q, causing Gangplank to retreat after suffering a few losses. Wisely, he opts to play cautiously and focus on farming. To be frank, the combination of the marksman and burst damage Annie possesses the potential to dominate the lane against Janna and Gangplank. When they focus seriously, they can easily push the two back to their tower. Once the marksman reduces the enemy's health to half, Annie could even flash in with W to stun and assist the marksman in securing a kill. However, Xia Xian does not place overly high expectations on the rather inexperienced support. He simply hopes he does not perish. While few may pay attention to the bot lane situation, Xu Yuewu is indeed observing intently. Even as a mere gold rank player, she understands that the AD should be last hitting while the support disrupts the opponent. Hearing Mao Pang suggest they farm together, with him taking the lead, she nearly bursts into laughter. If Mao Pang knew that the player beside him was a Diamond AD, he would likely be at a loss for words. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xu Yuewu exclaims, Mao Pang, let Xia Xian farm. He is the AD. He cannot secure that many last hits. I am quite proficient at farming. Together, we can minimize misses. Xu Yuewu is left speechless. Observing the marksman and then Xia Xian, she notes that Xia Xian bears no hint of annoyance, only composure and joy, fully immersed in the game. She realizes that Xia Xian is relishing this match, despite his sole contribution being to have the marksman run back and forth behind the minions. Remarkably, even a silver rank support would likely consider quitting if they were to snatch a minion from the AD. One can only imagine the outrage from players in higher ranks. Especially in Diamond, Master, or Challenger tiers, some ADs would curse and berate their supports. Xu Yuewu recalls a time when, as a support, she inadvertently auto-attacked an AD's cannon minion and nearly cried from the backlash. In her memory, Challenger players seemed untouchable, with tempers flaring at the slightest provocation, especially if a support were to steal their minions. Yet, Xiao Xian is different. He loves the game, even if it merely involves allowing the marksman to run around. Xiao Xian, why do you let the marksman run around? Xiao Xian pointed at the female police officer and remarked, since there's nothing going on. They want to come to a, don't you find that amusing? Just look at her slender waist, swaying back and forth, particularly adorable. Don't you think her figure resembles that of our classmate Shu? Suddenly, Xiao Xian halted mid-sentence, turning his head only to realize that the one he was questioning was none other than Shu Yuwu. He hadn't paid attention earlier, mistaking her for some male classmate. It was not the first time the boys had discussed Shu Yuewu's looks and figure. Shu Yuewu gazed at him with a smile that was both knowing and questioning, as if to ask, does my figure resemble that of a striking female officer? Xiao Xian, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment, quickly averted his gaze and focused intently on the game. The bot lane was remarkably tranquil, so peaceful that both sides returned home to replenish their supplies, only to come back and reach level 6 simultaneously. Can we still call ourselves Annie if we're not fighting? He pondered, enduring until level 6 had already pushed the limits. Both teams continued to engage in a peaceful standoff near the bushes of the bot lane. Mao Peng, with a fierce glint in his eyes, spoke in a low voice, Xiao Xian, get ready. I'm about to flash and eliminate someone. Xiao Xian glanced around, noting that their jungler, Master Yi, had yet to gank even once and was still farming in the top lane. He then looked at the opposing team's health bars, which were both full. Finally, he examined Annie's equipment and noted that she possessed an ineffective rod that granted 60 ability power. However, it was merely a rod, not a hat. Are you certain you want to eliminate the Graves who is both the Wind Girl's ultimate and healing? Xiao Xian rationally advised. Perhaps we should wait for the jungler. We don't even know where their jungler is. What are you talking about? Annie can take someone down in one combo. Just watch me. If you coordinate with a Q and a couple of As, I'll make him vanish in a second. And then Annie flashed in. Chapter 7. The three clips suddenly. A flash of yellow light enveloped Annie, and she darted in front of the marksman, exclaiming, Tibbers. A colossal bear plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on the marksman's head, rendering him momentarily dazed. In an instant, he lost a third of his health. Following this, with a swift combination of Q and W abilities, along with a Q from the sniper, the marksman was left with merely a quarter of his health. Indeed, it all transpired within a mere second. During this fleeting moment, a lion dog emerged unexpectedly from the bushes, pouncing onto Annie's petite frame, while the wind mage unleashed a Q, and the marksman, now free from his stupor, responded with a Q and R, swiftly eliminating Annie. One might say this outcome was anticipated. Although Xiao Xian was aware of the inevitable conclusion, he did not foresee such a clean execution. Lu He, the class monitor, chuckled knowingly, recognizing that her earlier restraint would not hold at level 6. She had been waiting to unleash a full combo after lurking for so long. Lu Ming remarked with a smirk, now it's my turn to unleash fury. At 9 minutes, I already have 62 minion kills, and with an additional kill. The opposing sniper only has 25. What can she possibly do against me? As Annie's small figure vanished into the crowd, Xiao Xian continued to farm as if nothing had transpired. Mao Peng quickly interjected, Xiao Xian, use your ultimate. With that little health, you'll finish him off. Oh, understood. One should never attempt to explain to players of lower ranks. It is utterly futile. Xiao Xian raised his sniper rifle symbolically, letting the bullet fly, only for his ultimate to be intercepted midway by the wind mage. Mao Peng slapped the table in disappointment. So close, yet so far. Close. It felt quite distant to me. The singular benefit of Mao Peng's demise was that Xiao Xian could now farm without hindrance. However, upon the marksman's return, he wielded a great sword and an 875 gold pickaxe, while Xiao Xian was left with only 875 gold, unable to apply any pressure on the lane. The situation unfolded as anticipated. In the mid lane, the clockwork engineer remarked, Sword Saint, you're the jungler. Why don't you gank for me? The opposing jungler keeps targeting me. The Sword Saint replied, I forgot. My apologies. I was too engrossed in farming. Xiao Xian occasionally caught glimpses of his teammates perishing from above. Reviewing the statistics, each player had succumbed 2 or 3 times, with the lone exception being the sniper. Despite their equipment advantage, the marksman was increasingly aggressive, yet the sniper played cautiously, much to his annoyance. Several attempts to secure kills had failed. Even when the jungler joined for a tower dive, managing only to eliminate Annie while the sniper escaped with a mere 200 health. The Wind Mage met her end at the hands of the tower, allowing the sniper to claim a kill. The marksman felt conflicted. This sniper was evasive and cowardly, refusing to stand her ground even for a counterattack. Yet, she remained elusive. This was hardly surprising. Xiao Xian's awareness was undeniably of a higher caliber, making it challenging to secure solo kills or ambush him. Annie acquired a hat and, seeing no opportunity in the bottom lane, decided to roam. As is the custom for all newcomers who, having acquired new equipment, are eager to practice their skills, the marksman also permitted the Wind Mage to roam. Finally, the sniper could farm freely. The only distinction lies in the fact that the opposing Wind Mage possesses a vision stone, with wards placed in the triangular brush of the bot lane, the river, and even within the blue side's brush. Meanwhile, our Annie has opted for a hat, resulting in a shroud of darkness enveloping the bot lane. The marksman can only rely on her instincts to conjecture when danger may approach. The Dalmatian champion declares a gank for the top lane, stating that with 4 adversaries present, he can no longer defend the tower. The crocodile, the little fish man, the Wind Mage, and the lion dog are all advancing upon the outer tower in the top lane. In haste, both the Clockwork and Annie rush to the top lane. It is a 3-on-3 engagement, and the Sword Saint is instructed to flank from behind. With a decisive command from Demacia, the trio charges forth. Xiao Xian silently observes the kill score, our team at 12, the enemy at 21. There is no need to scrutinize the equipment. Another characteristic of lower tiers is the unyielding aggression. Do not hesitate, simply engage. Strike at anyone who crosses your path without a second thought. Their strategy is straightforward and brutal. If someone displeases them, they will attack. What if Garen can take on 3? What if the crocodile can withstand 1? They remain undeterred and will go after you regardless. Does our team trail by 9 kills? Those kills are inconsequential. They will eliminate them. Are we outmatched in equipment? Equipment is but a fleeting illusion. In a 4-on-4 scenario, the numbers are equal, and there is no justification for our defeat. The marksman swiftly dispatches a wave of minions with 2 quick QS, preparing to demolish the bottom tower, while the gunner times his return from base impeccably. Upon assessing the gunner's gear goodness, Annie has fed him several kills. In just 25 minutes, he possesses an infinity edge and a static shiv. While the marksman has merely a bloodthirster, lacking the critical item. The marksman diligently strikes the tower twice, but the gunner lunges in with his E, swiftly reducing her health by half. She quickly retaliates with an E of her own, creating distance. The gunner, having contemplated unleashing his ultimate, discerns the marksman's low health and decides against it, realizing he must retreat home. If only he could secure one more hit. The adorable marksman, cradling her sniper, retreats to a nearby brush of the blue side, placing another ward in the purple side's brush before beginning her recall. The scene then shifts to the fierce 4-on-4 battle in the top lane, which is exceedingly brutal. Our team faces a crushing defeat. The Sword Saint activates his ultimate and flanks from behind, witnessing 3 allies being dispatched, prompting him to turn and flee, pursued by 4 opponents. The lion dog, true to his platinum status, has already secured a triple kill. The marksman's perspective freezes on the fleeing Sword Saint. A 4-to-1 chase ensues. Unbeknownst to her, the gunner chuckles. "Ah, you're recalling there?" Thankfully, I was vigilant and had the support place a ward. This time, you shall not escape. Just 1 hit, combined with my ultimate. And it's over. With the top lane engagement so intense, she likely has her attention diverted there. The gunner stealthily inches closer, ready to pounce upon his prey hidden within the brush. The marksman's illumination intensifies, and the gunner smirks coldly. Thinking of escaping? Not without my say-so. With a flick of his or skill, he launches his ultimate explosive round, interrupting her recall. Simultaneously, the marksman finds herself with a mere thread of health. Only 66 points, standing dazed in the brush. I knew you were oblivious to the heroes. Just 1 strike will send you to your demise. At 25 minutes, I can finally claim your life, though killing you 10 times might be a stretch. In a state of trepidation, the male gunslinger hastily utilized his E-skill to hasten his escape, dashing into the underbrush. Concurrently, the sword saint fell victim once more to the ambush of the lurking canine, the screen illuminated by the vivid crimson letters proclaiming quaternary kill. Mao Peng, at last grasping the grim situation, slammed his hand upon the table, lamenting the dire prospects of their impending defeat. The others shared his sentiment in a 4v4 confrontation. The opposing team had suffered no losses. The only flicker of hope remained the ADC, the female marksman, yet she was but a bronze 5 player. All eyes shifted toward the bottom lane, where they discerned a trinket ward nestled in the middle brush, revealing the gunslinger stealthily approaching the female marksman, who stood precariously at a mere 66 health points. Mao Peng urgently nudged Xiao Xian, urging him to flee. Xiao Xian, quick, run. The gunslinger is coming. Xiao Xian shook his head, fixated on the lifeless form of the sword saint on the screen, confidently declaring, "Fear not, I will return to base. He cannot reach me." That's not the case. You will be interrupted by the gunslinger's ultimate. Hurry, look at the bottom lane. Your health is nearly depleted. What nonsense are you spouting? I still have a substantial amount of health left. Xiao Xian remained unconvinced. Mao Peng pointed to his screen, where the female marksman stood motionless as the gunslinger advanced. It's too late. This is hopeless, he despaired, covering his eyes in dread. He was not alone in his dismay. Even the 4 members of Class 2 had emptied their health bars, retreating to base, their gaze fixated on the bottom lane, anticipating the gunslinger's imminent kill of the marksman and the inevitable ace. With just one more shot required, the gunslinger strode forth, a smile gracing his face. Oblivious to the trap beneath him, suddenly, with a snap, he found himself ensnared. A trap lay hidden in the brush, a blind spot in their vision, obscured by the presence of enemy icons on the minimap. He was stunned for a brief 5 seconds. Then, a remarkable turn of events unfolded. The female marksman, blessed with a longer reach and with no minions nearby, instinctively targeted the nearest adversary, none other than the gunslinger. However, the gunslinger was infamous for his short range. Rendered helpless as the marksman unleashed a flurry of shots, armed with a red cross and attack speed boots, her rate of fire was commendable, despite the low damage output. Mao Peng rejoiced, nudging Xiao Xian, "You are incredibly fortunate. He is caught in a trap. Run, run." "Oh, right." Xiao Xian, still somewhat dazed, stared at Mao Peng's keyboard, motionless. Before their very eyes, the gunslinger endured 3 strikes from the marksman, losing over a quarter of his health, before he finally began to move. Indeed, her damage was minimal. The gunslinger dismissed her as a threat. Wishing to laugh at her choice of the red cross as her first item, did it truly inflict damage? Truly the mark of a bronze 5 player. Yet, just as he took a single step, another trap ensnared him with a snap, binding him once more within the brush. Unable to contain his frustration, the gunslinger muttered a curse. What the hell? 2 traps laid side by side. The female marksman remained steadfast, gripping her sidearm as she unleashed a volley of shots, one after another. A crimson cross danced upon her figure, indicating a 35% critical strike chance. The initial 3 shots failed to deliver a critical hit. Yet the subsequent 2 struck true, and with the marksman at level 13, her passive ability ensured that after every 3 attacks, one would be a headshot. This second ambush reduced the male gunner's health to 1/3. However, when contrasted with the female marksman's 80 health points, the gunner's 500 points appeared substantial. As the gunner awaited the end of his confinement, he advanced a half-step forward, only to hear the unmistakable sound of another shot. Before the eyes of all, the female marksman relentlessly targeted the gunner, her shots depleting his health to 400, then 200, and finally 100. The gunner moved, stepping forward, at last raising his weapon, placing the marksman within his attack range. Simultaneously, her final shot found its mark, striking his head and delivering a critical blow. The screen flashed the message: "The marksman has slain the gunner, along with a reward of 500 coins." In that moment, disbelief enveloped the onlookers. The female marksman, with but a few health points remaining, had faced a fully healthy gunner. She stood immobile in the brush, having used no abilities, yet managed to eliminate the gunner with sheer basic attacks. Eyes widened in astonishment, the spectators stared at the screen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. They watched as the marksman, with a bewildered expression, glanced around, took a few steps, and, seeing no one, began to return to base as if nothing had transpired. Endearingly Na'vi. Yet, in the other thicket lay a lifeless body. Someone muttered that the gunner, having possessed more items than the marksman, had been defeated in such a manner. No sooner had the words left their lips than Lu Ming slammed his fist onto the table with a ferocious expression, silencing the room. Lua patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, urging him not to be upset, assuring him that victory was assured and suggesting a hot pot feast later that evening. Indeed, there was no need for anger, after all. It was merely a foolish player at bronze rank 5 who had managed to luck into such a situation. In the depths of their minds, they all understood who truly deserved the title of fool. Was it the marksman who had so carelessly engaged the gunner, or the gunner who had been so thoroughly defeated? Lu Ming's face darkened with frustration. This incompetent player was simply fortunate, surviving time and again against the odds. Lu He, with determination, promised, "Leave it to me. I will ensure we take her down. My equipment is more than capable of dealing with her now." Chapter 8. A glimmer of hope. The female police officer's inexplicable kill of the male gunslinger transcended a mere act of elimination. This decisive strike served to douse the burgeoning morale of the opposing team, significantly undermining their spirit. Simultaneously, it conveyed a vital message to our own beleaguered side, reminding us that we had yet to concede defeat and that opportunities still lingered. Observe how the female officer, lacking the infinity edge that the gunslinger possessed, managed to vanquish him even while her health hovered below 100. Mao Peng patted Xia Xin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You were quite fortunate, my friend. I suspect you are my lucky star. I should have brought you along sooner." Xia Xin offered a bashful smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Shu Yu murmured softly, "No, this is not mere luck. It is all meticulously calculated." As the gunslinger retreated, the female officer began to set traps, laying 3 in quick succession. She deliberately accessed the system interface to enable automatic attacks, for heroes do not engage foes in the grass without such a setting. Believing himself unnoticed, he was unaware that Shu Yuewu had observed the 2 seconds unfold. The female officer attacked the tower, seemingly extending her assault intentionally to allow the gunslinger to retaliate twice. For had there been no minions, he ought to have returned home much earlier. There was no reason to squander time. As she prepared to depart, she strategically placed a ward in the enemy's brush, knowing that without it, she would be blind to the gunslinger's approach. This was a ruse, a cunning trap. Everything was now primed for execution. The female officer resembled a hunter concealed in the shadows, her eyes glinting with predatory intent. From the moment she positioned herself at the distance where the gunslinger could not reach her and pressed the recall button, the hunt had commenced. The gunslinger unwittingly stepped deeper into her snare, ultimately treading into the deadly foliage. The Diamond 5 gunslinger appeared to Xia Xin as a mere 3-year-old child, helplessly flailing under the weight of a parent's hand, unable even to graze his clothing. This was a genuine display of manipulation, a stark demonstration of the disparity in true skill. The game continued onward. Despite our current economic disadvantage, trailing in kills and dragons, our team pressed forward in the mid lane. Do not question why. In lower tiers, such metrics are inconsequential, mere illusions. Xia Xin had initially intended to assist in the mid lane, only to discover that the gunslinger was not advancing there but remained fixated on him in the bottom lane. Xia Xin thought, "Very well, I shall play along." He needed to stall the gunslinger. If the latter joined the team fight now, his ultimate ability would yield devastating damage, overwhelming our fragile champions who could not withstand the onslaught. Coordinated with champions like Fishman and Dog of the Lion, the team fight would be a ruthless annihilation, capable of swiftly dispatching any member of our team. Now equipped with the Infinity Edge and a Bloodthirster, Xia Xin relentlessly focused on farming. In reality, besides the crocodile, the opposing team would struggle to withstand the pain inflicted on their other squishy champions. The female officer remained in the bottom lane, dueling the gunslinger. To her astonishment, she discovered that 4 allies had successfully dismantled the first tower in the mid lane and were now pressing towards the second. The only defenders were the Wind Girl and the crocodile. While the latter managed to clear waves beneath the tower, the Wind Girl could only shield him, inflicting minimal damage. Lacking vision, Our team remained wary of the lurking threats posed by the dog of the lion and fishman, while gradually, methodically, and cautiously, they worked to whittle down the tower with the help of Oriana and Annie. Xia Xian keenly sensed the impending danger. As if a tranquil calm before a storm enveloped the atmosphere, the bottom lane lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of vision. The gunner began to push the minion wave with his Q ability, and Xia Xian surmised that an ambush was imminent. After all, a record of 4-0 was rather conspicuous. He ceased to farm minions and swiftly prepared to retreat. Lu Ming immediately recognized the shift in circumstances. Alarmed, he realized Xia Xian was attempting to escape. However, the little fish had only just reached the red buff area, hoping to maneuver around the stone golem, while the Rengar lay in wait in the brush of the bottom lane. With no time to waste on minions, Lu Ming made the call to advance. Rengar unleashed his ultimate, becoming invisible and gaining a 20 increase in movement speed as he charged directly toward the bottom lane's first turret. The Caitlyn stood no chance against the empowered Rengar. The moment a yellow exclamation mark appeared above her head, Xia Xian understood that Rengar was about to pounce. Xia Xian promptly shouted, "Mao Peng, push mid hard. They're all at bot." He cast his E ability, launching a net into the brush, while instinctively retreating toward the turret. Indeed, a Rengar manifested in midair, throwing his own E ability net, albeit unsuccessfully. It was Caitlyn's net that ensnared him. Having his speed for 2 seconds, the gunner swiftly approached with his E ability, landing a Q on Caitlyn, simultaneously unleashing a basic attack. A critical hit, followed by another basic attack and an ultimate, would spell her doom. Yet, the first strike failed to crit. Caitlyn retaliated, landing a hit on him, and the turret began to target him as well. However, Caitlyn scored a critical hit, taking away a quarter of his health. With an infinity edge and a bloodthirster, her critical hit chance was 55, and her critical damage soared to 250. In a flash, Caitlyn raised her weapon and unleashed her Q, the Piltover Peacemaker, which shot forward with deadly precision. The gunner reacted swiftly, dodging to the left. Knowing that this Q could deal around 500 damage, he dared not engage. Caitlyn advanced, repositioning toward the turret to increase the distance from Rengar, who, having lost his ultimate and with no nearby brush, could only lumber forward. On the second strike, the gunner again failed to land a critical hit, while Caitlyn succeeded. Simultaneously, he was struck by the turret, leaving his health below half. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath, lamenting the absence of critical hits that could have sealed his fate in one blow. With a 40 critical hit chance, surely he would land one after 3 strikes. On the third strike, Caitlyn's attack speed advantage became evident as she shifted closer to the turret. She acted slightly faster than the gunner, landing yet another critical hit. The gunner was left with less than 200 health, and still, he had yet to score a crit. On the fourth strike, it was futile. His attack speed paled in comparison. The gunner utilized a healing ability to bolster his health, but Caitlyn's next shot struck true, albeit not a critical hit. Yet her passive triggered a headshot, coinciding with the turret's assault. Realization dawned upon him. He would perish. A single turret hit at this low health was insurmountable. Faced with the choice of a basic attack or his ultimate, the gunner reluctantly opted for his ultimate, resigning the rest to his teammates. Even one kill would suffice. The female marksman, trapped beneath the tower, found herself overwhelmed, losing over 500 health points and leaving her with but a mere 100. Lu Ming slammed his hand on the table in frustration, cursing under his breath. His opponent boasted a 15 higher critical strike chance, while he landed 3 critical hits. She had none. Was his infinity edge imported, perhaps? With the marksman now reduced to a scant 100 health, the situation grew dire. At that moment, the fishman arrived on the battlefield, blocking her escape, while the lion dog lurked menacingly beneath the tower, advancing upon her step by step. As the tower continued to engage the minions, Shi Yuewu's heart raced, her small hands clutching her clothing tightly, her eyes fixated on the screen displaying the marksman as plight. With no path to retreat and an enemy in pursuit, her options were dwindling. Any skill that landed upon her would spell certain doom. Yet, the marksman stood resolute behind the tower, targeting the lion dog. Fortune seemed to have abandoned her. Having previously hit 3 critical strikes, her luck had run dry. The fishman, sensing the distance was sufficient, executed a flash right before her eyes, activating his W ability to deal damage, swiftly following up with a Q skill, the Mischievous Strike, which was unavoidable. Death appeared imminent. However, a flash of light signaled the marksman's healing, allowing her to withstand the attack. She deftly maneuvered to the left, narrowly evading the fishman's ability, the Great Shark Circle. The fishman, undeterred, leaped into the air, ready to crush the marksman beneath his foot. Xu Yuewu could not suppress a gasp. Knowing the area damage was inescapable, it seemed she was doomed. Yet, with a flash of yellow light, the marksman blinked toward her home, narrowly avoiding disaster. A sound of a trap snapping echoed as the fishman landed directly into it. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What? How could there be a trap here?" Perhaps the tower had obstructed his view, preventing him from noticing it. Due to the marksman's passive magic damage from the fishman and his ignite, the tower began to target him. The marksman, meanwhile, continually struck as she retreated. The ensnared fishman, helpless, stood as a target. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, and the trap finally released. The marksman had successfully distanced herself from the fishman. Just as he took a step forward, he fell victim to the tower's assault, coupled with the marksman's final headshot. Simultaneously, the lion dog closed in on the marksman. Her health, now under the influence of Ignite, dwindled rapidly. 236, 183, 132, 61, until it settled at a mere 20 points. Oblivious to her dwindling health, the marksman resolved to fight until the last moment, as long as the screen was entirely black and white. As a dedicated AD carry, even in death, she aimed to deliver her final output. Even if it was just 100 damage, it could potentially turn the tide of battle. The duty of an AD was to output damage. In that moment, she had forgotten all notions of concealing her strength, fully immersing herself in the game. She took a step back, landing a hit on the lion dog, setting a trap at her feet, and continued to retreat. This seamless maneuver bought her at least 2 extra seconds. The lion dog, not lacking in intelligence, could only reluctantly shift to the left and navigate in a circle, thereby creating a slight distance. The lion dog, possessing a speed superior to that of the female officer, swiftly closed the gap once more, seeming poised to close in on her. To his astonishment, the lion dog realized that his E-skill had just become available. Upon witnessing this moment, his expression was devoid of joy. Instead, his eyes widened in surprise, for he had executed his E-skill simultaneously with the female officer, their cooldowns aligning perfectly. As the lion dog launched his E-skill, the female officer had already unleashed hers. The 2 nets collided mid-air, yet the female officer was retreating, while the lion dog remained stationary. Despite the considerable distance between them, one being melee and the other ranged, the lion dog eventually found himself before the charming young officer, who dispatched him with a single shot, sending him off to the respawn point. Ultimately, he was unable to land a single blow. The screen displayed the words "triple kill" next to the female officer's name. Indeed, the most significant flaw in their lineup was their short reach. Whether it was the gunslinger being mercilessly slain in the bushes or the lion dog and the fishman, they could only engage with skills at close range, a fact that Summer had exploited to perfection. The female officer's triple kill went unnoticed, as it was soon overshadowed by a double kill in the mid lane, followed by the announcement of an ace. Sometime unnoticed, the crocodile and the wind lady in the mid lane had also fallen victim to a 4-man assault. Ace? The portly player glanced over in confusion, unable to comprehend how the other 3 had inexplicably perished, but that was of little consequence. He nudged Summer's shoulder, saying, "Did you see that? I just used flash and are under the high ground tower, hitting both the wind lady and the crocodile. We took them down instantly." "Did you see? Flash are so fast." Summer smiled, acknowledging, "Yes, impressive indeed. They will respawn in over 60 seconds. Let us push the high ground and then go for the crystal. I will be there shortly." The female officer's health was merely above 100. But there was no need for healing. One push would secure victory. The portly player paused, then realized, "Right, we can indeed push for the win." "Are we winning? What happened to the other 3? "Oh, they dove the tower and got killed by it. You know me, I have the best luck," he replied with a laugh. "Haha, you truly are my lucky star." Chapter 9. Treat me to ice cream. When the scene unfolded of Crystal being pushed aside, the entire Class 1 erupted in jubilation. Astonishingly, they triumphed despite being short by nearly 10 heads. In stark contrast to the raucous cheers emanating from Class 1, Class 2 resembled defeated roosters, their heads hanging low. Even Chen Yao, with an incredulous expression, questioned how they lost, seeking an explanation that no one could provide. In truth, they themselves were still grappling with the bewildering nature of their defeat, left only to witness the exultation of Class 1. Mao Pang, your final flash into her was incredible. Indeed, thanks to you stunning two opponents, we rushed in and eliminated them effortlessly. Mao Pang, it turns out you are the true expert. Hee, of course I'm formidable. Look at your astonishment. I shall take you all for ranked matches in the future. Your Annie's damage is explosive. Are you truly a support? Now that you mention it. Mao Pang, you are a support whose damage exceeds that of the mid laner. Enough chatter. Let's ponder what to eat tonight. We have 500 yuan. Haha, this is hilarious. A group of them gathered around Mao Pang, their laughter ringing out, reveling in their triumph. The recent skirmish in the mid lane had released all the pent-up frustration from the match, and it was no wonder they were so elated. They had finally reclaimed their pride. Xia Xian smiled, sharing in the joy of victory with everyone, although he was the one who executed a spectacular triple kill under the tower, ensuring that the match would not drag on for another 20 minutes. With victory uncertain, no one paid attention to the screen of a mere Bronze 5 player. He was unbothered. As long as they won and everyone was happy, he cared little for accolades. Suddenly, he felt a slight pain in his thigh. Looking down, he saw a pair of delicate, fair hands gripping tightly onto his leg. It was Shu Yuewu's small hand. Xia Xian cast a puzzled glance at her, noticing that beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. Was it particularly hot here? He himself was not sweating, yet she appeared to be perspiring. Shu Yuewu then realized that, unbeknownst to her, she had been nervously clutching Xia Xian's thigh. Her palms and the back of her hands were clammy with sweat. It was her first time discovering just how thrilling League of Legends could be, the heart-pounding tension of life and death, the instantaneous reactions, dodging countless skills, the exhilarating thrill of a narrow escape, and the overwhelming joy of a triumphant comeback after a desperate struggle. All of these sensations sent tremors of excitement coursing through her. At that moment, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. This match was utterly spectacular. Could it be that such exhilarating gameplay existed? Apologizing softly, she withdrew her hand from Xia Xian's leg, her breath still slightly ragged as she remained enraptured by the recent thrilling triple kill. The stark contrast between the jubilant faces of Class 1 and the dejected expressions of Class 2 was palpable as the two factions faced off. Reluctantly, Chen Yao handed over 3,000 yuan to Shu Yuewu. She promptly distributed 500 yuan to each of the 5 members, prompting another uproar of cheers from Class 1. Shu Yuewu observed Chen Yao glaring at her, a look that seemed to convey a desire to annihilate her. Adopting a victorious demeanor, she proclaimed, "Rest assured, I shall not pursue Lu Ming any longer. He belongs to you now." Chen Yao, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Their competition had initially been to have Lu Ming teach her how to play League of Legends, albeit a euphemistic way of stating the underlying intention of vying for a boyfriend. Shu Yuewu smiled lightly, clarifying, "That is precisely the implication. For I have found someone far more entertaining." Meanwhile, Lu Ming disregarded everyone else, fixated solely on Xia Xian, asserting, "I wish to challenge you to a solo match." Xia Xian, taken aback, chuckled, "There's no need. I am not your match. I merely had a stroke of luck." Lu Ming gritted his teeth, retorting, "Indeed, at that tower. With a 40 critical hit rate, I failed to score a single critical hit in 3 attempts, while you, with a 55 rate, landed critical hits every time. Had I secured even one more critical hit, or had you landed one less, the outcome would have been entirely different." Xia Xian nodded, responding, "I simply enjoyed a bit of good fortune." With that, she departed with her companions, though internally, she remained convinced that regardless of critical hits, the outcome of the match would have remained unchanged. Lu Ming's gaze remained fixed on Xia Xian's retreating figure, unable to release his thoughts of her. Led by Shu Yuewu, the group arrived at a renowned local eatery. In addition to the 5 participants of the match, a lively crowd of more than 10 had gathered to cheer them on. Shu Yuewu cheerfully declared, "Everyone, indulge yourselves. This meal is on me. Thank you all for your support during the match, enabling Class 1 to triumph over Class 2. Of course, the greatest contributor was." Her gaze swept across the group, deliberately ignoring Xia Xian before continuing. It was undoubtedly the R-flash from our very own Mao Pang in the middle lane. A wave of cheers erupted in response. Mao Pang, unabashed, accepted the accolades and, after enjoying a few beers, boasted, "What about Lu Ming? He has merely a Diamond 5, in my opinion. Nothing special at all. He could not exert any pressure on me in the bottom lane. I felt no strain during that match, probably just lucky to have reached Diamond 5. Xu Yuewu smiled alluringly. I share your sentiment. Mao Pang conveniently overlooked the terror of being pushed to the tower in the previous 2 rounds. Seizing the moment to reveal his ambitions, he chuckled. Don't let him teach you how to play League of Legends. Allow me to guide you. I'll support you as a support player while you play ADC, wholly dedicated to your success. His notion of wholehearted support implied not only aiding her in the game, but also aspiring to touch her heart. His ulterior motives were glaringly evident. The crowd erupted in laughter. Who wouldn't desire to play League of Legends alongside a beautiful woman, especially one as alluring as she? Who wouldn't wish to impress in front of such a stunning figure, perhaps even nurturing a different kind of relationship? Throughout the meal, Xia Xian remained a passive participant, merely smiling in agreement as the others indulged in self-praise. Being students, they were cautious not to linger too long, fearing parental calls, and as dusk settled in, they gradually dispersed. Xia Xian departed independently, unaware of what transpired thereafter. Glancing at the time, it was already 6:15. And I was surprised at how late it had become. In a hurry, I arrived at the farmer's market, surveying my surroundings before purchasing some tomatoes, eggs, eggplants, and a few condiments such as ginger and scallions. Finally, I found myself at the chicken wing stall, hesitating and pacing back and forth twice. The price was 20 yuan per pound, yielding only about 6 or 7 wings, which felt rather excessive. Ultimately, I bit the bullet and made the purchase. Today's unexpected windfall of 500 yuan felt like a stroke of luck. That fellow adores cola chicken wings. Carrying 2 bags. I had just reached the entrance of the market when I spotted a familiar figure. Her long, fair legs were particularly striking as she stood at the entrance with her arms crossed. Was that Xu Yuewu? What was she doing here? Was she also shopping for groceries? Xia Xian exchanged a glance with Xu Yuewu and offered a smile as a greeting, continuing on his way. However, he was unexpectedly halted by Xu Yue's hand on his shoulder. Xia Xian looked at her in confusion. With a smile, she said, "Take me home." Xia Xian fell silent. "What? You're not willing to take a classmate home?" Xu Yuewu pressed on. Xia Xian quickly shook his head. "No, where is your home?" Xu Yuewu replied, "In the same direction as yours." Upon seeing Xia Xian's dazed expression, she couldn't help but chuckle, her petite lips curving into an adorable arc. With a hint of mischievous satisfaction, she continued, "I know what you're thinking. If I say my home is to the left, you'll insist yours is to the right. If I claim it's to the right, you'll argue it's to the left. Am I that oblivious? Now, we're heading in the same direction. What else do you have to say?" Xia Xian found himself at a loss for words. His thoughts laid bare, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Humph. Others wish to escort me, and I wouldn't be interested. Am I some kind of monster that you're so unwilling to take me home? Xia Xian genuinely did not understand her motives. If she desired an escort, surely many boys would vie for the chance, so why choose him? Yet, he earnestly replied, "I was wrong. I beg you, miss, spare me. Where is your home? Let us depart at once. If you treat me to ice cream, I might consider forgiving you." As we walked along the riverbank, the sky deepened into a more profound night. Xia Xian remained silent. Xu Yuewu, focused on licking her ice cream, also said nothing. In truth, she had followed Xia Xian ever since the dinner concluded. After careful observation, she reached a conclusion. This was an ordinary boy? Incorrect. He was an unassuming figure with an inner pride, reminiscent of a solitary hunter lurking in the shadows of League of Legends, akin to the aloof nocturnal marksman, Vayne. Seemingly ordinary amidst the crowd, he simultaneously repelled any approach, maintaining only the most minimal politeness. Just moments ago, Lu Ming expressed his desire to engage in a solo match. But without a moment's hesitation, he declined, stating that Lu Ming was quite formidable. In truth, he could likely overpower Lu Ming with one hand, as he is merely an ordinary male. Any boy wishing to impress a girl would never utter such words. The two would have already faced off in a match. indicating his lack of concern. He is unlike other boys. Should one mistakenly believe that this young man steals glances at her out of interest, they would be gravely mistaken. Xu Yuewu continued to ponder her choice of words. Humph. Even if you are the Monkey King, you cannot escape my grasp. It seems I shall have ample entertainment in the coming days. Of course, I must ensure that no one discovers this delightful diversion. Suddenly, Xu Yuewu halted, gazing at Xia Xian as the evening breeze caressed her cheeks, playfully tousling her delicate hair, rendering her utterly enchanting. Teach me how to play League of Legends. Ah? Xia Xian was momentarily taken aback and replied, You could ask Mao Pang. He is quite skilled. Xu Yuewu raised an elegantly shaped eyebrow. Do not feign ignorance. I have seen it all. During the competition, I was fixated on your screen, and I am well aware of your prowess. Furthermore, I overheard your conversation with the network administrator. Xu Yuewu was far from simple-minded despite her appearance. Noticing Xia Xian's hesitation, she added, I will pay. Having observed Xia Xian's indecision at the chicken wing stall for 3 minutes, coupled with his eagerness to participate once the prize money was introduced, she understood that this young man was financially constrained. However, this is not a request for a professional to play on my behalf. Rather, I wish for you to assist me in climbing the ranks. The price can be double that of a standard service. I do not mind. Why? My friends are all diamond rank, but they were all aided by their brothers or friends. I am the only one stuck at gold. Is it unreasonable for me to wish to improve my rank? Xia Xian hesitated for a minute, and just as Xu Yuewu felt triumphant, believing he would surely acquiesce. To her surprise, he shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, you should find someone else. Chapter 10, The Half of Night in That Fleeting Moment. Xu Yuewu could scarcely believe her ears. This boy actually dared to refuse her, while others clamored to accompany her. She had not only taken the initiative to ask him for his company, but had also offered to pay, a most unprecedented occurrence. Such a splendid opportunity. And yet he had the audacity to refuse. I'll give you another chance. Repeat that if you dare, she challenged. Xia Xian, obediently, repeated his denial. Enraged, Xu Yuewu declared, Fine, remember this. I had intended to share a grand secret with you if you agreed. But now, you'll regret this. Goodbye, no? I shall not see you again. With heavy footsteps, she stormed away, wishing she could shatter the concrete beneath her feet. Xia Xian, on the other hand, had his own considerations. He felt that it was inappropriate to accept money from a classmate. Yet, he needed the funds and feared the entanglement of their relationship would become too complex for him to manage. Thus, he resolutely declined. After watching Xu Yuewu depart, Xia Xian let out a deep sigh, wishing he could slap himself. What am I pretending to be noble for? I don't have any clients. We've barely spoken in 3 years. Treating her as a stranger for the sake of business would have sufficed. Why concern myself with anything else? Upon returning to his rented apartment, he ascended the dim, worn corridor to the 2nd floor, where faint outlines could be discerned in the dark. Opening the door, he found a charming girl adorned in a soft yellow lace dress, sitting at a round dining table, gently swaying her tiny feet clad in sandals. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Xia Xian, and her rosy lips curled into a smile. Coo, my half, do you know what time it is? The sacrificial hour has long passed, and my thirst for blood is becoming uncontrollable. If you don't present an offering soon, I shall unleash a demon's judgment upon you. Xia Xian responded with a gentle smile. Yes, dinner will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment. I earned a bit of extra money today, so I returned late. However, this can enhance our meals for the next few days. Xia Yi's eyes gleamed as she caught sight of chicken wings and cola from the bag Xia Xian carried. Her face lit up with glee, though she remarked, Coo, it was worth my hour of waiting for you instead of seeking food elsewhere. Tonight's offering is the wings of my most cherished enemy. Is it not? It seems just the remedy to replenish my waning magic. My half, you have indeed not disappointed me. This slightly whimsical 5th-grade girl was Xia Xian's younger sister, Xia Yi. Ever since she watched a certain vampire anime, she fancied herself a vampire princess. Engaging in playful role-playing games with Xia Xian. With little amusement at home, he often indulged her, and today her character was that of his half. A shift from her previous role as his first familiar. The term sacrifice referred to food, with the angel's wings symbolizing the delightful chicken wings. Seeking food meant looking for Xia Xian. Xia Yi was somewhat of a local celebrity. In the past, when Xia Xian returned late, she would venture out to find him. Due to her exquisite doll-like appearance, with skin as translucent as jade and delicate, intricate features, she captivated the hearts of the neighborhood residents. Whether it was the kind lady at the convenience store or the jovial uncle at the butcher shop, they all adored her. Each time she passed by, they would offer her treats such as lollipops, eggs, cakes, and leftover rice cakes from their homes. Eventually, she likened her excursions to find Xia Xian to foraging, as she would always return laden with food. However, Xia Xian felt it inappropriate to take advantage of the neighbors' generosity and urged her not to accept their gifts. Yet, their enthusiasm was unyielding, and they would insist on stuffing treats into her hands, which she could not refuse. In return, Xia Yi would occasionally visit their shops to serve as a good luck charm. Some patrons, enchanted by the sight of such an adorable little girl, would come in to take a look, and her presence noticeably boosted their foot traffic. Their modest rental apartment was about 30 square meters, featuring a spacious living room with a few scattered pieces of furniture, a dining table, a bedroom on the right, a small, rudimentary kitchen on the left, and a tiny bathroom. Xia Xian recounted the day's fortunate events, pondering why the offering included such an extravagant angel's wing. He briefly summarized the incident, omitting the part where Xu Yuwu had asked him to undertake her gaming tasks. Xia Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming that it was no surprise, for dealing with such slimes required no effort at all. Xia Xian silently mourned for Lu Ming, who was, after all, the most handsome boy in class 2. Before long, dinner was served: a bowl of tomato and egg soup, a plate of minced meat with eggplant, and a platter of Xia Yi's favorite, Coca-Cola chicken wings. Upon seeing the chicken wings, Xia Yi eagerly reached for them with her chopsticks, only to have her hand swatted away by Xia Xian. "Have you washed your hands?" he inquired. "Oh, dear half-body, it seems you do not understand. I have already bathed in holy light and am untouched by any dirt," she retorted, pointing to the bathroom with an expressionless face. "Wash your hands. Gugu, you're so annoying. What difference does it make if I miss one wash?" Xia Yi pouted, her cheeks puffed up in indignation as she jumped off her chair and dashed toward the bathroom, her petite frame barely reaching 1.5 meters in height. "Xiao Yi, remember to use the hand soap and wash thoroughly. If you're lazy, I'll make you wash again," he called after her. From the bathroom, Xia Yi responded, "I know, you're so naggy. And by the way, I'm not Xiao Yi. My true name is Li Luolua Huang Huanxiong Leiluota, the Supreme Night Queen, Princess of the Vampires." Xia Xian pondered a trivial question: why both Queen and Princess? Aren't those titles mutually exclusive? Instantly, he heard Xia Yi's flustered reply, "Blah blah blah. The Night Queen is an honor bestowed upon me by others, while the Vampire Princess is my identity, something you wouldn't comprehend. All right then." Meanwhile, in her dreamlike, pink-themed bedroom, Xu Yuwu was utterly infuriated. With a resounding slam, she shut her door and flung herself onto her soft bedding, glaring at her legs. "I am utterly exasperated, utterly exasperated. What is so remarkable about that Xia Xian? It was only because I held him in esteem that I allowed him to teach me. Yet he has the audacity to act superior. No one has ever dared to refuse me. Such a presumptuous individual. Whether he comes or goes is of no consequence to me." "Yuwu, dinner time," came my mother's voice from outside the door. "Not hungry." "I'm too full of anger," I replied. Comfortably reclining on my bed, I retrieved my Apple notebook, biting into an apple with irritation as I logged onto QQ. Of course, in stealth mode, a series of messages from boys popped up on my screen. Perhaps they were trivial matters. Or maybe they sought to invite me out or share some risky jokes. One particularly sunny and handsome lad asked, "Where are we going tomorrow?" I scoffed inwardly. "Humph. That ungrateful fellow thinks he can invite me out? How foolish. I had once thought highly of him, and he dares to presume. After all, he is the captain of the school basketball team." I typed a response, deleted it, typed again, and deleted it once more. Feeling somewhat vexed, I decided to ignore it altogether. In my boredom, I scrolled through my QQ friend list and inexplicably opened the class group chat, where I found Xia Xian's name. Clicking on his profile, I was greeted by an old-fashioned penguin avatar and a signature declaring, "Kukuku, I am the half of the night." For matters of importance, speak. For trivialities, do not disturb. Is this fellow a complete fool? Just as I was wallowing in tedium, I received a message from my good friend, Zhu Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, what are you up to? Shi Wu, so annoyed. What, are you trying to steal someone else's boyfriend again? Stealing one that can be taken isn't really stealing. Honestly, what is so special about those kinds of boys? Besides, do you think there's any boy I can't handle? True enough, so why are you annoyed? Nothing much, just bored. Stop being bored. Let me show you a video. Please, I know your brother is impressive, being the captain of the Jiangnan University team. I've watched his videos countless times, spare me. This ISNT my brother's video. It's a really cool new one that's trending on the LOL homepage. It's exhilarating. You'll be on the edge of your seat. Go ahead and boast. But did it really make you jump out of your seat? Xiaoxian sent a video link. With nothing better to do, I lay on my bed, propping my chin up with one hand while munching on the apple with the other, watching idly. The video began with Vane being berated by her teammates. Yet she said nothing in response. Bored, I thought, how mundane? In the title, "A glance lasts 1,000 years" seemed vaguely familiar. As the scene unfolded, showing 5 people chasing after Vane, I disdainfully remarked, another near-death escape. How predictable. But then, as the card's ultimate move landed, golden card, invulnerability. Titan's flash, the skills came one after another. My bite of apple froze midair as I became tense, forgetting everything else. Vane faced the entire opposing team with unyielding composure, amidst the chaos, executing one kill after another. This video was not merely a narrow escape. It was a solo 5-kill montage. Checking the time, I noticed Xiaoxian had sent a question mark. Have you finished watching? How are you? Just asking if you've relieved yourself. This AD is incredibly cool. Not a word of dissent. Single-handedly vanquished 5 opponents, leaving teammates in awe. Isn't he impressive? There were several moments when I thought he would surely perish. Yet he gracefully maneuvered, rolling about, earning the nickname Spiral Dancer, and somehow evaded death. My brother remarked on his audacious positioning, so flamboyant. The opposing team is buzzing about this AD. His kiting is simply magnificent. That subtle flash to dodge the barrel's ability and then striking gangplank was utterly brilliant. My brother even made an effort to reach out to the account owner. Their school had only reached the semifinals in the last collegiate tournament. And if the opponent is indeed a university student, they were considering a special recruitment to our school, precisely because we are lacking in AD, which could potentially lead us to victory in the next tournament. However, the account owner mentioned that he is merely a hired hand, someone found online. And he doesn't even know who they are. What a pity. Xiaowu, speak up. Why are you so quiet? After a long pause, Shu Yuewu finally tremblingly typed. Xiaoxian, I know who this Vane is. Chapter 11. Oh, so it turns out to be a monster. Xiaoxian sent a flurry of ellipses. Xiuwu, don't jest. If you knew such an impressive AD, why didn't you mention it sooner? I recall that the highest rank in your class is only platinum. Shu Weiwu remembered a conversation in the computer room where Xiaoxian had mentioned to the network administrator that elusive list has been prepared. Believe it or not, I just witnessed a match today. It wasn't he as remarkable as a pinnacle, but still impressive with a triple kill. It seems he often faces these challenging matches, snatching minions from the support role and being chased down by 3 fully equipped opponents, yet somehow managing to turn the tables and take down 3 of them despite being low on health. I only knew he was formidable. I had no idea he had once achieved a 5-man counterkill. Are you serious? Xiaoxian was incredulous. What do you think? I can also tell you that he is not in college. He is currently in his final year of high school with only a month until the college entrance exams. However, I overheard the network administrator telling him not to pursue college, suggesting he should consider becoming a professional gamer, as his family seems to be facing some difficulties. Let me tell you, that network administrator is quite mischievous. Before Shu Yuewu could finish typing, he heard his phone ring. He pulled out his iPhone 6 and saw it was Xiaoxian calling. What's up? Don't you have QQ? Why are you calling me and wasting phone credit? From the phone, Xiaoxuan's anxious voice came through. Xiaowu, you're not joking, right? Where is he? Tell him he must come to my brother's Jiangnan University. League of Legends is becoming increasingly popular, and my brother has 2 special admission spots for League players with waived tuition fees. You know they were originally a strong school for LOL, but several of their official players have graduated. The next batch might end up being the weakest team in history, and the school is quite anxious. By the way, give me his number and QQ. I'll speak to him directly. He has gained quite a reputation on the LOL forum, with over 10,000 replies. My brother mentioned that several schools are eager to recruit this AD for the collegiate league, so we can't let others get to him first. Shu Wu chuckled. Oh, are you pleading with me? Yes, I am. Can I call you sister? Just hurry up and say it. Is there no benefit for me? You. Fine. That adorable little wallet you asked me to get from Hong Kong, I'll give it to you. Just hurry. How rare of you to be so generous. Although I truly desire that wallet, I want to tell you, just to make you anxious, haha. After chatting with Zhu Shaoxian for a while longer, Shu Weiwu finally hung up the phone. Lying back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, he pondered for a long time before a playful smile crept onto his lips. With a hint of mischief, he mused, "Oh, you wish to escape? The more you try to keep others out of your world, the more determined I am to enter. Such a conquest is far more fulfilling." Having resolved this thought, his spirits lifted, and he pulled up Shaoxin's QQ, sending a message directly. "Oh, Gitch." The water suddenly turned cold. There's no hot water left. In the kitchen, as Xia Xian tidied up the dishes, he turned to see Xia Yi, recently emerged from the shower with damp hair and her petite form exposed, rushing out of the bathroom. She clutched her body with both hands, her little legs flailing as she shivered from the cold. No way, it was warm just a moment ago. Let me check, she thought. Xia Yi's face scrunched up in despair, convinced that this was the devious scheme of the cold-blooded deity next door. How naive to think such petty tricks could extinguish the spirit of one who is the princess of the night. I heard everything, a sudden voice interrupted, startling Xia Yi, who quickly dashed behind Xia Xian, clutching his shirt and glancing around cautiously, as if fearing that some malevolent deity might suddenly emerge from the ground. In truth, the bathrooms of the two houses were connected, and at the wall between the kitchen and the bathroom, there was an exhaust duct linking the two homes, designed for the hot water heaters. Because the opening was quite large, if one spoke loudly at the bathroom door, the neighboring house could indeed overhear. Next time you call me a cold-blooded deity, just wait for your daily cold showers, came the retort, causing Xia Yi to shrink her head in fright. Although she soon peeked out defiantly, staring at the gap in the wall. Humph, just a minor deity dares to oppose the great progenitor of vampires. If you wish to confront me, first defeat my other half. Xia Xian could only chuckle wryly and inquired, "What is wrong with the hot water heater?" A response came from next door, "I have no idea. I've already called someone to fix it, so just wait a bit." "Oh," Xia Xian replied, patting Xia Yi on the head. "Get dressed so you don't catch a chill. You can play on the computer for a while." "Yay," Xia Yi exclaimed, her little face lighting up, but then she asked with curiosity, "Aren't you going to take any orders?" "There are no orders at the moment. It seems I'll have a few leisurely days." "Oh, then let us play together." They settled at the computer desk. Xia Yi donned a warm yellow Pikachu onesie and perched herself on Xia Xian's lap. "Do you want the mouse or the keyboard?" he asked. Xia Yi chose the keyboard. The notion of playing together meant one would handle the mouse while the other managed the keyboard, placing the onus of skill on Xia Xian. With practiced ease, Xia Yi entered Xia Xian's QQ account credentials, logging into the realm of Ion, under the name of Love Night Night Night, a bronze 4 account. "Ha ha ha, foolish bronzes. Your noble queen of the night has returned. Kneel and praise me," she declared, completely forgetting that she too was a bronze. Playing a hero together was no simple feat. Only those who had experienced it would understand its challenges. Xia Yi favored adorable champions like Teemo, the little lowly Annie, and the charming Miss Fortune. This time, she chose to play as Miss Fortune. As the summer approached, Xia Xian found himself besieged by 4 opponents, skillfully maneuvering the female marksman with his mouse, captivatingly dodging attacks while simultaneously launching his own. In a moment of inexplicable misfortune, a hasty double tap of the EQ skill sent Xia Xian retreating into the clutches of his assailants, the inevitable consequences unfolding before him. The charming marksman was swiftly annihilated, collapsing at the feet of the 4 burly adversaries. Alternatively, during a fierce encounter with a formidable champion, Xia Xian, taking advantage of his extended reach, inflicted unbearable pain upon the barbarian king. Yet, In a moment of distraction, Xiaoyu accidentally pressed the D key instead of E, executing a well-intentioned flash that resulted in his immediate demise at the hands of the barbarian king, who dispatched him back to the fountain with ease. Such peculiar deaths occurred with alarming regularity. Nonetheless, the two friends reveled in their gaming experience, the room occasionally resonating with Xia Ye's melodious, youthful laughter. Before long, Xia Xian's death count had soared above that of his teammates. Fortunately, one advantage of being in Bronze 4 was that everyone played haphazardly, prioritizing enjoyment over skill. Xia Xian's positive mindset had been cultivated through such experiences, regardless of the dire circumstances or the number of times he had perished. He accepted his fate with equanimity and resolved to fight on. Just as they were immersed in their gaming joy, a sudden notification from QQ interrupted their session. Without hesitation, Xiaoyi abandoned his teammates, pressing Control and Escape to exit the game. Is that your QQ? Of course, it's mine. You weren't logged in, were you? True. Otherwise, I would have been bombarded with messages. One should never underestimate Xiaoyi's popularity, as he attracted the attention of boys aged 10 up to elderly men in their 50s and 60s alike. Xiaoyi read aloud, tomorrow afternoon, after lunch. Meet by the stone bench near the campus lake beside the basketball court. I have something to discuss with you, Shuyue Wu. Who is that? A girl? Is she your girlfriend? Don't be absurd. She is a stunning beauty. How could she possibly be my girlfriend? A stunning beauty? Is she more attractive than the cold-blooded priest next door? No girl in the entire school surpasses her in beauty. What about me? No one in the world is more beautiful than our night princess. Xia Xian chuckled bitterly. Oh, so she is a hideous creature. That puts my mind at ease. As Xia Xian prepared to type a response, Xiaoyi adeptly switched back to League of Legends, though the screen was now a monochrome blur. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Ignore that ugly creature. You truly are. Xiaoyi reached for the keyboard, but midway, her hand faltered. Her vacant gaze fixated on the computer screen. Gidge, where's the keyboard? Upon noticing the emptiness in Xiaoyi's eyes, Xia Xian felt a pang of concern in his heart. He lifted Xiaoyi and set her on the bed. Is it happening again? Just a moment. He retrieved the eye drops and administered a few drops. How many times has this been this month? The third time. Don't exaggerate. It's been more than 5 times just at home. And who knows how many at school? No. At school, it hasn't happened. That's strange. It only occurs at home. Xia Xian knew that whenever Xiaoyi lied, her speech would falter, a defense mechanism to shield herself from discomfort. On a summer night, she extended her hands, feeling a sense of uncertainty and helplessness as she searched in front of her. Gidge, where are you? I want to hold your hand. Xia Xian said nothing, but embraced Xiaoyi tightly, which brought a look of reassurance to her face. After the tragic loss of her parents in a car accident during her childhood, Xiaoyi developed intermittent visual impairment syndrome, resulting in episodes of blindness. Initially, the episodes were brief, lasting only seconds or minutes, but as she grew older, the condition worsened, leading to more frequent and prolonged bouts of blindness. It was inevitable that she would eventually lose her sight entirely. Unfortunately, this ailment could not be treated domestically. She would need to seek treatment abroad, and the doctors estimated the cost to be around 1 million yuan. Xia Xian had managed to save a little money, but it was barely sufficient for daily living, let alone the exorbitant sum required for her treatment. At just 18, the prospect of earning 1 million yuan seemed like an impossible dream. He could only follow the doctor's advice to keep Xiaoyi optimistic and joyful, as any emotional downturn could significantly increase the likelihood of her episodes. After a while, feeling her steady breathing in his arms, Xia Xian gently laid her down on the bed and covered her with a blanket, her delicate lips still adorned with a faint smile. A pang of heartache tightened within him, making it hard to breathe. There was no time to linger any longer. Meanwhile, someone else was also restless that night. Lu Ming tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, his mind haunted by the memory of being ruthlessly defeated in the grass. His vitality drained as he was left helplessly to die. The scene played in his mind like a nightmare, with the echoes of his classmates' mocking laughter ringing in his ears. He had faced defeat before, but never in such a humiliating manner. It felt as if he had unleashed his strength only to strike at empty air. while his opponents dealt more damage, equipped with superior gear. He was confident in his skills, yet he had been eliminated under circumstances where he should have triumphed. He distinctly recalled overhearing classmates disparaging him upon his return. He must have been boosted to gold. There's no way he could have performed that poorly. He can't even beat a bronze player, yet he pretends to be a pro. He probably only ranks silver. What a pretentious act. The mere thought of his classmates gossiping about him ignited a fury within him that threatened to explode. He could not swallow this indignity. Chapter 12. I was deceived too in the cafeteria. Mao Peng joyfully draped his arm over Xia Xian's shoulder. Xia Xian, do you have time this afternoon? Let us hit the internet CAF for a gaming session. We can't duo queue. Our ranks are too disparate. True. No worries. I have a Smurf account that's almost level 30. Once I reach it, I'll carry you through the placement matches. Sounds good. Xia Xian responded with a smile. Yet inwardly, he prayed fervently for divine intervention to ensure his account would be hacked that very day. In truth, Xia Xian harbored a hint of mischief. Stepping out of the cafeteria, the sun shone brilliantly at midday. A small crowd had gathered at the entrance, captivated by a large heart-shape constructed from roses, causing passers-by to pause in their tracks. At the center of the roses stood a dapper young man, impeccably dressed in designer attire, his lips a striking red against his pearly white teeth. Finally, the female protagonist emerged from the cafeteria, drawing the attention of all. Clad in a flowing snow-white gown that accentuated her graceful curves and slender legs, she descended the steps with a gentle stride. Her lustrous black hair danced in the breeze, highlighting her delicate, fair visage, while her captivating eyes sparkled with the coolness of fresh snow atop a mountain. True to her name, Lang Shuetong embodied elegance and pride, effortlessly eclipsing every other girl in the school with her beauty, rivaling even top-tier actresses, at least in terms of looks. Shuetong, will you be my girlfriend? I promise to cherish you forever. A boy knelt on one knee, his voice filled with sincerity. You ask me to go west, I shall not venture east. You ask me to go east, I shall not turn west. Should anyone dare to bully you, I will stand by your side to confront them. And if you were to bully someone, I would defend them too. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew I was hopelessly enchanted. Unable to escape this infatuation, I realize I will never be able to love anyone else. He presented a small box within which lay a diamond ring, evoking waves of envy and gasps of admiration from the surrounding girls. Wow, a diamond ring. It sparkles so brilliantly. How much must that cost? If I ever receive a diamond ring in my lifetime, I would be more than willing to meet my end. Yet, the object of his affection, Lang Shuetong, merely glanced at him with an expression of calm indifference, not even lifting her eyelids. Sorry, I'm busy studying and currently have no inclination to consider anything else. I am willing to wait until the college entrance examination concludes, until you agree. Unfortunately, Lang Shuetong paid him no further heed and walked past him. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Truly worthy of the title of school beauty, even her rejection lines are identical to those she used for the last two suitors. Not a single word altered. It seems she can't be bothered to concoct excuses. I am rather curious how she intends to turn down others once she enters university. Will she no longer have to study then? How many suitors has this been for her this month? The 7th or the 8th? These individuals seem to have lost their wits, attempting to make a bold move before the college entrance examinations, possibly thinking that being dismissed by the school's ice queen carries no shame. I even suspect that half of the wealthy heirs in the school have been turned down by her. Xia Xian arrived at the stone benches by the campus lake, where Xu Yuewu was already seated, adorned in a youthful short-sleeved t-shirt paired with denim shorts that accentuated her long, proud legs. She crossed her legs and fixed her gaze on Xia Xian. For a girl, making her wait is one of the most detestable behaviors. Xia Xian scratched his nose. Yet you did not specify a time. Excusing oneself is the second most annoying behavior for a girl, and you have managed to embody both. Xu Yuewu raised an eyebrow, her arms crossed, feigning irritation on her charming face. Xia Xian immediately offered a sincere apology. I'm sorry, I will be more attentive next time. Xu Yuewu chuckled. I quite like you this way, apologizing with such sincerity while likely cursing me internally. You seem a bit unreasonable, a tad temperamental, and rather self-assured. I can see through you. Xia Xian felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had hit the nail on the head. This woman was not easy to deal with. He wisely decided to steer the conversation back to serious matters. Xu Yuewu patted the left side of the stone bench, beckoning him to sit beside her. Although Xia Xian complied, there remained a slight distance between them. First order of business, she declared, I wish to ascend to the rank of master. As for compensation, I assure you I will not shortchange you. I am aware of my limitations and that it may take some time. So if you can assist me in reaching the master rank, I will offer you 8,000. Additionally, I shall share a secret with you. Without hesitation, Xia Xian agreed. He marveled at her wealth. 8,000? That amount far exceeded the weekly allowance of an average high school student, which was often only around 300. Xu Yuewu smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes narrowing with delight as she leaned closer to Xia Xian, resting her hands on his shoulders and tilting her enchanting figure toward him, almost fully resting against him. A teasing whisper brushed against his ear, now this is more like it. If only you had been this agreeable from the start. I've only ever had boys spend on me. This is the first time I'm spending on a boy. How does it feel to receive my first? Greatly honored, he replied, chuckling. Xu Yuewu intentionally spoke in a vague, ambiguous tone, but Xia Xian chose not to engage. He felt the warm breath from her cherry lips dance against his ear, causing a tickling sensation. He instinctively leaned to the left, and as he did, she leaned closer, startling him into a rigid stance as he sensed something brush against his arm. This was his first experience of such close proximity to a girl. Xu Yuewu appeared blissfully unaware of their intimate contact, speaking in a tone laced with delight. Do you know? You've been deceived by that network administrator. What? Did you not elevate a rank to the pinnacle? He mentioned 2,500, you received 2,000, and he took 500, correct? Incorrect. The actual price is 12,000. He contributes nothing yet claims 10,000, while you toil day and night, exhausting yourself for merely 2,000. Previously, for a 1,000 order, he would grant you 200. And for a 5,000 order, just 1,000. You have been thoroughly deceived. They mockingly refer to you as a capable worker behind your back, foolishly expecting you to labor for him for a lifetime, all the while looking down upon you. Xia Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Xu Yuewu paused. Realizing this result diverged from her expectations, Xia Xian displayed no signs of distress, merely responding with a simple "oh." She had anticipated seeing him in agony, bewildered, or seething with anger. Instead, he remained composed. Do you believe I am deceiving you? No. I find your words to be entirely truthful. Xu Yuewu cupped Xia Xian's face in her hands, turning him towards her. Their noses nearly touching, her gaze fixed intently upon his eyes. So near, so fragrant, so fair, so soft, it was overwhelmingly close and intoxicating. Xia Xian felt a surge of panic, yearning to escape, yet Xu Yuewu held him tightly, preventing any retreat. After a prolonged silence, Xu Yuewu squinted and remarked, I see now. I cannot believe I was also deceived by you. Here I was, eagerly planning to share this good news with you, anticipating your astonishment, only to discover you were already aware. Xia Xian silently categorized Xu Yuewu as a clever and formidable woman. The more he interacted with her, the more he realized she was not the stereotypical airhead beauty depicted in novels, but rather a woman of substance and intellect. Xu Yuewu queried, perplexed. If you are fully aware, why continue to comply? Xia Xian sighed. Sometimes, the absence of alternatives does not imply a favorable choice. It may simply indicate that the other options are far worse, or that there are no alternatives at all. So, it turns out you are a spineless man, able to endure such exploitation. Xia Xian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. In the afternoon, as school let out, the entrance to the classroom was once again obstructed by Class 2. Lu Ming strode in directly. Addressing Xia Xian, come out. Mao Pang sprang to his feet, brimming with indignation. What? Do you wish to fight? Afraid to admit defeat? Leave. This does not concern you, you worthless fool. I could easily overpower you. Lu Ming dismissed him with a glance, focusing instead on Xia Xian. I've reviewed that video over 10 times. You cannot possibly be a bronze player. You must be at least platinum or higher. Do not feign ignorance. I demand a solo match. He was anxious that without a confrontation, he would struggle to find rest for many nights, having endured the humiliation of defeat repeatedly while watching the footage. Mao Peng, ready to retaliate, was silenced by Xia Xian's gentle touch on his shoulder. Xia Xian maintained a serene demeanor. There is no need, I concede. After tidying up his belongings, he prepared to head home. Pondering what vegetables to buy, he needed to earn some silver to duo queue with Xu Weiwu. There was no time to waste on a solo match. However, Lu Ming abruptly seized Xia Xian's wrist, preventing him from leaving. With a cold voice, he declared, "Humph, you can't leave without facing me in a fair match." Xia Xian narrowed his eyes, feeling somewhat displeased. This was rather excessive. Having already conceded defeat, what more did this person want? Both sides exuded an air of hostility, ready to engage in a brawl, with Fat Mao already rolling up his sleeves. The first class and the second class had always been fierce rivals. Unexpectedly, someone intervened, bringing silence to the gathering. Xu Weiwu smiled as she grasped both their wrists, pulling them apart. "Lu Ming, if you want to fight, fine. How much do you want to wager? You can't expect someone to play for free. It's pointless without stakes. Who cares about winning or losing?" Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this aspect. "Then how much do you suggest? Yesterday was 3,000. Today, it has to be at least 5,000. A gasp spread through the crowd. 5,000. For high school students, this was a considerable sum. Typically, their monthly allowances barely reached a few hundred. With the exception of Xu Weiwu, who, as a wealthy girl, had an allowance exceeding 10,000. Lu Ming had some money, but not to that extent. "What is the matter? Afraid? If you are, then just back down." Xu Weiwu feigned a look of disdain, as if questioning his manhood, suggesting that if he couldn't handle this, he had no right to challenge anyone to a solo match. Unsurprisingly, in the presence of such beauty, Lu Ming would not back down. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely agreed. "All right, solo it is. 5,000 it shall be." All eyes then turned to Xia Xian. He calmly stated, "I accept." Chapter 13. A momentary spark. Two groups surged toward the 0-point internet CAF with great fervor. A solo match costing 5,000 each. Who wouldn't want to witness such a spectacle? Mao Peng, with a hint of concern, patted Xia Xian on the shoulder, inquiring, "Are you truly going to compete? Aren't you afraid of losing?" With an air of nonchalance, Xia Xian replied with a serene smile, "Not at all." In stark contrast to Mao Peng's apprehension, Xu Weiwu exhibited no such worries. She raised her elegantly shaped brows at Xia Xian, teasingly asking, "Just tell me, how much will you reward me if you win?" Xia Xian turned his gaze towards Lu Ming, calmly stating, "Are you certain you want to go solo? If it's for money, I assure you, I will not lose." This was meant as a kind-hearted caution, after all. Xia Xian had attained the rank of a king multiple times and possessed undeniable prowess, making a duel with a diamond player rather unbalanced. He felt it would be akin to an adult bullying a child. To put it in the words of a martial arts master, Xia Xian perceived countless flaws in Lu Ming's technique, viewing him as operating on an entirely different tier. Yet, driven by the desire for monetary gain, he could only offer a final suggestion, allowing the other to make his own choice. However, to the onlookers, this came across as arrogance, provoking a chorus of mockery. Of course, he won to lose. He certainly has the audacity to claim that. Even kings make mistakes. Who does he think he is? Indeed, he seems rather cocky. Let us see if he won to be in tears after losing. Yesterday was merely a stroke of luck. It was indeed audacious of them. Lu Ming scoffed derisively, dismissing the notion. First blood, 1 tower, 100 strikes. Pick any AD champion. I'll head to the bottom lane, Oklahoma. Xia Xian promptly locked in Lucian. Lu Ming deliberated among several aggressive early-game AD champions before selecting the formidable Tristana. Indeed, Tristana was considered one of the fiercest AD champions in the early game. Xu Weiwu fanned her face with her delicate hand, feeling a bit warm as a crowd gathered around Xia Xian and Lu Ming. She patted Xia Xian's shoulder, playfully suggesting, "You should thank me. I'll fetch you a drink. What would you like?" Xia Xian shook his head. "No need. It will all be over in 3 minutes." This wasn't arrogance. It was simply a matter of realism. Xu Weiwu grinned mischievously. "All right, you said it. I'll keep my eyes on the timer. If it exceeds a minute, it counts as your loss." Xia Xian was speechless, thinking it would probably take about 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Shu Yuewu covered her lips, laughing, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Oh dear, being called fat has left you breathless. Given that Lu Ming opted for the standard healing and flash, while Xia Xian chose a more aggressive build featuring Ignite and Weaken, the outcome was already apparent to Xia Xian. Following the customary opening with a Doran S blade and a health potion, it would have been advantageous to bring armor and 5 health potions, but Xia Xian refrained from taking advantage of his opponent, who clearly lacked solo experience. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, the minions collided, and at 2 minutes and 3 seconds, Xia Xian unleashed his Q to strike the minions, simultaneously hitting Lu Ming twice. Lu Ming, equally unwilling to back down, engaged Xia Xian in a battle of attrition. Tristana was indeed fearless in the early game, employing her E to initiate combat. To his surprise, Xia Xian did not evade, but instead advanced a few steps, enduring Lucian's E while exchanging blows. With a Q and 2 passive attacks, complemented by several basic hits, Lucian's passive ability allowed him to unleash 2 additional basic attacks with each skill cast, albeit the second attack inflicted slightly less damage. Clearly, this back and forth was not in Xia Xian's favor. He was left with less than half of his health, while Lu Ming still boasted 2/3 of his. Xia Xian sought to recover health, while Lu Ming deemed it unnecessary to consume any resources, considering it a waste at this juncture. As the second wave of minions arrived, both players simultaneously reached level 2, further engaging in a battle of attrition. A Q from the aircraft was dispatched, but Lucian, utilizing his E, deftly evaded it, retaliating with 2 basic attacks that whittled down Xia Xian's health further. Meanwhile, the aircraft, still in motion with E activated, managed to land several hits on Lucian. In an instant, Lucian found himself severely wounded, with less than 1/3 of his health remaining and devoid of healing items. While the aircraft's health was restored to approximately 2/3, both players then distanced themselves to farm minions. A smile crept across Lu Ming's lips. What a fool. To engage me while activating E, you are merely level 6 and yet so reckless. He now faced 2 choices, either return home, where he would likely return at level 4, rendering him ineffectual, or remain to farm, for returning now would yield little in terms of purchases. With his level 3 abilities, he possessed both Flash and E, the latter having a longer range than Lucian's abilities, who had no Flash available. He envisioned the chase that would inevitably lead to Lucian's demise. He bided his time, awaiting the perfect opportunity for a kill. To anyone observing, it appeared that the Saint Gunner was doomed, having sustained such significant damage so quickly. The outcome seemed predetermined. Shu Yuewu was equally perplexed. He believed that with Xia Xian's skill, he should not have made such a rudimentary mistake, engaging while the aircraft was using E. As anticipated, a wave of minions approached, prompting Lu Ming to inch forward slightly, a cold smile grazing his lips. As the first minion fell, both players ascended to level 3. Lu Ming, swift in his actions, immediately activated W. The ace pilot was summoned, Valkyrie diving directly towards Lucian. Die? Lu Ming thought, already envisioning Death Scythe descending upon Lucian. In a flash, the screen illuminated with the kill notification. Bold crimson letters proclaimed that Lucian had slain the aircraft, securing first blood. The atmosphere fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping palpable as all eyes were glued to Xia Xian's screen. There stood Lucian in the brush, dual pistols raised, preparing to return home. Xia Xian rose, declaring, "First blood? I have one, haven't I?" Lu Ming sprang to his feet, his face flushed with indignation, pointing at Xia Xian in fury. "Impossible. How did I die? I didn't even see it happen. You must have cheated. I hadn't even used my heal." Just moments prior, he had charged in with W activated, witnessing a flash of light, Lucian entering the brush, then a beam of light emerging from the thicket, and suddenly, he was gone. With only a Doran's blade to his name, not an infinity edge, he distinctly recalled having roughly 2/3 of his health remaining, a difference of around 250 health points. In truth, not only Lu Ming, but everyone present had been caught off guard. The sequence of events had unfolded too swiftly for any to comprehend. Almost as soon as the plane appeared before him, the pilot had already met his demise. With a bewildered expression, Mao Peng rested his arm on Xia Xian's shoulder and remarked, "Buddy, surely you are not cheating?" I watched more than half of his health vanish in an instant. Shu Yuewu suggested, how about we replay that moment? This decision was met with unanimous agreement. Shu Yuewu occupied Xia Xian's chair and accessed the replays stored in the League of Legends folder, and together they began to watch the playback, fast-forwarding to the climactic moment. The footage slowed down. As the pilot activated his W ability mid-air, Lucian's W crosshair had already been unleashed, almost as if the plane had collided with it. Simultaneously, the pilot was afflicted by the summoner's spells of Exhaust and Ignite, while two basic attacks struck him. Ignite at level 3 burns for 110 health over 5 seconds, and Exhaust reduces his armor and magic resistance by 10 points. For a champion with less than 30 armor at this early stage, it was utterly devastating. Coupled with Xia Xian's over 10 points of armor penetration, the plane was reduced to a mere shadow, suffering almost entirely true damage. As the plane soared with its W ability, Lucian executed his E skill, Relentless Pursuit, darting into the brush. He landed 2 passive hits on the plane. And even before those strikes could connect, a Q ability, Piercing Light, burst forth from the foliage, followed by 2 more hits. The pilot was swiftly shot down, crashing to his demise. To summarize, Lucian's execution was as follows. While the plane was airborne, he unleashed WD Fei, and upon landing, he hit Ikika, resulting in an instantaneous kill. Though it appeared lengthy, it transpired in but a second. The pilot's health bar vanished in a heartbeat. One could only marvel at Xia Xian's astonishing speed and impeccable timing. If the combo had been executed any slower, it would have wasted precious moments, and if too hastily, Lucian might not have completed his attacks, significantly diminishing the damage output. The fluidity of Xia Xian's sequence was mesmerizing, seamlessly interconnected without a moment's pause, offering a visually pleasing spectacle. This was all discernible only in slow motion, at regular speed. One would merely witness 2 flashes of light. Everyone was left speechless in astonishment. Is this even human? Such speed. Shu Yuewu instinctively glanced at the timer. Level 3 was achieved at 3 minutes and 12 seconds, and the kill occurred at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Nearly aligning with Xia Xian's prediction of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. What a terrifying man he was, having meticulously calculated the timing for a level 3 executions, allowing himself 3 seconds to dispatch his opponent. Had the plane not engaged, and Lucian had been the one to approach, it might have taken an additional second or 2. Mao Pang stared at the screen for a while, voicing the collective sentiment, how does it feel like I am playing a different game? The crowd nodded in agreement. This combination was undeniably spectacular. The health bar vanished in an instant. Lu Ming stared blankly at the display, pondering the 2 possibilities of his opponent either returning home or not, completely overlooking this third possibility, being annihilated outright. So it was. The initial skirmish was merely a ruse to induce complacency, allowing for precise control over health to execute the kill at level 3. Such remarkable skill. Lu Ming's face instantly turned ashen. It was at this moment that he truly felt the chasm of disparity in strength. If he considered himself a mere adept in the realm of martial arts, the opposing figure stood as a paragon of unparalleled prowess, utterly on a different plane. Solo? What a farce. Observing the silence that enveloped the crowd, Xia Xian felt compelled to speak. If there are no further issues, may I take my leave? I am in a hurry to purchase groceries, as the little one at home must be quite famished. Noticing Lu Ming's face flush with anger, as if he were about to leap forward in a frenzy, it seemed prudent to depart. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming gave him a thumbs up, remarking, this series of moves. I admire your skill. A true man keeps his word. 5,000. Accompany me to retrieve the money. The outcome was unforeseen. Yet acquiring the funds was undoubtedly the most favorable result. As a few individuals prepared to exit, a seemingly carefree man with disheveled hair suddenly positioned himself before Xia Xian. With a toothpick dangling from his mouth and arms crossed, he regarded Xia Xian with an air of condescension. Hey there, you seem intriguing enough to be my opponent. How about we have a match? I predominantly play AD as well. Of course, if you desire a wager, we can set it at 5,000, or perhaps 50,000, whichever pleases you. Chapter 14. The joyful girl Xia Xian gazed at the man before her with a sense of bewilderment. He appeared rather disheveled and lackadaisical, with a tousled mop of hair, and seemed to be of a similar age to herself. However, We do not seem to be acquainted. The man chuckled, suggesting that a simple match would suffice to get to know each other. His assessment of skill, whether in farming, executing ambushes, or demonstrating proficiency in lane techniques, revealed that she was indeed quite formidable. This exemplified the age-old adage, outsiders admire the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. In his eyes, Lu Ming was woefully inadequate as a competitor, while Xia Xian. He had not encountered such a remarkable adversary in quite some time, not even during the league's runner-up ad performance. Shall we engage in a match? I have not felt such fervor in ages. And it just so happens that I am rather bored lately, as everyone else is preoccupied with preparing for the college entrance examinations, leaving me with ample free time. The young man, exuding a sense of familiarity, clapped Xia Xian on the shoulder and asked, "What do you say? Care for a game? You. Wouldn't he happen to be Han Fei, would you?" Lu Ming suddenly recognized the individual. Han Fei, with a bashful grin as he stroked his chin, replied, "I'm surprised that someone actually recognizes me." Lu Ming, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Of course I know you. You are the champion ad of the Provincial LOL University League. I was present during the finals when you delivered a breathtaking pinnacle. It was utterly astounding. I cheered for you." Later, Han Fei also claimed the title of MVP of the University League, earning recognition as a prodigious talent, a superstar ad within Chinese universities, and a potential rising star in the LPL. He even received offers from renowned professional teams, enticing him with annual salaries of 1 million. Han Fei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively. No, you're exaggerating. I was merely part of the second team and still need to join the training squad, which is quite a hassle. I haven't agreed to anything." Lu Ming, perhaps overwhelmed by the presence of his idol, felt a rush of excitement coloring his cheeks. Why not pursue a professional career? With your prowess, after some training with a professional team, you could easily secure a spot as a starting ad. No, I'm still far from that level. The University League is merely a provincial competition. I believe there are undoubtedly stronger and more formidable opponents in the Collegiate League, and I eagerly anticipate it. University is just my first step. Indeed, he needed to use university as a launching pad to ascend to greater heights, reaching the pinnacle where all would gaze upon him in awe. Oh dear, why am I rambling on? It seems he has no intention of pursuing that path. Alas, it's rare to find an opportunity to engage in some activity. Han Fei, feeling dejected, was about to depart when Xia Xian unexpectedly grasped his arm. With a smile, Xia Xian declared, "I'm in for a match. 50,000 a game, right? Count me in." Instantly, Han Fei's demeanor brightened. "Now this is interesting. That's the spirit of a true man. From what you've said, you must be quite wealthy, so let us make it 45,000. I doubt you would mind. At least you won't have to worry about me defaulting." Ha. Reduce it to 45,000. After a moment of surprise, Han Fei burst into laughter. Clutching his stomach, "You truly are quite amusing. Are you genuinely this confident? Rest assured, I shall not default. The bonus awarded to me by the school is inconsequential. From the prestigious intercollegiate tournament alone, I have already secured 200,000 from the 1 million prize, along with an additional 100,000 for the title of MVP. A mere 50,000 is manageable for me, so there is no need for concern regarding my reliability." The onlookers gazed at Xia Xian in disbelief, wondering if he had lost his senses. Did he not hear correctly? Some contemplated whether they should reiterate their explanation to him, suspecting he had momentarily drifted into thought and missed the crucial details. The individual before them was the champion of the Intercollegiate League, an MVP, and while not necessarily the strongest nationally, he was undoubtedly unmatched within the province, having even received invitations from professional teams as a prodigious talent. Could such an individual be someone an ordinary person could contend with? Xia Xian indeed appeared formidable, yet regardless of his prowess, how could he possibly rival a professional AD? There remained an undeniable gap between him and Han Fei. Had he not overestimated his own capabilities? In their hearts, everyone thought Xia Xian was becoming overly arrogant and would soon face the consequences of his hubris. "When shall we commence?" Han Fei inquired, arms crossed, wearing a haughty expression as he regarded Xia Xian. Xia Xian replied nonchalantly, "It's quite late. I must return home." Besides, I currently lack funds. Let us reconvene tomorrow. Very well. What is your name? Han Fei asked. Xia Xian, he responded. Xia Xian, I see. I shall remember that. I am Han Fei. Yes, I heard you. Xia Xian acknowledged. Han Fei nodded. All right. I will be here promptly tomorrow to await your arrival. 50,000 per match. Let us not miss our appointment. With that, Han Fei led the way out. A crowd of classmates quickly encircled Xia Xian, expressing their disbelief. Xia Xian, have you lost your mind? Do not compete with him. Do you even know who he is? Various warnings cascaded around him. By the time Xia Xian, accompanied by Lu Ming, received the 5,000, darkness had enveloped the sky, and streetlights began to illuminate the surroundings. Only Shu Yuewu remained by Xia Xian's side, silently trailing him without uttering a word. The streetlights elongated their shadows. Shu Yuewu, her mind swirling with countless thoughts, ultimately could not restrain her curiosity. Do you believe you can win? Xia Xian shook his head. I am uncertain. But I know I will not lose. Uncertain? Not losing equates to winning. You are quite presumptuous. Have you been blinded by money? Perhaps, he mused. I simply understand that I cannot afford to lose. Xia Xian possessed an unwavering reason for his conviction. To ensure victory for Xia Yi, he could not falter. As he spoke those words, Shu Yuewu noticed a gleam in his eyes, more captivating than any boy she had ever encountered. Unexplainably, she felt an odd sensation rise within her. Regardless of others' opinions, she inexplicably believed Xia Xian could triumph. Suddenly, Xia Xian halted, retrieving the crisp 5,000. He counted out 2,500 and handed it to Shu Yuewu. She was taken aback, confused. What is this for? I have considered it. My victory is not solely my own. It is because you proposed the wager that this 5,000 exists, thus the money should be divided equally between us. Are you serious? Just because I suggested it, you would genuinely share half with me? Xia Xian gently grasped Shu Yuewu's delicate hand, placing the money into her palm with a simple, thank you. He understood Shu Yuewu's reasoning behind her insistence. This only deepened her confusion. While it was apparent that Xia Xian was in need of funds, he was not the type to be easily swayed by money. For him, 2,500 was certainly a substantial sum, especially considering he had hesitated for several minutes over purchasing a mere chicken wing the day before. The enigma that Xia Xian presented intrigued her further. Without hesitation, Shu Yuewu returned the money to Xia Xian, reminding him of the agreed-upon 8,000 for the training fee, of which only 5,500 remained. Remember that, she insisted. All right, Xia Xian nodded, surveying their surroundings. The sky had turned pitch black. Where do you live? Let me take you home. Such kindness? I don't believe it, Shu Yuewu replied, casting him a sidelong glance, still perturbed by his earlier insistence on escorting her home, which had wounded her pride as a beauty. Xia Xian, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his cheek. It's dangerous for a girl to walk alone at night. Allow me to accompany you, just in case you encounter any unsavory characters. Are you playing the hero? Planning to shield me? She retorted. If I run off, I'll call the police. You wish. I'd kick you to kingdom come, she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation as she playfully kicked him. Just wait. You'll be single forever. Xia Xian chuckled, and Shu Yuewu couldn't help but laugh as well. All right, let's buy some groceries first. If we wait any longer, you might only have vegetable leaves to gnaw on. Thank you, he replied, realizing that this girl was far more considerate than he had anticipated. As evening descended, the farmer's market began to empty, and the earlier one arrived, the better, for after dinner, who would still be selling vegetables. Yet, some of the vendors, although unfamiliar with Xia Xian's name, recognized him, as he frequented the market every evening after school. An elderly man greeted him warmly. You're late today? Xia Xian explained. I got held up for a bit. I can see why. A handsome young fellow like you must take his time with such a beautiful companion. The old man chuckled, eyeing Shu Yuewu appreciatively. She exuded youthfulness and charm, possessing both beauty and figure, the kind of girl that everyone found appealing. Xia Xian quickly interjected. Sir, you've misunderstood. We are merely classmates. Is that so? Just classmates, huh? I know how it is. I remember when my wife and I. The old man seemed ready to embark on a lengthy reminiscence. Sensing the impending tale would last for hours, Xiao Xian swiftly pulled Shu Yuewu away. Let's try another stall. The elderly woman scrutinized Shu Yuewu with a discerning gaze. You've done well, young man. Where did you find such a lovely companion? She is far more beautiful than that fellow's girlfriend at the South Gate. No, she's just a classmate passing by, he insisted. Do not deceive me. Those who accompany you to buy groceries are undoubtedly exemplary wives. From the perspective of an elder, it is evident that you were fortunate. Xiao Xian blushed and hurriedly pulled Shu Yuewu, running straight ahead without looking back. Shu Yuewu inquired, Are you quite familiar with these people? I've purchased from them often, and we occasionally exchange a few words. They are quite amiable, but there are some misunderstandings. Do not take offense. I'm not offended. They are complimenting me. So why should I care? That is good to hear. Xiao Xian followed the path to a familiar butcher shop. Uncle Lu, please give me half a kilogram. No. Make it 1 kilogram of pork belly. Uncle Lu, the butcher, lived quite close to his rented accommodation. However, it was Aunt Lu who managed the place, and the prices there were 3 yuan higher than at the farmer's market. All right, but with a little less fat. Very well, I will chop it up for you, Xiao Xian. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu skillfully sliced a portion of meat, weighing it by hand without the need for a scale, ensuring it was neither more nor less. While cutting, he stole glances at Shu Yuewu, chuckling, This girl is delightful, smiling so cheerfully. Xiao Xian felt compelled to clarify again. No. She is just a classmate passing by. He was sweating internally. Why did everyone insist on bringing this up? Were they here to sell vegetables or to play matchmaker? A warm smile spread across Uncle Lu's honest face as he remarked, Classmate? She certainly doesn't appear to be just that. Why is she holding your arm? Xiao Xian looked down and realized that Shu Yuewu had, at some point, wrapped her arms around his, leaning against him like a young lover. Shu Yuewu wore an expression of pure delight, akin to a child discovering a new toy. She flashed him an enchanting smile and rested her cheek against his shoulder. Do we not resemble newlyweds out shopping for groceries? Before Xiao Xian could respond, Uncle Lu was already grinning broadly. Indeed, it looks wonderful. You two are quite the match. I've known you for so long, Xiao Xian. You are genuine, and the longer one interacts with you, the more affable you become. She will not be disappointed. Xiao Xian, let me share from my experience. This cheerful girl is far superior to that cold girl from the Long family. You must cherish her. That girl, though stunningly beautiful, always wears a frosty expression. She is rather fierce, and I am afraid even to meet her. You won't be able to handle her. A man without respect at home is doomed. Alas, I am a living example. Chapter 15. The Cold-Blooded Priest and the True Ancestor of the Night Cold Family Girl? Shu Yuewu furrowed her brows in suspicion. Who is that? Do you know any other girls? No, I don't know anyone else. Xiao Xian hastily shook his head. Uncle Lu, realizing he had spoken out of turn, quickly retracted his words. Right. I must have misremembered. I meant that Xian from the South Gate, not this little Xian. Haha. One grows old and easily muddles things. Oh, is that so? Shu Yuewu's expression was rife with disbelief as she regarded Xiao Xian, her eyes flashing with a mix of anger and sternness, resembling a jealous little woman. She questioned, You wouldn't be hiding another woman from me, would you? What on earth was this? Not to mention another woman, he hadn't even exchanged more than a few words with her. What was Shu Yuewu acting like? When did they even share such a bond? Haha, Uncle Lu, why not gift her a pound of pork belly? Enjoy it at home. Goodbye. Uncle Lu wore an awkward expression, recognizing that Xiao Xian would have a rough night ahead, though he was uncertain whether it entailed kneeling on a washboard or a heating radiator. He hurriedly offered another pound as an apology. As they exited the farmer's market, Shu Yuewu maintained an irritated demeanor. However, not far into their walk, she could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth as she flashed a triumphant smile at Xiao Xian. Look, am I not clever? I just tricked him into giving me an extra pound of pork belly. Did you see his face just now? Xiao Xian could only smile ruefully. Indeed, you are exceedingly clever. It turned out it was all an act. He nearly believed her anger, pondering when she had become his girlfriend. With a hint of mischief and a touch of cleverness, Shu Yuewu, possessing both beauty and charm, was the kind of girl everyone adored. By the way, who is that cold family girl? Is she more beautiful than I am? Uh, I'm not very familiar. Just exchanged a few casual words. Oh, is that so? Xu Yuewu's expression remained skeptical. Never mind. I'm home now. This is it. Xiao Xian looked closely, and what lay before him was a beautiful two-story villa, quite exquisite in appearance. Waving her small hand, Xu Yuewu said, "By then. I'm heading back. Goodbye. What about the money for tomorrow? I don't know. I'll think of something. If I can't gather it, then I simply want to go." Oh. Xu Yuewu squinted her eyes, elongated her tone, and smiled meaningfully as she entered her home. When Xia Xian returned home, Xia Yi was already hunched over the dining table, clutching her stomach. With a pitiful expression, she extended her small hand towards Xia Xian. "Help me quickly. We're about to lose our magical powers and can no longer maintain our human forms. The magic in our bodies is about to go berserk. If the world were to end because of this, I want to take responsibility." As she spoke, her tiny fingers scratched against the table, conveying a sense of desperate struggle. "I apologize for the delay. A matter arose that required my attention, and I returned late due to an engagement with that handsome fellow from Class 2 whom I mentioned yesterday. There is no need to elaborate. I am well aware of the inevitable outcome." Upon hearing this, Xia Yi immediately straightened her posture, her eyes narrowing with delight, her delicate face blooming with a radiant smile. How foolish those creatures can be. It seems that the slime has yet to grasp that his defeat was sealed the moment he took a seat opposite you. Shall we indulge in braised pork or dompa pork? Ah, what a challenging decision. The braised pork requires more time to prepare, yet its flavor is exquisite. Is this a test from the heavens? Let us opt for braised pork. For the sake of its crimson, delectable allure, this brief wait is worthwhile. Perhaps this victory will afford us an improved diet. Indeed, we have won 5,000. For a considerable time, we shall be able to enjoy finer fare. Having grown up as each other's sole confidant, Xia Xian seldom conceals matters from her. This indeed befits the title of our first kin. In truth, I have also garnered some achievements today. What? As they spoke, Xia Xian had already brought forth a bowl of tomato and egg soup, a temporary reprieve for our hunger. Your speed is remarkable. You have attained the level of a master chef. This vibrant, bubbling elixir resembles the blood of a demon, perfectly capable of replenishing my waning magical energy. Xia Yu cautiously ladled a small spoonful, blowing gently to cool it, reminiscent of the penmanship competition I mentioned last time. Did you not forego training? Indeed, I did not partake in extracurricular training as it incurs a fee. However, the teacher remarked on my exceptional skill and permitted me to enter the competition directly, where I secured the first prize, a golden fountain pen. Those foolish mortals have finally discerned the fundamental difference between a genius like me and their mediocrity. This distinction marks the chasm between humanity and the true progeny of the night. Very well, yet I have not witnessed you practicing. Naturally, you must understand that a genius requires no practice. And the fountain pen? Is it beautiful? Allow me to see. I sold it. Several affluent classmates were eager to acquire it, and I held a bidding contest. The teacher claimed it to be worth several thousand. Yet the highest bidder possessed merely over 100. As Xia Yi spoke, she produced a $100 bill alongside a handful of scattered 20, 10, and $1 notes. Her expression one of pride. Hurry, commend my cleverness. I have thoroughly relieved her of her funds, leaving her with naught. She then pushed the money towards Xia Xian. Xia Xian inquired, so many classmates desired it. It must be quite lovely. Xia Yi averted her gaze, unable to meet her sister's eyes, and explained, it is not. Not beautiful at all, it is utterly unattractive. Such worldly possessions are mere trinkets. A simple ballpoint pen suffices for my needs. Xia Xian's heart tightened with discomfort at these words. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand to accept the money, receiving not only the currency, but also her sister's unspoken sentiments. She placed $20 back in front of Xia Yi, ensuring she retained some funds for unforeseen circumstances. On a tranquil summer night, Xia Yi nodded obediently and accepted the question regarding the rent for this month. My luck has been quite favorable lately. I've won quite a bit, so there's no need for concern. Xia Xian entered the kitchen and began to braise some red-cooked pork. After a while, he inquired, Yi, do you think I have the potential to pursue a professional career? The child of poverty often matures early. And Xia Yu was far more perceptive than his outward appearance suggested, possessing his own thoughts, which occasionally led Xia Xian to consider his opinions. Isn't it obvious? Those concert singers could never rival Gugu. However, Xia Ye's perspective, when it pertained to Xia Xian himself, was evidently biased and lacked any substantial reference value. Why do you ask? Do you also wish to stand upon that grand stage, with everyone gazing up at you in admiration? No. I encountered someone today who mentioned that there are increasingly more competitions in League of Legends, and the prizes for ordinary contests are rising as well. I inquired further and learned that professional tournaments offer rewards in the millions. Oh, that's impressive. If it's you, Gugu, it would surely be a piece of cake. Xia Xian chuckled. I wish that were the case, but League is ultimately a team game, reliant on one's teammates. What are you afraid of? Just play as you usually do. You can take on 5 opponents by yourself. Do you think this is just a casual bronze match? As they spoke, a knock echoed at the door. After Xia Xian invited the person in, a graceful figure entered, her white dress swaying lightly, and her exquisite face devoid of any expression. Wow, a cold-blooded goddess! Xia Yi exclaimed in fright, dashing into the kitchen and hiding behind Xia Xian. Is there something you need? Xia Xian looked at her. I can't find the clothes hanger for drying laundry. Lang Shuetong's icy gaze swept over Xia Yi before settling on Xia Xian. And I need a bucket for washing clothes. Indeed, the school's top beauty, Lang Shuetong, resided next door to Xia Xian. She was also the daughter of the landlord from whom Xia Xian rented the entire building, to prevent any rumors from circulating at school. Xia Xian had promised Lang Shuetong that he would never disclose this matter to anyone. Naturally, Uncle Lu, who lived nearby, was aware of it, as they had once gone out to purchase meat together, leading to a misunderstanding due to the large quantity bought at a discount. Xia Xian awkwardly smiled, memories of their previous fleeting glance flashing through his mind, causing a slight blush when he recalled being thrown a pile of items. I've organized it on the balcony. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it for you. Lang Shuetong cast a glance, evidently recalling that night, and shyly averted her gaze. Xia Xian handed her the bucket and casually asked, Is Inshin not here? Why are you doing the laundry? Lang Shuetong immediately frowned, her expression darkening. What do you mean by that? As if I have never washed clothes before. I have done it before. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, betraying her own insecurity. Quickly changing the subject, she added, My mother went to a class reunion. Honestly, at her age, why is she still attending such events? Oh, I see. The sounds of summer night excitement echoed from the kitchen. Wow, Brother Gu, it smells wonderful. The braised pork is ready to be served. Hurry and add the ingredients. Quickly, shoo the cold-blooded priest away. The forbidden zone will taint his filthy aura. We're about to eat. Xia Xian chuckled wryly as he entered the kitchen, preparing to add rock sugar. To his surprise, Lang Shuetong did not hastily depart. Instead, she stepped out with delicate hesitance, her frosty little face reflecting a demeanor of unspoken thoughts. Xia Xian pondered for a moment and surmised, Well, Aunt Shun has gone out, and you probably haven't had dinner yet. Why not join us? Uncle Lu generously sent over an extra pound of meat, and we certainly cannot finish it alone. With a slight pout, Lang Shuetong teased, What, are you trying to bribe me? Xia Xian laughed. Indeed, one is softer when receiving gifts, perhaps one day. If you feel generous, you might reduce my rent a bit. You think such trivial favors can sway me? Well, I am indeed feeling a bit hungry. I shall simply deduct the meal cost from the rent. Although somewhat reluctant, Lang Shuetong took a seat. Meanwhile, Xia Yi wore a distressed expression, tightly clutching the hem of Xia Xian's clothing, as if releasing her grasp would allow someone to whisk her away. Half-body, what nonsense are you uttering? The dinner of the cold-blooded priest is none other than our own blood. She will drain us dry. Fear not, the priest does not drink blood. Only vampires do that. Now, sit properly in your chair. Woo, but what if she drains my magical powers? On the other side, Shu Yuwu lay on her bed, her fingers lightly tapping on her laptop as she connected with Zhu Shaoxian. I've sent you the video, what do you think? How does your brother, as the captain, fare? Chapter 16. The prodigal daughter Zhu Shaoxian responded, My brother said it was acceptable. Initially, it was quite standard, with solid foundational skills. And his follow-up strikes were exceptionally fluid. The speed of his hands was remarkably swift. He replayed the sequence over 10 times and noted that the true brilliance lay in his ability to apply ignite and weakness while soaring through the air. Such reflexes and execution are of an extraordinary caliber, and the seamless connection of his combo was undoubtedly among the best in the country. However, it could also be attributed to the weakness of his opponent. He will personally assess it later. Xu Yuewu took a bite of her apple and replied, "If the opponent is too weak, have you heard of Han Fei?" Han Fei? Of course, you mean the star AD from our province's high school league this year? Yes. You know of him. How could I not? He is remarkably skilled. He showcased an impressive performance in the finals, demonstrating fierce tenacity and an aggressive playstyle. My brother mentioned that this AD ranks among the best nationwide. After the finals, my brother's school extended an invitation to him, considering that, despite uncertainties about next year, this year's Jiangnan University is a formidable team, having reached the national top 4. However, he declined as he had already accepted an offer from Kyoto University in another province, which was the runner-up in last year's National University League. Kyoto is swift in their recruitment. Xu Yuewu's delicate fingers danced over the keyboard. Well, it's good that you know. Tomorrow, he will face Han Fei in a solo AD match for 50,000 a game. Really? I've prepared some food. While a solo AD might not reveal the full extent of their competitive prowess, if he can outmaneuver Han Fei, it would undeniably affirm Xia Xian's value. About 3 minutes later, Zhu Xiaoxian replied, "This is Xiao Song. Is he truly going to solo Han Fei?" Zhu Xiaosong is Zhu Xiaoshuan's brother. Perhaps, but only if he has 50,000 yuan. Does he understand who Han Fei is? Han Fei is one of the few ADs who is ferocious in lane. Outside of team fights, there are hardly any rivals for him. Exactly, that's why he's taking the challenge. He is probably looking for someone to lend him money right now. Can he win? He was uncertain, stating, at least he won't lose. He, quite an interesting character. Zhu Xiaosong chuckled. He found this individual rather amusing. That's settled then. If there's a match, I'll send you the recording. All right, I hope there's a match. To be honest, if it were anyone else, I might lend him the money. After all, with a guarantee, there's a good chance of getting it back. But for that genius boy Han Fei, I'll pass. Though I admire his individual skills, the odds are slim. Xu Yuewu closed QQ and lay back on her bed in a starfish position, nibbling on her apple while gazing dreamily at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. She murmured to herself, even Zhu Xiaosong believes the odds are not in his favor? It seems everyone thinks the same. If an upset were to occur, it would be quite entertaining to witness their astonished faces, jaws agape in disbelief. Xu Yuewu's sensuous smile sparked memories of Xia Xian's determined gaze as he declared he would not lose, which she found rather amusing. This young man felt truly exceptional. She retrieved her phone to inquire whether she had managed to borrow 50,000 yuan from Xia Xian. Not yet, still figuring it out, came the reply. Without further ado, Xu Yuewu ended the call, logging into her online banking only to find a meager balance of 3,200 yuan. She rummaged through her pockets, turning up only 500 yuan, and after an exhaustive search, discovered merely 2 coins. How peculiar. The last time she checked, there had been nearly 70,000. Had she really spent it all on just a few outfits and cosmetics? Biting into an apple and padding barefoot towards the golden railing of the spiral staircase, she called down, "Mom, I need to advance my allowance for the second half of the year." From the kitchen, a weary voice responded, "What nonsense are you talking? I know you well enough. If I gave you 10 years' worth of allowance, you'd exhaust it all in a month. Don't even think about it." How stingy. Xu Yuewu had always been a spendthrift, living paycheck to paycheck, indulging in every whim without hesitation. Moreover, her father, Xu Rui, spoiled her, ensuring that her finances remained under her mother Zhao Qing's strict control, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhao Qing feared that this prodigal daughter would indeed squander her fortune. "Come down for dinner. Your father will be home soon." Xu Yuewu's eyes darted mischievously as she returned to her room, surveying the beautifully elegant sanctuary that exuded a warm ambience. Clothes, lipsticks, perfumes, a crystal necklace, a Patek Philippe watch, a pearl bracelet, and the computer. A smile tugged at her lips as she mused, out with the old, in with the new. With that, she lifted the computer and hurled it to the ground, scattering its components in all directions. Next, she retreated to the bathroom, filling the tub with scalding hot water, dipping a towel into it before resolutely scrubbing her hands. At the dining table, her father Shu Rue had returned. Shu Yuewu approached, pouting and wearing a sullen expression, saying not a word. As expected, Shu Rue could not contain his concern, asking, "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Who upset you? Tell Daddy, and I'll take care of it." Shu Yuewu glared at him, indignantly retorting, "It's you. I haven't done anything to provoke you," he replied. "What about that awful Apple computer you bought, supposedly brought over by a friend from abroad? I barely used it for a moment before it overheated and exploded." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking down. After a moment of reflection, Shu Rue exclaimed, "No way. My friend said it was a limited edition, acquired through connections." "That's not the point," Shu Yuewu pouted, frustrated as she stamped her foot. "It nearly burned my hand. Look how red it is." "Is it that serious?" Shu Rue's heart ached for her. It is often said that daughters share a special bond with their fathers, and he had always cherished his only beloved daughter. Gently touching her small hand, which was indeed quite red from the heat, he comforted her. "It's all right, as long as you're fine. It must have hurt terribly." "Nonsense. What do you think? It hurts terribly. Come, dear, let me take you to soothe it with cold water. What a wretched computer. I need to replace it with a better one." "Yes, indeed. A superior one is necessary. One cannot expect quality from something inexpensive. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in selecting a more expensive model." "No. This time I wish to purchase it myself. I want an Alienware, as at least the hardware is commendable." All right. I shall heed your wishes, my precious daughter. Please do not be upset. Tomorrow I will deposit 100,000 into your account. By whatever your heart desires. Being angry is not good for your health." "Humph. Now that is more like it." Reluctantly, Shu Yuewu acquiesced, thinking to herself, "Xia Xin, remember my kindness towards you. And soon you shall find yourself beneath my pomegranate skirt. Goodness, it truly burns. Had I known, I would not have scrubbed so vigorously. My hands are in agony." Her tears were indeed genuine. Just as Xia Xin had surmised, Shu Yuewu was beautiful, alluring, gracious, and charming, possessing a hint of cleverness and cunning, though somewhat playful. Meanwhile, at Xia Xin's residence, a wooden round table was adorned with tomato egg soup, braised pork, and braised eggplant among other dishes. Xia Yi occupied the left side. Xia Xin sat in the center, and Ling Xuedong was on the right. The enticing aroma of the tender, crispy braised pork pervaded the entire bedroom, causing the already ravenous Ling Xuedong to swallow her saliva. At the dining table, Xia Xin endeavored to lighten the mood, engaging in casual conversation with Ling Xuedong. Although she wasn't particularly talkative, Ling Xuedong would respond when prompted. Xia Yi, on the other hand, exhibited a watchful demeanor, stealing glances at the seemingly cold-blooded official across from her, as if she might erupt at any moment and drain her of her vitality. Whenever Ling Xuedong's gaze fell upon her, Xia Yi hastily buried her face in her bowl. After finishing her bowl of rice, Xia Yi hurried into the bedroom. Ling Xuedong savored her meal slowly, hesitating and staring at her bowl in silence. In truth, she had not had lunch, having encountered an exceedingly persistent boy in the cafeteria, which caused her to eat only a couple of bites before leaving. Little did she anticipate that upon exiting the cafeteria, she would encounter an even grander display of roses. In such a large school, there was hardly a place to eat in peace. "Allow me to serve you more rice." Noticing Ling Xuedong's hesitation, Xia Xin directly took her bowl to refill it. "No, I'm full," she protested. Just as she finished speaking, her stomach audibly protested, causing Ling Xuedong to feel mortified. Having barely finished half a bowl, she had only taken a small portion out of modesty, and besides, she found Xia Xin's cooking exceedingly delightful, far superior to her mother's. Xia Xin smiled, not responding, and placed a bowl of white rice before her. A rosy hue crept onto Ling Xuedong's fair cheeks as she explained, "I usually don't eat this much. I didn't have lunch." As I ran into someone bothersome, it was infuriating. Xia Xin replied, "Well, there's not much to be done. Who told you to be so popular on campus? I've heard that half the boys in the school have a crush on you." Ling Xuedong blurted out. "And you?" "Huh," Xia Xin exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Lung Xuetong explained. No, what I mean is, have you become close with Xu Yuwu? What does being close mean? No, we're just classmates. Lung Xuetong narrowed her eyes, sensing deceit. I clearly saw you two by the stone bench at noon, sitting quite close and appearing intimate. Xia Xian felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had been caught. No. She leaned over to me. We were discussing something else. Typically, at this point, one would refrain from further inquiry to respect the other's privacy. However, Lung Xuetong pressed on. What was it about? After a moment's hesitation, Xia Xian thought there was nothing to hide from her. You mustn't tell anyone else. It's about me helping her with League of Legends to reach the master rank. I'm not even sure if she intends to let anyone know. The matter of coaching requires confidentiality. Really? Lung Xuetong remained skeptical, her expression frosty. Just be careful. Don't develop any inappropriate thoughts. Let me tell you, the number of boyfriends she has had surpasses the number of girls you have spoken to at school. Don't think that just because she is close to you, she likes you. She merely enjoys the thrill of stealing other people's boyfriends and then discarding them for the sense of accomplishment it brings. No, that can't be. I am self-aware. With my poor background, unattractive appearance, and height of 1.49 meters, how could any girl like me? Xia Xian jested self-deprecatingly. Lung Xuetong struck back, without mercy, scoffing. As long as you understand, no girl will ever like you. Well, you don't have to be so blunt. It's quite hurtful to my pride, Xia Xian lamented. On the verge of tears. Must you be so candid? I'm doing this for your own good, helping you recognize reality sooner. So you want to end up heartbroken and contemplating drastic measures. Don't say I didn't warn you. Despite her usual icy tone, Xia Xian detected a hint of concern beneath. It's fine. Doesn't she prefer boys who already have girlfriends? Even if I liked her and she rejected me, it would be meaningless. I don't have a girlfriend, so we are merely classmates. It's best that way. Lung Xuetong lowered her head and resumed eating, silent. Seemingly a bit upset. In truth, Xia Xian was aware that Lung Xuetong and Xu Yuwu had clashed several times since entering the school, and their animosity had been building for quite some time. Chapter 17. The allocation scheme. At that time, the entire school was engaged in the selection of the school beauty. Unsurprisingly, the first place was claimed by Lang Xuedong, whose beauty was simply extraordinary. The second position was taken by Xu Yuwu, trailing by more than 10 votes, thus relegating her from the title of school beauty to merely class beauty. Lang Xuedong triumphed through her stunning looks, while Xu Yuwu's advantage lay predominantly in her figure, a quality that became even more pronounced when compared to Lang Xuedong. The latter's modest chest left much to be desired, merely suggesting potential for development, and could not possibly compete with the alluring curves of Xu Yuwu's enviable physique. Naturally, Xu Yuwu was unwilling to accept defeat to someone with such a flat chest. Summer Xian heard that the two had once had a fierce argument, during which Xu Yuwu openly insulted Lang Xuedong, calling her flat-chested and likening her to a mere runway, while Lang Xuedong retorted by labeling Xu Yuwu as promiscuous, akin to a common public bus. The exact details eluded him, but he remembered that their quarrel had been quite intense, and although they had exchanged a few more heated words subsequently, nothing of great consequence had transpired. However, their discord was well known throughout the school. After finishing their meal, Lang Xuedong stood up, hesitated for a moment, then stepped back, pulling a note from her pocket and handing it to Summer Xian. What was this? Summer Xian took the note and noticed that it contained an area code, account number, and password, while the back revealed ranks. The first was from the Crystal City, progressing from silver to diamond 1 for 400 yuan. And the second was from the first district of Ionia, advancing from gold 2 to diamond 5 for 300 yuan. 2 of my classmates are looking to level up, and I inquired if you could assist them. Of course, the price is quite reasonable. If you're interested, go ahead. If not, that's entirely your choice. Summer Xian eagerly agreed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I will complete it as soon as possible. Lang Xuedong, avoiding Summer Xian's earnest gaze, remarked that there was no rush, as staying up late was not advisable. Summer Xian assured her, no, trust me, I will indeed complete it swiftly. Feeling a bit bashful, Lang Xuedong playfully countered, I've mentioned several times that this isn't for you. If you're unable to pay your rent, I would also be troubled. Do you wish for me to become the villain? So it's solely for my own sake. It has nothing to do with you. In any case, I must take my leave. Let me know once you've finished. Watching Lung Xuedong depart, Summer Xin carefully tucked the note away. After tidying the dining table and washing the dishes, half an hour had elapsed. He hurried back to his computer, prepared to rank up, for time was indeed precious. Presently, he had 3 tasks at hand: to elevate his own account to silver, to duo rank with Xu Yuewu and assist her in reaching master, and to fulfill the 2 requests from Lung Xuedong. He relished this uncomplicated busyness. However, the sum of 50,000 yuan loomed large. His social circle was painfully limited, and he could hardly muster the necessary funds, as even the few relatives he had seemed to avoid him like the plague. This was an opportunity he did not wish to forfeit, yet he felt utterly incapable of seizing it. Nevertheless, he resolved that if it came to that, he could simply abstain from playing. There would always be other chances. Just as he contemplated this, he received a call from Wang Shui. Xin. I heard you're going to solo for 50,000 yuan. Indeed. How is it? Have you managed to gather the funds? Well, not yet. I'm quite troubled by it. How about this? I will lend you 50,000. Really? Xia Xin was instantly elated. Is that really possible? What if I lose? Haha. Do I not believe in you? Rest assured, Brother Wang has faith in you. I am truly grateful to you. Xia Xin expressed his thanks repeatedly. Once the financial issue is resolved, the rest will depend on his own efforts. He absolutely cannot afford to lose. Xia Xin opened his computer, not hastily preparing his orders, but instead searching for videos of Han Fei online. He possessed an advantage over his opponent. He could observe their strategies, while they could not find any of his videos. He must leverage this advantage to outmaneuver them. Brother, what is the phone number of that network administrator? Xiadi slid through Xia Xin's arm and settled into his lap. I'm going solo tomorrow, but I lack sufficient funds. And he has agreed to lend me some. Is that so? That's good. Xiayi pondered for a moment, then said, Brother, I don't like that person. Why is that? I particularly detest the way he looks at you. Although I also dislike the cold-blooded official. That's more akin to the distaste one feels towards bitter peppers. But that network administrator, he resembles a cockroach or a rat in the way he gazes at you. It's especially loathsome. Xiayi wanted to use words like contempt or disdain, but ultimately refrained from voicing them. I'll remember that. He understood that the other party profited from the price difference, but in order to secure orders, he could not afford to offend him. He had also encountered deceptive offers on the practice platform. They were incredibly exploitative. If one were not cautious and ended up with 3 or 4 red flags for exceeding time limits, not only would they earn nothing, but they would also incur losses. Wang Shui hung up the phone, and a classmate nearby looked at him with a smile. So, are you quite confident in that young lad under your wing? Confidence, of course, was somewhat present. Wang Shui reflected and replied, Do you remember when I mentioned that I had a player who ranked in the top 10 of the Korean server? It was he who achieved that rank. You understand how difficult it is to climb in Korea. The world's top players are there. He has competed against the finest ADCs globally. No matter how formidable Han Fei is, he is merely the best in the province. Can he truly contend with those elite ADCs? Haha, I didn't realize that. He seems quite impressive. Impressive, indeed, but a bit foolish as well. I recall that the top 10 order in the Korean server was priced at 33,000. Rather low for such high difficulty. No one dared to take it for a long time. So, you profited from it? How much did you earn? Wang Shui laughed heartily. Haha, I gave him 5,000. He was immensely grateful, nearly bowing down and calling me father. His classmate couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, it was rather foolish. Aren't you afraid he might run off if he loses? In this territory, can he escape? Of course, my money isn't so easily lent. The interest is considerable. Just wait and see. Wang Shui revealed a knowing smile. In order to be more assured, Xia Xin nearly spent the entire night watching Han Fei's videos. Even during class the next day, he remained almost entirely preoccupied with thoughts of the winning strategy. Indeed, Han Fei is remarkably skilled. He scrutinized the final matches with great attention. His maneuvers and awareness were nothing short of exceptional. He executed several dazzling plays and displayed fierce aggression during the landing phase, even finding himself caught a few times due to overextending. However, in solo matches, lacking a jungler, Being aggressive is often advantageous. Deep down, he objectively assessed his opponent, believing that he surpassed them. Had he been in control, he felt he could have managed those situations more adeptly. This is not mere overconfidence. It is a conclusion he reached after thorough contemplation. Victory is within reach. He also contemplated strategies for several champions and methods to counter them. Later that afternoon, he skipped class and returned home to warm up his hands on the computer, preventing any drop in performance due to cold fingers. After all, this was his first significant solo match, and he felt a flutter of excitement. At 4:30, Xu Yu unexpectedly called him. "Why are you skipping class? Did you go to borrow money?" "No. Come to the entrance of 0 Point Internet CAF. I'm waiting for you. There are so many people here, my goodness." After she finished speaking, she hung up. Upon arriving at the Internet CAF, Xiao Xian spotted Xu Yuewu from a distance, her long hair dancing in the wind. Clad in a flowing spaghetti-strap dress that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, Xu Yuewu was actually deliberating on how to subtly showcase her affection for him, wanting him to recognize all the efforts she had made for him without overtly revealing her intentions, as such gestures tend to resonate deeply with young men. She casually inquired, "Did you manage to gather the money?" "I did." "Oh, if not, that's fine." What did you just say?" The surprise on Xu Yuu's face was palpable. After all her efforts, her counterpart had already secured the funds. "Wait, how did you manage that? Did you rob a bank?" Xia Xian chuckled wryly. "You overestimate me. I lack that kind of clout. It was Brother Wang from the Internet CAF who called to borrow from me." Xu Yuewu scoffed. "Is he really that kind-hearted?" "I don't believe it. Did he specifically call you?" "I find it hard to believe unless you sought him out first. No businessman rises early without profit, one must admit." Xu Yuewu was not only intelligent, but also well-versed in the ways of the world, exhibiting high emotional intelligence. Xia Xian, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Perhaps he is doing me a favor, hoping I could help him with some gaming after graduation. He runs a boosting service. Is it really that simple?" Xu Yuewu narrowed her eyes. Xiao Xian entered the Internet CAF through the back door, and surprisingly, Xu Yuewu followed him. Upon entering the management room, Wang Xuezhen was reclining with his legs crossed, watching the monitors while munching on peanuts. Upon spotting Xiao Xian, he beamed warmly. "Xiao Xian, you're here. Have a seat. Would you like some peanuts?" He appeared to be an amiable older brother. Xiao Xian politely declined. "Thank you, but no." "About the money, right? That's all settled. Who is this beside you?" "My classmate, just passing by." "Oh, how beautiful." Wang Shui gazed greedily at Xu Yuewu, reluctantly retracting his gaze from her bosom. He then retrieved 5 bundles of cash from the drawer. 50,000, count it, he said. "No need. I'll repay you after the match. Consider it merely a deposit." Hee. Brother Wang certainly trusts you, but one must always be cautious. What if we lose? Who knows how long it will take for you to repay? Wang Shui feigned a troubled expression. "So I too bear some risk." "Brother Wang, what do you mean? Here is my proposal. You contribute nothing, merely play the game, while I provide the funds. If we win, you receive 3,000 as a share of your skill. What do you think?" Xiao Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of anger rising within, though his face betrayed no emotion. 3,000 for me. What about the remaining 47,000? The money I put in is, of course, mine. However, if you can ante up more, any additional winnings are yours. Brother Wang would never contest that. We are being reasonable, after all. You see, you invest nothing. And if we win, you gain 3,000, quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Xian understood. Wang Shui truly considered him a fool. Before he could respond, Xu Yu burst into laughter. Hee, it seems you're doing this for Xiao Xian's benefit. Shouldn't he be thanking you? No need for such formality. I have known Xiao Xian for years. Saying thanks would be too distant. Xu Yuewu remarked with a teasing smile. Xiao Xian, you might not grasp the implications. So let me clarify. He lends you 50,000. If you win, he takes 47,000, and you get 3,000. If you lose, you owe him 50,000. Oh my, is there truly such a good deal in this world? A guaranteed profit, regardless of winning or losing. You don't lose a dime. Such an investment. I am tempted to make myself. Chapter 18. The solo begins upon hearing Xu Yuewu's remarks. Wang Shui's expression immediately soured. Although her words did hold a semblance of truth, he had chosen to articulate his thoughts with subtlety, out of consideration for Xia Xian. Her bluntness, however, twisted the intent, leaving him at a loss as to where to place his dignity. He regarded Xu Weiwu with an increasingly unfriendly gaze. Who do you think you are to criticize me? I've shared years of camaraderie with Xia Xian, and here you are, attempting to undermine that. My intentions are purely to assist him. If I am to invest my money, I expect a fair arrangement. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly, and banks charge interest. Unfazed, Xu Weiwu retorted, isn't your interest rate a tad excessive? Do you truly believe the world is filled with fools while you alone are clever? Wang Shui's displeasure was palpable. You should mind your manners, young lady. This is not a school setting. Xu Weiwu, undeterred, shot him a defiant glare. Don't play games with me, Xia Xian. We are leaving. I have money, 50,000 yuan, which I can afford. Wang Shui's countenance darkened. This felt like a direct challenge to his business. However, as Xu Weiwu tugged at Xia Xian, he did not budge. Instead, he smiled at her. You misunderstand. Brother Wang and I share a good relationship. He would never deceive me. He has my best interests at heart. How can you be so dense? Are you made of wood? Did you not comprehend what I just said? He wants to reap the benefits without any investment. Xia Xian chuckled. Brother Wang and I have a long-standing friendship. He wouldn't do that. You're truly infuriatingly naive. It's enough to drive me mad. I refuse to deal with you any longer. Xu Weiwu was exasperated, feeling an intense frustration burning within her, wishing to kick Xia Xian into the sky. In truth, had she reflected more deeply, she would realize that this matter had little to do with her. Why should she be angry? There was no personal gain in it. Xia Xian turned to Wang Shui, smiling. Brother Wang, this isn't right. Are you lending me this money, or are you betting on my behalf? If it's a loan, then the stakes are mine. If I win, I shall happily share a portion of the profits with you. Should I lose, I will repay you in due time. If this is your own wager, then I consider it a technical investment. If I win, you take the earnings. And a share of the profits is due to me as well. If I lose, it's simply your own loss, which is fair enough. Wang Shui found himself momentarily speechless, surprised by Xia Xian's clear analysis. Of course, if you prefer not to wager, that's acceptable too. My classmate is quite affluent and can easily lend me 50,000 yuan, as you have heard. However, given our long history, I would prefer to prioritize you, Brother Wang. Xu Weiwu, feeling irked and wanting to declare that she would not lend him anything, found herself unable to voice those thoughts after meeting Xia Xian's gaze. For some inexplicable reason, she felt his eyes were particularly bright and captivating, reminiscent of when he claimed he would never lose during their gaming sessions, truly dazzling. Wang Shui had initially hoped to profit effortlessly, but had not anticipated this troublesome girl appearing from nowhere to disrupt his plans. In a moment of indecision, one might wonder, what if I lose after placing a bet on myself? Borrowing money from Xia Xian, the counterpart takes 48,000, while I only receive 2,000 as my share. How could he possibly accept that? He is accustomed to taking the lion's share, leaving me with merely the remnants. If Wang Gu is unwilling, so be it. Yu Wu, let us depart. Xia Xian feigned an intention to leave, but Wang Shui grasped his arm, saying, Wait, I have given this some thought. Allow me to stake on my own behalf. Wang Gu will not treat you unfairly. If we win, I will allocate 3,000 to you. No, let's make it 5,000. What do you think? Wang Shui recalled the time he had previously given Xia Xian 5,000, remembering the tearful gratitude that had followed. He felt assured that 5,000 would suffice to motivate Xia Xian to exert himself on his behalf, with the remainder rightfully belonging to him. Very well, Xia Xian replied with a smile. I shall heed Wang Ji's advice. Should we win, I shall take 5,000. However, if by chance we lose, it shall be Wang Gu who bears the burden. I trust that Wang Gu will not deceive me. Of course, do not heed the words of that little girl. We have been partners for several years. Wang Shui reassured him. Xia Xian accepted the money and exited with Xu Yuwu. Only Wang Shui and his classmate remained in the room. His classmate remarked, Haha, that was close. I wonder where that troublesome girl came from. Indeed, what a nuisance. Aren't you worried he might lose? Not at all. I have a strong feeling he will win. After all, he ranks among the top 10 in the Korean server. Besides, as long as he wishes to maintain his standing in this area, he cannot afford to lose to me. Otherwise, I would ensure that fool faces dire consequences. As Wang Shui spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Even Xu Yuwu could not contain herself. As they stepped outside, she muttered, "Useless, I truly misjudged you. How can you endure being treated this way? Are you not a man? You toil tirelessly for his profit, and he takes 40,000 while you settle for 3,000. You must be overjoyed at the prospect of it increasing from 3,000 to 5,000. You fool." Xia Xian, maintaining a calm demeanor, leaned closer to Xu Yuwu and whispered, "Do not speak recklessly. Society is not as you perceive it. The ruffians in this vicinity are all connected to Wang Shui, and he is not as benevolent as you think." Xu Yuwu nodded. "I am not afraid. If they dare to come, I have faced far worse situations." Yet she noted a subtle detail. Xia Xian referred to him as Wang Shui, not Wang Ge. Upon entering the Internet CAF lobby, Xia Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. It was already bustling with activity, every seat occupied. Is it always this crowded? Classes 1, 2, and 3, many from the school had gathered. And even students from other institutions were present. It was not merely Xia Xian's reputation drawing them in, but rather that of Han Fei, who was exceedingly well known. A single post on the forum and a message in the class group chat had sent word of the impending 50,000 solo match between Xia Xian and Han Fei soaring through the air. Naturally, a throng of spectators had flocked to witness the spectacle. As Xia Xian arrived, numerous familiar and unfamiliar classmates approached him, bombarding him with greetings and inquiries about his confidence in the match, whether he felt prepared, and how long he believed he could endure. This sudden attention took Xia Xian aback. He had never experienced such scrutiny before. Over here, in the nearby corner. Han Fei waved at Xia Xian, looking much like he did yesterday, his collar unkempt and hair tousled, reminiscent of someone who had just awakened. As Xia Xian approached, he noticed an empty computer beside Han Fei. I apologize. All the machines are occupied. It seems the network administrator mentioned that today all the computers in the Internet CAF can access our solo channel, causing the private rooms to be fully booked. You can sit next to me. I assure you I want to glance at your screen, Han Fei remarked. Xia Xian nodded in agreement. Yes. I promise not to look at yours either. That has settled then. In truth, for a solo match, whether we watch or not doesn't make much difference. Han Fei laughed, raising his Union Pay card. Shall we begin? Xia Xian deftly opened League of Legends. What are the rules? First blood? First tower? 100 kills? No. That sounds tedious. Let us just aim for first blood. Agreed, Xia Xian replied promptly. First blood meant a complete test of skill, devoid of any underhanded tactics such as last hitting or tower diving. Han Fei understood this well. He recognized Xia Xian as formidable skills and wished to challenge him in a test of technique, for he was a man unwilling to concede defeat. After a moment's thought, Han Fei added, "From your playstyle, I can tell you're also quite accustomed to soloing. Let us abandon the tricks. Everyone knows that defensive items are more cost-effective than offensive ones. I certainly don't want to witness two ADCs trading blows with Thornmail and Blue Shield forever. Let us follow the ranked matchmaking strategy then. Skills, flashes, heals, and no defensive items for the first 3 builds." The solo match was officially underway. A throng of spectators had already begun to speculate how long Xia Xian could last, and when he would succumb. Xia Xian hovered his mouse over Vayne, hesitating before shifting to Lucian, then back to Vayne, torn between the two choices. By the time he made his decision, the timer had run out, and he had locked in on Vayne. Han Fei, having already made his selection, scrutinized Xia Xian's screen with a puzzled expression. You chose Night Hunter, Vayne? I thought you would definitely pick Lucian. Do you think you can survive until Vayne reaches her power spike in the mid-game? As anticipated, Han Fei selected Lucian. His excitement palpable after witnessing yesterday's performance. He was eager to showcase his prowess against Xia Xian using the latter's most potent champion. What greater satisfaction could there be? Almost half of the Internet CAF's patrons had their computers tuned into the match. A few were drawn by curiosity, but the majority were simply following the trend. Creating an unprecedented spectacle, Xian stared at the login screen for Vayne, momentarily lost in thought. Victory or defeat? Xian was on the blue side, while Han Fei was on the purple side, both champions lining up on the lane. Vayne, in the early game, was not particularly powerful. Her strength emerged post-Broken Blade, especially when the Red Cross was acquired, as that mid-game burst was truly devastating. However, Lucian was formidable throughout the early, mid, and late game, boasting strong burst damage capable of reducing an ADC to half health with a single combo. Most crucially, he could exert pressure on Vayne early in the game, as her passive, which allowed her to attack twice, could be quite punishing in direct confrontations. Han Fei pondered internally whether he had perhaps overestimated his opponent by selecting Vayne, a champion who, at first glance, excels at slaying tanks but possesses little else in terms of advantages. In a duel against AD champions such as Draven, Lucian, or Graves, Vayne was undeniably at a disadvantage, a consensus that was nearly universal. He chuckled to himself, resolving not to show any mercy, since his opponent had chosen this perilous path. He would gladly oblige, certain of his impending victory. Vayne's desire to confront Lucian was no longer merely a matter of competing for level 2. If their skills were comparable, Vayne would find herself at a disadvantage until level 6. As the bottom lane commenced, Lucian stealthily maneuvered to the left flank of Vayne's blue minions, aiming to harass her and deny her experience, adhering to his notoriously aggressive playstyle. Vayne, however, circled around the minions to the right, with the two champions separated by a line of archers. Lucian unleashed a Q, a beam of light that struck forth, but Vayne deftly evaded it with her own Q, rolling away just in time. Nevertheless, she still incurred the damage from Lucian's passive, enduring 2 of his basic attacks, while she retaliated with a basic attack enhanced by her Q. The exchange resulted in a minor loss for Vayne, amounting to just over 10 health points. As the saying goes, an expert can discern skill with a mere gesture. From Lucian's recent Q maneuver, he recognized that as long as Vayne possessed her Q, he would struggle to hit her, and she would not engage unless he initiated. Lucian moved with caution, careful not to provoke the ire of the rear archers, seeking to gain an advantage, while Vayne's positioning was even more meticulous, ensuring that he could not land a single hit, should he dare to approach. The 3 archers at the back would surely teach him a lesson. Both champions, while maneuvering, remained vigilant in last-hitting minions. This was a psychological battle of wits between 2 skilled players. After circling the minions for nearly 2.5 laps, Lucian ultimately conceded, unable to capitalize on any missteps from Vayne's positioning. He chose to focus on damaging 3 minions with a single Q, prioritizing experience over gold, fully aware that reaching level 2 first was paramount. Once he attained that level, should Vayne fail to retreat to her tower, he was certain she would pay the price with her first blood. Chapter 19. Who was more ruthless? A discourse on AoE damage in terms of area of effect damage. Vayne stands no chance against Lucian. Although Vayne is also a marksman, she still lags behind Lucian by 3 minions. With a flash of brilliance, Lucian reaches level 2. At this juncture, any sensible player would retreat, yet Vayne does not. Instead, she stealthily maneuvers into the brush on the right. A murderous glint ignites in Lucian's eyes. Does she dare challenge his authority? He is resolute in ensuring this slender, agile creature pays dearly for her foolishness. Does she truly believe that hiding in her own brush offers her safety? How ludicrous. Lucian brandishes his twin pistols and approaches from the diagonal rear of the blue side S brush, creating distance from the minions to avoid drawing their ire, thus guaranteeing a one-on-one confrontation with Vayne. A duel? This young woman is hardly his match. Lucian is poised for the kill. He first places a ward in the brush, discovering that Vayne has ventured from the central brush into his territory, compelling him to pursue her and disrupt her positioning. He is aware that Vayne is stalling for her second level. However, he harbors no fear, for even at level 2, she remains beneath him indeed. This holds true until level 6. Calculating his strategy, Lucian muses that should Vayne dare to advance even slightly, he would engage her directly. After all, both sides must contend with the minions. In a 2-on-2, it is Vayne who would perish, this foolish creature stepping into the abyss of death. Yet, as he strides into the brush, he He suddenly notes Vayne retreating a step, followed by a flash of golden light. She has used her flash. Vayne has maneuvered to Lucian's left side, executing an E ability, Judgment, pinning Lucian against the wall. The wall collision amplifies the damage, albeit modestly, inflicting 40 to 50 points of health loss, but stunning him for 1.5 seconds. Lucian is somewhat bewildered by her audacity. Does she truly possess such confidence? Full health, she directly expends her flash and E. Even a bronze player would not exhibit such folly. No, upon reflection, that was an E-flash. A starkly different maneuver, E-flash, is significantly faster than Flash E, leaving no time for counteraction. Both are nearly at full health, yet she has willingly traded her flash. Should this engagement not go in her favor, her demise is imminent, with no chance to escape. A glint of determination sparkles in Vayne's eyes as she begins her fluid onslaught. Lucian is swiftly stripped of 200 health. As he recovers from the stun, Lucian retaliates with a Q ability, but Vayne deftly rolls away. Nevertheless, the 2 hits from his passive auto attacks still sting. Lucian then executes a cunning W ability, Piercing Light, skillfully positioned to center on Vayne, making it nearly impossible for her to evade, and follows up with 2 more passive auto attacks, further diminishing Vayne's health. Both players simultaneously commence consuming health potions, their skills now depleted, and they exchange a few auto attacks, both health bars dipping perilously low. Vayne's Q ability cools down, granting her an advantage, as her level 1 Q has a 6-second cooldown, 3 seconds shorter than Lucian's. Moreover, Vayne's Q resets her auto attack, effectively allowing her an additional strike. In an instant, Vayne's health bar gains the upper hand, surpassing Lucian's by nearly 100 points. Lucian was compelled to initiate treatment, replenishing 150 health. After landing 2 basic attacks, he seized the opportune moment. As Vayne executed her strike, he unleashed his Q. If she evaded it, it would result in a squandered opportunity for a basic attack. Should she not evade, she would be struck by his Q, followed by 2 more basic attacks, ultimately forcing Vayne to expend her healing ability. Observing their health bars, Lucian calculated in his mind who would perish first. His health was marginally superior. However, Vayne's 3rd Q was soon to be ready, and his 2nd W was nearing cooldown completion. Who would succumb first? The one whose skill recharged first would meet their demise. Would it be him or her? Anxiety enveloped Lucian as he noted that Vayne indeed held a slight advantage, approximately 50 health points more. Yet, considering cooldown timings, alongside the time required for Vayne's Q roll and basic attacks, his W skill should recharge before hers. But if she had equipped cooldown reduction runes and sacrificed defense for it, her Q would be ready first, leading to his downfall. The chasm between mastery and mediocrity, victory and defeat, could be a mere fraction apart. He recalled Vayne's full health E-flash that pinned him against the wall, her confident level 2 trade, and the unwavering aggression of her basic attacks closing in on him. She was no novice. It would be foolish to assume she would make such a blunder, sacrificing her full health only to be countered. Lucian recognized that he was up against a formidable opponent, not someone to be underestimated. Panic gripped him, utterly intimidated by Vayne's ferocity and the relentless pressure she exerted. Indeed, he need not engage her. He still possessed his flash, regardless of the phase of the game. He held the advantage and needn't he gamble on an uncertain confrontation. He was not foolish, and he had a means of retreat. In a flash of yellow light, Lucian darted into the purple team's brush. Both of their trinkets had already been utilized in the blue team's brush, rendering it a vision blind spot. Vayne dared not pursue. Probing the brush would surely lead to her demise. In their initial clash, both players expended their summoner spells. Their health dipped below 100 simultaneously, resulting in a stalemate. The distinction lay in Vayne's flash being employed for the kill, while Lucian's flash served as a means of escape, diminishing his momentum. Almost universally, a singular thought arose. Had they continued their exchange, who would have fallen first? Yet, this question would forever remain unanswered. No one would ever know. A common trait among skilled players is their tenacity in lane. Even with both under 100 health, one stood at the left rear of the blue minions, while the other positioned at the right rear of the purple minions, engaging in diagonal last hitting. Lucian occasionally attempted to whittle down Vayne's health with his Q, but she adeptly evaded each attempt. Fear gripped Lucian. He was wary of being executed by Vane's single basic attack, followed by A, Q, and E, delivering a lethal 3-hit combo. Vane was equally cautious. She too could easily fall victim to Lucian's rapid sequence of attacks. The current predicament dictated that the first to return home would suffer losses. The one who recalled first would inevitably lose a wave, falling behind by over 200 gold. Moreover, Vane currently had a slight advantage of 10 minion kills over Lucian, making his return even more precarious. 10 blades pressed down upon him. Han Fei could scarcely believe the data displayed above him. The once formidable Lucian, having been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self at level 2, found himself overwhelmed, directly oppressed by a mere 10 blades. Han Fei, known for his ferocity in lane, had never before endured such indignity. To be outmatched by a seemingly weak early-game Vane was a profound mockery of the skills he held dear. Yet, the opposing player exuded an unstoppable momentum that deterred him from advancing, fearful of being wasted by a trifecta of abilities. Lucian, unable to endure this pressure any longer, recognized that should he continue, the disparity would only widen. He understood that if he did not retreat, neither would his opponent. Vane was determined to outlast him, waiting patiently to unleash her most potent strike once she acquired her items. Faced with this reality, Lucian resorted to using his abilities to clear the minion wave, hoping to retreat. Almost simultaneously, as he unleashed his QW and the cross and straight beams of light struck, eliminating the frontline minions, Vane rolled in, compelling him to use his E-skill to escape momentarily before retreating to the safety of the tower. Having expended his skills in clearing minions, he could no longer confront Vane head-on, resulting in a regrettable loss of 3 archers. How could he be so thoroughly dominated? This opponent possessed an astonishing capacity for suppression, more ferocious in lane than himself. While many onlookers may not discern who held the upper hand, the occasional skirmish and mutual trading of blows suggested a stalemate. Yet, they knew that in a solo duel, it was typically the one at a disadvantage who retreated first, as they would lose a wave of minions to the tower. Could it be that Han Fei was indeed being suppressed? A Lucian, renowned for his early-game prowess, being bested by Vane? How could this be? The back row of the internet CAF buzzed with speculation, deliberating whether this was part of Han Fei's strategy. Few were willing to believe that he was being outperformed, except for a handful of astute observers who noticed that Vane had amassed a full 20 more last hits than Lucian, a staggering difference of 3 for 100 gold. Swiftly clearing a wave of minions, Vane did not need to return to the tower but could instead recall right where she stood. Xu Yu gazed intently at the focused match, observing Xia Xin with rapt attention. His radiant eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed capable of drawing in one's very soul. An enchanting sight indeed. Was this what made Earnest Boy so alluring? Yet, was he truly prepared to win? Xu Yuewu found herself in a state of contradiction. She wished to see Xia Xin triumph, as it would bring her joy, relishing the thrill of an unexpected victory. However, she also hoped for his defeat. For Wang Shui was insufferable. Why should he benefit from the spoils of a match that rightfully belonged to Xia Xin? If it were her, she could not swallow such indignity. Enduring it would hardly be the mark of a true man. Her heart was torn, desiring both victory and defeat, while pondering what thoughts occupied Xia Xion's mind. Upon returning, Lucian emerged with a colossal sword worth 550 gold, complemented by an 875 gold pickaxe, along with 5 bottles of Red Bull, totaling 600 gold. Meanwhile, Vane wielded a lifesteal dagger worth 400 gold, an 800 gold vampiric scepter, and had additionally acquired 2 attack speed enhancing short swords, along with a health potion, amassing over 100 gold. Lucian swiftly discerned the predicament. Vane had maneuvered behind him and unleashed a barrage of attacks, executing a basic strike followed by a rolling Q that reset his auto attack, then delivered an E that knocked him back with a triple hit. Naturally, his own burst damage was not to be underestimated. With the combination of 2 Q strikes and 2 W strikes, he dealt significant damage, only to be pushed away after his E. After this flurry of abilities, he found himself down by a third of his health, while Vane was reduced to half. Yet he still held the upper hand. However, Vane had not consumed a health potion and began to forcefully attack the minions. With dual lifesteal and a Doran's blade, she regained nearly 20% of her health with just a few minions. In contrast, he would require 1.5 health potions to restore his vitality. Once his abilities were off cooldown, he engaged again with a full set. Han Fei had never endured such indignity. He retaliated with swift precision, his reputation as a high-caliber MVP not being unfounded. After countering with a full combo, Vayne was again reduced to half health. Yet, just as she replenished her health with 2 potions, she approached again fully restored. After 3 exchanges, all witnesses beheld Lucian helplessly brandishing his twin guns beneath the tower, while Vayne positioned herself behind the purple minions, occasionally glancing for an injured minion to finish off. Despite both being at full health, Lucian had exhausted his potions and could no longer afford to sustain the fight. Had Vayne not insisted on attacking minions to regain health, causing them to draw closer to his tower, he wouldn't even have been able to collect experience. Farming was a mere folly. A single engagement could leave him severely wounded. And with Vayne's abilities on cooldown, he feared she would initiate her ultimate and come after him. Is this for real? Han Fei was pinned beneath the tower. Why does it feel like this Vayne is so ferocious? She rushes in with a full combo, relentless and unyielding. This is outrageous. Is it a scam? Han Fei is a star AD from the high school league. Could it be a match-fixing situation? Surely not. The incredulous whispers surrounding him caused Han Fei to flush with embarrassment. Chapter 20. A desperate counterattack. Han Fei found himself somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend how he had been so thoroughly overwhelmed. Against any top-tier AD, he would have held his ground. Everyone was aware that the lane was his forte. In stark contrast to his ferocious prowess in the lane, team fights were his Achilles heel. Yet, this time, he was utterly decimated in the lane. If this continued, the economic disparity would only widen. He felt like a frog in gradually warming water, awaiting a slow demise. The only recourse available to him was to utilize his skills during their cooldowns, last hitting a minion or 2 with his Q or W. But he dared not engage Vayne in a war of attrition. Vayne, noticing his attempts to use Q and W, did not even flinch. She stood her ground, making her intentions clear. If you wish to hit me, go ahead. I want to evade. Strike until you're satisfied. Her audacity was astonishing, bordering on arrogance. Vayne's positioning was astutely calculated. If he aimed to Q her, he would miss the minions, compelling Lucian to make a choice. Her sole requirement was to occasionally turn and fire an arrow, maintaining a steady gaze with Lucian, effectively executing a standstill farming strategy. Lucian, however, found himself powerless against this situation. Every Q and W he unleashed upon Vayne meant sacrificing minions, as skill cooldowns were finite. A cacophony of emotions, helplessness, resentment, humiliation, overwhelmed Han Fei. He had never felt so impotent, subjected to such relentless punishment in the lane. It was not a matter of his weakness, but rather Vayne's mercilessness. Only through direct confrontation could one truly grasp the terror of the opponent. She afforded him no opportunities whatsoever. At that moment, Han Fei felt akin to a martial arts master facing a grandmaster, the latter's technique impeccable and impenetrable, leaving him unable to find a single flaw to exploit. Finally, Lucian could no longer contain himself. Observing that he had accumulated sufficient gold, he unleashed his ultimate to clear the minions. He paid no heed to Vayne standing before him, witnessing the holy gun baptism as countless bullets whizzed past her. To the onlookers, the scene was nothing short of comical. Vayne stood motionless, while Lucian positioned slightly to her left, firing his ultimate without landing a single shot on her. Almost everyone could sense Lucian's frustration, realizing that attacking Vayne was futile as she could evade his Q with ease. Yet, what was even more infuriating was that, seeing the 3 archers behind her about to be slain, Vayne, assured of her safety from Lucian's ultimate, deliberately shifted to the left, using her body to shield him from the onslaught. Was this not maddening? While others would swiftly reposition to avoid Lucian's ultimate, here was Vayne, who, having already evaded his attacks, chose to step forward and absorb the bullets. It was infuriating, almost ostentatious. Vayne managed to snatch away a few of Lucian's precious last hits, depriving him of 3 minions. Han Fei was on the verge of an explosion, his face flushed with rage, nearly leaping to his feet to unleash a torrent of curses. Have you no shame? I'm not even attacking you, yet you come forward to absorb bullets. Must one be so merciless? Had he ever heard that one should leave room for future encounters? By heavens! Had he met someone with a fiery temper, a real duel might have ensued. How much can one endure before the breaking point is reached? Nevertheless, Han Fei endured, for he had always regarded himself as a professional esports player. Lucian, feeling helpless, unleashed his QW ability, collected a minion, and retreated a few steps to the tower before returning to base. He purchased a critical strike cloak costing 730 and set forth equipped with 5 full potions. Vayne pushed the minions to the tower before she too returned to base, emerging with both the Blade of the Ruined King and the Executioner's Calling. The gap in farm had widened to nearly 50 minions, a feat achieved largely due to Lucian's adept skill usage, where several times he managed to strike 2 or 3 minions with a single Q or W. Lucian attempted to confront Vayne, hoping to whittle down her health while securing some minions, for he boasted considerable burst damage. However, in a direct confrontation, he found himself at a disadvantage. Just as he approached with a Q, Vayne, devoid of restraint, activated her ultimate ability, Final Hour, and rolled forward. The Blade of the Ruined King represented Vayne's most formidable moment, making it impossible for him to contend effectively. Lucian took several hits, and the lifesteal from the blade left his health bar below half, prompting an immediate flash to escape beneath the tower. Yet, Vayne had no intention of letting him go. Like a relentless hound, she too flashed into the tower's vicinity. Vayne's overwhelming pursuit capability rendered escape futile as she charged in, brazenly attacking him under the tower. Lucian could only counterattack, and both activated their healing abilities simultaneously. Sensing his precarious health, Lucian retreated with an E ability, creating some distance, and unleashed his freshly cooled ultimate, firing a barrage of bullets. The distance gained allowed Vayne to absorb additional tower damage. One must commend this as a moment of astute judgment. Yet he understood, based on his professional estimation of health, that his demise was still imminent. Even with his ultimate active, Vayne could withstand a couple of tower shots, while he feared that one well-placed combo would seal his fate. The rapidity with which Vayne could execute her 3-hit combo far surpassed the 2 basic attacks from the tower. If he were to fall first, the first blood would undoubtedly belong to her. He would lose. It was over. He had never anticipated such a defeat, and a crushing one at that. Yet, unexpectedly, Vayne momentarily froze, seemingly lost in thought, then executed a backward roll, absorbing a tower shot, deftly avoiding the bullets from his ultimate, and with over 200 health remaining, she fled the tower's range, having no intention of pursuing him further. Han Fei blinked, feeling a surreal sense of having survived a near-death experience. His heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking his back. Had his opponent miscalculated? Had she faltered, unwilling to engage? Perhaps not everyone possessed his caliber of health estimation. She might have presumed he would fall first, with such a substantial advantage. She likely hesitated to be overly aggressive. Playing it safe could still lead to victory. He had managed to reclaim a life, yet he feared he could not escape the clutches of defeat. At that moment, Xia Xian's expression remained inscrutable, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen, leaving others unable to discern his thoughts. To onlookers, it appeared Xia Xian had made the correct judgment. In a fierce tower dive, determining who would perish first was uncertain. Nevertheless, Vayne's fervor had etched itself deeply into the minds of the spectators. This is a mad dog, charging headlong without granting a moment's reprieve, not even allowing an opening remark. Even sworn enemies, upon encountering one another, would typically afford the other a chance to speak. Upon returning to the base, Xia Xian found himself in a dire state, with a broken red cross and a blood-sucking staff, while Lucian merely wielded an infinity edge and a critical strike cloak. Xia Xian boasted an advantage of over 2,000 gold, nearly equivalent to a complete major item. The disparity in minion farming was glaringly apparent. In the control room, Wang Shui could no longer suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Xia Xian held a significant advantage, and barring any reckless maneuvers, victory seemed almost assured. He had faith in Xia Xian's prowess, but feared his propensity for recklessness, a common flaw among many skilled players. The recent reckless tower dive nearly led to disaster, sending his heart racing as a single tower shot could have spelled defeat. Fortunately, he managed to escape. Damn it. Be careful. That money is mine. If you lose, you owe me. he exclaimed, frustration boiling over. Haha, it seems that 50,000 is within my grasp. His classmates chuckled, congratulations. What do you intend to treat me to? Eat, you damn fool. Wang Shui suddenly leapt up, eyes wide, unable to contain his expletives as he fixated on the screen. Just when everyone believed Vayne was poised to control the lane and gradually widen her lead, she unexpectedly went berserk, attacking minions before unleashing her ultimate. Rolling into the tower and pinning Lucian against the wall. Lucian barely had time to react. He could not fathom Vayne's sudden burst of fervor, especially when he was still at full health. Even if he were a stunning beauty, she was not one to methodically shed her garments before launching an assault. Vayne, brimming with confidence, stood her ground, unleashing a flurry of attacks that swiftly took away more than half of Lucian's health. Simultaneously, Lucian's stun dissipated. He executed a rapid sequence of moves, QA, EAA, and WA, flowing seamlessly without a moment's pause, showcasing skills that rivaled those of Xia Xian. Truly deserving of his title as a prodigious youth. Since Xia Xian did not reposition, all his abilities landed perfectly. Following his onslaught, Lucian activated his ultimate, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Vayne, while the tower also targeted her. The words First Blood flashed across the screen, alongside the avatars of Vayne and Lucian. As the onlookers focused their gaze, it became clear that Lucian had claimed First Blood, while Vayne lay defeated, Lucian standing amidst the chaos with just over 100 health. Hands raised in confusion towards the sky. This victory could be deemed fortunate. Had Vayne landed another hit, his demise would have been inevitable. Most of the newcomers had not witnessed Xia Xian's Lucian's combos from the previous day and were astonished by Han Fei's execution. So fast. Did you see that? Not really. I only caught glimpses of light, and then Lucian unleashed his ultimate, Vayne's health bar plummeting instantly. Indeed, a true prodigy, he can win even in such a manner. Indeed. It is no wonder that they clinched the championship in the high school league. The sequence of moves was simply dazzling, delivering 6 rapid attacks within a second, alongside 3 skills. Such speed is truly remarkable. No one cares about the process. Only the outcome matters, especially in this exhilarating comeback scenario. Everyone was immersed in Lucian's final, desperate counterattack. Vayne was far too overconfident. Boldly entering the tower at full health without any defensive items, Lucian swiftly eliminated him. Lucian was undeniably impressive. I, too, must practice diligently to impress the ladies. With skills akin to a novice, it may take me a decade to reach that level. Oh, please. I am the type of person whose charm is not immediately apparent. Undoubtedly, this internet CAF will soon be swept up in a brief Lucian craze. Xia Xian stood up, his face expressionless. I have lost. He shook his head in regret, lamenting, what a pity, if only I could have landed one more hit. It would have made all the difference. He extended his hand to Han Fei. Han Fei, still somewhat shaken, reciprocated the gesture, acknowledging that his opponent had underestimated Lucian's explosive potential, recklessly standing under the tower without repositioning. Perhaps luck had favored him, granting a few critical hits. The 250 critical damage from Infinity Edge is not to be trifled with, or else he might not have secured the victory. His success indeed bore a hint of fortune. Thank you, you are truly formidable, Han Fei said, wiping the sweat from his brow, his already tousled hair appearing even more disheveled due to the perspiration. Thank you. This prize is yours. Until next time, Xia Xian replied before exiting the room. Inside the management office, Wang Shui was fuming, nearly bursting with rage as he watched the 50,000 yuan, just within his reach, slip away before his eyes. With a fierce expression, he muttered, "Damn it. I ought to have someone break his hand, teach him a lesson for being so audacious." Yet, he realized that this fool could still be of use. He would soon graduate from high school and could work for him, earning him a fair amount of money. It would be unwise to sever ties now. However, he could not swallow his indignation. As he pondered, Xia Xian had already entered the management office, his demeanor earnest. "Brother Wang, I sincerely apologize. I have squandered your expectations once more." Chapter 21. No more losses. Wang Shui was nearly provoked to leap up and berate Xia Xian, pointing an accusing finger at him. However, upon reflection, he realized that he still needed to profit from Xia Xian in the future. This lad was akin to a treasure trove, and thus, He chose to endure his ire. With great effort, he suppressed the urge to call for someone to intervene and halt Xia Xian's antics. Adopting a facade of amiability, he smiled and remarked, "Xiao Xian, you truly are excessively reckless. I understand that such flamboyance is a common flaw among adept players, but you must temper it. I have cautioned you numerous times. Be mindful next time." "Yes, I shall certainly heed your advice," Xia Xian replied, his expression radiating sincerity, an earnestness laced with a hint of regret, and a sorrow tinged with a sense of lamentation, as if his heart were deeply tormented by his own missteps, suffering acutely. Wang Shui continued, "Well, you see, you owe me 50,000 yuan. But I shan't hold it against you, considering our good rapport." At this, Xia Xian finally exhaled in relief and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Wang. However, once your college entrance examinations conclude, come to me. I will assign you tasks, ensuring you have an unending stream of work and ample earnings." "Certainly. Where else could I go? Apart from League of Legends, I possess no other skills," Xia Xian replied with a beaming smile as he exited the internet CAF. Faintly hearing the sound of a cup shattering within, the discussions among the patrons continued, but he had little inclination to pay them any mind. Several classmates, including Lu Ming and the rotund Mao Peng, attempted to find him, prompting him to hastily slip out the back door of the CAF. To his surprise, Xu Yuewu awaited him outside. "Oh, you haven't left yet?" she inquired with a smile. "How are you feeling?" "Somewhat disheartened. I can't believe I lost. In truth, I pondered whether you would win or lose before the match, yet I did not anticipate such an outcome," Xia Xian sighed, shaking his head. "I was too reckless. Too showy." "Showy, indeed. Keep pretending," Xu Yuewu retorted with an exasperated glance. "I never would have guessed you possessed such a cunning side. I nearly thought you were destined to fail." The conclusion was bittersweet. Victory intertwined with defeat, a resolution Xu Yuewu had never contemplated. As Xia Xian caught a glimpse of her beautiful eyes, he refrained from responding, wisely opting to evade the topic. This woman was far too astute. Before they had ventured far, Xia Xian felt a sudden tug at his neck, followed by the sensation of being effortlessly lifted off the ground. "Hey, what are you doing? Is it necessary to resort to violence after winning the match?" Xu Yuewu exclaimed in alarm. Han Fei, gripping Xia Xian's collar, hoisted him up, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Winning the match? Huh, don't make me laugh." His languid gaze now brimmed with predatory intensity, unblinking as it fixed on Xia Xian. "What do you mean? I regard you as a worthy opponent, genuinely seeking to challenge you. Yet you chose to throw the match? You hold me in contempt, do you? Is this your way of insulting me?" Fury radiated from Han Fei, and he seemed ready to deliver a punch to Xia Xian's face. Xia Xian remained composed, replying calmly, "I do not comprehend your meaning." "Not comprehending? Let me clarify. Why did you fail to reposition in the final clash? Lucian's combos are most susceptible to an opponent's movement. With a mere sidestep, they can be entirely evaded. I can concede that you may have been overconfident, but you neglected to utilize the blade of the ruined king. Don't claim you forgot. Judging by Vayne's response, I can tell by your speed that you've played her at least over 2,000 matches. It's inconceivable that you would overlook the blade. After extensive play, using it becomes instinctual. It requires no conscious thought, not even a glance to activate. At that moment, had you taken a breath, I would have perished. You blatantly threw the match." Han Fei's voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of the scant bystanders, who eagerly anticipated the ensuing spectacle of conflict between the two. Han Fei possessed the pride of an esports competitor. He could accept defeat and the reality of his inferior skills. He would forever remember this loss until the day he could reclaim his honor. Thus, while he found himself utterly suppressed, he felt anger and humiliation. As a champion AD, to be relegated to such a pitiful state despite having an advantageous hero was infuriating. Yet, he could bear the momentary indignity, for he yearned to savor the sweeter fruits of victory in the future. What he could not abide was the blatant act of throwing a match that could have been won. This was an affront not only to him, but also to the integrity of their competition and, indeed, to esports itself. Match fixing. Upon noticing the growing crowd, Xia Xian realized there was no escaping the situation. He glanced at the distant milk tea shop and decided that would be the place to talk. The three entered a secluded corner of the tea shop, where Xia Xian observed Han Fei's resolute gaze, aflame with a fierce spirit for esports, and felt an inexplicable urge to be honest with him. Thus, he recounted the situation in broad strokes. He then apologized, saying, "If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. I merely wish to avoid being treated like a fool with such blatant disregard. I didn't mean to overthink it." Han Fei replied earnestly, "Of course. This is an affront. I exerted every ounce of effort in the match. Even with such a significant equipment disparity, I had to grit my teeth and endure. Though I have cursed you 100 times in my heart, down to your ancestors, I have harbored those thoughts." At this, Han Fei bashfully scratched his head and added, "Please don't scold me. I've been reduced to a pitiful state, and I should not be forbidden from harboring a few resentful thoughts about you." Xia Xian chuckled, finding Han Fei to be quite genuine. He preferred conversing with an authentic rogue rather than facing a hypocrite. Han Fei continued, "I accept my inferiority in skill. However, as an esports competitor, one must uphold a modicum of esports spirit. At the very least, one should treat every opponent with seriousness. Match fixing is the gravest insult to esports. To both you and me, I hope you can also respect yourself." Xia Xian had not anticipated that the seemingly disheveled and carefree Han Fei would adopt such a serious demeanor when discussing esports. "Esports spirit, what is that?" he thought. Yet he sincerely replied, "I apologize. I truly did not intend to insult you. I am merely a substitute player and have never participated in an esports competition. Forget it. I shall forgive you this time, for the other party has indeed overstepped their bounds. What does it mean to claim winnings as his own while demanding compensation for losses? Any man would find this intolerable, and it's no wonder you chose to play a trick on him. Haha, splendid. I admire your audacity." Xu Yuewu could not help but voice her thoughts. It would truly be a pity if there were no altercation, for I was eager to witness Xia Xian in a brawl. Han Fei, seemingly engrossed in the realm of esports, only now became aware of Xu Yuewu. His expression one of astonishment. "Goodness, not only are you formidable, but your girlfriend is also exceptionally beautiful. How can you allow others to breathe?" "No, she is merely a classmate." I understand. Xia Xian was puzzled as to why everyone assumed Xu Yuewu was his girlfriend, especially since she appeared disinterested in refuting the notion. "By the way, I have 3 inquiries for you. Answer them truthfully." Han Fei suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Xia Xian nodded. "Go ahead." "Firstly, regarding that moment in the level 2 bush, I was indeed flustered by your sudden assault. You actually flashed in at full health to confront me. Had I not fled, who would have perished first? I cannot say for certain. I only possess a 50% certainty. Let's call it even. 50-50, and you still flashed in at full health to challenge me?" Xia Xian chuckled, asserting that one must never yield in spirit. Once the momentum is lost, the game feels half lost. "I truly admire you," Han Fei declared, giving a thumbs up. "That aggressive return with an E-flash certainly caught me off guard. It seems you two lacked confidence, merely trying to bluff me." For the second question, during that first tower dive, if you had come in to withstand my ultimate and kill me, who do you believe would have been the first to die? Without a doubt, you would have perished first. Upon your demise, I possess the talent to reclaim 5% of my health from each kill, and I might not even need to die. Of course, even if I did die, I would have secured first blood, thus claiming victory. Han Fei suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "You perceive that? I thought it was only I who had noticed. It seems I have been too arrogant, underestimating the prowess of others, as you had no intention of winning at that time." For the third question, what do you plan to do next? Continue as a substitute player? I am still contemplating. I haven't made any decisions. Do you have a dream? A dream? Yes, a dream. I believe every esports player harbors that vision of standing on the grand stage, donning the crown of world champion, planting our national flag amidst the throngs of spectators, and etching our names into the annals of esports history. Given your talents, do not say you have never envisioned that day. Xia Xian candidly replied, "I haven't thought about it." Han Fei nearly stumbled. "You must think about it, and think about it now. I believe you will soon come to realize this. Do you know how many years we have been overshadowed by each country? I dream of hoisting our nation's flag at the highest point." Xia Xian found himself at a loss for words. Do you understand why I wish to engage you in a solo match? It is because, upon witnessing your rapturous state during the competition yesterday, I knew you share the same fervor for esports as I do. Our innate talents are destined to be showcased on the esports stage. He perceived that both individuals were alike, ensnared by the intoxicating allure of esports. Entranced by the rapidity of their fingers, the instantaneous reactions, the divine awareness, the clash of wills, and the fervent mental collisions that ignited a dazzling spark. It was only within the fervent arena of competitive gaming that they truly belonged. Whenever the topic of competition arose, a radiant joy illuminated Han Fei's visage, his eyes shimmering with longing. Xia Xian felt a sense of familiarity in Han Fei's expression, as though he had encountered it before, and replied earnestly, "I shall consider it." "All right, the National University League awaits you. Let us not part ways. Moreover, ADCs are not meant for dueling. It is only in team battles where one can truly shine as an AD. I have yet to concede defeat." As Han Fei departed, he could not resist justifying himself. A testament to his unyielding nature, he exchanged phone numbers with Xia Xian, agreeing to meet at the National University League. Xia Xian chuckled, observing Han Fei's retreating figure. "He is not too bad, actually." Shu Yuewu scoffed, "I do not like him. He appears too disheveled. His clothes seem to have gone unwashed for days, and his hair resembles a bird's nest, truly filthy." This marked Shu Yuewu's first encounter with someone who had the audacity to inquire about her male companion's phone number while neglecting to ask for hers, which she deemed a blatant affront. Xia Xian questioned, "Do you know what the spirit of esports embodies?" Shu Yuewu shrugged, "Unity, camaraderie, mutual assistance, fairness, and justice." "Oh." Xia Xian mused, resting his chin upon his hand. "That spirit seems rather ineffectual." Had Han Fei heard such words, he would have surely spun around to contest him vehemently. Upon exiting the tea shop, Xia Xian glanced at the enchanting and alluring Shu Yuewu, astonished to find himself once again accompanying her home. How had their relationship evolved to such a degree? Were they already friends? Shu Yuewu inquired, "What are your thoughts on defeating the champion ADC in the high school league?" "I did not win. The outcome was my defeat. He has acknowledged your prowess. What more do you desire? A loss is still a loss." "It is rather disheartening, I assure you." Throughout their journey, Shu Yuewu remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. Xia Xian too was quiet, contemplating the future. While coaching could indeed provide some pocket money, he felt it was not a sustainable path, and it was time to sever ties with Wang Shui. University, leagues, professionalism, and prizes danced through his mind. Coaching could serve as a side endeavor to earn a little cash. However, pursuing a professional career was not merely a matter of desire. One needed to be recognized and invited. The preliminary step toward a professional team was relatively straightforward: the university clubs. Wang Shui's actions had indirectly propelled Xia Xian forward, solidifying his resolve. Gazing at the ethereal sky adorned with wispy clouds, Xia Xian felt a clarity wash over him. It was time to stride toward greater horizons and test his capabilities, to see if he could forge a clear sky for the nights ahead. Next time, he vowed resolutely, he would not accept defeat again. Chapter 22, Distinctive Assistance and AD. Honestly, Shu Yuewu felt quite disillusioned with Han Fei. Despite all the praise he had received, the reality fell short of expectations. Throughout the match, he was relentlessly suppressed under the tower by Xia Xian, who merely stood before him. Yet Han Fei lacked the courage to retaliate. The entire encounter was rather dull, lacking the anticipated excitement. It was almost one-sided. Had it not been for Xia Xian's indifference to winning, Han Fei would have perished countless times under the tower by now. Has the high school league diminished to such a degree? How could such an AD claim the championship? In her mind, she envisioned a back-and-forth battle, filled with thrilling escapes and peak maneuvers, which would have made for a captivating spectacle. In reality, the notions of strength and weakness are relative. From the moment the fierce Han Fei was cornered under the tower by Xia Xian, the outcome seemed almost predetermined. It was not that Han Fei was particularly weak, but rather that Xia Xian's dominance was overwhelming. Reclining on her bed, she bit into an apple and opened her notebook. A quick search for Han Fei online revealed an abundance of news articles, and to her surprise, there were numerous highlight reels showcasing his skills. Intrigued, she clicked on one, finding it quite impressive. Why then could he not demonstrate such prowess today? It resembled a father chastising his son. He was forced to cower beneath the tower, squandering his potential. Only his final combo was commendable, yet even that Xia Xian could execute, and with greater speed. Zhu Shaoxian messaged her on QQ, inquiring about the match's conclusion. Xu Yuewu replied curtly, "Stop pestering me. I just got home and need a moment to breathe. You can watch the replay yourself." Who won? Han Fei. As expected, he triumphed. My brother mentioned his exceptional skills in lane. It's no surprise that he outmatched his opponent. The two girls then delved into typical topics of conversation. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaosong attentively scrutinized the video, convinced of Xia Xian's potential and eager to recruit him to Jiangnan University. His expression, square and serious, morphed into one of astonishment as he watched. While others may overlook the subtleties, he discerned the details of their play. The pivotal moment with Vayne had established a commanding presence, transitioning from Lucian pressuring Vayne to Vayne asserting dominance over Lucian. Vayne's positioning exuded an intense pressure, her body poised to advance and threaten Lucian's last hits. It could be described as ferocious, so fierce it was almost terrifying. Vayne was communicating a clear message to Lucian: "I am ready to engage you at any moment." In truth, he believed their skill levels were evenly matched. Yet Lucian appeared visibly intimidated by Vayne's imposing aura. Such pressure is often imperceptible to those entrenched in the fray. Yet he could vividly imagine Han Fei gasping for breath under the suffocating weight of Vayne's aggression. Upon reaching level 6, Vayne's ferocity escalated. She initiated her ultimate ability with reckless abandon, charging directly into the tower. Although she had a clear advantage in equipment, such audacity was staggering. This undoubtedly left Lucian in a state of disarray. One could only conclude that her approach was excessively ruthless and forceful, effectively demoralizing Lucian and exacerbating the gap in their last hits, thereby sealing her victory. However, he harbored two reservations regarding Xia Xian's awareness, believing it to be insufficient. Firstly, upon entering the tower, despite having the ability to secure a kill, one fled, indicating a lack of awareness. Furthermore, the reckless demise at the end was excessive. Even the use of the ruined item proved futile. Such recklessness could lead the entire team to annihilation. Nevertheless, there is tremendous potential, with proper guidance. One could be cultivated significantly. In his heart, Zhu Xiaosong silently categorized Xia Xian's skill level as a minus, while Han Fei was deemed a level. Han Fei exhibited commendable resilience under pressure and strong teamfighting abilities. One cannot simply assume that Xia Xian could be compared to Han Fei based on a single match. However, with diligent training, Xia Xian could potentially reach Han Fei's level. While preparing dinner at home, Xia Xian unexpectedly received a phone call. "Hello. I am the brother of Xu Yuewu's friend and also the president of the League of Legends Club at Jiangnan University. She mentioned you possess considerable skill in League of Legends. Currently, various universities are vigorously supporting the esports industry, and I have 2 special admission slots available. Have you considered attending Jiangnan University?" Jiangnan University? Indeed, they were among the top 4 in last year's National University League of Legends tournament. If you are interested, you could call this number to discuss further. Of course, there is a small assessment, but should you pass, I can facilitate your admission. Could you allow me to think it over? Certainly. Just give me a call once you've made your decision. Xia Xian did not ponder for long. His thoughts were straightforward. He would pursue whatever was profitable. First, he would practice his account and then engage in solo matches. Upon returning to class the next day, Xia Xian found himself surrounded by a group of boys, all eager to hear about his experience in a solo match against Han Fei. They were all abuzz with excitement, bombarding him with questions, so one might think he had emerged victorious. They now believed Xia Xian had at least reached diamond level and clamored to duo with him, making it impossible for him to maintain a low profile. Fortunately, as everyone faced the pressure of impending college entrance exams, they have become considerably more restrained. Among those not in a hurry were Xia Xian and Xu Yuewu. Xia Xian had adopted a carefree attitude, feeling that worrying was futile, while Xu Yuewu was excelling academically, assured of a place in a top-tier university. Moreover, she was said to have numerous awards in dance, art, and other fields from various provinces and cities, which would significantly bolster her application. This woman's multifaceted talents left others in awe. Consequently, every evening, Xia Xian had to dedicate several hours to helping Xu Yuwu rank up. His personal skills were exceptionally prominent. In the silver, gold, and platinum tiers, he favored playing jungle or mid lane, typically managing to secure a kill within 10 to 15 minutes, often rendering opponents inactive. Choosing ADC, however, extended the development phase, and he preferred a more efficient climb. This ensured that their ranking efficiency was remarkably swift. Regardless of Xu Yuewu's playstyle, as long as she did not feed, losing was a challenge. Yet, her demanding nature soon revealed itself. You are not allowed to play other positions. You must play bot lane. I will support you while you play ADC. It is undoubtedly more enjoyable when we play together. Xia Xian thought to himself that he might as well comply, given that he was being compensated. Although playing ADC extended the duration of their matches, the win rate was high. After 30 minutes, the ADC could take control of the game, showcasing their value in full measure. As they progressed to higher tiers, the following scenarios began to unfold. In the game, Xu Yuewu, embodying the Wind Maiden, adorned with the Blade of Thievery, gleefully targeted the opposing heroes from behind the minions, pocketing a tidy sum with each strike. A mere hit yielded 5 gold coins. Her path to prosperity appeared promising. However, upon casually glancing back, she was taken aback to find Little Cannon had ventured toward the second tower. Why have you returned to base? The minions are about to breach the tower, and you have yet to farm, she exclaimed, noting that indeed, the minions had advanced toward the tower. Simultaneously, 2 burly figures emerged from the rear, stealthily navigating through the triangular brush, joining the mid laner, jungler, ADC, and support, swiftly forming an impromptu gathering akin to a mahjong table in the bottom lane. The Wind Maiden, left with no choice, transformed into a whirlwind, dissipating beneath the relentless assault of 4 adversaries. Xu Yuewu, at that moment, was enveloped in frustration. Such occurrences were not infrequent. For instance, when she and Xia Xian departed from their home and arrived at the lane, a casual auto-attack was interrupted as 3 formidable foes leaped from the brush, overpowering her delicate form and pinning her to the ground. A glance back revealed Xia Xian standing idly beneath the tower, watching her demise unfold. It was clear he was aware of the lurking danger. While she acknowledged Xia Xian's formidable awareness and exceptional individual prowess, she lamented his failure to provide a timely warning. In exasperation, Xu Yuewu typed on the screen, "Why didn't you inform me?" Alas, it was too late. Did you merely watch as I perished? I shall equip myself for revenge. After a brief pause, Xia Xian added, "Alternatively, you could invest in some wards." "I prefer to focus on my items," she retorted. Over time, they had both grown acquainted with each other's habits. Xia Xian was a man of few words during gameplay, regardless of others' opinions. He remained indifferent and rarely commented on their performance, save for the occasional remark during pivotal team fights. Even when he knew an ally was about to meet their end, he would merely observe, having cultivated a habit of focusing solely on his own play, striving to carry the game, which honed his exceptional skills and awareness. Whether this was commendable or not remained debatable. Xu Yuewu, on the other hand, exhibited a pronounced flaw typical of lower-ranked players, her aversion to placing wards in favor of acquiring items. Warding stone? 800 gold? Are you jesting? With that, I could enhance my ability power by 40. A 75 gold ward is used once and gone? What a waste of resources. Consequently, the bottom lane remained shrouded in darkness. Had it been any other ADC, despair would have set in, yet Xia Xian remained unfazed. Xu Yuewu's frustration mounted. Not only did this individual fail to rescue her, but he also watched her demise unfold with indifference. Xia Xian, let us establish a new rule. Henceforth, whenever I perish, you too must charge into death. That would make victory even more elusive, he retorted. Let us increase the stakes. They swiftly reached a consensus, raising the stakes to 2,000, bringing their practice fee to a total of 10,000. She who dances with flowers, purchasing happiness with money. You wish for my demise? Very well, I shall take you along with me. I find joy in this. Xia Xian exchanges suffering for wealth. And as he witnesses Xu on the brink of death, he can only make a desperate attempt, hoping to salvage even a small victory. If he cannot, he shall sacrifice himself. It is commendable that he has managed to elevate Xu Yu, a mere silver support, to the rank of diamond. Seeing him sacrifice himself brings Shuyu more joy than if she had claimed to kill herself, for Xia Xian is notably difficult to vanquish. Yet, should she perish, she would face her own end, which provides her with a fleeting sense of accomplishment. She muses, "You hide now, don't you? You stand under the tower, watching me be trampled upon. Now you understand the importance of protecting me, the noble act of a hero rescuing a damsel, don't you?" A peculiar phenomenon emerges in the Diamond Tier's bottom lane. To minimize Shuyu's deaths and to prevent her teammates from chastising her for not purchasing wards, which could lead to a cascade of mutual insults. Ultimately resulting in a disconnect, Xia Xian decides to buy a ward. Indeed, this AD player gathers 800 coins and returns home to acquire a ward stone, which is quite a prudent investment. For each time Shuyu falls, it signifies a loss for him as well. 2 deaths, coupled with an assist, would grant the enemy around 1,000 coins, whereas his expenditure of 800 on a ward is far more advantageous. Each year brings its share of oddities, and this one is particularly rife with them, supports opting for hats, and ADs purchasing ward stones. After much contemplation, Xia Xian concludes that a particular support would suit Shuyu perfectly. "Shuyu, if you are pleased, why not consider selecting Star Mother, known as the esports poison milk? The milk of despair, you would merely stand behind me to heal while I engage in battle, taking the brunt of the conflict. If trouble arises, I shall shield you, and you can flee. What say you?" "That depends on my mood," she replies. "If I am in good spirits, I may choose. And what might lift your spirits?" "Humph, that depends on how you amuse me. At present, my mood is rather poor." This is not merely practice. It feels akin to being a maidservant to a young lady. Xia Xian feels a sense of grievance, thinking, "I am but a trainer. Must I also bear the responsibility of keeping the young lady entertained?" In these times, being a trainer is challenging, but being a substitute for a young lady's whims is even more daunting. Chapter 23. You are doomed. Well, I inadvertently achieved Diamond 1. An amazed message of praise arrived from Shu Yuewu, exclaiming, "Incredible! Even someone as inept as I am has managed to reach Diamond 1 with your guidance. It feels as though I have contributed little in each game, and yet, here I am, unexpectedly at this rank." Xia Xian responded, "Congratulations. Shouldn't I be the one congratulating you?" He mused inwardly, secretly delighted, thinking that once you ascend a level further, you shall be liberated from my meager silver rank. Your current gameplay and awareness are undoubtedly above Platinum and Zone 1, barring your inability to produce any gem shards. What, are you trying to curry favor with me? I'm merely stating the truth. In truth, Shu Yuewu felt similarly. She had consistently followed Xia Xian in every match, assisting him closely. Wherever Xia Xian went, she followed, hiding in the bushes alongside him. Over time, she absorbed a great deal of knowledge, having observed many of Xia Xian's subtle maneuvers and attention to detail, which inevitably enriched her own skills. This time, I'll let you off. Which skin do you think is the most visually appealing for Vayne? The Heartseeker Huntress, of course. Given its special effects. Within 2 minutes, a notification of a gift appeared. Upon opening it, she discovered she had received the Heartseeker Huntress skin. Truly, I find you remarkable. You've garnered so many of my firsts. To an outsider, it might seem as though there was something more between them. Typically, it was others who gifted her skins. But with him, it had turned into her gifting him one instead. Considering your commendable performance, I suppose this shall serve as a reward. 129 yuan? Indeed. I would rather you convert it to cash for me. Skins do not enhance attributes. You lack any sense of appreciation. In moments like these, one should express boundless joy and gratitude towards me, perhaps even utter a few grandiloquent phrases about being willing to toil endlessly and face any peril for my sake. If I were pleased, I might just gift you 10 or 8 skins in return. Thank you. With no future in sight. That Night username, has he ever gifted you a skin? I've mentioned this several times. He is my younger brother. Xia Xian's ID was Love Night, which led Shu Yuewu to believe that Night was Xia Xian's concealed girlfriend. I refuse to believe that you are so distasteful as to adopt a name like Love Night. It was her choice, not mine. I still refuse to believe it. By the way, Xia Yi also has her own QQ and gaming account, with the ID Love Xian, though she rarely plays. Typically, the two of them play on Xia Xian's account together. Never mind. From now on, You shall carry my skin. The skin represents my presence. You must strive to win diligently, understood? Do not bring me shame. Deliver a stellar debut. Xu Yuewu was as excited as a child who had just received a new toy. Xia Xian glanced out at the night sky. Xia Yi had long since fallen into a deep slumber. It's 11 o'clock. Are you still playing? Did you not say that staying up late is detrimental to a girl's complexion? Of course. Especially when you're about to secure your first victory while wearing my skin. Very well. As they entered the ranked queue, the opposing team Southbot lane selected Draven and Thresh. When discussing the champions that Vayne fears the most, Draven undoubtedly takes the top spot. A mere 2 auto attacks from Vayne would likely pale in comparison to a single strike from Draven. This is especially true when paired with a formidable support like Thresh. Summer Xian felt compelled to inquire, "Are you absolutely certain you want to select Vayne?" "Why not?" replied Xu Yuewu, blissfully unaware of the dread that accompanies Vayne being ensnared by Thresh's hook. "Well, if we can't secure our first victory, perhaps we could at least avoid our first defeat." "You go to hell. I will strangle you," Summer Xian retorted silently as he locked in Vayne, opting for the skin Heartseeker Vayne, which was his first skin. If no one else gifted him another, it would likely remain his soul skin. His steadfast principle was that, rather than purchasing a flashy yet useless $10 skin that contributed nothing to his rank, it would be wiser to invest in a bowl of rice. Yet, he couldn't deny that it indeed looked rather appealing. Summer Xian felt a sense of joy, but his teammates were far from pleased. "You certainly have confidence." Selecting Vayne against Draven and Thresh. Sigh. It seems the bot lane is destined for a father-son showdown. Just don't disconnect. As the game commenced, Xu Yuewu could not contain her curiosity. "I'm Diamond 1, you're Diamond 5. Why are we matched against 7 Masters and 1 Grandmaster? This doesn't tee it up." "It must be due to the high win rate. The system defaults to concealing hidden ranks," replied Summer Xian. Xu Yuewu chuckled. "A Grandmaster Draven? I ask you, are you intimidated by this Diamond 5 novice?" "Absolutely. Don't be frightened. A Diamond 1 player will carry you to glory. Just stick behind me and try not to die. My damage output is high." With high damage output, Xu Yuewu chose the champion Soraka. The 3 other teammates felt a sense of apprehension. Why does it feel like these 2 clowns in the bot lane have already crumbled before the match even began? How on earth did we end up against a Diamond 5 player? If I win just one more game, I'll reach Grandmaster. This is disastrous. Faced with a Draven boasting a 62 win rate over 500 matches versus Vayne's 49 win rate over 200 matches, one could only lament. A champion's prowess is often reflected in their win rate, particularly for those with numerous games played, which further emphasizes their objective skill. Of course, Summer Xian, who had played over 100 games of Vayne in Bronze 5 against Xia Yi, did not count in this equation. Xu Yuewu reassured Summer Xian, "Don't worry. His Vayne is quite skilled. There's always a chance." "What chance?" "If Draven disconnects, then we have a chance." Summer Xian was at a loss for words. This woman never missed an opportunity to undermine him in the game. Seemingly more delighted by his demise than by securing kills herself, the bot lane was proving to be a daunting challenge. Soraka lacked damage, and seizing level 2 was impossible against Draven and Thresh. Thus, the 2 embarked on a prolonged journey of turtle defense under the tower. Anyone who has faced this knows precisely how challenging it is for Vayne to contend against Thresh and Draven alone. Should she be hooked, despite Soraka's healing, she would undoubtedly be left severely wounded. Even if she managed to approach to last-hit minions, a few auto-attacks from the duo would leave her in a precarious state. The notion of trading blows was laughable. Were it not for the apprehension regarding their blind monk jungler, Draven and Thresh would likely have already flanked behind the minions, denying the 2 any experience. Regrettably, following the alarming news of our team's casualties in both the top and mid lanes, we found ourselves in a dire predicament. Having lost control of the river, Xu Yuewu sensed the presence of 2 archers lurking in the enemy's backline, while Xia Xian hesitated to approach for a last hit, deeming it a waste. Attempting to secure a couple of minions, she fell victim to Thresh's cunning, as his hook latched onto her vulnerable chest. Despite Xia Xian's desperate effort to push Draven away, she ultimately succumbed to his relentless assault. In accordance with Xu Yuewu's unreasonable demands, Xia Xian perished, and she was not permitted to survive either. In her last moments, she managed to strike a few minions, gloriously sacrificing herself. This calamity only compounded our misfortunes. Draven, benefiting from his passive, amassed an additional 400 to 500 gold from the kill, thus directly increasing his economic advantage by over 1,000 gold from 2 takedowns, plunging our bottom lane into utter chaos. As if that weren't enough, Xiao Xian's equipment suffered a devastating blow. With the Greed Blade and Ice Stone in her possession, an item Shu Yuewu refused to procure, she had no choice but to rely on her own greed for financial gain. The opposing Draven suddenly spoke. Vayne, I know you. You were the one who soloed against Han Fei last time, right? Xiao Xian was taken aback, realizing that she had unwittingly gained notoriety alongside Han Fei. The truth was that it was not her fame that mattered, but rather the heightened attention the enemy paid to Han Fei. Draven was none other than Sun Di, the runner-up AD from that time, who had harbored lofty ambitions for the championship trophy. Little did he expect to be thwarted by Han Fei in the finals. Coming so close to victory only to suffer defeat, it was impossible for him to disregard such a failure. Honestly, just go AFK. Don't embarrass yourself any further, Draven taunted. He was already clad in a Stormblade and an 875 gold pickaxe, in addition to a mystical sword that had reached 12 stacks due to several skirmishes. The disparity in strength was such that it was no longer a mere father-son match, but rather a grandfather versus grandson scenario, characterized by sheer brutality. With nearly 300 attack power, 1Q would nearly deal 500 damage, leading to an instant demise for Vayne. Our teammates were on the verge of surrendering. Goodness. The bottom lane is in shambles. We've lost this match. Indeed, upon seeing Draven, one could only question the confidence behind choosing Vayne. If all else failed, one might as well remain under the tower to farm, but how could one possibly survive against his onslaught? The jungler was a squishy widow, lacking resilience. My God. You still bought Ice Stone? I am utterly bewildered. Why do I keep encountering such incompetence? Let's just wait for 20 minutes and call it a day. In high-stakes matches, it is not uncommon to witness teammates succumbing to despair. In scenarios with a 9-to-2 kill ratio, it often leads to players going AFK and shifting blame. Xiao Xian merely suggested, let us give it a shot. There might be a chance. Yet, the prospect seemed hopeless, akin to the futility of a single glance over a millennium. Xiao Xian was entirely oblivious to the connection. Little did she realize that a solitary glance over the ages had been criticized throughout the match, yet still bore the burden of teammates eager to surrender. In a remarkable display, a lone player achieved a pentakill amidst the devastation of their team, single-handedly pushing towards the enemy's nexus, illustrating the solitude that often accompanies mastery. It is essential to understand that this is a match for the elite, not a bronze match. That battle has been heralded by many ADCs as Vayne's redemption, igniting a fervor for her that lasted for several months, with the video still reigning supreme atop the charts. Shu Wei mused, let them criticize. Let them disparage the newly released Eye of Lethality. She relished such adversity, for it rendered the experience all the more exhilarating. After all, a straightforward victory is far from entertaining. Draven remarked, has that pathetic Han Fei resorted to merely bullying the weak now, to be engaged in a duel with someone so inept? You are doomed. What? Before Draven's eyes, Vayne activated her ultimate ability, charging forward with the silver bolts poised at the ready. This was prompted by Thresh's appearance in the mid lane. In high-level play, supports often roam to assist other lanes in amplifying their advantages, particularly when Draven had acquired such gear that rendered him more than capable of handling a 2-on-1 scenario. His presence in the bottom lane felt increasingly superfluous. Upon witnessing Vayne's approach, Draven remained unfazed while last hitting minions, thinking to himself, what an imbecile. With a direct assault of 2 QS followed by a basic attack, he prepared to eliminate Vayne, estimating it would take no more than 2 seconds. The 2 QS struck, leaving Vayne with a sliver of health. And as the spinning axe hung in the air, a basic attack was launched that would surely end her life. However, a radiant glow enveloped Vayne as she executed a heal, absorbing the impact of that fatal blow. At this moment, Shu Wei, positioned behind her, reacted swiftly, casting her ultimate ability, Wish, to restore approximately 300 health to her teammates, followed by AW that granted Vayne an additional 250 health, instantly bolstering Vayne's vitality. Noticing Vayne rushing towards him, Draven unleashed his E. Yet, Vayne deftly rolled, evading the skill thrown her way. Nevertheless, she refrained from counterattacking, skillfully maneuvering with the 90-point movement speed boost from her ultimate, positioning herself directly in front of Draven. His eyes widened in disbelief. What was this fellow up to? Was he intentionally blocking his path? Chapter 24. The Cunning One. Draven, eager to eliminate Vayne, unleashed 2 consecutive Q abilities, leaving him without any axes. He was confident in his ability to retrieve them simultaneously. After all, 1,500 matches were not in vain. However, he was taken aback by his opponent's clever positioning. This minor obstruction only served to delay him slightly, as he was under the influence of W, which granted him increased movement speed. Yet, it was precisely this brief delay that caused him to miss the chance to catch his axes. Without his axes, Draven resembled a mere super minion, ill-equipped to contend with Vayne and Soraka. He utilized an E ability to push Vayne away, but even so, he was too late. He realized he could not retrieve his axes. After all, a master-level Draven possessed remarkably swift reflexes. As he observed the axes descending, he executed a flash, positioning himself directly at the axe's landing point, simultaneously with Vayne. To be precise, while it appeared they both flashed at the same moment, Vayne had anticipated his movement, flashing a fraction of a second earlier. She discerned that merely walking would not allow Draven to reach the first axe's landing spot. With a well-timed E ability, she pushed Draven, who was nearly in position to catch the axe, away, cleverly directing him against the wall. Draven found himself stunned for a full 1.5 seconds, helplessly watching as his 2 weapons sank into the ground, akin to a ginseng fruit vanishing after a confrontation with Sun Wukong. Retreat was impossible. Escaping in front of Vayne was out of the question. As they exchanged blows, Draven's attack speed was diminished without his axes. Though he could inflict over 200 damage with a single hit, Soraka could heal for a similar amount, allowing her to withstand the onslaught. Observing Vayne's health dwindle to around 600, Draven's damage output was indeed superior to Soraka's healing. However, his own health was rapidly decreasing as Vayne and Soraka attacked him. Whenever he targeted Soraka, she would retreat momentarily, only to return and strike him once he focused on Vayne. Though the damage was not overwhelming, it was infuriating. How dare such a diminutive healer challenge the formidable Draven? As Vayne's health approached the low hundreds, Draven, in a moment of desperation, unleashed his ultimate ability, which Vayne skillfully evaded with a fluid roll. The final Q struck, resulting in a triple kill and claiming Draven's life, along with a bounty of 500 gold. Draven was left bewildered. How could someone who had lost half their health to a single Q ability manage to bring about his demise? The sequence of 2 QS and an auto attack had transpired in merely over a second, leaving him puzzled over his own demise. The intricacies involved were far too numerous: Vayne's healing, her subsequent positioning, the disruption of his axes, and his attempt to flash to reclaim them, all of which came down to a mere 0.2 seconds of timing. Vayne had anticipated his flash, executed a push, and pinned him against the wall. Indeed, even if he had managed to flash and E, Draven would have caught his axes. A single Q would have spelled Vayne's end, as Soraka would have been incapable of healing her in time. Vayne could not initiate her Q before his flash, for that would allow him to catch his axes regardless. Without that 1.5 seconds of stun to buffer his actions, Soraka would have been powerless to save him. In that fleeting second, an array of maneuvers unfolded, showcasing Vayne's impeccable execution. This feint exuded confidence, a blend of audacity, coupled with exceptional personal skill and awareness, leading to a preemptive strike that resulted in a kill. Any misstep in this intricate dance would have spelled certain doom for her. How infuriating it was to witness such a display of prowess. Draven could not help but curse, his heart brimming with murderous intent, as he observed Vayne and her ally, the Star Guardian, demolishing a wave of minions. He recognized their intent to retreat, evidenced by the radiant glow of their recall. Fueled by rage, Draven stormed forth, hastily leading his minions from the tower, aiming to retaliate and force the enemy minions beneath their tower, at the very least wasting the opponent's wave. Yet, scarcely had he approached the second bush when a figure suddenly emerged from the right, pinning him to the wall. Damn it, a sneak attack. With Vayne's immobilizing strike, Draven realized escape was futile. Even without her ultimate ability, Vayne's pursuit was formidable. He could only helplessly inflict some damage upon her, all the while watching the healer safely positioned behind, replenishing Vayne's health. until he ultimately fell at her feet. This was a complete intellectual domination. Sun Di understood that the enemy had indeed feigned a recall to deceive him. How humiliating to be outsmarted. Stunned after being slain twice in quick succession, he refrained from reckless actions. His once formidable sword, now worn and diminished, reflected his psychological turmoil and mounting pressure. He had no choice but to summon Thresh, instructing him to refrain from engaging further. Thresh, unable to contain his curiosity, questioned, "With your gear, you could easily take on two. Are you genuinely afraid of Star Guardian in that vein?" Enraged, Sun Di retorted, "What do you know? If you're not coming, I'll log off. They're outnumbering me 2-1. What's your point?" In a situation that appeared to guarantee victory, Thresh hesitated to stir up trouble and made his way to assist Draven in the bottom lane. Such is the influence of a dominant bottom lane. It can indirectly bind the opponent's counterpart, preventing their roam and alleviating pressure in other lanes. Shui and Xiang returned to replenish their equipment, with Shui feeling a tinge of excitement. She had always followed Xiang, a habit formed over time. Whenever Xiang returned to base, she would too, like a devoted follower, knowing that being by his side meant sustenance and security. Indeed, this cunning trickster had merely feigned vulnerability, anticipating Draven's approach and lying in wait in the brush. "I've come to realize just how devious you truly are. If I were Draven, I would be seething with rage." This was strategy. What strategy? It was all reliant upon me. Shui reveled in her first taste of domination as a champion, her heart swelling with pride. How delightful it was to have the healer's support. Empowered by a mighty staff, the healing was plentiful. Without it, she would have perished long ago. Yes, indeed. All thanks to the healer. 1,000 thanks to Nurse Shui for her bountiful healing. Reflecting on her words, Shui sensed an ambiguous undertone. Was he trying to take advantage of her? With a huff, she retorted, "What are you babbling about?" Xia Xian quickly clarified, "That was not my intention. I was referring to Star Mother's milk. Please be more mindful in your speech next time." In such moments of morale collapse, the act of eliminating an opponent can significantly enhance the team's spirit, especially when one can achieve consecutive kills, reducing Draven's 12 stacks down to 3. Consequently diminishing his attack power by over 50 points, a truly invigorating feat. The teammates ceased their criticisms and began to engage in combat. For with the presence of the esports nurse Star Mother, alongside Vayne and the Emperor, they remained unperturbed in the late game. In fact, in matches featuring Star Mother, as long as the situation does not entirely deteriorate, a disadvantage can easily be transformed into equilibrium. The later the game progresses, the more likely that equilibrium can be shifted into an advantage. This is precisely the terrifying nature of the esports nurse. And what is even more daunting is that this is no ordinary nurse. She is one equipped with items. Having procured the hat, she can restore 500 health with a single W, and is poised to acquire the ice staff and the madman's armor, enabling an endless stream of healing. The focus now is simply on prolonging the game. Vayne's equipment was gradually improving as well. She faced Draven and Thresh in the bottom lane without fear, expertly dodging Thresh's Q and D abilities while benefiting from Star Mother's healing, resulting in an even contest. She farmed minions and jungle camps alike, and with the greedy blade in hand, she diligently sought to enhance her growth, ultimately securing the blade of the Ruined King and the Bloodthirster, along with boots for attack speed, deliberately holding on to her greedy blade to continue amassing wealth as the game advanced. Draven, on the other hand, wielded the Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and a brand new 5-stack kill sword. The significance of the blade of the Ruined King and Bloodthirster for Vayne may be lost on some, yet they offer her boundless potential. With adept maneuvering, these items can rival even 4 or 5 fully equipped opponents. Xia Xian, as it so happens, belonged to the category of players with exceptional skill. Both towers in the bottom lane had been demolished, yet Xia Xian persisted in the struggle there to further his growth, while Sun Di engaged solely to contest Xia Xian. At that moment, Draven began to adopt an aggressive positioning, relentlessly advancing to intimidate Xia Xian and pressure his farming, only to retreat momentarily, seemingly wary of something. The jungler issued a warning, beware of their excavator, he is likely lurking below. Hold the line and avoid unnecessary skirmishes. Xia Xian replied, we can secure a kill. The nurse is well equipped. Star Mother had certainly been diligent in assisting him with minion farming. Damn it, the jungle is Widowmaker cursed, unable to contain himself. In a 2v3. You claim we can secure a kill? Just as I said to avoid fighting, Vayne surprisingly engaged. Xia Xin seized the opportunity astutely, recognizing the positional disparity between Draven and Thresh. When Draven stepped forward, Thresh retreated, allowing him to advance. Draven, equipped with Bloodthirster, was intent on wearing Vayne down, confident that he could replenish his health by hitting minions with his Q. Although Vayne enjoyed the benefit of Star Mother's healing, she too was at risk of losing health. Thus, the incident unfolded. Vayne capitalized on that slight distance differential, activated her ultimate, and charged at Draven. Draven, undeterred, thought to himself, this is fortuitous. He promptly countered, trading blows while maneuvering, his health replenished every 2 seconds by Star Mother, who could restore him 400 health. As Xia Xin navigated through Path A, he remained acutely aware of the looming threat posed by Thresh's hook, observing as the hook twirled in Thresh's grasp before being launched. Xia Xin executed a roll to evade the deadly grasp, propelling himself toward the bushes by the river. Thresh chuckled, confident that evading his hook would not spare Xia Xin from his demise. The seasoned Thresh positioned his hook at an intricate angle, forcing Xia Xin to retreat toward the outer river, a move that led him to yet another perilous entrance. It was indeed a situation of being trapped between a rock and a hard place. Suddenly, from the right side of the river, an excavator burst forth, having dug a tunnel that conveniently led to Xia Xin's vicinity. The bushes concealed a true sight, revealing Vayne even while she was invisible, intent on pinning him down. However, Xia Xin had anticipated this. He swiftly turned and unleashed an E ability, pushing the excavator against the wall and stunning it for 1.5 seconds. Ignoring the excavator, he continued to trade blows with Draven. Yet, the disparity in equipment was evident. Draven landed a critical hit that nearly spelled Xia Xin's end. Fortunately, Star Maiden promptly activated her ultimate, bolstering Xia Xin's health. Thresh then flashed to Vayne's side, casting his ultimate to slow her down, ensnaring Xia Xin for 2 critical seconds, thus facilitating Draven's potential to unleash his E or ultimate ability. As anticipated, Draven did not disappoint. He hurled his ultimate while simultaneously launching his E skill. In a brilliant flash of yellow light, Xia Xin flashed away from Draven's ultimate, closing the distance to engage Draven directly, while simultaneously creating space between himself and the desperate excavator rushing to his aid. Just as Xia Xin was about to be struck down by Draven's spinning axes, the healer hurried over to cast a weakness on Draven. A wave of relief washed over Xia Xin. He had gambled on this moment. Indeed, Shui Wu had significantly improved her awareness. Had she hesitated any longer, his fate would have been sealed. Meanwhile, Thresh ensnared Vayne with Ignite, having the healing effects provided by the healer. In a swift motion, he swung his soul hook, unleashing an E ability, the Doom Bell. Xia Xin, with agile reflexes, executed an S-shaped maneuver, deftly evading the attack. After landing a hit on Draven, he noticed Draven preparing to throw his axe. With a roll, he evaded the impending strike. In that moment, Draven's target was lost, as Vayne activated her ultimate and rolled into invisibility for a crucial second. A single Q would have spelled doom for him, inciting Draven's frustration. As Vayne re-emerged a second later, the healer's W was off cooldown, providing another burst of healing, restoring 400 health. With renewed vigor, Vayne struck again. And seeing his impending demise, Draven flashed away, attempting to escape. Yet, he could not outrun Vayne, who, empowered by her ultimate, pursued him with a 90 movement speed bonus, swiftly concluding Draven's brief existence. Though he was ultimately met by the excavator, which had finally caught up, he survived with a sliver of health. Thresh managed a final auto attack. But alas, it fell short of delivering the fatal blow, as the healer bestowed one last desperate healing upon him. In the end, Vayne posed no further threat. Chapter 25. The term ADC refers to attack damage carry. The duo of Echo and Thresh attempted several times to vanquish Vayne, who appeared to be on the brink of demise, only to be restored time and again by the healer. Each time she plummeted, she was rejuvenated, a cycle that seemed unbreakable. They soon realized that this was no ordinary healer. She was a formidable force, equipped with a hat and a staff, capable of administering 400 health points every 2 seconds. How could one enjoy the game under such circumstances? By the time they considered eliminating the healer, it was already too late. They could only shed silent tears of humiliation and retreat. The relatively fragile Thresh was swiftly dispatched by Vayne, with his lantern shattering into pieces, while the tanky Echo found himself relentlessly pursued by the unyielding Vayne. Not only did she chase him past the first tower, but she even followed him to the second. When Echo attempted to burrow underground to escape, Vayne swiftly used her ability to pin him against the wall. Echo lamented the absurdity of the situation. Vayne seemed to have lost her mind, chasing him from the first tower to the second. Surely there were more worthy pursuits than him. In high-level matches, support arrived swiftly. The enemy's Victor, a master of three hands, and our own Azir arrived simultaneously. Victor established a triangular formation to prevent Vayne from advancing on Echo, while Azir, demonstrating his prowess, summoned his soldiers to breach the tower and executed a flash maneuver, pushing both Echo and the hurried Victor away. Vayne claimed a quadric kill, solidifying our victory. Given that our team was already strong in the late game, the subsequent heal from the healer, restoring 600 health points, left the opponents in despair, making victory feel effortless. As the victory screen appeared, and with my score surpassing 12 points, I was on the verge of becoming the strongest king. Azir couldn't help but inquire, "Is this your latest tactic? Vayne with a bloodstone for healing? The healer with a hat and health?" Xiyu chuckled. "Didn't you just say that it was impossible to turn the tide? It seems it is indeed possible." With that, she logged off, leaving Azir in a state of bewilderment. Xiyu messaged on QQ, "Do you feel that we are under no pressure in this 2v3? What is up with these so-called masters and kings in this district?" Xiaoxin replied, "It's manageable, though the timing of my Blade of the Ruined King was critical, as it coincided with Vayne's most powerful moment. I was a tad late, but it still worked out. So, how's the new skin? It's quite effective, though the pressure is immense. With Miss Shu's skin, I felt the need to perform well and not bring you shame. At least my debut was a victory. Oh, as if the win was solely your achievement. How would you rate my performance?" "A solid 9. Xiyu raised her elegantly arched brow and remarked, "Then a perfect score would surely be 9. Xiaoxin laughed, "If you could avoid attacking my minions and kindly assist me in purchasing a bloodstone, that would guarantee a perfect 10. "I refuse. That would be far too easy. Perhaps it is due to her excessive viewing, but Xu Yuewu experiences a peculiar sensation. Each time she witnesses Xia Xian selecting champions like Vayne or Jin, engaging minions with such finesse, she feels an inexplicable comfort. A sense of confidence that suggests victory is already within grasp, despite the fact that both have suffered their fair share of defeats. She cannot articulate the nature of this feeling precisely. She has encountered top-tier AD carries before, yet she discerns that Xia Xian possesses a distinctively unique playstyle, one that can only be appreciated through prolonged interaction. After exchanging a few more words, Xia Xian sent a simple message, "Good night. What about you? Will you continue playing?" "Well, I'll play a few more games before sleeping." "All right then." As she observed Xia Xian's avatar fade into darkness, Xu Yuewu did not hastily log off. Instead, she pondered for a moment before queuing for another match. Since she had reached a high-tier rank, she deemed these games to be manageable, eager to test her true capabilities. Supporting was relatively straightforward for gaining points, and should she ascend to master rank, it would certainly astonish Xia Xian. His expression would be quite entertaining. Entering the game, she selected her most familiar champion, Star Guardian Soraka, feeling quite adept at controlling her after receiving several pointers from Xia Xian. Of course, she did not indulge herself as she did when following him. She diligently crafted a sightstone. The enemy bot lane comprised of Draven and Thresh, and notably, this Draven had just been decisively defeated by Xia Xian. He was the kind of player who struggled even against Vayne. He seemed somewhat irritable, indeed. In truth, Sun Di was already infuriated. Having just mocked Vayne, he was swiftly countered, and to add insult to injury, his adoration stats were reduced to 0 by her. This humiliation was intolerable for him, and his mind was consumed with a singular thought: revenge. Anyone who crossed his path that night would be deemed unfortunate. Xu Yuewu believed this match would be even simpler. Having crafted a sightstone, there was no reason for defeat. Moreover, the Graves on her team did not particularly fear Draven. She noted that he had played over 700 games with Graves, while the other two champions were Jin and Jinx. Indicating a professional-level AD carry, this match should be easier than the last. However, trouble soon arose. Support, why didn't you place a ward in the river brush? Just as the ADC reached level 6, he was ambushed by the jungler and Draven lurking in the brush. Xiaoyu thought to herself, what kind of ADC is this? Xia Xian had never fallen victim to such ambushes. He was always vigilant with his positioning or made sure to ward appropriately. She suppressed her urge to comment. Naturally, she was not typically this docile. When her temper flared, she could easily resort to rage quitting and berating others. She merely wished to gauge her own abilities. Support. What's wrong with you? Thresh hooked me. You should have used your E on him, silenced him, otherwise he'll land his Q. And Draven will finish me off with 2 quick hits. Shu Yu amused. This ADC is utterly incompetent. Xia Xian would hardly ever fall prey to Thresh's hooks. Such a slow projectile was easily dodged, especially with the E ability at one's disposal. Xia Xian had also taught her techniques to evade Thresh's hooks. Before Thresh casts his hook, he exhibits a brief wind-up, swaying the chain in his hand, as if to flaunt his impending action. Reminiscent of villains in television dramas who utter a plethora of meaningless words before committing their heinous acts, ensuring their demise within 3 episodes. Observing the direction he faces will reveal the trajectory of his hook, making it quite discernible. Dodging his hooks is an essential skill for any ADC. Subsequently, a myriad of inquiries arise. Why didn't you use your ultimate just now? I was utterly obliterated. Couldn't you see Xerath's ultimate? It's you who cannot evade. Isn't it? You neglected to ward the bush behind you, allowing them to ambush you with 4 players. How could you not perceive such an evident situation? Yet you still demand wards. Although I myself am unclear, I trust that Xiaxin will guide me. You're building a tank? Why are you acquiring a hat? If you're going tank, then use your crowd control to free me. In the bot lane, an avalanche ensues as the opposing Draven, who had just been schooled by Xiaxin, wreaks havoc, leaving the ADC incessantly complaining, as if he were blameless, when the fault lies solely with him. Unable to bear it any longer, Xia finally snaps, exclaiming, "What are you doing, ADC? Go home and raise pigs. Do you even know what ADC means? It's an abbreviation for AD carry. If you can't carry, then what are you even doing? Go play Tetris instead. That suits you better." With that, she exits the game in a fit of anger. It was Xiaxin who taught her that if one cannot carry, then they ought not to play ADC. The frustration is palpable. Engaging in battles alongside Xiaxin is remarkably effortless. He even has the spare gold to purchase an extra warding stone. The duo can comfortably handle a 2v3 situation, calmly evading skills while trading blows, with her sole responsibility being to provide healing. Xiaxin allows her to indulge in her whims. She can snatch his minions, forego warding stones, and neglect to build support items, and still, they often emerge victorious. She relishes this sense of empowerment. Enjoying the challenge, she presents to Xiaxin. As their ranks ascend, so too does her perception. She increasingly recognizes that Xiaxin stands head and shoulders above other ADCs. Even if the bot lane falters, it will inevitably rise again, much like how they had just been pressured beneath the tower by Draven, yet still managed to soar. She realizes that in the master tier, if both ADC and support require a score of 100, she herself possesses only 50, while Xiaxin alone accounts for 150, thus maintaining the equilibrium that prevents their lane from collapsing. All she needs to do is follow him, which is rather effortless. This realization leaves Xiaoyu profoundly disheartened. Could it truly be, as Xiaxin remarked, that she has merely ascended from silver to platinum? Lying on her bed, she brooded for quite some time before suddenly uncovering a startling truth. Oh no, her initial intention to draw closer to Xiaxin was precisely to captivate him, to validate her allure. Regardless of how impenetrable a boy's emotional fortress might be, she believed she could effortlessly breach it. How had she inadvertently begun to enjoy gaming with him, finding it utterly perplexing? If she were to articulate her feelings, it would be that playing alongside Xiaxin is particularly delightful. She increases the difficulty while he mitigates it, reflecting on the times he narrowly escaped. Observing her demise as he reluctantly rushed in to sacrifice himself, she finds it hilariously amusing, imagining the vivid expressions that must have adorned his face. As she pondered, Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. her slender legs kicking playfully in the air. No, she thought, it doesn't matter about League of Legends. It feels as though she truly breached his outer tower, yet it seems the opponent has already climbed to the high ground on her side. The two had become quite close, evolving from mere classmates to good friends, and it was time to initiate the next phase of her plan. Humph. How dare he waste so much of my time? He shall see what is in store for him. June, a season destined for busyness, arrived. Observing her peers diligently preparing for their college entrance exams, Xia Xian finally made a phone call to Zhu Xiaosong. At noon, the sun shone brightly. After finishing her meal, Xia Xian intended to take a stroll by the lake when she encountered Xu Yuewu. Her tall, graceful figure, alluring eyes, and dazzling smile that left men spellbound were her defining traits. The thin t-shirt clung to her ample bosom, creating a graceful S-curve, while beneath her denim skirt were long, fair legs that could make even the most seasoned models feel inadequate, leaving boys to swallow hard in admiration. She exuded a vibrant youthfulness intertwined with an enchanting allure. Upon seeing Xia Xian, Xu Yuwu wore an expression of indignation, saying, "It's all your fault." "What happened?" Xia Xian replied, utterly perplexed. Xu Yuwu raised her small fist, her cherry-red lips pouting slightly. "It's you. Now that I'm at Diamond 1, I can't play anymore. If I do, I'll just be ridiculed for being no good. Without you, how can I continue? I can't play anymore," Xia Xian tentatively suggested. "Then how about we just stay at Diamond 1 and not ascend to Master? How naive. You just want to keep my money and make it easier for yourself?" She retorted, her insight catching Xia Xian off guard. "Actually, you could play as a support. You seem to do quite well," he added. This remark only fueled Xu Yuewu's irritation further. "You've taken so much of my resources, of course, you'd say that. Others would criticize me. What is said on the computer is one thing, saying it face-to-face is another." Xu Yuewu's voice was soft and sweet, evoking a delightful flutter in Xia Xian's heart. Unable to resist, he glanced at her chest and noted its ample fullness. Xu Yuewu immediately noticed, covering her chest with one hand and giving him a playful glare. "Are you thinking something inappropriate?" "No, I was merely pondering. I haven't indulged," he replied. "How dare you say that? Taking advantage of me?" Xu Yuewu huffed, giving him a light kick. Just then, a sudden scoff broke the air between them. A figure, proud and aloof, glided past with an elegant grace. Xu Yuewu's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on the passerby, coldly remarking, "What gives you the right to scoff? It's none of your business." Long Xuedong halted, slowly turning to face them. Her autumn-like gaze swept over Xia Xian's face before landing coldly on Xu Yuewu. "I merely passed by. Do you wish to stir up trouble?" Chapter 26, whose companion Xu Yuewu boldly locked eyes with Long Xuedong, covering her mouth as she laughed heartily. "Oh dear, I never mentioned anyone specifically. If someone feels the need to take it personally, that's not my concern." Long Xuedong's tone was as frigid as a snow-capped mountain that had never thawed. "It appears you still do not comprehend that before you leave this school, I remain the student council president. I possess 100 methods to make you call me mama." Instinctively sensing danger, Xia Xian took a cautious step back. As if he could see sparks of hostility igniting between the two women, this was murderous intent. Upon hearing Lang Xuedong's words, Xu Yuewu's expression shifted. As if recalling some unpleasant memories, yet she forced a smile and retorted, "Go ahead and pretend. Graduation is just around the corner. Do you think I fear you? Someone should be grateful that the system for selecting the student council president is so lenient. Even a flat-chested girl can ascend to power. Yet, who knows if university will be as forgiving? After all, by then, everyone will have matured. Perhaps being flat-chested will become a rarity and highly sought after. As for whether one can still be president, that remains uncertain. It is often said that one should strike without hitting the face and expose without revealing the shortcomings." Xu Yuewu's words struck a nerve, cutting deeply. Long Xuedong's expression changed, her breathing quickening, her gaze turning even colder, as if she wished to freeze Xu Yuewu in place. Xia Xian instinctively glanced at the slight rise and fall of Long Xuedong's chest, then at the alluring curves of Xu Yuewu, which formed a stark contrast. This comparison drew an icy glare from Long Xuedong, prompting Xia Xian to feign nonchalance and divert his gaze elsewhere. Unfazed by Lang Xuedong's chill, Xu Yuewu suddenly draped her arm over Xia Xian's shoulder, Grinning as she said, Xia Xian, did you know? My cousin complained to me a few days ago that her old bras have become too small. How unfortunate. She grew too rapidly, rendering her previous purchases useless. If only she were like someone, unchanged from age 8 to 18, never having to worry about replacements. Truly, it has been a decade of consistency. My mother no longer needs to fret over my wardrobe. Xu Yuewu was certainly mischievous, imitating the advertising slogan of a reading machine while casting a pitying glance at Long Xuedong's chest. Such audacity was remarkable. Although Long Xuedong was renowned for her perfect goddess-like beauty, her chest was indeed somewhat regrettable, though no one dared to voice such a sentiment openly. In a battle of wits, Xu Yuewu's sharp tongue would likely outmatch even two Lung Zutongs combined. With narrowed eyes, Lung Xuedong shifted her focus onto Xia Xian. Xia Xian, come help me move something. No, you can't go. Xu Yuewu clung to Xia Xian's arm, preventing him from leaving. She would not let her companion be taken away by another, for where would her pride reside? Lang Xuedong let out a scoff. Whether you come or not is entirely up to you. Her words carried an unmistakable hint of threat as she turned to leave. Xia Xian felt compelled to explain to Xu Yuewu, she is the student council president. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to decline. Let's talk later. As Summer Xian hastily followed, Xu Yuewu stomped her foot in frustration. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that both of them were in different classes. Yet why did Long Xuedong know Summer Xian's name? It was likely that very few in their class remembered him, let alone in the entire school. When Long Xuedong asked him to help with the heavy lifting, Summer Xian felt compelled to comply. He would certainly carry 10 bags of burlap to the dock if it meant avoiding a night spent on the streets. Together, they made their way to the library on the second floor of the teaching building, where they began placing some old, useless books into boxes in a corner. Observing the thick layer of dust on the books, Summer Xian offered, let me handle this. You can just supervise. Long Xuedong shot him a glare. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am incapable of doing anything worthwhile? No, that is not what I meant, he stammered. He couldn't help but admire Long Xuedong's delicate, snow-white hands, with long, slender fingers that were exquisitely beautiful. He felt that such a lovely thing should not be tarnished by dust. It would be a waste, of course. But he dared not voice this thought. As they worked together to move the books, Long Xuedong casually remarked, it seems you have a good relationship with Xu Yuewu. Summer Xian had no intention of concealing the truth. He was merely assisting her. Humph, it doesn't seem that way, Lang Xuedong retorted, throwing a stack of books into the box with a resounding thud. Summer Xian neatly arranged the disordered books and replied, what does it seem like, then? Just manage your own affairs and don't indulge in fantasies. A boy like you is easily toyed with by her, she warned. I understand. I won't overthink it. Summer Xian chuckled. Thank you for your concern. Long Xuedong averted her clear, water-like gaze, dismissing him. I am not concerned about you. It's just that if a tenant were to jump from my building after being dumped, my house would become a haunted property, and I wouldn't be able to rent it out. Why would my being dumped lead to a suicide? Summer Xian sighed, realizing that her concern stemmed from the state of her property. In no time, the box was filled to the brim. All right, let us move it upstairs, Long Xuedong said, dusting off her hands. Summer Xian wrapped his arms around the box, only to realize that knowledge, much like the ocean, carried an unexpectedly heavy weight. Despite believing himself to be strong from years of hard labor, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Lang Xuedong extended a hand to support the box, exclaiming, what a useless boy, you can't even lift a box. Feeling a bit downcast, Summer Xian thought to himself that if something weighing over 100 pounds could be easily handled, then that person was not just any boy but a member of the national weightlifting team. Upon reaching the staircase and gazing up at the spiraling steps, he mustered the courage to ask, where are we taking this? Long Xuedong replied, these books are currently of no use. We'll store them in the storage room on the 9th floor for now. Who knows when the younger students might need them? 9th floor? Climbing stairs? Summer Xian felt his teeth chatter at the sound of his own voice. Is there an elevator in the teaching building? His face turned pale at the thought. Just to ask, if I were to injure my arm, suffer a fracture, or have internal bleeding, would that be considered a work-related injury? Can I get reimbursed? Cold Snow Tong could not help but cast him a glance, urging him to hurry. If something were to happen, I shall reimburse you. Really? Reimbursement for amputation costs? Xia Xian's expression turned expressionless. I truly appreciate your kindness. I shall keep it in mind. Despite her words, Cold Snow Tong extended her hands to the left side of Xia Xian, attempting to alleviate some of his burden, albeit with minimal strength. However, this proved far more challenging than it appeared. Even as Xia Xian strained to support himself, by the time they reached the 8th floor, his legs had grown weak, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Just as he painstakingly ascended another step, his foot slipped, nearly causing him to tumble down the stairs, when suddenly, he was enveloped in a strong embrace. So heavy, the cool, melodious voice of Cold Snow Tong rang in his ears. Upon noticing Xia Xian's impending fall, she had seized him from the next step, holding him steady. In that moment, he caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance, her unique scent, a blend of refreshing coolness and subtle allure. He could glimpse her lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulder. The skin on her delicate face appeared as smooth and tender as freshly shelled eggs. Xia Xian felt his heart race. This was the first time he had been so close to a girl, and the position resembled an embrace shared between lovers. What are you dawdling for? Move quickly. You're quite heavy. I can hardly bear it. Cold Snow Tong's beautiful brows furrowed into a frown. After all, being a girl, she lacked considerable strength. Oh. Xia Xian finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly took a step forward. He felt her body pressed against his back, realizing she was indeed quite substantial. At least, she felt. Very soft. You had better hurry. If someone comes, I will immediately let go. I certainly do not wish to be misunderstood if you fall and die. Do not blame me. How callous. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally managed to move into the storage room. The only difference was that Xia Xian's face was flushed and drenched in sweat, while Cold Snow Tong wore a pallid expression, her brows tightly knitted, appearing as though she might collapse at any moment. Once the items were placed down, she uttered a quick "let's go" and hastened down the stairs, her pace increasing to the point where Xia Xian nearly struggled to keep up. A wave of doubt washed over him. Had she become angry? While he had considered it, he had not intentionally overstepped boundaries. Surely there was no offense taken? If his memory served him correctly, he only found her body to be soft and fragrant. Xia Xian hesitated, contemplating whether to apologize. He had known Cold Snow Tong for some time. Her moods were unpredictable, swinging between inexplicable joy and sudden anger. He had always found her sentiments baffling, and he had never comprehended the thoughts of a girl, not even on summer nights, when her emotions remained elusive. On the 1st floor, they encountered a male student whom Xia Xian recognized, the wealthy second-generation student who had once set up a bouquet of roses at the cafeteria entrance to propose with a diamond ring. In fact, this diamond ring-wielding heir was a member of the student council and a classmate of Cold Snow Tong, known as Qian Bin. Upon spotting Cold Snow Tong, Qian Bin's eyes lit up, and he approached her eagerly. Shui Tong, I was just looking for you. I heard you went to handle that batch of books at the library, and I thought I might lend a hand. Have you finished? Shall we head back to the classroom together? It seemed he had entirely forgotten about his previous rejection. Cold Snow's gaze was indifferent as she replied, No need. I have some matters to attend to. Ah, does the student council have something to do? I shall accompany you, he offered. There's no need. A classmate is already accompanying me, she replied. Qian Bin scrutinized Xia Xian with a commanding air, stating, This fellow student, class is about to begin. You should head to class. I will accompany Shui Tong. Xia Xian ignored him, for not everyone could command his attention. A flicker of anger crossed Qian Bin's eyes. Yet he maintained his composure, refraining from confronting Xia Xian further. Cold Snow attempted several times to shake off her pursuer, only to find him relentlessly persistent. Much to her chagrin, in a hushed tone by Xia Xian's side, she implored, Help me fend off this nuisance. Do not let him follow me, or you may find yourself sleeping on the streets. Without a glance back at Qian Bin, she hastened away. Xia Xian had no choice but to comply. As Qian Bin prepared to pursue, he firmly grasped Qian Bin's shoulder. Qian Bin glared at him furiously. What are you doing? If you dare interfere again, you shall regret it, you wretched loser. Actually, I have something quite important to inquire of you, Xia Xian replied. What? An important matter? What could possibly be important to you? Xia Xian, with a sincere expression, remarked, You have splendid hair quality and a rather dashing hairstyle. May I ask how you maintain it? At this, Qian Bin's face lit up with pride. This hairstyle cost me 1,200 yuan. You could never afford it in your lifetime. Indeed, your hair is truly lush. I envy you. The roots appear remarkably robust. Do you have any secrets? Xiao Xian continued to engage Qian Bin in frivolous banter for a good 10 minutes before finally releasing him as the class bell rang. No sooner had he settled into his seat than he received a text message. Xiao Xian, help. Chapter 27. No need to search, teacher. I need to use the restroom. The mathematics instructor, adjusting his reading glasses, replied, Xiao Xian, class has only just begun, and you already wish to leave? Indeed, I can no longer hold it. At once, laughter erupted from the classroom. Xiao Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. Alas, how humiliating. There was nothing to be done but endure. The math teacher waved his hand, signaling Xiao Xian to return swiftly. With a sense of relief, she dashed out. Upon reaching the far end of the corridor, she cautiously glanced around, noting that it was deserted as everyone else was in class. Before entering the restroom, she approached the last stall and gently knocked 3 times. Xiao Xian, yes. The stall door creaked open slightly, revealing the exquisite face of Leng Xuedong. Though her complexion was alarmingly pale, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Are you all right? I'm fine. Leng Xuedong's voice was faint and weak, as fragile as a whispering breeze. Just as she spoke, a shiver ran through her, and she bit her lip tightly, suppressing a soft moan. Her brows knitted together in distress. You hardly seem fine, Xiao Xian observed, as she inadvertently lowered her gaze. She noticed a pool of blood on the floor visible through the crack of the stall door, which startled her. Are you injured? Did I accidentally bump into you when I came upstairs? No, it seems like there's a lot of blood. I must take you to the infirmary. Let me carry you. Anxiously, Xiao Xian pushed open the stall door. Don't open it. Leng Xuedong gasped, but it was too late. Leng Xuedong was leaning against the doorframe, her upper body bent forward. The first thing Xiao Xian noticed was the large pool of blood on the floor. Then her gaze traveled up to Leng Xuedong's long, slender legs, elegantly curved and clad in white sneakers. Further up, her thighs, fair and radiant, were stained with crimson. To avoid staining her skirt, Leng Xuedong held the door handle with one hand while lifting the hem of her pristine white dress with the other. Xiao Xian's eyes followed her fair thighs upward. In a sudden burst of strength, Leng Xuedong clenched her small hand into a fist and struck Xiao Xian squarely in the left eye, followed by the resounding slam of the door. Did you see? Or not? After a brief moment of conflict, overwhelming pain replaced her thoughts, stabbing through her and forcing her to clutch her abdomen as she collapsed onto the toilet seat, unable to suppress a soft groan. Xiao Xian was alarmed. It appeared that the girl was experiencing her monthly cycle. Having a sister like Xiao Yi had given her some experience. Are you okay? Did you forget to bring supplies? Usually, girls are aware of their cycle dates. Moreover, this amount of bleeding seems excessive. What could be causing such pain? I originally had 3 more days. Cold Snow's eyes narrowed as she bit her lip and replied weakly, it seems that after being bumped by you and exerting too much force just now, my body is experiencing some issues. I believe it is dysmenorrhea. Xiao Xian was aware that during such times, it was unwise for girls to engage in strenuous activities. If she were to endure, she would likely be fine. A deep sense of guilt welled up within her. No wonder Cold Snow had left in such haste. She must be in considerable pain. Xiao Xian, what should I do? They will be out of class soon, and it's certain that they will see me. How will I ever show my face again? Cold Snow's heart raced with fear. Given her current embarrassing predicament, if anyone were to witness it, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the school, and she would become the subject of ridicule. There were already many girls in school who disliked her. Who knew what they would say then? Girls, after all, are sensitive about their dignity. The more Cold Snow pondered, the more terrified she became, unable to suppress her soft sobs. Once the class bell rang and the students emerged, it would truly be the end for her. This could very well become her lifelong nightmare. She didn't know why, but in this moment of distress, she thought of Xiao Xian. Although it was an embarrassing situation, she felt that Xiao Xian would not mock her. She knew that Xiao Xian was far gentler than others. Xia Xian contemplated for a moment and said, "Don't panic, let me think." After pacing back and forth anxiously twice and glancing at her digital watch, she reassured, "It's all right, wait here for me. There are still 20 minutes left before class ends. I'll go buy you some. But we're in class, and the school gate is locked. We're not allowed to go out. Don't worry, I'll be back quickly. Just don't cry, trust me." With that, Xia Xian dashed out at an impressive speed. Concerned for a girl's reputation, Xia Xian ran swiftly. "Hey, student, class is in session. Where do you think you're sneaking off to?" A teacher from the administrative office called out, attempting to grab her as she passed. Xia Xian swiftly dodged, continuing to sprint. "I'm sorry, teacher, but I need to help someone in the lab. It's urgent." Oh, the male teacher nodded, but then paused, realizing the lab was on the other side of the school. "Why are you running towards the playground? Do you think I'm foolish? Stop right there." When he turned around, Xia Xian had already vanished from sight. Xia Xian was well aware that exiting the school was impossible and that security patrolled the surrounding fences. Therefore, she took a secluded route through the small wooded area, circumventing to a corner of the playground, where she climbed over a fence that stood over 4 or 5 meters high and jumped down. The nearest convenience store was somewhat distant. Walking there normally would take at least 10 minutes, and returning would add another 10. Xia Xian sprinted into the store, hastily grabbing a pair of women's underwear and sanitary pads, tossing a 50 yuan note at the counter before bolting out. Yet, in less than 3 seconds, she returned, snatched a teacup and 2 packs of tissues, and rushed out again. "I'm very sorry, I'm in a hurry. No need to find me." The female cashier shook her head, muttering, "Why do I encounter so many rushed customers every day?" After tapping a few times on the cash register, Sophie purchased some elastic threads, a single-ring teacup, fresh tissues, and ladies' items. It was indeed unnecessary to search for anything, considering that you still owe me $3, totaling 53. "If you have the audacity, don't run away." Xia Xian swiftly climbed over the school's wall, darting across the playground towards the senior high-teaching building. This scene caught the attention of Xu Yuwu, who was languidly sitting by the window, yawning in boredom. Initially puzzled, she blinked in confusion, then scrutinized closer, confirming it was indeed Xia Xian, leaving her utterly bewildered. Returning to the girls' restroom, Xia Xian approached the innermost stall and gently knocked 3 times. "Are you still there?" He gasped for breath from running too hastily. A soft response emerged from within the stall, alleviating his anxiety. "Are you okay? Did you manage to buy it?" Long Xuedong felt her heart racing. The class was nearing its end, the convenience store was quite distant, and the school gate was closed, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Suddenly, 2 packages were pushed under the door. One contained women's underwear and the other, sanitary pads. A wave of relief washed over her, akin to seeing an angel. "I apologize for the rush. I had no idea what style or type you preferred. Please make do with this." "All right." At that moment, Long Xuedong cast aside her embarrassment and eagerly accepted the items. However, upon glancing down, she realized her legs were stained with blood. Changing would be of no use now, and she felt a surge of panic rising, nearly to the point of tears. Then she heard the sound of running water, and a cup filled with water along with 2 packs of tissues were pushed through the gap beneath the door. Xia Xian's gentle voice drifted in. "Use the tissues to dab the water. Try not to let anyone notice." "Oh, I see." Long Xuedong nodded, instantly feeling as if she had ascended from hell to heaven. Grateful for Xia Xian's thoughtfulness. "Only 5 minutes left. Please hurry." "I understand." Xia Xian stood by the restroom door, keeping an eye out for any classes dismissing early. After waiting for over 3 minutes, he finally saw Long Xuedong gently open the stall door and step out. As Xia Xian lowered his gaze, he beheld her delicate legs beneath a snow-white skirt, still pristine and unblemished, as if nothing had transpired. Long Xuedong emerged shyly, her face flushed, holding a small piece of fabric in her right hand, which had an unmistakable hint of red. My pockets are too small. If I throw this in the trash, someone will notice." Xia Xian swiftly took it from her and tucked it into his pants pocket. "Let me have it. I'll return it to you later." "Oh." Long Xuedong's cheeks deepened in color, resembling a blooming rose. The warmth of her body lingered on the item. How could it be taken by a boy? But there was no time to dwell on such thoughts now. Let's talk about it later. Class is about to end. Xia Xian hurried back to his classroom. The stern mathematics teacher adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Xia Xian closely. Student, I recall you left for the restroom 5 minutes into class, and now you're returning just as class is about to finish? The teacher sighed in resignation as he urged the students to return to their seats, clearly exasperated by yet another deliberate act of truancy. Shu Yue, with her bright, inquisitive eyes, stood up, puzzled by the commotion that had erupted. She vaguely recalled seeing Xiangxin holding something earlier, but the distance had obscured her view. As she made her way to the restroom, she overheard a pair of girls discussing the unexpected absence of Leng Xueto. It's quite curious, one remarked. Who would have thought that she would skip class? They say it's for student council duties, but who would believe that with the looming college entrance exams? Where could she possibly be? When she returned just now, her cheeks were still flushed. Could it be that she was off engaging in some clandestine affair with a boy? Who knows? The other girl replied. Perhaps, despite her constant rejections of suitors, she has already entangled herself with someone behind the scenes, always putting on airs, pretending to be a goddess, acting aloof. It's rather off-putting. Honestly, she's just a plain Jane. It's hard to fathom why so many boys are enamored with her. Is it merely her looks? As their voices faded, Shu Wei furrowed her brow. Her beautiful eyes blinked thoughtfully, a flurry of ideas racing through her mind. Xiangxin had skipped class. And now Leng Xuedong was also absent? Had T. Xiangxin just stepped out to buy something? And Leng Xuedong knew Xiangxin's name. Chapter 28. Club Assessment. Xia Xian had never experienced such exhilaration as he did now. Throughout the entire lesson, he was drenched in perspiration, his forehead clammy. Let there be no misunderstanding. He was neither a pervert nor a lecher. Although he often fantasized about peering through the cracks of his home to observe what Leng Xuedong was doing, he never possessed the audacity to act on such thoughts. In essence, he was simply an ordinary adolescent boy, filled with youthful restlessness and harboring a mix of naive dreams and blush-inducing fantasies about the exquisite allure of the opposite sex. Yet, unlike others, he was acutely aware that such dreams could shatter at the slightest touch. Thus, he chose to leave them unspoken, cherishing them in silence. However, at this moment, what he held in his pocket was precisely something that Leng Xuedong had just worn. Xia Xian could hardly concentrate on the lesson. He felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from it, as if he could still catch a whiff of her signature icy fragrance. This caused his face to flush and his heart to race. Simultaneously, a wave of anxiety washed over him. What if someone discovered the contents of his pocket? Surely, he would become the laughingstock of the entire school. Mao Peng turned his head and said, Xia Xian, lend me a pen. Mine's out of ink. He extended his hand towards Xia Xian. The mere act of his hand reaching out startled Xia Xian, causing him to instinctively cover his pocket. Only then did he realize that Mao Peng was merely asking for a pen. Why are you so nervous? Mao Peng inquired, puzzled. And no, it's nothing. I just felt a bit cold earlier. You can use my pen. It's fine. Cold. Mao Peng looked bewildered, glancing outside to the blazing sun. It was indeed not chilly. The temperature hovered around 37 degrees Celsius. One could cook an egg on the pavement in mere seconds. In summary, throughout that afternoon, Xia Xian's mood was akin to that of a penniless individual who had just withdrawn a fortune from the bank, paranoid at the slightest noise. Finally, after enduring the long hours, he eagerly awaited the sound of the bell signaling the end of class, and as soon as it rang, he dashed out. His destination, the school gate. Freedom beckoned. Once he stepped outside, he would be safe. However, reality proved Xia Xian to be rather naive. No sooner had he exited the school gate than he heard someone calling after him. Xia Xian, wait for me. You jerk. Why are you running so fast? Shu Yu gasped, catching up to him, grabbing his arm while panting heavily. Her sparkling eyes shot him a playful glare. Why the rush? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? I need to buy groceries and cook, Xia Xian replied with a nervous chuckle, inwardly lamenting his misfortune at encountering the most troublesome person. What's the rush? It's only 4:30. Do you eat dinner at 4:30? My friend S. brother, Zhu Xiaosong, you know him, right? He just called and asked for my help. It's for that special recruitment assessment for LOL. He wants you to come over to my place for a test. Today marks the transition day for the senior players, and from now on, the fourth-year players will be leaving the school. Thus, a simple welcome gathering was organized. in the parlance of League of Legends. Today's event can be viewed as a glorious farewell battle for the seasoned veterans of the club, who have diligently contributed to both the society and the school, leading them to the national finals. They shall bestow their hopes and honors upon the younger generation. From this moment, they will embark on their separate paths. Some may pursue a professional career, while others may enter the workforce in ordinary roles. This serves as a test for Xia Xian, allowing him to compete and enabling a few core members of the veteran team to assess his capabilities. Xia Xian pondered for a moment and remarked, "I have a computer at home. I can play just the same." "Ah, but do you have a webcam?" "No." "Do you have voice chat?" "No." "Then that settles it. We must ensure it is indeed you playing. The webcam must be on, and occasionally, you should speak a few words to confirm your identity. Otherwise, what if someone plays on your behalf?" Xia Xian considered this reasoning and realized its validity. However, he was unable to visit Shui Wu's home, as that would expose him. Yet, this assessment was limited to a single day. Missing it would mean losing the opportunity. What could he do? As they conversed, a graceful and imposing figure glided past them. It was unclear whether it was intentional or coincidental, but Lang Shuitong deliberately cleared her throat, undoubtedly signaling Xia Xian to return home promptly. In truth, her emotions throughout the afternoon mirrored Xia Xian's. Her heart was tethered to his, fearing he would be exposed. Thus, she hastily departed as soon as school ended. Xia Xian grasped the underlying message in her cough and told Shui Wu, "I can't. I'm accustomed to my mouse at home. How about this? I'll go back to grab my mouse and meet you outside." This was merely a pretense. The subpar mouse at home, costing less than 20 yuan, would be far inferior to any random selection he could find at a store. Just as Xia Xian intended to leave, Shui Wu pulled him back. Such was her nature. The more he wished to depart, the more she resisted, adding an element of intrigue. She suspected that Lang Shuitong's cough held some hidden significance and wondered why it seemed as if she was deliberately slowing down her pace. A playful smile danced upon her charming face, her beautiful eyes curving into delightful crescents, and the corners of her rosy lips lifted slightly. "No worries. Choose any mouse you prefer. There's a computer shop not far from my house, and I'm quite familiar with it. Feel free to borrow one. You can return it once you've finished a game. New equipment is always better than old. Now, let us hurry. The match starts at 5 o'clock. And we mustn't be late." With that, Shui Wu wrapped her arms around Xia Xian's and, before the eyes of Lang Shuitong, led him forward. As they passed by Lang Shuitong, she cast a glance laden with a hint of provocation, eager to gauge her reaction. Unfortunately for her, Lang Shuitong's response was disappointing. She remained calm, gazing straight ahead, without so much as a glance in her direction. This response momentarily led Shui Wu to question whether she was overthinking the situation, for after all, one was the exalted snow goddess of the school, while the other was merely an ordinary student. How could their paths possibly intertwine? Could it be that I am overly suspicious? Xia Xian was led by Shui Wu to her residence, where he once again beheld the stylish duplex villa. Upon entering, he discovered that it was far more exquisite than its exterior suggested. The interior decor evidently reflected considerable effort and thought. The opulent ceiling, splendid chandeliers, and crystal pendant lights, along with the elegantly spiraled corridor, imbued the space with a unique artistic beauty. As he stepped inside, a foyer greeted him. Directly ahead, to the right, was a staircase leading to the second floor, while to the left lay a small corridor leading to the living room and kitchen. A poised and graceful lady, with her hair elegantly styled, approached along the corridor, gently inquiring, "Wu, why are you back so early today? You usually stay out quite late." Xia Xian noticed a resemblance between her and Shui Wu, particularly in the alluring glimmer present in their eyes, strikingly similar. Respectfully, Xia Xian greeted, "Hello, Auntie." Zhao Qing paused momentarily, her gaze shifting to Shui Wu as she asked, "Who is this?" "He's my classmate, Xia Xian. I brought him here for a reason." "Hurry up. Why are you taking so long to take off your shoes? We might miss it," Shui Wu urged, pushing him upstairs. Zhao Qing, perplexed, watched as Xia Xian was ushered into Shui Wu's room, rendered speechless. She understood her daughter's sociable nature and wide circle of friends, both male and female. Youth, after all. is often characterized by indulgence. However, Xu Yuewu had a minor obsession with cleanliness and preferred not to let anyone into her room, not even her parents. She had never brought a boy home to her personal sanctuary. Even Zhao Qing was not permitted to enter to tidy up, citing the infringement of privacy. Did this little girl truly believe she had privacy rights? What was unfolding today? Xiao Xian stepped into the room feeling somewhat awkward. It was indeed his first time entering a girl's personal space. His immediate impression was one of warmth and a delightful fragrance lingering in the air, infused with Xu Yuewu's essence. The room was adorned with various delicate personal items, including charming little plush toys. Xu Yuewu first declared, "You are not allowed on my bed. Everything else is permissible." "All right, I'll wash my hands," he replied. Allowing Xia Xian to enter was a significant concession for her, as she typically did not permit other boys to cross that threshold. Observing his retreating figure into the bathroom, Xu Yuewu pondered whether Xia Xian was oblivious to the obvious signs she was displaying. Surely he must feel some stirring of interest within himself. While Xia Xian remained calm in the spacious bathroom, taking in the surroundings, he was nonetheless deeply impressed. The stark contrast to his shabby rental accommodation was striking and fleetingly. The image of Xiaoya's smiling face flashed through his mind. How wonderful it would be if one day he could provide a home as splendid as this for himself. Dipping his hands into the water, he splashed his face, whispering encouragement to himself, "Xia Xian, you must persevere. You cannot afford to fall behind. You must strive harder than others." Upon re-entering the room, Xia Xian discovered Xu Yuewu meticulously adjusting the camera. Apologetically, she remarked, "I usually use a laptop. This desktop has not been utilized in quite some time. Just a quick adjustment will suffice." With a gentle wave of her hand, Xu Yuewu invited him. "All right. Come and take a seat." Before the seemingly pristine desktop computer stood a chic white gaming chair. If Xia Xian's memory served him correctly, this very chair retailed online for a staggering 4,999 yuan, a true indulgence. He settled into the gaming chair and donned the headset, from which a familiar voice emerged. "Hello. Is this Xia Xian?" "Yes," he replied. "Great. I can see you now." "Haha. How should I put this? Your gaming style is far more audacious than your demeanor. Quite brazen indeed. I would have expected a more aggressive appearance." Xia Xian was uncertain whether this constituted a compliment. "Well, I apologize if I have disappointed you." "Haha. No worries at all." Zhu Xiaosong then provided a room name and password for Xia Xian to enter, adding, "This match serves as both a farewell contest and an assessment conducted by the 5 founding members of our esports club to determine your eligibility for special recruitment. Make sure to perform well." Chapter 29, a motivation for the new generation at Jiangnan University, within a private room of the esports club. 5 computers were arranged in a row, accompanied by 5 plush sofas, forming a standard 5-seat configuration. Behind the computers lay a transparent glass window, through which one could observe an identical setup in the adjacent room. The 10 computers in these 2 neighboring rooms were specifically designated for the core members of the esports club to engage in training matches without disturbance. Outside the rooms, a lobby reminiscent of an internet CAF housed dozens of computers, although their equipment was certainly inferior to that found within the private rooms. However, today, the usual tranquility of these 2 rooms was replaced by a lively atmosphere, as they hosted a farewell party for a seasoned veteran. Zhu Xiaosong occupied the central position on the 5-seat sofa, observing the video feed of Xia Xian, who sat upright and composed. Through his headphones, he spoke reassuringly, "Xia Xian, don't be nervous. Treat it like a regular ranked match. Here is some good news. For this assessment, you only need 3 votes to pass. I've already cast my vote for you, so really, you just need to perform splendidly and earn the support of 2 out of the 4 opponents." Xia Xian's anxiety was not due to the competition itself, but rather the setting he found himself in. This was Shuyu's intimate space, filled with warmth and a sweet fragrance. Shuyu, her large eyes sparkling, sat beside him, their legs almost touching. The girl's room, adorned with her belongings, was infused with her essence, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Zhu Xiaosong chuckled, "You're still too tense. Just relax." Apart from the jungler, the other 4 players on the opposing team are all from our recent national semifinals. The jungler is quite competent as well. On our side, aside from me, Most are substitutes with little formal competition experience. The odds of winning are slim, just showcase your own style. All right, I'll do my best, Xia Xin replied earnestly. Zhu Xiaosong shook his head, recognizing the youthfulness and lack of experience in Xia Xin. It was just a minor match, yet he appeared so anxious that he was sweating. At that moment, a rather refined boy wearing glasses leaned in and asked, Captain Song, who is this AD? Why are you recommending him so fervently? Is he from a prestigious school, or perhaps a top-ranked player in the national server? The boy was Sun Bo, a support player from the second team. Though he was on par with the first-line supports, he was competent overall, without any glaring weaknesses. Thus, Zhu Xiaosong often found himself responding to Sun Bo's inquiries about his performance with the same line. He is doing quite well, very steady, and has great potential. It was akin to a parent of a chronically underperforming student asking a teacher about their child's progress, to which the teacher could only smile and say, Your child's academic performance is stable, and there is significant room for improvement. Zhu Xiaosong smiled and replied, Not at all. How should I put it? He is a rough diamond. Once polished, I believe he will undoubtedly shine on the grand stage of competition. Is that for real, Captain Song? Are you not exaggerating? I intend to let him join the first team as the starting AD the moment he steps in. What do you think? Wow, Song, your backdoor is glaringly obvious. A rookie can become a starter? He can't possibly be your brother-in-law, right? Laughter erupted from the side. Zhu Xiaosong playfully punched his shoulder, saying, Come on. You'll see how he performs when you assist him later. Then I must observe closely, he replied. The one most aware of an AD's prowess, aside from the opposing AD, is undoubtedly the team's support. On the other end of the headset, Xia Xinjing and Xu Yuewu overheard this exchange. Xu Yuewu cast a sidelong glance at Xia Xinjing, muted her microphone to prevent the opposition from hearing her words, and remarked, Xiaosong holds you in high regard. You're starting right away. How does that make you feel? I'll do my best not to disappoint him, he replied. Xu Yuewu blinked and teased, Why is your forehead so sweaty? Is it hot? Surely not. I have the air conditioning on. Just a bit. It's nothing, Xia Xinjing managed a strained smile. Xu Yuewu's eyes glinted mischievously as she said, Could it be that you are really feeling the heat? Indeed, I'm starting to feel a bit warm myself. As she spoke, she fanned her face, adding, It is rather warm. I'll change into something else. With that, she retrieved 2 dresses from her wardrobe and stepped into the bathroom. When she emerged, she wore a snug, sky blue crop top that clung to her figure, accentuating her curves. Her arms, smooth and delicate, were fully exposed, enhancing her allure. The sight of her flat stomach and adorable belly button rendered Xia Xinjing momentarily entranced. Below, she donned a pair of light pink, playful shorts that barely reached her thighs. Her long, fair legs crossed elegantly. Xu Yuewu's proportions resembled that of a model, with exceptionally long and beautiful thighs radiating the youthful vibrance and softness characteristic of adolescence. Her skin, smooth and luminous, captivated the gaze, leaving one parched for words. With her legs crossed and one hand resting on her thigh, she propped her chin up and smiled sweetly at Xia Xinjing. I've lowered the air conditioning. Why does your expression seem even hotter? Poor thing. Your forehead is glistening as if it might rain. Xia Xinjing, exasperated, retorted, You're wearing so little. What guy wouldn't feel hot? Could you please have some respect for me? I'm a normal man. Isn't this challenging my limits? Xia Xinjing felt a fire igniting within him, eager to finish this match and escape immediately, without a moment's delay. He was increasingly convinced by what Mao Pang said. Xu Yuewu truly embodied the essence of a siren, for how else could she be so enticing, with those captivating eyes? Fortunately, the character selection began at that moment, and Xia Xinjing silently prayed for calm, his gaze fixated on the computer screen. Xu Yuewu squinted her eyes and gently probed. Are you feeling nervous, Xia Xinjing? No, not at all, he replied. Have you never been inside a girl's bedroom? No, I don't believe you. Really? No. Where is Long Shuedong's room? There is none. Xiao Xian was taken aback and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, gazing in astonishment at Xu Yuewu. Xu Yuewu smiled slyly, resembling a cunning little fox whose scheme had succeeded, and looked at him with a beaming expression. What is the matter? Speak up. Did Long Shuedong not allow you to enter her room? Why the addition of none? Xia Xian chuckled awkwardly, wondering why she was brought up. After all, he was not very acquainted with her. Oh, Shu Yuewu elongated her tone meaningfully. It's nothing. You carry on. This was her cleverness. She hinted just enough to let Xia Xian's imagination run wild. She was certain that Xia Xian's earlier guilty glance was undoubtedly related to Long Xuedo. If she could just catch that aloof Long Xueting off guard, it would surely be entertaining. Xia Xian found it impossible to concentrate on the game. His heart filled with unease. This matter absolutely could not be leaked. Long Xuedong had warned him that if it were to be revealed, he would have to sleep on the streets. Sun Bo interjected, AD, need any assistance? Xia Xian replied casually, whatever. Vayne was too weak in the early game, and Sun Bo had no intention of matching the formidable duo of the opposing Miss Fortune and Janna. He chose Soraka to heal him, enabling him to farm while also providing a getaway during critical moments. He did not believe that a mere rookie AD could compete with the opposing starter AD, let alone himself being inferior to their support. As long as the bottom lane survived, that was enough. As per his usual strategy, he played it safe. On the blue side were the champions, Zed, Syndra, Lee Sin, Vayne, and Soraka. On the purple side, Riven, Orianna, Rek'Sai, Miss Fortune, and Thresh. Upon entering the game, our mid laner Syndra remarked, Xiao Gu, how about we refrain from calling for jungle support? Just dealing with you is enough of a challenge for me. The opposing Orianna, Chen Xiao, replied, sure, as long as you farm under the tower and I don't have to see you. Typically, Syndra was dominant in the lane, easily overpowering her opponent and making her susceptible to ganks. With a sigh, Syndra quipped, if I'm going to be bullied, please do it gently. Miss Fortune, Xiaohe, responded, how can it be called bullying? It's motivation, an elder generation encouraging the new generation, understand? Jiangnan University's banner will rely on you all to uphold it, striving for better achievements than we did. The opposing Miss Fortune, Thresh, Orianna, along with Riven from the top lane, and Xia Xin's Lee Sin, had led Jiangnan University to its best results ever, reaching the national top 4. They were just a step away. If they could break into the top 3, they would secure a spot in the LSBL. The LSBL is a premier league, second only to the highest domestic league, the LPL. Only the top contenders in the LSBL have the chance to compete against the nation's elite teams in the LPL, making it a significant milestone. Unfortunately, this year's Jiangnan University team could not surpass this hurdle, falling short at the top 4, which was quite regrettable. Zhu Xiaosong encouraged Xia Xian, be cautious of their misfortune. Xiaohe is aiming to join a professional team after graduation and possesses professional-level skills. However, he excels in the late game. This time he didn't select a late-game AD, which has already given our second team a chance. Keep it up. Xia Xian, after all, had conceded too early. The match officially commenced. In the bot lane at level 3, the blue side's Zhu Xiaosong intentionally prepared to assist Xia Xian. After clearing the red buff and the F4, he reached level 3, marking one of the most formidable early ganks for the blind monk. As he made his way down to support Xia Xian, he was taken aback when the screen flashed the words First Blood. The ADC had secured the kill. To his astonishment, Xia Xian had already given away First Blood. Such a swift demise. Was the bot lane truly this challenging? Chapter 30. The self-esteem of a beauty in a strategic maneuver. Thresh astutely positioned himself to gain experience from the final minion before reaching level 2, stealthily entering the brush. Suddenly, a treacherous hook emerged from the foliage, ensnaring Vayne with pinpoint accuracy. In response, Caitlyn swiftly activated her E ability, dashing towards Xia Xian and unleashing a barrage of attacks on the level 1 Vayne. Thresh followed suit, employing his Q to close the gap, subsequently using his E to propel Vayne away from the turret and applying Ignite. As Vayne found herself ensnared, Caitlyn, with no means of escape, fired her Q and deployed her ultimate, mercilessly piercing through Vayne's form. The synergy between the two was nothing short of seamless. Despite Vayne's attempt to evade with a roll, activating her double flash and heal in a desperate bid to reach the safety of her turret, she was swiftly taken down by Caitlyn's own flash, losing 400 gold in the process. Soraka could only provide a meager heal, helplessly watching as Vayne succumbed to the enemy's onslaught. This demise seemed unjust. It was well known that securing level 2 was crucial for a decisive engagement. Even a moderately experienced ADC should have been aware of the experience required for their level up, and it was perplexing that she would carelessly fall prey to a hook. Yet, Soraka thought, perhaps this was merely an oversight, a common occurrence for a newcomer. Everyone makes mistakes, after all, but who would have anticipated that just minutes later, Vayne would again find herself ensnared? This time, it was almost as if she rolled willingly into the hook, as Thresh prepared to cast. Vayne inexplicably rolled out from behind a minion, directly into its path. One might wonder why she did not simply remain behind the minion to farm, as Thresh's hook could hardly navigate such an obstacle. The outcome was, of course, predictable. The disparity in equipment and levels widened significantly. Accepting the minor missteps, Soraka resigned herself to the fact that the opposing bottom lane was undoubtedly more skilled and had long been prepared for pressure. However, at the 8-minute mark, Vayne astonishingly fell victim to another hook. Soraka felt an urge to exclaim, "Vayne, do you possess a magnet that attracts hooks?" Initially focused on last-hitting minions, Vayne had already taken some damage from Caitlyn, and with her health not fully restored, being hooked meant instant demise. To have died 3 times by the 8-minute mark was outrageous. This was hardly a bronze match. Even Syndra from the mid lane could not help but express her bewilderment at the disarray unfolding in the bottom lane. What is happening? How can the bottom lane be collapsing so severely? If you cannot win, do not force the fight. Simply farm under the turret and let a few minions go. With a sense of resignation, Soraka replied, "Do not ask me. I have done my best." Vayne sheepishly remarked, "I will play more cautiously." Yet, in truth, caution proved futile. The challenges on the lane transcended mere difficulty. The disparity in equipment and levels had grown alarmingly vast, turning survival in the bottom lane into a near impossible endeavor. Lee Sin attempted to ambush a few times, but refrained from engaging forcefully, adhering to the fundamental tenet of jungling. Support the strong, not the weak, particularly in dire circumstances. Given the state of the bottom lane, any attempt to intervene would result in a guaranteed triple kill for the opponents. Realizing the futility of the situation, he decided to abandon the lane. With a heart full of questions, Zhu Xiaosong wondered, is Xia Xian truly this inept in competitive play? No, this was beyond mere ineptitude. It was an utter catastrophe. In truth, Xia Xian was as much a victim of circumstance as anyone else. It was then that he realized the fairy tales were nothing but fabrications. The notion that every boy dreams of having a seductive goddess by his side while playing video games is but a fanciful illusion. When a lady truly sits beside you, mere inches away, the thought of gaming becomes utterly inconceivable. Especially when, as Xia Xian engaged in his game, Shu Yuewu languidly rested her head on his shoulder. Deliberately or not, breathing softly against his ear. A mere turn of his head to the right could lead him to kiss the alluring lips of Shu Yuewu. Xia Xian. "It is wrong to lie," she teased. "Look, your guilt is evident." "I am not guilty. It is your antics that have rendered me speechless," he retorted. Shu Yuewu's enchanting eyes curved into a delicate crescent as she leaned closer, whispering sweetly, her voice reminiscent of a siren's captivating song. "I have not spoken falsehoods," she insisted. While Xia Xian stubbornly refused to turn his gaze, his arm growing numb beneath the weight of her head. Shu Yuewu was nestled too closely, her languorous form almost entirely resting upon him, leaving no space between them. He could distinctly feel that a slight movement of his arm could lead to contact with something soft and exquisite. A sensation so intoxicating that it rendered him utterly incapable of focusing on his game. Even as his arm began to stiffen, he dared not shift even slightly. This was no coincidence, it was utterly surreal. The sweet, soft scent of the girl enveloped him, drawing him further into a state of enchantment. Her entrancing gaze and irresistible crimson lips possessed a tenderness capable of melting steel, relentlessly tormenting the fragile heart of Xia Xian. Look, you've succumbed again, how pitiable." "You must be feeling guilty," Shu Yuewu remarked, donning an expression that suggested her disconnection from his plight, attributing his predicament solely to his own guilt. Xia Xian could only reluctantly acquiesce. "This concerns your special talent, you know. I can tell you wish to leave this place, to venture to Jiangnan University, am I correct? At this rate, do you truly think the other party will agree to your special request?" The fragrant breath escaping her delicate lips brushed against Xia Xian's ear. Warm and soothing. "Come now, just admit it. This would benefit us both." A thought flickered in Xia Xian's mind, and he confessed, "In truth, she is my girlfriend. Our first meeting was love at first sight. While she appears to be the goddess of our school in private, she is a devoted little wife to me. A secret that must remain hidden. Well, I've said all I needed to." Ha. Shu Yuwu let out an eerie laugh that sent chills down his spine. After a moment, she replied, "Xia Xian, it seems I must reevaluate your intelligence. Your exaggerated claims are so outrageous that they scream deceit, ensuring no one would believe you. Do you think to baffle me with such folly?" Xia Xian lamented inwardly, wondering if this woman was indeed a devil. "Xia Xian, do you recall the day we went grocery shopping? That butcher mentioned the cold family girl, and at the time, I was oblivious. Now, I understand he was referring to Lung Xuedong. The uncle had once remarked about her, acknowledging her beauty yet deeming her too fierce, to the extent that he felt intimidated in her presence. Such a woman. Apart from Lung Xuedong, I find it hard to believe there exists another. Naturally, if one were to assert that you two are indeed a couple, I would remain skeptical. It is likely that you have merely shopped for groceries together, similar to our own circumstances, which have been misunderstood. Furthermore, considering the first class this afternoon, where both you and she were conspicuously absent, let us not dismiss this as mere coincidence. I observed you stepping out to procure something for her, did I not? In truth, this matter holds little significance. Even if she knows you, it would not be surprising. What young man does not aspire to draw nearer to Lung Xuedong? To linger in her memory? Yet the crux of the issue lies in the fact that despite your familiarity and shared grocery excursions, you both feign ignorance of one another within the school premises. Does this not strike you as peculiar? Might it not suggest that there exists some clandestine secret between the two of you? Xia Xian felt a flush of embarrassment. This woman was undeniably astute. I beg your pardon, but I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. In such moments, one can only feign resilience. Is that so? Shu Yuewu certainly did not believe him. A glint of frost flickered in her beautiful eyes, yet her face was adorned with a seemingly cheerful smile. Do you intend to play the fool until the competition concludes? Alas, another opportunity lost. For Lung Xuedong, you would forfeit this rare chance without a word of admission. Would you not? Xia Xian yearned to protest, asserting that it was not his choice to abandon the opportunity, but rather hers to compel him to do so. Shu Yuewu was now incensed. Her pride as a beautiful woman had been severely affronted. To Xia Xian, it felt as though he had chosen Lung Xuedong's side over hers, a defeat that left her deeply unsettled. In truth, this matter touched upon principles that Xia Xian would refuse to divulge no matter the consequences, though he resided next to Lung Xuedong in the same building. The entire rented structure belonged to her family. The perils of gossip loomed large. Who could predict how the narrative would morph in the tongues of others? It would undoubtedly devolve into scandalous tales of high school cohabitation and shared bedrooms. This issue bore significant weight on a girl's reputation and purity. Even if it meant swallowing his pride, he would never utter a single word. Despite Shu Yuu's relentless provocations, Xia Xian remained resolute, gritting his teeth and refusing to yield. This infuriated Shu Yuewu, igniting an uncontainable fury within her. Clenching her silver teeth, she hissed, "Very well. I shall grant you 10 seconds to ponder. If you confess, I will fulfill one request of yours. Understand this clearly. Any outrageous demand you make, I shall acquiesce." She could not fathom that she might fall short of Lung Xuedong. Having lost a few votes in the campus beauty contest, could she not even conquer this young man? Xia Xian's heart skipped a beat as fleeting, tantalizing images flashed through his mind. He quickly shook his head and replied, "No need. I have said all I can." You do not even wish to contemplate? Shu Yuewu's brows furrowed in anger, wishing she could obliterate him. There was nothing left to discuss. All right. Xia Xian, remember this insult you have cast upon me today. We shall see how this unfolds. What? I insulted her? Xia Xian was utterly bewildered. Unable to comprehend how he had offended her, his expression one of pure confusion. Women, why must they be so complicated? Fortunately, after Shu Yuewu finished speaking, she ceased her remarks and distanced herself slightly from him. The heavy burden that had rested upon Xia Xian's arm was lifted, leaving him feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. Although the relief was undeniably pleasant, he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for indulgence. Shu Yuewu, propping her chin with one hand, glared at the screen with annoyance, urging him to perform admirably and not embarrass her, especially since she had been the one to introduce him. Indeed, Xu Weiwei took great delight in increasing the difficulty for Xia Xian. Yet she did not wish to witness his defeat. Rather, she relished the sight of him struggling to survive amidst adversity. In truth, she herself could not comprehend the nature of her sentiments. At this moment, Xia Xian felt as if he were soaring through the skies and swimming freely in the vast oceans. His arm had finally been liberated. He resembled a beleaguered superhero, battered by minuscule beasts, who suddenly regained the power of sunlight, almost bursting forth with a triumphant declaration of renewed strength. However, his current statistics revealed a disheartening tally: 0 kills and 7 deaths, with only one more defeat separating him from utter disgrace. Even his devoted E-Cup concubine, the diligent Qin Yu, had abandoned him, leaving him to his own devices as she sought out greener pastures. Chapter 31. The Heroic Suppression. Sun Bo gazed at Vane's performance and farming record, shaking his head. Song, you seem to have misjudged this time. I observed from start to finish and found nothing remarkable. At best, she's only at a platinum level. I suspect she only reached this Diamond 5 tier by sheer luck. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaosong appeared somewhat embarrassed. He had always prided himself on his keen perception and rarely miscalculated. Yet here they were, in the very first match, witnessing such a dismal performance. While it was true that Xiao He was indeed formidable, possessing professional caliber, it seemed implausible that Vane could be defeated with a score of 0-7. Was the disparity in skill truly that vast? Was it possible that Xia Xian's remarkable 5 kills in the previous peak was merely a stroke of fortune? He surmised that perhaps she was simply feeling particularly anxious. After all, she lacked significant competitive experience and might have been overwhelmed by nerves. Sun Bo shook his head, his expression one of skepticism. Really? I believe her skills are just average. If our starting AD holds this level, we may only reach the top 16 nationally next year. Song, you might want to reconsider allowing her into the first team. Oh, on second thought, it probably doesn't matter. At this rate, I doubt she will garner 2 votes of approval. Sun Bo felt disheartened by the prospects of their future AD. The first team support would soon graduate, and there was a considerable chance that he would be promoted to the first team S support position in the new semester. He certainly did not wish to support an AD of such mediocre caliber, as any misstep in the bot lane would inevitably reflect poorly on him as well. Any support would prefer an AD capable of suppressing their opponents and securing an advantageous position in lane, much like Han Fei, who was ideal, strong in lane, and formidable in team fights. Regrettably, he had already been recruited by Kyoto University. However, just as their conversation concluded, the screen displayed the notification of Vane achieving a double kill. This prompted both of them to shift their focus to the bot lane, where they beheld Vane single-handedly attacking minions in front of the second turret. Meanwhile, the approaching Caitlyn and Thresh had both retreated to base, taking the free ride home with remarkable efficiency. Sun Bo looked utterly perplexed. Song, you can't possibly have orchestrated this for the AD's benefit, allowing Xiao to throw the game, can you? After all, they are teammates and share a strong camaraderie. Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. Xiao He's temperament would never permit such an arrangement, especially when it concerned the honor of their future esports club. The mid laner Syndra chimed in with a question. Xiao Gu, this is rather excessive in terms of accommodating the newcomer, isn't it? The implication being that Xiao He had intentionally let Vane secure a kill to cushion her fragile self-esteem, fearful that too many deaths would be unbearable for her. The clockwork mage, Qin, responded with a smirk. What do you know? Pay attention and learn well. This is strategy. Just look. Vane has now gained value and can secure 7 kills. By my calculations, this is still a net gain. Of course, this was all in jest. Nevertheless, it was quite evident that Caitlyn and Thresh had been playing leniently. To anyone watching, it was clear that Xiao He had deliberately eased the pressure. The bot lane duo had pushed hard, advancing to the second turret, leaving Vane to fend for herself while the rest of the team occupied the mid and top lanes. Although the pressure in the mid and top lanes was significant, it could still be salvaged. The bot lane, however, had collapsed entirely. leading them to abandon all hope for recovery and allowing Vayne to farm minions and gain experience alone. A small advantage, but an advantage nonetheless. Observing the equipment. Vayne had barely managed to acquire a pair of Berserker's Greaves, while Caitlyn had already amassed an Infinity Edge and a Blade of the Ruined King, boasting an equipment advantage of approximately 3,000 gold. Under such circumstances, it was inconceivable for Vayne to challenge Caitlyn in a one-on-one duel, especially with the formidable support of Thresh nearby. If it were not for Caitlyn's apparent leniency, one might question the plausibility of the situation. Xiao He remained silent, punctuating his thoughts with ellipses. He struggled to articulate the sensation he was experiencing. It was merely an instinctive reaction as an AD carry. Initially, Vayne appeared laughable, her mechanics and awareness reminiscent of a silver-tier player. Yet, in an instant, her demeanor transformed dramatically. Her movements and positioning resembled those of an assassin lurking in the shadows, gradually revealing her formidable prowess, truly embodying the moniker of the Night Hunter. At that moment, the bot lane was devoid of challengers. Caitlyn, accompanied by her loyal ally Thresh, swiftly pushed the minions to the enemy's second turret, observing Vayne cowering beneath the tower, consuming minions. She paid little heed to Vayne. After over 20 minutes, with only a Blade of the Ruined King to her name, what could level 11 Vayne possibly achieve? Caitlyn and Thresh both stood at level 12, possessing a significant advantage in levels. They then commenced a relentless assault on the turret. As the enemy minions approached, Thresh initiated with an E ability, synergizing perfectly with Caitlyn's Q skill, unleashing a volley that effortlessly obliterated a wave of minions. Having fought side by side for countless games, their coordination was impeccable. It was almost simultaneous with the execution of their abilities that Vayne sprang into action. Activating her ultimate, Final Hour, she charged forward without hesitation. Perhaps most onlookers only noticed that Vayne's ultimate granted her a fleeting moment of invisibility post-Q and a 90 movement speed bonus for chasing down her prey. However, the attack bonus it provided was quite substantial. At level 11, Vayne's ultimate augmented her attack by 50 points, equivalent to acquiring a colossal sword worth 1550 gold. Significantly bridging the economic gap, Caitlyn chuckled lightly, dismissing Vayne's reckless endeavor as a self-destructive act. Had she truly resigned herself to such a fate? The outcome of her demise bore little consequence. Vayne's bounty had diminished to mere trifles, equivalent to a handful of minions. Thresh, Lu Dong, inquired, "What shall we do? Do we really need to go for the kill? It feels excessive, considering she's just a novice. Should we be so merciless?" Caitlyn retorted with a scoff. "The arena is a battlefield. There is no room for sympathy, only strength. If she wishes to throw herself into danger, I shall oblige." "Huh, you remain so ruthless. I fear we may instill a psychological trauma in her. After all, the team has such high hopes for her," he jested. "Please. Someone who cannot even gauge the disparity in our strengths has no right to play AD. I find it perplexing how she possesses the audacity to engage us alone while we dominate her in terms of equipment, level, and numbers. Let us send her back to the fountain for a reality check. Perhaps she has taken leave of her senses." Xiao He understood the opponent's thoughts. Having already expended her Q ability and Thresh his E ability, both were now within the tower's defensive range. They must surely intend to utilize the tower's attacks to counter them. It was a naive assumption, indeed, to think she could employ such trivial tactics in the face of their prowess. The female officer unleashed her E skill, casting a net towards Vayne, while simultaneously retreating midair, evading the tower's attack range. Vayne, executing a deft roll, evaded the net and followed suit, causing her to lose sight of the now invisible Vayne. This exemplified the utility of Vayne's ultimate, which ensured she held the advantage of initiating the confrontation, a pivotal position that significantly influenced the skirmish, akin to securing an additional attack. After landing a hit on Vayne, the officer began her counterattack, shaking her head in disbelief, pondering Vayne's inefficacy. Despite being pressed against the wall, an opportunity of such magnitude was squandered. Vayne could have easily utilized a basic attack combined with her E skill to push the officer against the wall, resulting in a 1.5-second stun. Instead, she opted for a Q followed by an auto attack, thus wasting a golden opportunity. Nevertheless, even with that 1.5-second lapse, Vayne was doomed. Thresh, unwavering in his purpose, understood Vayne's innate agility and approached her with a decisive ultimate, erecting a quartet of spectral cages around her. Upon contact with these cages, a staggering 99 deceleration would ensue, rendering movement nearly impossible, coupled with over 400 points of damage, an incredibly lethal blow for Vayne's approximate 1,300 health. To Thresh's astonishment, Vayne audaciously approached and nestled within his cage. Believing that the cage would ensnare her, he unleashed a lethal hook aimed at her position. Yet, Vayne simply executed a graceful sidestep, skillfully evading the hook, and commenced attacking the female officer while disregarding Thresh entirely. Stunned, Thresh found himself perplexed. Was this truly a viable strategy? Could one actually remain within the confines of the spectral cage, maneuvering around him? Did she treat his ultimate as her playground? The indignation grew, after all. He was a hero, yet she paid him no heed, standing before him to strike at the woman he was protecting. Did she truly consider him a mere superminion? As Thresh assessed his skills, realizing Q, W, E, and R were all on cooldown, he lamented his inferiority compared to a superminion, whose attack exceeded 260 damage, greater than all his combined efforts. As Vayne landed 3 hits on the officer, who had only managed to inflict 2 hits on her. Depleting over 500 health, she vanished once more, her Q cooldown a mere 2 seconds. The officer, displaying astuteness, hurried towards the center of the lane to avoid being stunned by Vayne's E-wall. Rapidly assessing the situation, Thresh found himself devoid of skills. With E, Q, and R all expended, his only recourse was to rely on his W lantern, which merely provided a shield. Meanwhile, both combatants were devoid of their skills, leaving Thresh to resort to basic attacks with his small chain. The female marksman possesses an attack speed of 1.4, which is insufficient to deliver a third strike within the 2 seconds that Vayne is active. With a faster attack speed, Vayne can unleash a 3-hit combo, and the marksman soon discovers that she has lost over a third of her health. A brief explanation: attack speed refers to the number of hits one can deliver in a second. Ideally, an attack speed of 1.5 would allow for 1.5 hits in 1 second, resulting in 3 hits over 2 seconds. However, this is merely an ideal scenario, as factors such as projectile travel time and attack wind-up must be accounted for, rendering the actual output lower. Emerging from stealth, Vayne strikes once, revealing her position to the marksman, who retaliates with a hit that critically strikes for 400 damage. A second blow follows, inflicting 160 damage, totaling over 500 health lost. Vayne is left with just over 300 health. She promptly employs the Blade of the Ruined King to siphon some health, restoring her to over 400. And a subsequent healing ability brings her to 600. The acute instincts of a professional AD carry inform the marksman that she need not calculate health values meticulously. Merely observing Vayne's health bar indicates that even 2 more hits, with a chance for a critical strike, would not be sufficient to vanquish her opponent. While she could withstand Vayne's next 3 hits with her healing ability, the inevitable 4th strike would follow, with Vayne in stealth, ready to ambush. The marksman realizes with dread that she would be at a disadvantage, just as she prepares to unleash her second attack, before Vayne vanishes again. The marksman decisively opts to activate her ultimate ability, an undeniably astute judgment in that moment. Though her ultimate is slow, its damage is formidable. At level 2, it can inflict 650 damage, and once locked on, Vayne's invisibility becomes irrelevant. She aims, locks on, and lets loose, with a resounding crack. The bullet is still in the chamber when Vayne, executing a basic attack, releases a crossbow bolt, followed by her E ability, Condemn, knocking the marksman back. Although she does not collide with a wall to be stunned, her ultimate is interrupted, plunging it into a 10-second cooldown. The marksman's face reflects despair. It is over. She struggles to use her healing ability and retaliates with a hit on Vayne, only to be met with a counterattack that triggers a 3-hit combo, leaving her depleted. She sets a trap in front of Vayne and attempts to escape with a flash, but predictably, Vayne follows suit, claiming her life. The remaining Thresh gazes at Vayne, who has just over 300 health, feeling as though he is trapped in a nightmare. Oh God, if this is a dream, let me awaken swiftly. The deity does not intervene, but the benevolent Vayne ensures he is sent back to the fountain. In the meantime, Vayne collects 2 significant kills. one worth 500 and another 407, totaling 900 gold. Xiaohe and Lu Dong exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, both speechless yet profoundly astonished. Have they truly been taught a lesson? What happened to their anticipated advantage in terms of gear, levels, and numbers? What of the expectation that Vayne would come to her demise, and they would thrive? The arena is indeed devoid of sympathy, and Vayne shows none. Xiaohe, his expression stiff, searches for a rationale. It must be hero suppression. Lu Dong nods in agreement. Yes, hero suppression. What is misfortune? It is merely a champion whose usefulness is limited to her Q skill during combat, which is easily evaded, rendering her 4 other abilities nearly inconsequential. And what of Vayne? All 4 of her skills are meticulously crafted for one-on-one encounters, each guaranteed to hit its target without any possibility of avoidance. Among the entire roster of League of Legends, she stands alone as a champion whose abilities are assuredly lethal. Indeed, this duel merely stemmed from the pressure placed upon the champion. He adamantly refuses to acknowledge the reality of being outnumbered 2-1, where equipment, level, and personnel all favored the opposition, yet they were still felled in retaliation. Years of synergy brought them simultaneously to the second tower in the bottom lane, where they intended to reclaim their dignity for the humiliation they had suffered. This time, they would not rely on Misfortune's Q, nor would Thresh use his E to farm minions. They were determined to vanquish that wretched opponent. There remained only Vayne, cast out by all, who had returned home to acquire some meager equipment, yet it was insufficient for the task at hand. However, 2 minutes later, the sound of a double kill resonated in the ears of all present. Sona, furrowing her brow, could not restrain herself from commenting, "Xiao, must you be so lenient?" Cinder interjected, "Just admit it. How many Q coins did you let go to the opposing team? After all these years of friendship, you might as well give me a few kills." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao typed a few words on the screen. "I did not throw the game." He paused, then added an explanation, "Champion suppression." Chapter 32. Genius or fool naturally. Xiaohe's words were disregarded by everyone. Hero suppression? What nonsense. First and foremost, this is a team game. In a 2-on-1 scenario, defeat would only occur if the opposing team possesses superior equipment. A glance at the gear reveals everything. Even if we disregard Thresh, Caitlyn's equipment utterly overwhelms Vayne. With an Infinity Edge, a blade of the Ruined King, and a long sword, she is poised to soon acquire a rapid-fire cannon, completing her 3-item build. Although Vayne's gear has improved slightly, she merely has a blade of the Ruined King and a long sword. How could she possibly compare to Caitlyn? Moreover, Thresh is hardly a mere bystander. Should he land a hook on Vayne, her demise is all but guaranteed. Even if he fails to hook her, his E ability will surely connect, dealing substantial damage with basic attacks, which would not be difficult to inflict 500 health points. This is without even considering Ignite. Is it conceivable that Caitlyn, with her equipment, cannot deal with Vayne's 900 health points? To have both champions die once is excusable, but to die twice? It seems utterly absurd. Sunbo sighed and glanced at Zhu Xiaosong. "Song, there's really no need to protect this AD in our team. Is he truly your brother-in-law?" Zhu Xiaosong shot him a glare. "Don't speak carelessly. I have not made any arrangements with him. TCH. It's always the officials who can set the fires while the commoners are forbidden from lighting lamps. Everyone knows about your good rapport with Xiaoge. Perhaps there is some silent communication between you two. It's evident that you hold this AD in high regard. What else with Vayne? After acquiring the blade of the Ruined King, she inexplicably opts not to purchase the Bloodthirster, aiming instead for an Infinity Edge. Anyone with knowledge understands that Vayne's output is enhanced significantly with the blade of the Ruined King and the Bloodthirster. Sunbo's disdain for Vayne deepened. In truth, there is no fixed order for itemization. To insist on a rigid build suggests a fundamental misunderstanding of the champion. Xia Xin's comprehension of equipment has long transcended that of the average player, far beyond what a mere support could fathom. His build is strategically designed to facilitate a more straightforward elimination of Caitlyn and Thresh in a 1v2 scenario on the bottom lane. Zhu Xiaosong pondered this and began to suspect that Xiaohe was deliberately throwing the game. After all, he was not a bronze player. In a 2-on-1 with such a disparity in equipment, defeat was inconceivable. Perhaps Xiaohe was merely considering his reputation. Zhu Xiaosong could only type in the public chat, "All right, Xiaohe, that's enough." Although he did not state it explicitly, everyone understood his intent. He was imploring Xiaohe to cease his apparent sabotage. It was unnecessary to assist him in such a manner. Xing De La Qianfeng joked. "Xiaoge, did you hear that? Song has spoken. It's too fake. But if you're here to throw the game for me, then that's no lie. I can act more convincingly." His remark elicited laughter from the crowd, and no one blamed Xiaohe. After all, they were on the same team and merely believed he had a close bond with Zhu Xiaosong. Xiaohe glanced at the support, Lu Dong, seated beside him. His breath slightly heavy. In a hushed tone only they could hear, he inquired, "Did you throw the game?" Lu Dong expressionlessly shook his head. Of course not. On their second attempt, Thresh was far more cautious. As Vayne activated her ultimate, he promptly placed a control ward. For their objective this time was singular, to eliminate Vayne and redeem the shame of having thrown the game. Yet the Q and D skills were ineffective, rendering everything void. A true embodiment of futility. Vayne audaciously maneuvered within his vicinity. The only skill that remained unspent was her W, which provided a shield to the ADC. As long as the ADC refrained from using flash to evade the shield, it was nearly impossible to miss the skill. As for the ADC, it was a tale of bitter tears, with only a single ultimate ability to inflict damage, and once pushed away, it was all lost. Both of them met their demise once more in the heat of battle. Xiaohe chuckled at his own folly. When he first perished, he thought, "What a foolish Vayne, neglecting her E, which could have stunned me for over a second and dealt more damage." In hindsight, he realized it was he who was the fool, as she had calculated everything. Even if she stunned him, she too would perish. She had intentionally withheld her E to interrupt his ultimate, the sole method to secure victory over them both. Lu Dong's gaze fell, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. His movements were peculiar when he attempted to cue him a second time. He anticipated his trajectory, only to find him unexpectedly stationary, while his E skill evaded Lu Dong's prediction entirely. He could not decipher his movements. Within Lu Dong's eyes lingered a hint of trepidation. In that fleeting moment of casting his skill, he inexplicably felt that no matter where he directed it, it would inevitably miss. He could not fathom Vayne's level of skill, feeling as if he were not on the same plane as her. It was as if all his casting techniques had been laid bare before her, rendering him a vulnerable child, exposed and transparent. In truth, the two had already traversed to the river in the bot lane. Xiaohe softly inquired, "We still possess an advantage in equipment. Together, do you believe we can secure a win this time?" Lu Dong swallowed hard, casting a glance at Vayne, who was busy farming the minions near the second turret while managing the wave. As long as he landed his hook, Vayne would surely perish. Lu Dong replied, "It seems a skirmish is brewing in the mid lane. Shall we proceed to assist in the push?" Xiaohe nodded in agreement. As they conversed, they turned a corner, veering towards the mid lane. Although unspoken, their intentions were unmistakable. They harbored no desire to return to the bot lane, for it felt somewhat daunting. In a seemingly casual manner, Xiaohe couldn't help but utter a curse. Why hasn't he Riot removed this insufferable champion Vayne? None of her 4 skills can be evaded. All skill is rendered meaningless in her presence. When she approaches, there's no escape. One can only stand and trade blows. Movements are futile. Lu Dong chimed in, "Indeed. How are we to play this game? What happened to the promised skill expression and champion balance? Why can Thresh evade with 3 skills while Caitlyn's 4 skills are so ineffective?" Yet, despite their words, they both harbored a clear understanding. Within a chill crept into Xiaohe's heart, leaving him feeling somewhat cold. The dainty figure of Vayne exuded an aura of terror. How confidently audacious she appeared, how brazen and arrogant. In such circumstances, she dared to confront them with merely a blade of the ruined kings. Though her timing was indeed impeccable, striking as soon as they had expended their skills. But where does she derive her confidence to challenge 2 opponents? In high-level matches, it is rare to witness a situation where fewer players confront more. Does she truly perceive herself and Thresh as mere bronze players? Is she so assured in her ability to outplay Jinx? Did she understand from the outset, or is it merely a stroke of luck? In such circumstances, there are typically 2 types of individuals. 1, a fool from the bronze or silver tiers, who never backs down and charges headlong into battle. The other, a genius, a prodigy who has mastered the nuances of Vayne and possesses unwavering confidence in their skills. ready to engage in a desperate struggle backed by sheer talent. The line between genius and folly is razor-thin. What kind of player is Vayne? A chilling sensation gradually takes root in Xiaohe's heart. He vividly recalls the only time he experienced such a feeling was against that monstrous AD player he faced in the national tournament. He never wishes to encounter such a player again. He does not want to dwell on it further, unwilling to accept the reality of his inadequacy. Vayne is inherently formidable in one-on-one confrontations, and he clings to the notion that her advantage is merely due to her champion selection. Had he known better, he would have chosen a more powerful AD to avoid this predicament. Perhaps. The purple side still holds an advantage, leading by 10 kills, and begins to assemble in the mid lane to push while Riven exerts pressure in the top lane. The blue side, however, huddles beneath their tower, desperately defending. Yet, this merely exacerbates the economic disparity as the jungle resources have been stripped bare. After several skirmishes at the blue side's second tower in the mid lane, the blind monk first attempts a Q to engage, planning to R-flash back to initiate a team fight. Only such a strategy holds any chance of success. Unexpectedly, the enemy's Orianna returns, and Thresh, from an astute angle, anticipates our Syndra's QE stun, promptly hooking him. The assassin and Riven teleport in simultaneously. With the blue side holding the advantage of the second tower, a 5v5 battle ensues beneath the tower, resulting in a 3-4-3 exchange, with Vayne and the assassin escaping, losing the second tower and the dragon. In a disadvantaged position, achieving a trade like that can be considered a small victory. The purple side grants no respite, regrouping to dismantle all outer towers, then begins to pressure the high ground, incessantly whittling down the health of the inhibitor tower. A small-scale skirmish occurs at the entrance to the high ground. The blind monk attempts a spinning kick but falters, forcing the blue side to engage, ultimately managing another fortunate 3-4-3 exchange. The front line, consisting of the Excavator, Riven, and Thresh, is swiftly overwhelmed by Vayne, who is equipped with Blade of the Ruined King, Infinity Edge, and the Bloodthirster. Vayne's devastating late-game damage begins to manifest, while Jinx's late-game output falters, yet the blue side continues to crumble, all players left with low health, losing the high ground. Subsequently, a chain reaction unfolds. The opposing team, comprised of 4 players who have previously reached the national tournament, displays exceptional rhythm. They utilize the super minions in the mid lane to stall the blue side's movements, orchestrating the pace of the game, systematically stripping the blue side's jungle of vision, and continuously leveraging the dragon objectives to create distractions. Meanwhile, Sona, in an attempt to ward the jungle and prevent the enemy from securing the Baron, falls victim twice. Though this is preferable to losing the Baron outright, which would render their situation utterly hopeless. The failure of the blue team seemed inevitable, merely a matter of time. Amidst the tug-of-war, Vayne keenly sensed something amiss in the river's middle lane. Utilizing her trinket, she glimpsed the opposing team engaged in slaying the Baron, and to her astonishment, they had already diminished its health by half. The personnel of the blue team, who were initially stationed to guard the super minions in the mid lane, hastened to the Baron pit. Losing the Baron could very well lead to the loss of a high ground and subsequently a dragon. Not to mention, should the enemy acquire another dragon, they would summon the Elder Dragon, an unstoppable force. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was weakened, the Bard activated his acceleration ball, rallying everyone towards the Baron pit. As they approached the Baron, Bard was the first to place a ward inside the pit for vision. To their dismay, they discovered 5 foes lurking on the right side of the pit, obscured from view, undeterred by the Baroness' breath. At that moment, it was already too late. The Excavator had tunneled out in a flash, launching itself into the fray and instantly knocking up 4 individuals. A jolt of dread surged through Zhu Xiaosong. It was over. Who could have anticipated that they would forsake the Baron, having already depleted half of its health, to set an ambush? Such decisive resolve was remarkable. Without needing to see further, he understood the impending outcome. Riven activated her ultimate, flashing into the fray, stunning with her W, followed by several QS, and unleashing her ultimate, the Exile Charge. The 3-pronged shockwave struck 4 adversaries, resulting in an explosive output, a devastating area of effect damage that rendered them utterly defenseless. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror of late-game area of effect damage lay with Orianna. A single ball launched forth, and with her Q, R, and W, she could obliterate squishy targets, and even the tankiest champions would struggle to withstand her overwhelming magical damage. It was the end. Orianna, undeniably the starting mid laner from Jiangnan University, emerged with a flourish, wielding her puppet, while Zhu Xiaosong's hands had already relinquished their grip on the mouse and keyboard. Chapter 33. A stroke of genius. Some assert that life is an exercise in enduring the whims of the powerful. If one cannot resist, one must simply acquiesce. This aptly describes the situation faced by Zhu Xiaosong and his companions. Emerging from the excavator's tunnel, as they positioned themselves among the four, an unspoken understanding dawned upon them. The game had reached its conclusion. They were left to silently endure their fate. Moreover, it was not merely the whims of the strong they faced, but rather the machinations of the cunning. The opposing brutes would advance one after another. Once the excavator was in place, Riven materialized in a flash, accompanied by the fearsome presence of the explosive AoE from Orianna, who appeared with a sense of inevitability. Alas, they had fallen into a trap. To their astonishment, the enemy had displayed such cunning, choosing to endure the wrath of the dragon instead of confronting it head-on, lying in wait like a pack of seasoned predators. Truly, they were a formidable adversary, capable of reaching the national finals, and Zhu Xiaosong found himself outmatched intellectually. As anticipated, the marksman, Caitlyn, unleashed her Q ability, striking 3 foes. Riven followed suit, utilizing her Q and W for a stunning combination, while Thresh emerged, casting his ultimate to ensnare the group in a deadly embrace. The bard, Sona, was left with but a sliver of health, while the monk, Lee Sin, though clad in armor, still retained half his vitality, and the assassin, Katarina, held a precarious 2/5 of her life force. Yet this was merely the beginning of their troubles. The true terror lay in the figure bearing the magical puppet atop her head. Suddenly, all eyes were drawn to Orianna as she blinked into the fray. Her puppet soaring into the midst of the chaos, a harbinger of dread and demise, heralding an impending storm of bloodshed. However, to their astonishment, she refrained from unleashing her destructive power. Following Riven's stun, she did not capitalize with her ultimate, and the sphere remained amidst the tumult. In a swift turn of fate, Orianna was struck, her form sent crashing against the fragile dragon wall, issuing a cry of despair. Quickly, they realized that the excavator had only lifted 4 of them, while 5 had charged forth together. They had rushed toward the dragon's lair with the acceleration of the sphere. How could one have vanished? As they approached the dragon's pathway, Vayne sensed something amiss. Where were the defenders? If it had been her, she would have willingly sacrificed Thresh to delay for just a moment at the entrance. A half-health dragon could be easily delayed, but something was awry. Thus, Vayne deliberately lingered behind. At the very moment Orianna blinked into view, she too followed suit. She understood that if Orianna unleashed her power, annihilation was inevitable, leaving no room for survival. This petite woman concealed within her frame the potential for cataclysmic devastation. As Orianna's puppet was cast forth, Vayne initiated a healing spell for her allies, simultaneously unleashing a judgment upon the foes. Orianna was ensnared, stunned against the wall. In the delicate balance between life and death, the slightest miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Just as Zhu Xiaosong had prepared to relinquish his grip on the mouse and keyboard, a glimmer of hope ignited before him, prompting an involuntary exclamation, "Beautiful!" After Riven's stunning maneuver, no one followed up with control. He was an experienced monk, directly executing a flash into his ultimate, swiftly retaliating with a kick that sent the most threatening Riven hurtling back. She collided with the wall, which inadvertently propelled the Clockwork Champion into the fray, knocking her airborne. Just when it seemed that the songstress was destined for demise, she discovered that Vayne had activated a heal, pulling her back from the precipice of death, saving her just in time. With a deft motion, she unleashed her ultimate, the Crescendo, unleashing a wave of yellow light that ensnared the excavator, Riven, Thresh, and the Clockwork Champion simultaneously. However, this final breath was swiftly extinguished by a bullet from the marksman lurking in the dragon pit. Syndra, disregarding all else, resolved to deliver damage since Vayne had granted her a fleeting chance. She could not allow the Clockwork Champion to act, raising her hands to unleash her ultimate. As her health dwindled to a mere 100, As an AP mage, even in death, she was determined to inflict her final blow. Syndra's damage was formidable, compounded by Vayne's ultimate, which amplified her attack power by 70, leading to the Clockwork Champion's swift demise, leaving behind only a lingering essence. In her last moments, Syndra cast an EQ combo, stunning Riven, Thresh, and the Excavator, but her efforts were futile as she was promptly dispatched by the marksman's bullet. Nevertheless, her actions had bought precious time for her allies to inflict damage. The assassin, regaining her composure, swiftly engaged the marksman within the dragon pit, using her skill to stun her. The marksman, already weakened from the dragon's onslaught due to her teammate's absence, was further incapacitated by the assassin's attack, leaving her severely injured. The Excavator and Thresh hurriedly turned back to protect her from the assassin's lethal grasp. However, it was too late. The monk's Q skill struck true. And despite the marksman's desperate flash to the right into the jungle, she was ultimately claimed by the monk's relentless pursuit. Riven, resolute, pursued Vayne with determination. Yet, she soon realized something was amiss. The damage from Vayne, who had recently seemed quite vulnerable, was now astonishingly high. Retreating while attacking, she executed a fluid walk-and-swing strategy, and a triple strike unexpectedly depleted nearly half of Riven's health. It dawned upon her that Vayne had acquired the blade of the ruined king, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and Whisper, her equipment rivaling that of the once dominant marksman, with damage far exceeding that of the late-game marksman. Riven's eyes widened in disbelief. When had Vayne become so formidable? It was during the previous skirmishes when she had claimed several kills without dying, maintaining a score of 7-0. Just as she was about to close the gap, Vayne executed a ruined King's active, slowing Riven's advance, followed by a Q that increased the distance between them, leaving Riven to chase in vain. Ultimately, she succumbed in defeat. Thresh, lacking any resistance, and the purely tanky Excavator, ultimately fell beneath Vayne's onslaught of silver arrows. There is a saying, in Vayne's eyes, there are no tanks, only squishy targets. In the early game, this was, in fact, a perfect team fight for the purple side, with skills executed flawlessly. The Excavator absorbed the brunt of 4 adversaries, while Riven stunned 4 as well, leading to an explosion of AV damage. Yet, the final outcome was a complete team wipe for their side, with only 3 opponents remaining, resulting in the loss of the dragon and the high ground. A minor oversight led to the abrupt termination of a seemingly flawless team fight. Vayne's E-Flash and subsequent healing remarkably extended the lives of the blue team, resulting in an astonishing turnaround. In a mere 1.5 seconds of stun duration, Sona managed to unleash her ultimate before her demise, while Syndra executed her ultimate and QE just in time, allowing Lee Sin to retaliate with a well-timed Dragon's Rage, sending Riven flying and rendering Orianna ineffective, as she was eliminated without inflicting any damage. This pivotal 1.5 seconds decisively altered the outcome of the entire skirmish. It was a narrow margin. Orianna had already cast her ball, merely a press of the Archie away from unleashing devastation. Just a gentle tap of the index finger could have resulted in an explosive triumph for them. The purple team would have been spared the need to engage the dragon and could have pushed for the Nexus instead. That singular E-Flash secured over 5,000 gold for the blue team, a difference of merely 1 second. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. At first glance, such a seemingly simple maneuver belied its complexity. It required quick thinking, decisive judgment, extraordinary skill, and the selection of an impeccable position. D must connect with the wall. Failing to stun would have spelled disaster for the blue team. Later, the disparity between Vayne and Caitlyn became evident. Any frontline champion daring to engage would find themselves unable to withstand Vayne's relentless assault, leveraging the Baron buff and the pressure from super minions. The blue team successfully demolished the purple team's bottom lane. They then engaged in another skirmish in the top lane, with the purple team making a desperate stand. Ultimately, it resulted in a 4-4-5 exchange, leaving only Akali alive as she dismantled 2 turrets before the dazzling Nexus was obliterated under the onslaught of super minions. Victory letters appeared before Xia Xion's eyes. They had triumphed. The home team had succumbed. As they returned to the victory screen, a sense of disbelief pervaded the atmosphere. Such a significant early advantage squandered was truly astonishing. Upon reflection, it became clear that the team wipe at Baron was a critical blow. A turning point, while Vane's decisive play was nothing short of inspired. Zhu Xiaosong typed a message in the chat, remarking that it had been an exciting comeback, and playfully suggested that they had indeed been careless. It was time to cast votes regarding the new AD. Opinions were sought. However, the voting privilege rested solely with the 5 starting players, who held the decision-making power. Zhu Xiaosong had previously indicated his support for a favorable vote, and thus, he cast it without hesitation. He outlined his reasons, 1 point in favor and 2 against, but ultimately, he believed in the player's potential, citing the Baron fight as a clear moment of reversal that showcased vision, skill, and awareness. The execution of the E-Flash on Orianna was critical, otherwise, the outcome would have been entirely different, and he felt this player deserved further development. Silence enveloped the screen as no one spoke for an extended period. Xia Xian and Xu Yuwu were both nervously focused on the screen, aware that the stakes involved Xia Xian's coveted special prize slot. After a lengthy pause, they finally observed that the opposing mid-laner, Orianna, had scored a 2. Zhu Xiaosong inquired, "What do you think?" As the conversation unfolded, it became evident that the recent team fight concerning the Baron was not solely attributed to exceptional skill. Rather, it was also significantly influenced by fortune. The timing of our flashes was nearly simultaneous, and had my positioning been even slightly askew, I would have evaded being pinned against the wall. As long as I remained unstunned, I would have been able to unleash my ultimate ability, thus suggesting that luck played a considerable role, albeit with an acknowledgement of tactical awareness. Upon reflecting on her initial circumstances, the atmosphere grew tense. Although I hold faith in you, my concerns extend to the future of our esports team, representing the hopes of several seasoned veterans. I apologize for my reservations. The clarity of her words was unmistakable. Vane's early game was nearly catastrophic, rendering her performance unacceptable as a starting AD carry, leading to her dissent. With the first voice of dissent raised, others quickly followed suit, including Riven, who expressed her thoughts succinctly. This revelation chilled Xia Xian, as it became apparent that 2 individuals were in disagreement. Zhu Xiaosong inquired for elaboration. My perspective aligns closely. Regarding the Baron fight, I firmly believe that your flash contributed significantly, accounting for half the success. Had your positioning not been impeccable, could you have sent Orianna flying? Could Sona have controlled 4 opponents? Could Syndra have stunned 3? Therefore, it is unjust to attribute the entire credit to his E-Flash. Moreover, you are aware that he was faltering early on. Had Xiaohe not taken it upon himself to support the newcomer out of respect for you, there would have been no late-game resurgence. Although he managed to secure a few kills later, if you were to inquire about my opinion, I would rate it a 2. Riven attempted to express her thoughts delicately, wishing to preserve the atmosphere, merely suggesting that he was looking out for Vayne. To put it bluntly, everyone sensed that he had been too lenient with Vayne, unable to bear witness to her struggles. Given his long-standing rapport with Zhu Xiaosong, he likely wished to spare him embarrassment in front of others, resulting in the unintentional sacrifice of 4 kills. Under such a disparity in equipment, is it plausible for Vayne to achieve 2 consecutive double kills? It seems implausible. After all, they had never experienced such a situation themselves, and they didn't believe it achievable by others, thus concluding that he must have intentionally let her off the hook. Zhu Xiaosong sighed deeply, taken aback by the unforeseen complications. And what of you, Xiaohe and Lu Dong? Do you share the same sentiments? Chapter 34. Is this what you wear? Ah. Indeed, it seems insufficient. Observing the disapproving remarks of the 2 on the screen, Xia Xian felt a pang of disappointment. He was aware that his early performance had been lacking, yet he had exerted every effort to compensate later on, managing to perform reasonably well in several team battles, achieving equilibrium despite being at a significant economic disadvantage. His last hitting skills had also improved rapidly. He had diligently farmed both jungle and minions, ultimately surpassing the ADC and achieving the full 6-item build. In a bid to make up for his earlier shortcomings, he had opted for an all-offensive build, foregoing any defensive gear. Thus, a devastating output during the Baron encounter had led to a triumphant retaliation. But was it still insufficient? A group of foolish individuals. Xu Yuwu, with her long, alluring legs crossed, leaned one arm on her thigh, supporting her delicate, pale chin, and murmured to the screen. The greatest folly of humankind is to be narrow-minded, believing that if one cannot achieve something, neither can others. How laughable! The ordinary cannot comprehend the triumphs of the extraordinary. They simply do not grasp Xiao Xian's true prowess, mistakenly attributing the success to the opposing AD's leniency. Just as the Trinity Force is vital for the champion Z, and the Blade of the Ruined King is crucial for compressing damage, for Xiao Xian, after acquiring the blade, his Vayne possessed formidable solo combat capabilities. Xu Yuwu had witnessed multiple comebacks firsthand, and she had just observed the most recent one clearly, so she was acutely aware of this fact. Raising her elegant eyebrows, Xu Yuwu remarked, "How about I explain it to them, attributing your early struggles to my influence?" Xiao Xian, maintaining a neutral expression, replied, "Thank you for your kind offer. But it's unnecessary." Xu Yuwu pouted in dissatisfaction. "What else with that tone? I haven't even gotten angry with you yet, and you're already upset with me. Who would dare?" "Miss?" Xiao Xian responded, switching to the statistics page, revealing a total damage output of 54,000. This indicated that throughout the match, he had dealt 54,000 damage to the enemy heroes, while the mid laner had only managed 29,000. The output of the others paled in comparison. His damage was nearly equivalent to that of the other 4 players combined. It seemed satisfactory, and if that still wasn't enough, so be it. As he switched back to the chat window, he noticed that support Lu Dong and ADC Xiao He had simultaneously posted a one. Top laner Riven, unable to contain herself, inquired, "What is the reason?" Lu Dong replied, "The ADC performed admirably, no further explanation needed." He preferred not to dwell on the specifics of that commendable performance. Riven pressed further, "What about Xiao He?" Xiao He clicked on the statistics page, gazing at Vayne's glaringly high output of 54,000, which starkly contrasted with his own 32,000. His heart raced with frustration. He was puzzled as to why, despite having killed this fellow early on and having had an advantageous position, every team battle seemed to result in a stalemate or even a disadvantage for their side. Now he understood. Just how much damage had this guy siphoned off during team fights? No wonder every skirmish felt so arduous. He was supposed to be a professional ADC. Yet his output barely reached half of Vayne's. Xiao He hastily switched back to the previous page, fearing humiliation if others were to see it. Typically in casual matches, aside from the carry positions, no one pays much attention to the statistics page. In the chat interface, a remark was made, "Time will tell," a rather subtle expression. He hesitated to openly admit that the opponent had been thoroughly defeated early on, only to later surpass him magnificently. How could he face anyone after that? Moreover, in a 2-on-1 situation in the bottom lane, he had been soloed twice. How could he possibly voice such a sentiment? He now yearned to swiftly forget this nightmare. As the psychological trauma was expanding at a geometric rate, all the while vowing never to play as Caitlyn again, he could hardly fathom how much damage he could have dealt had Vayne not been so dominant in the early game. Perhaps Vayne was simply too anxious at the start, her mentality faltering, and he now found solace in the fact that her mindset was less than ideal. The ability to stealthily deal damage was truly frightening. Zhu Xiaosong nodded, stating, "Well, that makes it 3 votes in favor and 2 against. Our team has always adhered to the principle of the majority ruling. So it is settled." Twisted Fate chimed in, "Since the vote stands at 3-2, I have no further comments. I only hope that this year's newcomers include a more outstanding AD." Syndra teased in response, "Don't be so pessimistic, Xiaosong. Perhaps the players from other schools are even less impressive." Clearly, she did not hold high hopes for Xiao Xian. "All right," Zhu Xiaosong interjected, putting an end to the banter. It was evident that the majority were not enthusiastic about the new AD. After all, they would either not be teammates or would become juniors. Thus, the importance of maintaining a pleasant rapport was paramount. This matter was settled. Although Zhu Xiaosong had quelled the dissent, Vayne remained decidedly unappealing. Nonetheless, Xiao Xian was not overly concerned. Given the outcome, being specially recruited brought him considerable joy, marking a significant step forward. Xu Yuwu observed the smile on Xiao Xian's face, her own expression a mix of feigned delight and veiled malice, silently vowing to make him pay. "Thank you," Xiao Xian responded, standing up cheerfully. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Remember to rank tonight. came the reminder. As Xia Xian made his way to the door, Shu Yuewu suddenly caught sight of a peculiar piece of fabric on the ground out of the corner of her eye. What is this? She wondered aloud, picking up the small piece of fabric and unfolding it, only to discover it stained with blood. This is... Xia Xian finally noticed what Shu Yuewu had retrieved from the floor and widened his eyes in astonishment. He quickly felt his pockets and realized it was indeed missing. Wait, don't look. But it was too late. Shu Yuewu blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. Then a smile spread across her face, her lips curling up as her alluring gaze fixated on Xia Xian. You're not planning to tell me that you wore this, are you? At that moment, Xia Xian's mind raced with a singular thought. He must not reveal the existence of Long Xuedong. He nodded. Is it mine? Shu Yuewu's smile grew even more mischievous. Oh my, I didn't expect you to have a penchant for wearing girls' shorts. Xia Xian could only manage a wry smile. Who doesn't have a little secret? Saying this, he quickly stepped forward to snatch the fabric from Shu Yuewu's hands. However, she, being a former gymnast, nimbly evaded him, lowering her body and darting to the other side of the soft pink bed, looking down at him from her elevated position. Pointing at the crimson above, she smiled mischievously and remarked, I fear you possess not only this peculiar taste, but also the monthly habit of your aunt visiting, don't you? With a shake of her head, she exclaimed, Goodness, the flow is indeed substantial, even more than mine. Xia Xian's face instantly flushed a deep red. She found herself at a loss for words. However, at such a moment, she could only muster a brave front, stubbornly asserting, Indeed, I am in good health with abundant vitality. Is it so strange that my flow is a bit more than usual? Strange? Not at all. How absurd. In an instant, Shu Yuewu's cheerful demeanor shifted to one of indignation as she retorted, To protect Long Xuedong's reputation, it seems you are willing to go to great lengths. I have no idea what you're talking about. Just give it back to me. Xia Xian dashed around to the right side of the bed, while Shu Yuewu swiftly moved to the left. As Xia Xian shifted to the left, Shu Yuewu circled back to the right, and the two engaged in a playful chase for several rounds. Xia Xian made a bold move, encircling from the center of the bed. Shu Yuewu attempted to flee, but Xia Xian seized her wrists and pinned her down onto the bed, preventing any further movement. Shu Yuewu, unyielding, opened her mouth to scream. Assault. Mom, help. Assault. Startled, Xia Xian quickly covered her mouth with one hand and whispered, Don't struggle. Give me the item, and I'll leave. Shu Yuewu was obstinate, thrashing her legs wildly and desperately writhing beneath Xia Xian. With one hand gripping her left wrist, she managed to transfer the small fabric to her right hand, extending it far away to evade Xia Xian's grasp. The two continued to wrestle back and forth, one seeking possession while the other stubbornly refused to yield. If Xia Xian relaxed her grip even slightly, Shu Yuewu would immediately cry out in protest. Eventually, both were left panting from exhaustion. It was then that Xia Xian realized their positions had taken on a rather intimate nature. The remarkably elastic form beneath her felt as though it were melding into her own body. Her breath quickened, and she couldn't help but notice how delightful Shu Yuewu's scent was, particularly enchanting and heartwarming. Drawing a deep breath, Xia Xian said, If you cease your cries, I shall release your mouth. What must I do for you to relinquish it? Shu Yuewu, equally fatigued, had beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. Yet her gaze sparkled with brightness as she chuckled. Dream on. It is evidently Long Xuedong's. I have figured it out. No wonder she was absent for the first period this afternoon. And you too. She must have called you to help her escape school to purchase these, right? Now, I understand that the boxed item I saw earlier was indeed sanitary pads and underwear. Xia Xian felt an urge to drag out and chastise the individual who claimed that women with ample bosoms lacked intellect. Shu Yuewu smiled knowingly. Oh my. How close you two are. A girl's private matters, and yet she confides in you, a boy, rather than other girls. Xia Xian could hardly disclose that they were merely neighbors. This matter required utmost secrecy. Furthermore, it was rumored that Long Xuedong had few close friends at school. With a resigned tone, Xia Xian asked, Just tell me, what will it take for you to return it? Shu Yuewu's eyes twinkled with mischief as she responded mysteriously, Unless you come a bit closer and whisper. Xia Xian, puzzled, inclined her face downward. Come a little closer. Why are you leaning in so near? Do you wish to kiss me? I merely wanted you to bring your ear closer, Xia Xian said, feeling a slight flush on his cheeks. If he moved any nearer, he could almost touch her delicate, alluring lips. He was simultaneously enamored and vexed by this enchanting and mischievous girl, yet he found it impossible to harbor any resentment. Leaning in to whisper by her lips, Xu Weiwu suddenly opened her mouth and bit down sharply on the area where Xia Xian's neck met his shoulder. This was no sweet, affectionate nibble typical of girls. It was a genuine bite that sent a jolt of pain through Xia Xian, causing his body to twitch involuntarily. Then, Xu Weiwu forcefully pushed him away and dashed toward the door. Huh, you fell for my trap. This is evidence I cannot possibly hand over to you. Tomorrow, I shall proudly display these little shorts at school, claiming they belong to our esteemed campus goddess, the frigid snow mountain goddess. Let us see how she maintains her goddess facade in front of her classmates afterward. Just imagining her expression makes me feel like I could eat 3 bowls of rice tonight. With agility, Xu Weiwu darted to the door and flung it open. Ready to escape. This cannot be allowed, Xia Xian thought frantically. He hurried a few steps forward and reached out toward Xu Weiwu's hand. The sharp sound of a slap echoed in the warm bedroom, resonating for a long while. Chapter 35. How would I know when Xia Xian regained his senses? He realized he had taken a few steps forward and grasped Xu Weiwu's wrist. Her bright eyes were shimmering with a hint of mist, resembling twinkling stars. As she bit her lip, presenting a pitiful expression that was utterly heart-wrenching. In a daze, Xu Weiwu reached out a hand to touch her cheek, which was astonishingly hot and painfully so. With a hint of disbelief, she asked, "You hit me?" Xia Xian found himself at a loss for words. In a moment of impulsive desperation, he had rushed over, intending to grab her underwear, but she had evaded him, resulting in an unintended slap to her face. I didn't mean to," he stammered apologetically. After experiencing a fleeting moment of confusion and grievance, Xu Weiwu's gaze gradually turned icy. Her eyes devoid of warmth as they fixed intently on Xia Xian. "You actually hit me for Lung Xuedong's sake? Well, you truly are something, Xia Xian. Even my parents wouldn't dare to strike me, yet you had the audacity to slap me." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xia Xian suggested, "How about you hit me back? I promise I won't retaliate." Xu Weiwu's eyes widened in indignation as she declared fiercely, "I refuse. Just remember this. You want to defend Long Xuedong? I will expose her. Tomorrow, I will announce her disgrace at school. I will even post it on WeChat and the campus forum, so everyone knows she bled profusely in the restroom and hid for an entire class, while you helped her sneak out to buy underwear. Let us see how she continues to look down on others with her haughty airs. I will make her the laughingstock of the entire school." Xia Xian's expression turned cold as he snatched the small item from Xu Weiwu's hand. This time without any resistance from her. Without evidence, Lang Xuedong would be unable to refute the claims. Xia Xian felt a surge of anger and fixed Xu Weiwu with a frosty glare. "Hitting you was my mistake, and I apologize, but before you harm others, consider your own feelings. If someone were to hurt you, wouldn't it cause you great pain? I believe a girl's reputation is of utmost importance. Respecting others is akin to respecting oneself. Do not jest with such matters." Having said this, Xia Xian turned to leave, but paused after taking a few steps. "Your choices are your own, and while I cannot dictate your actions, I hope you might consider the impact of your decisions on others. Not everything is a toy to be played with. Perhaps a young lady of your stature would comprehend this. In any case, I will return the money for the gaming service." This indicated that he intended to sever ties with Xu Weiwu moving forward. Upon reaching downstairs, Zhao Qing kindly inquired, "Classmate, would you like to stay for dinner?" "No, thank you, Auntie. My family is waiting for me," he replied. "Xia, you must have already set the table." Kicking his little legs in anticipation. As he stepped outside, Xia Xian couldn't help but inhale sharply, placing a hand on his neck and shoulder, gently massaging the area. It truly hurt. He realized that the girl had indeed struck him with considerable force. Glancing at his palm, he was alarmed to find a slight trace of blood, prompting him to hastily grab a paper towel to cover it. A few days ago, Mao Peng was boastfully asserting that a girl's bite was hardly painful. Rather quite pleasant. Xia Xian found herself wishing he would let Xu Weiwu take a bite to experience it for herself. For it was easy to speak without experiencing the discomfort. After finishing her grocery shopping and returning home, The sky had not yet succumbed to darkness. The golden rays of the setting sun spilled across the earth. As Xia Xin ascended to the second floor of her rented building, she beheld the enchanting figure of Lang Xuedong leaning gracefully against the corridor railing, gazing down at the passers-by below. Her pure white gown resembled a brush that sliced through the chaotic twilight, while her flowing, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently caressing her snow-white visage in the breeze. The scene resembled a stunning inkwash painting, with the celestial horizon merely serving as a backdrop for the beauty before her. Xia Xin felt her heart race in that fleeting moment. Coming back to her senses, Lang Xuedong extended her slender, fair fingers to delicately tuck a strand of hair behind her ear and softly uttered, "You're back." "Yes." Xia Xin hesitated momentarily, then handed over the troublesome piece of fabric. Initially, she had lacked the time to address it. Subsequently, she was utterly at a loss regarding how to handle it. Lang Xuedong's cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted the fabric, tucking it behind her back, and bashfully expressed her gratitude. Thank you." Xia Xin awkwardly replied. "I should be the one apologizing. If Shu Yuewu sees this, she will. It's fine." Lang Xuedong's demeanor cooled, abruptly interrupting Xia Xin. Let her say what she wants. She instinctively understood that if Shu Yuewu were to witness the situation, she would have intentions of her own, as long as she was not caught in the act. It was of little consequence. With that, Lang Xuedong retreated to her own room. Xia Xin also opened the door on her right. At the dining table, Xia Yu was, as usual, already waiting. Adorned with a black satin ribbon embellished with gold edges, she wore an intricately patterned black Gothic Lolita dress, featuring 2 golden butterflies sculpted on either side of the collar, cinched at the waist with a butterfly knot. The flowing black skirt swayed gently with her petite legs, and her delightful, charming face, combined with her clear, spring-like eyes, made her appear as a true princess of the night, exuding an air of noble mystery. Xia Xin smiled and remarked, "Have you dressed up again?" "Yes," Xia Yi exclaimed, her legs swinging joyfully upon seeing Xia Xin. "The chubby troll at the downstairs drink shop, no. The chubby sister, is reopening after renovations. It's rather impressive for a mere mortal to recognize our allure, so she enlisted my help to attract some foolish admirers. Haha. Although it took me nearly an hour, it was worth the effort." Noticing the little rabbit plush toy she cradled, Xia Xin understood this was likely her reward. "It's quite adorable. You can cuddle it at night, just don't hang on to me anymore." "No. Little Xin is your substitute. I will merely use it to fill the void in your absence. As long as you're here, I need not resort to it." Xia Yi clearly cherished the rabbit plush, gleefully rubbing her cheek against it, even giving it a name. Xia Xin could only smile wryly. "Wait a moment. I'll prepare dinner right away." After dinner, Xia Xin went online to gather some information about Jiangnan University. Zhu Shaosong mentioned that a procedure was still needed. He would report back to the school, which would send the admission notice in due course. Of course, for special admission, he would first need to select a major. Xia Yi sat on Xia Xin's lap, idly gazing at the computer screen. "Don't we have to bring that ugly girl with us today?" "No, not now. Nor in the future." Seeing the resolute expression in Xia Xin's eyes, Xia Yi understood something and fell silent. Typically, Xia Xin was quite easygoing, accommodating most matters. Regardless of how others treated him or what they said, he remained indifferent, capable of maintaining an ordinary friendship with anyone, neither particularly close nor hostile. However, this did not imply he was a pushover. He possessed his own limits, pride, and principles in dealing with others. Like a solitary wolf, he rarely showed his claws, appearing sheepish instead. Yet, once someone crossed his boundaries, he would sever ties without hesitation, revealing his fangs if further provoked. Xia Xin could not abide anyone making malicious jokes at the expense of his friends. Such remarks could be devastating for a girl. At that moment, 3 soft knocks on the door caught Xia Xin's attention. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Lang Xuedong, who stood outside in a refreshing evening dress. "Is there something you need?" "Well," she glanced at Xia Xin and then diverted her gaze, explaining, "I went shopping with my mom and happened to buy a box of cake. I can't finish it all, and if I leave it until tomorrow, it will spoil. I'd rather give it to you than throw it away." Lang Xuedong spoke in a somewhat stiff, report-like tone as she handed Xia Xin a beautifully packaged round double-layer cake. The semi-transparent wrapping revealed a cross-section similar to a plate, and the magnificent design, with layers of fruit and cream, suggested it was quite luxurious. Thank you. No need to thank me. It's not like I bought it for you. I just happened to buy an extra box anyway, and it was meant for the cats and dogs. Am I a cat or a dog? Xia Xian replied with a wry smile as he accepted the cake, casually asking, How did you end up buying an extra box? In an instant, Leng Xuedong glared at him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fuming. How should I know? Why don't you ask my mom? With that, she stomped into the left room, the door slamming shut with a loud bang. Has she become inexplicably angry again? Xia Xian stood there for a moment, utterly baffled. The thoughts of girls were indeed inscrutable. It felt like just moments ago everything was fine, yet suddenly, it was as unpredictable as the weather in June. As he stepped into the bedroom, Xia Ye's eyes brightened, and she rushed over excitedly. Wow, 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 cake. Is this our late-night snack? Go, how extravagant. This style costs over 100. It was not purchased by me. Rather, it was coincidentally acquired by Leng Xuedong and her mother during their shopping excursion today. They brought it over, unable to finish it themselves. Being neighbors. Xia Xian thought it was quite ordinary. She had also invited Leng Xuedong over for meals, and they occasionally exchanged food. However, Xia Ye's expression swiftly transformed from clear skies to overcast, her face clouded with concern as she murmured, So it is, the scheme of the cold-blooded deity. A foreboding omen. Xia Xian placed the cake on the computer desk and prepared to cut it to share with Xia Yi. Yet, Xia Yi halted him with a hand, her voice tense. You are too naive. According to my observations, this cake has been cursed by the cold-blooded deity. You cannot eat it. Xia Xian glanced at the cake and chuckled. If we don't eat it, it will go to waste. I wonder what curse you think she has cast. Perhaps if we eat it with cola, it might neutralize the effects. Instantly, Xia Yi adopted a grave demeanor and insisted. No, that is a curse known as love. Once you consume it, you will become her vassal, obedient to her every command. And you will forget whose vassal you truly are. Xia Xian laughed lightly. Is that so? I feel that being a vassal is the same regardless of whose it is. Xia Yi puffed up her cheeks in a huff, her small face stern as she glared at her silly brother. This is important. With a mischievous glint in her dark eyes, she pointed outside, commanding, Go and fetch a larger bowl and a ladle. There is more to this. I don't want this. Very well. As Xia Xian returned to the kitchen to gather a bowl and ladle, he found Xia Yi fervently shoving the cake into her mouth, having already consumed a considerable portion of it. Chapter 36, Is that not a turtle? Xia Xian was puzzled. The cake was larger than her face, not to mention her petite mouth. She truly could not fathom how she managed to consume it all. Eat slowly. Don't choke. I'm not competing with you, she said. Xia Yi, seemingly oblivious, had her tiny hand smeared with cream, swallowing without chewing, which immediately lodged in her throat. Her eyes widened in alarm as she desperately pounded her chest, her face turning crimson. Xia Xian hurriedly poured her a glass of water. Before long, the cake, which appeared to be far larger than Xia Ye's small belly, had been entirely devoured. Xia Xian fetched a towel to wipe the copious cream from Xia Ye's hands and face. Xia Yi, with her distended belly, flopped onto the bed, clutching her stomach. Her expression contorted in discomfort. Ugh, so nauseating, so awful, she lamented. Xia Xian retorted, Well, of course, if you gobble down that much cream, you're bound to feel sick. You've wasted such a delightful cake. You ought to take your time. Xia Yi insisted, No, this is the cold-blooded priestess scheme. She has cursed it. Only beings like us, with divine bodies, can barely withstand it. I shall not let her curse prevail. The priestess does not cast curses. She only employs sacred purification to save others. Thus, she is the wicked cold-blooded priestess. From the moment the two met, Xia Yi had been at odds with Leng Xuetong. Xia Xian, after numerous encounters, came to perceive that Leng Xuetong simply struggled with social interactions and did not deliberately look down on others. Observing Xia Yi's swollen belly, Xia Xian felt compelled to advise her, I suggest you sit up. Lying down is not conducive to digestion. Be cautious of potential bloating and stomach pain. With an air of unwarranted confidence, Xia Yi proudly proclaimed, Cuckoo, why do you utter such ignorant words? As the embodiment of night, the vampire princess, my body. honed through millennia of cultivation and symbiosis with the sun and moon, shall not be vanquished by mere bloating. 10 minutes later, Xia Yi lay on the bed, her tearful gaze fixed upon Xia Xian, on the verge of tears. Wu brother girl, I think I am dying. I must have fallen victim to the cold-blooded priestess's curse. My stomach is in turmoil. It seemed that even her millennium of cultivation and symbiosis with the sun and moon could not withstand the trivial discomfort of bloating. Xia Xian sighed. I warned you not to lie down right after eating. Your stomach can't handle it, can it? Xia Yu filtered his words, her hands gently caressing her belly as she grimaced in pain. Oh, sealed demon within me, please remain calm. This is not a land of slaughter for you. Xia Xian, exasperated, dashed downstairs to purchase a box of digestive tablets. Upon returning, he administered 2 to Xia Yi and cradled her in his arms at the computer desk. Just sit for a while. You'll feel better soon. Xia Yi nestled against Xia Xian's chest, her starry eyes half closed. The unique fragrance of a young girl enveloped Xia Xian, lingering in the air around him. Do refrain from overeating. Your usual portion is merely a bowl of rice. Yet you've just managed to consume roughly 4 bowls in one sitting. I must say, I am quite in awe of how you managed that. Xia Yi, feeling somewhat lethargic, raised her small fist. For the triumph of the Holy War, such trivial discomfort is hardly worth mentioning. No one wishes to engage in combat with you. Xia Yi continued, taking a notebook and a pen, beginning to sketch. Should we, by unfortunate fate, fall victim to a priest's curse, you must remember to deliver this to the Green-Hatted Knight. The Green-Hatted Knight refers to the police. Xia Xian inquired about her drawing. What is this? A death message, derived from the clues left by the victim in their final moments, to apprehend the murderer and bring her to justice. That is the terrifying nature of a death message. I am aware of that, but what you have drawn is merely a turtle. Of course, I am portraying the cold-blooded priest. Do you not think it bears a striking resemblance to her face? The Green-Hatted Knight will surely understand. Only Xia Yi could make such an outlandish comparison between the flawless visage of Lang Shuetong and a turtle. Xia Xian quickly grasped why the police would comprehend it immediately. Xia Yi had inscribed the 3 characters Lang Shuetong beside the drawing. The police would undoubtedly find it impossible not to understand. Unlike the tidy handwriting typical of an elementary school student, Xia Yi's script was elegant and flowing, exuding an unusual beauty, as if the characters were interconnected, utterly captivating. It is no wonder the teacher was unable to resist encouraging her to participate in competitions. Her handwriting seemed far beyond that of a mere elementary student, capable of winning at provincial or even national levels. However, due to the additional entry fees, Xia Yi chose to forego participation. Suddenly, a QQ notification appeared, marked by the name Han Fei. Wow, bro, you finally decided to return to the rank you belong to? Previously, Xia Xian was relegated to the bronze tier while Han Fei was at the top, making it impossible to duo queue with him. Now that he had ascended to Diamond 4, they could finally team up. Come on, let's do this. The number 1 AD in the national server. Let me carry you to glory, experience the thrill of soaring to the top, Han Fei urged. Xia Xian replied, the number 1 AD? Self-proclaimed or ranked at the bottom? The future king, it's only a matter of time. Enough chit-chat. Log in quickly. Seeing as he had no tasks at hand, Xia Xian acquiesced. Soon, an invitation for duo queue arrived from a player named No AD. No game. Bro, how about this? Whoever has the higher rank gets to play AD. No need for that. With a name like yours, who would dare take your AD? I can play mid, jungle, top, or support just fine. Ha. A jack of all trades. I like that. All right, we'll duo queue. You support me, and the king will help this Diamond 4 kid show off. Then I shall rely on you to shield me. I'll play Draven and show you what it means to take down a Diamond kid with a single blow. Is he trying to undermine me with all this banter? After a while, Han Fei sent another message. Brother, I'm impressed. You're the only AD I acknowledge. What do you mean by that? I recently perused your gaming achievements, and it appears that the support player accompanying you in duo queue is your girlfriend, which nearly blinded my eyes in disbelief. Each match, she purchases vision stones at a cost of 800 gold. My goodness. You seem to have completely relinquished the rhythm of an AD carry within the first 20 minutes. The opposition's early aggression towards you resembles a father-son dynamic. and I fear there may be no other in the entire league as devoted to their girlfriend as you are. It seems I ought to prepare a monetary gift in advance. Do not be absurd. She is merely a classmate, and I am assisting her with rank play, you retort. Assisting her to the extent of acquiring vision stones? Who bears the responsibility in case of defeat? Xiao Xian cannot clarify. After all, a vision stone grants an additional 150 health, making one less susceptible to being eliminated swiftly. Very well, I shall accept that explanation. The 800 gold spent on a vision stone is indeed for the sake of an additional 150 health. Enough of this banter. Focus on your own performance. In their duo queue, they encountered both Diamond and Master players. Over several matches, Xia Xian grew aware of Han Fei's formidable prowess. His landing was indeed aggressive. Xia Xian himself favored a similarly ferocious style, often pushing the opposing team back to their tower. However, he discerned that Han Fei's awareness was somewhat lacking. His reckless aggression made him susceptible to ambushes, necessitating comprehensive protection to avoid potential collapse. Consequently, Xia Xian coordinated with him, typically purchasing vision stones early on, 3 control wards and 1 true sight ward, to fortify their bottom lane into an impenetrable bastion, supporting his aggressive lane dominance. In nearly every match, upon reaching level 6, they would shove the minion wave into the tower, denying the opposition any opportunity to remain beneath it, even diving the tower to secure kills. Even if they traded 2 for 2, it was still advantageous, as the enemy would lose 2 waves of minions. They continuously relayed good news throughout the evening. Han Fei inquired, "Shall I take on support for a couple of matches?" To which Xia Xian replied, "Have you ever played support? Please do not sabotage me. I shall handle it." Indeed, Han Fei had never played support, but he understood that the more skilled a player was, the more inclined they were to play carry roles. Eager to save the team, such individuals often exhibit a degree of arrogance, particularly disdaining the support role. Supports earn little gold, lack equipment, and when they finally manage to accumulate some gold, it is spent on items for the AD carry. They are the first to engage in battles to draw fire and the last to retreat, ultimately gaining no credit for victories while bearing the brunt of failures. It is no wonder that few wish to undertake such a role. Of course, Han Fei belonged to that particular category of players who detest playing support. In high-tier matches, it is common to see players relegated to the support role with no agency. However, he noticed that Xia Xian did not exhibit any such arrogant tendencies. He was versatile, possessing a rare humility. He was skilled yet not haughty. No, upon their first meeting, he confidently proclaimed he would surpass himself, radiating self-assurance. Thus, to be precise, this individual lacks arrogance, yet possesses a strong character. How did he cultivate such remarkable composure? Meanwhile, Xu Yuewu was utterly astounded, lying on her bed with her face covered, staring blankly at the ceiling. How dare he strike me? How could he possibly hit me? I have always been the one to strike others. When did it become his turn, that pathetic loser, to lay hands upon me? And for that wretched woman, Lung Xuedong, no less. The notion of considering matters from another's perspective is utterly laughable. I am not them, so why should I adopt their viewpoint? If I am to contemplate the needs of others, then who shall attend to my own? And as for the reputation of young women, can she truly blame me for her own missteps? If she possessed any integrity, she would refrain from bringing shame upon herself. I could easily ruin her reputation. He is merely an ordinary boy. He ought to simply acknowledge my allure and profess his affection like any other boy, rather than presume to pursue me with such arrogance. How dare he strike me? Xu Yuewu feels a profound sense of injustice, for she has done no wrong. The fault lies solely with Lung Xuedong. Her cheeks burn with heat. The pain is almost unbearable. A gentle knock on the door interrupts her thoughts, and her mother, Zhao Qing, calls from outside, "Wu, you haven't had dinner. Why not have a snack? I made some pastries." Xu Yuewu retorts sulkily, "I'm not hungry. I'm full." Full of anger, it seems. This phrase sounds oddly familiar. After a moment's reflection, Xu Yuewu recalls that she was similarly provoked on the first day. This insufferable boy only knows how to infuriate her. Zhao Qing inquires, "Have you been snacking again? Be careful, or you'll gain weight. By the way, what was the deal with that boy earlier? He seems nice, quite humble and easygoing, though rather ordinary. His eyes are particularly bright. Why do you prefer such a type when there are so many handsome and sunny boys?" Shu Yuewu is exasperated. Mentioning Xia Xin is like inviting misfortune. She shouts, "Like him? Not a chance. That guy is the most infuriating. Tomorrow, I shall make him pay." Zhao Qing stands at the door, momentarily stunned, blinking as she silently notes Xia Xin's name before turning to leave. Chapter 37. Do not leave. Duty student on a sun-drenched noon during the lunch break. Xia Xin rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the bright sunlight, while several classmates engaged in animated conversation nearby. Shu Yuewu languidly leaned against her desk. Her graceful figure splendidly showcased, she wore a pink t-shirt that accentuated her enviable curves, and a denim skirt that highlighted her long, alluring legs, which seemed to shimmer under the radiant sun, exuding an irresistible allure. Shu Yuewu exclaimed, "Mao Pang, you played exceptionally well yesterday." Mao Pang couldn't conceal the grin spreading across his face and modestly replied, "Hee hee, it was you who played brilliantly. I never imagined you were so skilled at ADC. The Thresh on the opposing team hardly managed to hook you. There were several moments when I thought you would surely be caught, yet you dodged every time." With a smile, Shu Yuewu replied, "After watching enough, one learns." She was naturally clever and possessed remarkable dexterity. Your support was commendable too. I noticed your hooks with Blitzcrank were quite accurate, landing 2 out of 3, she added. Mao Pang proudly declared, "Of course. I've practiced executing the soul-snatching hook, catch one. Take one down." Indeed, quite impressive, Zhang Qian remarked with astonishment. "Mao Pang, when did you start duo queuing with our class beauty? You didn't even inform us." Mao Pang, brimming with pride, replied, "You can't blame me. Shu Yuewu insisted we keep it a secret. We're climbing ranks together." Chen Tsung suddenly threw an arm around his neck, threateningly whispering, "You better not harbor any ill intentions. The class beauty belongs to all of us." He then turned to Shu Yuewu with a charming smile. "Shu Yuewu, let us duo tonight. I'm fierce in mid lane. I can take on 2 opponents." Mao Pang shook his finger playfully, grinning. "You two can't even queue with her." The duo asked in unison, "Why not? Do you know what rank Shu Yuewu is?" "She's diamond." "Do you have any platinum players?" "Ah, was T Shu Yuewu gold? How did she become diamond?" "Hiki, she plays ADC exceptionally well. Her last hitting could use some work, but her rank has naturally risen. We've been queuing together for several days. And she has already climbed to Diamond 3. She'll likely rank up soon. We're aiming for higher tonight, while you two are still far behind." Mao Pang wore an expression of triumph, while the other two appeared deflated, resembling wilted eggplants. If she's diamond, then only Mao Pang in the class could duo with her. How fortunate this fellow is to duo with Shu Yuewu. Perhaps he could even perform some heroic rescue in-game. And at the very least, they could share the delightful sound of her soft, cotton-like voice over voice chat daily. It was infuriating. One could hardly help but feel envious. Xia Xin blinked, staring vacantly out the window. Diamond 3? He distinctly remembered the last time they duo queued. They were at Diamond I. Had she truly climbed from Diamond I to Diamond 3 while queuing with Mao Pang? Indeed, under the subtle influence of Shu Yuewu, Xia Xin has acquired numerous techniques. However, aspiring to compete at the diamond level alongside Mao Pang proves to be a formidable challenge, resulting in a predominance of losses. Naturally, Mao Pang's mind conveniently filters out the instances of defeat. As the college entrance examination draws near, both the school and classrooms begin to exude a distinctly tense atmosphere unique to pre-exam periods. The teacher explicitly informs the students that this moment marks the last opportunity in their lives to engage their intellect, urging them to cherish this chance and exert their utmost effort, for soon the world will be one where men value wealth and women value appearance, rendering intellect largely obsolete. Consequently, many strive to make the most of this final intellectual endeavor. Some may achieve admission to a prestigious institution, but for individuals like Mao Pang, no amount of effort will elevate them beyond a less esteemed school, leading to a resigned acceptance. As for Shu Yuewu, her additional points alone could exempt her from a subject, and given her natural aptitude, coupled with her beauty and wealth, the college entrance examination is for her as effortless as a casual meal. Xia Xin cast a sidelong glance at Shu Yuewu, perplexed by her intentions. Since their quarrel, they had not exchanged a single word. Xia Xin found it difficult to accept Shu Yuewu's proposition to disclose the matter concerning Lang Xuedong. Although Lung Xuedong may not have been particularly talkative, she had always treated him kindly, and he felt they had a tenuous friendship. He could not allow anyone to harm his friend in such a manner. Thus, he outright refused to continue mentoring Xu Weiwu, offering to refund her entirely, considering the initial engagement as voluntary labor. However, when he messaged Xu Weiwu on QQ to request her bank details for the refund, she remained unresponsive. Despite multiple attempts to reach out, she exhibited an air of aloofness, embodying the demeanor of an unapproachable goddess. While other goddesses might at least acknowledge with a simple "I'm eating" or "I'm sleeping" before rendering themselves invisible online, Xu Weiwu entirely ignored him. Xia Xian even attempted to call her once, but the line was abruptly cut off. In school, Xu Weiwu was perpetually surrounded by others, leaving little room for conversation. And thus the matter lingered unresolved. Occasionally, their eyes might inadvertently meet, prompting Xu Weiwu to turn away with an icy demeanor, treating him as a mere stranger. Xia Xian was engulfed in confusion. Xu Weiwu neither mentioned wanting a refund nor expressed a desire for him to continue mentoring her, yet her silence was deafening. Did she relinquish her claim to the money? If so, he would simply keep it. He felt that their current dynamic resembled a childish spat. Similar to when Xia Yi would ignore him after a disagreement, avoiding eye contact and conversation. However, dealing with Xia Yi was considerably simpler. He merely had to embrace her and coax a smile from her to restore harmony. He certainly could not embrace Xu Weiwu. It was likely that without her intervention, 25 burly classmates would conspire to bury him in the school's back hill, leaving him forgotten by the next year. As the class bell rang, the teacher announced, "Tomorrow morning at 10, gather at school to travel to the examination site in the city and check into the hotel. We will be staying there for 3 days. Do you understand?" "Understood," came the collective response. Class dismissed, and remember, duty students, don't forget to clean the floor. As Xia Xian was about to exit the classroom, someone yanked him back. "Where do you think you're going, duty student? It's time to clean." Glancing at the blackboard, he noticed the words "duty student Xia Xian" prominently written in the lower right corner. The other duty student was Xu Weiwu. The class had already run late. And as the students trickled out, the sky grew darker, heavy clouds gathering on the horizon. Xia Xian looked over at Xu Weiwu, who sat in her chair, one hand resting on her delicate cheek, her beautiful eyes gazing vacantly out the window. Xia Xian approached her desk and said, "You take groups 1 and 2. I'll handle the rest." He felt an eerie familiarity with the scene, as if it had transpired before. Xu Weiwu ignored him. The atmosphere in the classroom was thick with an unsettling silence. As Xia Xian finished wiping the blackboard and the podium, Xu Weiwu rose to begin sweeping. After completing groups 3 and 4, Xia Xian disposed of the trash in the corner and tidied up, closing the window. The time spent on these tasks was nearly equal to the time Xu Weiwu took to finish groups 1 and 2. Once Xu Weiwu stepped out of the classroom, he turned off the lights and locked the door. Upon reaching the entrance of the first-floor hall, Xia Xian noticed that Xu Weiwu was not in a hurry to leave. Her graceful silhouette stood under a small pavilion at the hall's exit. She certainly was not waiting for him, but rather because it had begun to rain outside. Xu Weiwu cast a glance at Xia Xian, remaining silent and coolly staring ahead, waiting for the rain to cease. The fine droplets painted a hazy gray over the dim sky. Xia Xian extended a hand outside the pavilion, feeling the rain, and mumbled, "It's just a light drizzle." He was about to step out into the rain when, unexpectedly, the light rain seemed to take offense, quickly calling its friends, transforming into a torrential downpour. Having ventured less than 10 meters from the pavilion, the raindrops grew to the size of beans, crashing down with such force that it felt as though they could gouge a hole in his forehead. The relentless sound of the raindrops colliding with the earth echoed around him. Hastily, Xia Xian retreated back under the pavilion. Xu Weiwu shot him a dark glare. Xia Xian felt quite aggrieved. Could he be blamed for the rain intensifying? It was not something he could control, initially intending to wait for the rain to lighten. Xu Weiwu reluctantly pulled out her petite pink phone and called her father. "Yes, I'm at school, right at the entrance of the first teaching building." "All right, please come pick me up." Silence enveloped them once more, despite being separated by a mere 3 to 4 meters, an unusual stillness spreading between them. After more than 10 minutes of waiting without any sign of the rain abating, Xia Xian, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, guessed that he was quite hungry. His gaze wandered around until it settled on the left corridor, where the teacher's office was located. Naturally, the office door was locked. Xia Xian tentatively pushed against the window of the office and, to his surprise, it opened. He then climbed through the window and, upon switching on the light, discovered a compact, collapsible paradise umbrella resting on the nearby bookshelf, a reserve for the teacher. Teacher, my heartfelt gratitude is indelible. Joyfully, I took the umbrella and made my way to the small pavilion. Xia Xian glanced at Xu Yuewu, who was leaning against the stone pillar with her arms crossed, then looked up at the darkening sky. After a moment of hesitation, she remained rooted to the spot. It was as if they had silently agreed, neither spoke, and they stood together, gazing out at the curtain of rain. Half an hour passed in this stillness before Xu Yuewu received a call from her father. What? The road is blocked? A traffic accident. You've been stopped for inspection and won't be able to leave for 2 hours. What am I to do? Where can I find a taxi at the school gate in such torrential rain, with not a soul in sight? Xu Yuewu stamped her foot in frustration and angrily ended the call, biting her lip and falling silent as she continued to stare at the heavy downpour outside. Another half hour passed, yet no one appeared. Xia Xian sensed that no miracle would unfold today, and, after a moment of uncertainty, approached Xu Yuewu. Chapter 38. How dare you speak again? Xu Yuewu cast a sidelong glance at Xia Xian. She had naturally observed him climbing through the office window and emerging with an umbrella. However, what puzzled her was that he did not leave after taking the umbrella, but instead stood beneath the pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, she deduced that Xia Xian was waiting for her to leave safely before departing, likely believing that it was unsafe for a girl to be alone at night. Xu Yuewu inwardly cursed, wondering why he felt the need to meddle in her reverie. Xia Xian had already approached her side. I will escort you to the intersection on the right. You can take a taxi from there, he said. No need for your feigned kindness, Xu Yuewu retorted, crossing her arms and turning her gaze away from him. But it's dark now. It's not safe for you to be alone, he insisted. That's none of your business. Fine then, just be careful, Xia Xian replied, taking a few steps forward and preparing to open the umbrella. Frustrated, Xu Yuewu stamped her foot and grasped his shoulder, pulling him back. Are you really just going to leave like that? Xia Xian looked at her in confusion. Is there another way to go? You heartless person. Are you really going to abandon me, a girl, at this dark school gate? The night had enveloped them completely, with only the dim glow of the streetlights flickering through the rain, creating an eerie atmosphere. The darkness and the howling wind, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, heightened her fear. If Xia Xian had not been standing beside her, she would have likely succumbed to panic. When he first stepped out with the umbrella, her heart had nearly leaped into her throat. Had he left, she might have truly burst into tears. Fortunately, Xia Xian's innate gentleness compelled him to stay, much to Xu Yuewu's relief. With a fierce glare, she admonished him. If any nefarious figures or ghosts emerge to harm me, it will be your fault, and I will haunt you. Xia Xian, looking quite innocent, explained, I did say I would escort you out. It was you who insisted I needn't worry about you. Does repeating it a couple of times kill you? You thick-headed fool, don't you understand that girls need a semblance of modesty? Does it really take so much effort for you to call out a few more times? With your attitude, you might as well resign yourself to a life of solitude. Does it really kill you to ask again? Speak up, will it? Xu Yuewu demanded, advancing menacingly with each word, forcing Xia Xian to retreat. Her relentless demeanor left him momentarily questioning what grave sin he had committed. After all, he had only offered to see her out. Xu Yuewu's ire escalated as she glared at him, her full lips pursed in indignation. And what about last time? You hit me. How dare you strike me? Not only that, but you also had the audacity to give me a sour look. Who do you think you are? My parents wouldn't dare treat me that way. What gives you the right? Did I? Speak another word, and you shall see. Are you ignoring me at school, giving me the cold shoulder? If that is the case, then do not bother with me at all. Why should you concern yourself with my affairs? As she spoke, Xu Yuewu had already cornered Xia Xian against the wall, leaving her no escape. Their faces were nearly touching. Xia Xian observed the flush on Xu Yuewu's face and the redness around her eyes, uncertain if it was anger or grievance. Her chest heaved tumultuously as she calmly articulated, I did not intend to give anyone the cold shoulder. If I have inadvertently caused you to misunderstand, I apologize. I merely believe I cannot accept your behavior, and I hope we can maintain an ordinary classmate relationship. Xia Xian was perplexed as to how her actions could be interpreted as giving her a cold shoulder. By all accounts, she considered herself merely an ordinary student in class, while Shu Wu embodied the quintessential rich beauty, the dream girl of nearly all the boys. How could she possibly be giving her the cold shoulder? Cannot accept my behavior? Shu Wu's gaze flickered. Her teeth clenched as she seethed. What behavior are you unable to accept? Speak up if you have the courage. Xia Xian honestly replied. It's about what you said regarding Long Xuedong. Shu Wu interrupted him sharply. But did I actually do it? Did I? Which of your eyes witnessed me doing such a thing? But you clearly said last time speaking about it is unacceptable and discussing it is against the law. Is your family the one that sets the law? I could easily say you are a pig-headed fool or a monster. Would that turn you into a pig-headed creature? Like Zhu Beiji? Surely not. Thus, what harm does my speech do? In a hypothetical one-on-one scenario, Xia Xian would have been utterly defeated, overwhelmed by Shu Wu's imposing presence. He could only shake his head in dumbfounded disbelief. Then that settles it. I have done nothing wrong. Why should you ignore me or give me the cold shoulder? I haven't speak another word, and you shall see. Shu Wu's eyes grew increasingly red, her delicate lips quivering slightly. Her gaze fixated on Xia Xian with a fierce intensity, as if one more word from him would provoke her wrath. Xia Xian instinctively covered his mouth with his hands and shook his head. A hint of relief flickered in Shu Wu's beautiful eyes. I do not care. You were the one who spoke to me first, which means you have lost. We are currently at a standstill, 1-1. Do not think you have triumphed. As she spoke, Shu Wu snatched the umbrella from Xia Xian, took a few steps away, then, unable to suppress her frustration, returned to Xia Xian's side. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in to kiss him. Xia Xian let out a cry of dismay. Previously, Shu Wu had bitten his left neck and shoulder. This time, she had shifted to the right side. This woman showed no mercy, and without even touching him. Xia Xian could tell he was bleeding. With a cold huff, Shu Wu held the umbrella and swiftly made her way outside. Xia Xian stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by what he had done to deserve such torment. Wait, that was the umbrella I found. What am I to do now that you've left? In the midst of the rain, Shu Wu turned her delicate face and revealed a mischievous smile akin to that of a little devil towards Xia Xian. She playfully tugged at her eyelid and extended her tongue, huffing, "You might as well perish. I utterly detest you." With that, she gracefully took Xia Xian's umbrella and vanished into the curtain of rain, leaving Xia Xian standing alone beneath the pavilion, staring blankly at the dense downpour, silently praying for the skies to clear. Earlier, when she mentioned a win and a loss, what did she mean? When did the two of them begin a competition? Xia Xian was filled with confusion. In contrast, Shu Wu wore a radiant smile reminiscent of spring flowers. The accumulated gloom had finally been released, uplifting her spirits. This was indeed a win and a loss, as they were now even. Shu Wu's previous words were not mere banter. She yearned to rid herself of that insufferably arrogant woman, Long Xuedong. Yet, when the moment arrived, she hesitated. For some reason, Xia Xian's words echoed in her mind. Seeing Xia Xian's unfamiliar demeanor, offering to return her money, only deepened her feelings of grievance and sadness. Upon reflection, she realized Xia Xian was not entirely wrong. It would not be wise to become a lifelong laughingstock like Lang Xuedong. If she were in Lang Xuedong's position, she too would likely find it unbearable. Perhaps it was best to let the matter rest. However, she was accustomed to others accommodating her. When had it become her turn to accommodate someone else? Xia Xian's suggestion to refrain from certain actions made her feel as though her pride was at stake. It left her with a simmering frustration, as if she had conceded defeat to Xia Xian, inadvertently yielding to her will. Moreover, she had anticipated that Xia Xian would soon apologize, recognizing her own faults. Instead, she received a message from Xia Xian asking for her bank account number to return the money, which infuriated her. She had already softened her stance. What more did Xia Xian want? Was it necessary to be so aggressive? Did Xia Xian expect her to be the one to apologize? Resolutely, she decided to ignore Xia Xian, thinking that if she remained silent, Xia Xian should do the same. Whoever spoke first would be the one to lose. Ultimately, when Xia Xian initiated the conversation, Shu Yuowu felt elated, as this meant they were even, and she had not lost. Just as she reveled in her triumph, a BMW 7 Series came to a halt before her. The window rolled down to reveal her father, Shu Rui, who looked at her with concern. "Are you all right, darling? I managed to get here just in time. Come, hop in quickly." "Okay." Shu Yuowu climbed into the passenger seat, stowing her umbrella and humming a little tune. "Phew. I had to plead with the traffic officer to let us through," Shu Rui said apologetically. "You must have been frightened. The school looked so dark." "And you've always been afraid of the dark. What is there to fear? I've grown up, Dad," Shu Yuowu replied with a proud smile, her mind fleetingly recalling a certain calm face. "I'm not a little girl anymore, who still fears the dark," Shu Rui nearly retorted. "Then why do you still hesitate to sleep with the lights off at night?" But quickly held his tongue, uncertain of how this little treasure might react. Anticipating a lengthy delay, he braced himself for an inevitable reprimand from his daughter, expecting her to be in a foul mood. To his surprise, she appeared to be in remarkably high spirits, which relieved him greatly. Suddenly, Shu Yuowu spoke up. "Oh, by the way, let us stop at the convenience store." "Dear?" "Yes." As the BMW came to a halt, Shu Yuowu waved her hand at a homeless man squatting and smoking by the entrance of the store. The man looked at her with a puzzled expression and remained still. Shu Yuowu then produced a crisp red 100 yuan note, waving it enticingly. The homeless man immediately donned his hat and approached. Shu Yuowu pointed with her slender, fair finger towards the school not far behind. "Do you see the school?" she asked. The man nodded. She extended a folding umbrella through the window and instructed, "Deliver this umbrella to the lobby directly opposite the school gate, and this 100 is yours. Understand?" The man nodded vigorously in response. Only then did Shu Yuowu hand over the umbrella along with the 100 yuan. She watched as the man carefully tucked the bill into his pocket, clutching the umbrella tightly as he hurried towards the school gate. Once the window was closed, she declared, "All right, Daddy, let us go." Noticing the perplexed expression on Shu Rui's face, Shu Yuowu casually explained, "I borrowed it from a teacher. I won't need it anymore, so I'm returning it." "Oh." The engine of the BMW roared to life, and as the traffic lights flickered, they vanished into the curtain of rain. Meanwhile, the homeless man arrived at the lobby, set down the umbrella, and glanced around, finding no one in sight. Filled with curiosity and clutching the 100 yuan in his pocket, he stepped out of the school gate, feeling elated at the prospect of enjoying a good meal that evening. In contrast, another individual, soaked by the downpour and rushing back, was far from pleased, wringing out his clothes to fill half a bucket with water. Chapter 39. The Wheel of Fortune. After a journey of over an hour on the school bus, we finally arrived at our destination. The examination venue was located in a prestigious high school near the city center, and accommodations had been secured at the nearby 4-star Sunshine Holiday Hotel. The stay was to last 3 days, reportedly at a discounted rate of 40%, affordable, yet not particularly cheap. Each room housed 2 individuals, and Xia Xian was paired with the rotund Mao Pang. For most of the students, this was their first experience in a 4-star hotel, and they were all visibly exhilarated. Exclamations of amazement filled the air. "So spacious. So luxurious. This is my first time here." At noon, after a sumptuous lunch shared among 10 friends gathered around a table, Xia Xian returned to his room, took some cold medicine, and lay down to rest. To echo Xia Ye's earlier remarks, his complexion resembled that of a goblin ensnared in a hunter's trap, awaiting its fate. He slept soundly until evening, and after dinner, he began to appreciate the true value of health. Life is precious, but health is even more invaluable. The post-dinner activities were plentiful. A group of boys congregated in one room to watch late-night television, reveling in action films rich with artistic flair. Others, both boys and girls, gathered in another room to play cards, while some, including those in Xia Xian's room, formed a circle to engage in a game of truth or dare. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though these students were on holiday, completely devoid of the tension typically associated with the looming college entrance examinations. "It's my turn. I am the king," Mao Pang declared with a proud flourish of the card he held aloft, glancing around at the gathered crowd. "Let us go with number 6. Shu Yuowu revealed her card. A 6. Hee. Mao Pang's interest was piqued, and after a moment's thought, he queried, "Do tell, what sort of boy do you fancy?" Xu Yuowu smiled coyly, her gaze drifting across to Xia Xian. "My standards are rather high, you know. He must be handsome and charming. Someone who can make me laugh when I am upset, and who can amplify my joy when I am happy. He should be over 6 feet tall, weigh no more than 160 pounds, be athletic, intelligent, and possess outstanding academic performance. Ideally, he should come from a wealthy family, so he can spare time to accompany me without the burden of work." Following her description, the faces of all the boys turned ashen, a collective defeat evident. With unabashed bravado, Mao Pang quipped, "Isn't that description essentially me?" A chorus of disapproving hisses erupted from their peers. Xia Xian took a moment for self-reflection and was astonished to find that he did not meet a single one of her criteria, an extreme in its own right. Continuing the game, Xu Yuo gleefully displayed her card, the king. Number 4. Reluctantly, Xia Xian revealed his card, the 4 of spades. Xu Yuo's eyes crinkled into crescents as she playfully tapped her lips with her finger, donning a mischievous expression. "What should I ask?" "Ah. How about sharing who your first love was and why you liked her?" At this, the attention of the 10 classmates shifted towards Xia Xian. Curiosity is an innate human trait, and they were eager to uncover the identity of his seemingly ordinary first love. Xu Yuo added with a teasing tone, "Be truthful. Lies will earn you a lightning strike." Xia Xian gazed at the curious expressions of the crowd, hesitated for a moment, and then forced a smile, declaring, "I choose a daring adventure." This implied his reluctance to reveal the truth. TSK, the chubby Mao Pang draped an arm over Xia Xian's shoulder and chuckled mischievously, "You rascal. It's obvious why you hesitate to speak. Your first love is right here, making you shy, isn't it? I bet it's someone here." With that, he deliberately shifted his gaze in the direction of Xu Yuowu, insinuating that Xia Xian harbored feelings for her. The others pondered this notion and found it quite plausible, for there were indeed several boys in class who secretly admired Xu Yuowu. However, Xu Yuowu's expression darkened. Xia Xian liked her? That seemed absurd, especially since he had given her the cold shoulder not long ago. His refusal to speak indicated he had someone special in mind. Could it be that first love was indeed? Xu Yuowu's face clouded with displeasure. "Since you've chosen a daring adventure, I trust you are prepared for the consequences," she remarked. Xia Xian nodded. Xu Yuowu smirked defiantly. "All right, go to the window and shout 3 times. Is there a lady here?" "I'm looking for a lady." This was truly a cruel trick, searching for a lady on the eve of the college entrance exams at a hotel. If others heard Xia Xian's voice, he would undoubtedly achieve a notorious legacy at school. Xia Xian was well aware that Xu Yuowu would not let him off easily. Resolutely, he approached the window and shouted 3 times, "Is there a lady here?" "I'm looking for a lady." This incited a commotion below. Laughter erupted from the surrounding rooms, and the ones inside had already dissolved into fits of mirth. The classmates casually stacked the cards in the center, and with a few shuffles from Mao Pang, they began anew. Xia Xian kept his eyes fixed on the cards. Once the shuffling ceased, he swiftly drew one. He glanced at the card Xu Yuowu had drawn. After everyone had selected, Xia Xian revealed his joker, casually calling out number 3. Xu Yuowu had no choice but to turn over her base card, revealing a 3. Fortune had shifted swiftly today. Xia Xian wore a calm smile. "Now, why don't you share who your first love is and what you like about him?" Xu Yuowu, of course, could not divulge such information and shot Xia Xian an exasperated glare, retorting, "I choose a daring adventure." Who would have thought that after dealing with him, she would so soon find herself at his mercy? "Fine," Xia Xian chuckled. "You can shout at the window 3 times, who was looking for a lady just now." Xu Yuowu paused for a moment, then realized, gasped in shock, gritted her teeth, and stormed to the window, shouting, "Who was looking for a lady just now? Who was looking for a lady just now? Who was looking for a lady just now?" In an instant, the entire hotel erupted in a frenzy. A throng of boys rushed out below, shouting, "Me! Me! Me!" Meanwhile, several boys from adjacent windows hollered, I called. I called. How much for a night? I'll take the whole night." Money was no object, and it almost sounded like Xu Yuowu's voice. Xu Yuowu possessed a melodious voice, sweet and tender yet imbued with a hint of seduction, distinctly captivating. Many within the school recognized her voice. Even those unfamiliar with her were drawn to the allure of her sound. However, Shu Yuo's expression darkened further as she returned to her bedside. Her countenance frosty as she commanded, "Continue. Shuffle. Where's Xia Xian?" He said he wasn't satisfied with the dinner and wanted to go out for a meal. Came the reply. What a rascal, he is quite nimble. An instinctual warning flickered within Xia Xian, suggesting that this woman was poised to undertake something reckless, prompting him to leave the premises post-haste. Initially, Xia Xian had intended to meander about, but as he descended to the first floor, a hand clasped his shoulder. "Brother, we seem to be quite fated. Have you also been assigned to Class 1? The speaker was a boy with a stylish sun-kissed haircut, his visage strikingly handsome, exuding the quintessential charm of youth. Adorned in a fashionable black and white athletic ensemble, he epitomized the sunny, dapper youth that many spoke of, perhaps even surpassing Lu Ming from Class 2 in allure. Xia Xian searched his memory in vain for any connection, wondering if this person was a classmate. To have forgotten someone over 3 years was rather disheartening. As if sensing Xia Xian's bewilderment, the boy pointed to himself, declaring, "It's me, Han Fei." Xia Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The person before him was none other than the previously disheveled and lethargic Han Fei, whose unkempt hair and weary eyes suggested he had not slept in days, and whose attire was a chaotic mess. "Have you returned from a cosmetic procedure in H country?" With a chuckle, Han Fei replied, "What is there to be surprised about? I'm still the heartthrob of Class 3, with many girls enamored by me. The last time we met, I had just spent 3 sleepless nights at an internet CAF, but this time, I'm dressed up at my mother's insistence. Enough chit-chat. Let us hurry to the internet CAF," he urged, pulling Xia Xian along. Conveniently, a Galaxy Internet CAF stood directly across from their hotel. The ambience was infinitely superior to the zero-point Internet CAF, with a serene and elegant decor, distinctly segregated smoking and non-smoking areas, and widescreen computers. The plush red sofas appeared remarkably inviting. Yet, Xia Xian frowned slightly at the prices. 5 yuan per hour in the ordinary zone, for yuan in the VIP area, and 5 yuan for private rooms. He felt reluctant to enter. Han Fei gestured towards a nearby blackboard. "Have you seen this?" It read, "Ranked Gold and above. 3 kills earn a drink. 4 kills earn 20 yuan in internet fees. 5 kills earn 100 yuan in internet fees. And a super god earns 10 yuan in internet fees. 5 consecutive wins earn a drink. 7 consecutive wins earn 30 yuan in internet fees. 9 consecutive wins earn 50 yuan in internet fees. 10 consecutive wins earn 100 yuan in internet fees. Band champions, Katarina, Akali, Mastery, Karthus, and Kassadin." Puzzled, Xia Xian inquired, "What manner of activity is this?" Han Fei elucidated, "In large cities, internet CAFs often host such League of Legends events. Without League of Legends, many CAFs would go under, so they devised these activities to attract more patrons. Look around. 80 of the customers are playing League of Legends. Occasionally, one could hear shouts of Network Administrator, triple kill, or Network Administrator, 5 consecutive victories, as players called out for confirmation. A glance around revealed the presence of numerous high school students, most likely preparing for the imminent college entrance examinations the following day. When the two arrived, there were no available seats. Fortunately, after a 10-minute wait, 2 patrons in the VIP area vacated their spots. Han Fei quickly seized the opportunity. Taking the seats and powering on 2 machines, he logged into his prestigious account. Observing his surroundings, he remarked, "This internet CAF possesses a far more vibrant atmosphere than home. Just look, everyone is engrossed in playing League of Legends." I was indifferent as Xia Xian logged into a gold tier account, a result of his own efforts. "Come on. Aren't you playing in duo queue?" I retorted, "The internet fees are exorbitant. I can't afford to play like this." Han Fei pondered for a moment and replied, "You should be earning a few hundred. It's not redeemable anyway, so more wouldn't matter." A blonde youth sitting to the right of Xia Xian cast a glance his way and muttered, "A few hundred? Huh, what a boast. Don't get too cocky, or you might just bite your tongue." Chapter 40. The Art of Buff Transfer. Xia Xian inquired, "Han Fei, which champion do you believe is most likely to achieve a pinnacle in the mid lane?" Han Fei pondered for a moment before conceding, "How would I know? I play AD, and I'm a novice in other roles. For AD, I recommend Draven. He can secure kills with just 2 strikes. He added. The development period for AD in the bot lane is excessively lengthy. Securing 4 kills is quite feasible, but achieving 5 relies heavily on opportunity. It is not something one can simply will into existence. Xia Xian contemplated this and could not pinpoint a mid-lane champion particularly suited for pentakills. He surmised that to maximize kills, one must possess sustained damage capabilities. A burst damage champion would likely finish a target off before claiming the kill for oneself. Ultimately, he selected a champion with which he was quite proficient, Caitlyn. With a cheerful tune, she set off on her journey. Little Caitlyn, seldom troubled, gazes upon the drifting fireworks. Caitlyn's prowess lies in her ability to reset her W after securing a kill, allowing her to leap and chase her targets. Caitlyn hits? You do realize that she lacks AP scaling post-rework, right? Unlike before, where her W combined with her could obliterate foes. Be cautious of the backlash. Xia Xian chuckled. Having already braced himself for the criticism, he pressed the Enter key, selecting Caitlyn to hit. You must be jesting. Not at all. Are you mocking me? I am quite capable, indeed. The chat interface exploded with various insults directed at Xia Xian's mother, filled with hyperbolic imagery of chaos and mayhem. Han Fei remarked. The players in low tiers remain so volatile. In ranked matches, there are only a handful of players cycling through, and we often see the same faces. The vitriol is seldom so intense. As long as no one disconnects, I'm inclined to give it a try. Han Fei shook his head. Caitlyn's true potential unfolds after the 30-minute mark. Nearby, a player with yellow hair cast an incredulous glance at Xia Xian's Caitlyn, thinking, in this day and age. Still opting for Caitlyn mid? Clearly a fool, no wonder they remain in gold, far inferior to my own refined platinum status. However, when he casually turned his gaze again, he was astonished to witness the level 3 Caitlyn single-handedly taking down a level 3 Orianna. Caitlyn had chosen Ignite as her summoner spell and returned home to acquire a kill sword. When the level 6 Lee Sin arrived to gank, Caitlyn swiftly dispatched Orianna with a well-timed E followed by 3 auto-attacks and a decisive ultimate. She then evaded Lee Sin's approach by weaving through the minion wave, causing him to miss 2 QS. As he attempted to retreat with low health, she executed him with a well-placed shot, securing a double kill. By the 7-minute mark, she returned home to buy a long sword alongside her newly acquired dagger, combining with her mystic sword for an impressive attack power of 230, well beyond the expected output for that stage of the game. Xia Xian, seasoned in facing opponents of gold and silver tier, understood well how to accumulate advantages, knowing that kills would present themselves wherever he went. He maneuvered towards the mid lane, emerging from the river brush to execute a flawless W onto Orianna, initiating Q and absorbing her QWR combo. A few well-placed strikes sufficed to eliminate her, after which he returned home to craft a pickaxe and a cloak of agility. In merely 10 minutes, the little cannon had amassed an astounding 250 attack power. And with the enhancement of its Q ability, the attack speed surged by an impressive 110, reaching a staggering 1.5. Such figures, 250 attack and 1.5 attack speed, are truly remarkable. Even a typical AD champion, equipped with items like Infinity Edge and Blade of the Ruined King, would struggle to reach these values. Han Fei couldn't help but glance over, incredulous at the sight of such dominance. He was already at 15 stacks of the Butcher's Knife. Xia Xian casually remarked that the Clockwork champion was particularly skilled, having been soloed in lane, which allowed for rapid accumulation of advantage. The onlooker with yellow hair was utterly astounded. He had witnessed his fair share of one-sided games, yet none had been executed with such finesse. In a typical high-tier match, attaining Infinity Edge and Blade of the Ruined King by the 20-minute mark is a feat reserved for professional AD players. Yet here was the little cannon, having acquired Infinity Edge alongside 20 stacks of the Butcher's Knife, complemented by Berserker's Greaves, a long sword, and a Doran's Blade in just 15 minutes. Boasting an attack power of 350, capable of overwhelming any opponent. But that wasn't all. After Xia Xian called for a team fight twice, he procured a bottle of cola and a Sprite for himself and Han Fei. He then declared in the game, "Let us group." At that moment, silence enveloped the gaming arena, as no one dared to speak loudly. Observing Xia Xin's flawless 10 kills to 0 deaths record, they wisely opted for silence. The mid laner was no fool but a master executing a flawless slaughter. As soon as Xia Xin suggested a team fight, a throng of players rushed to the middle lane. Han Fei, intrigued, wanted to witness how Xia Xin would secure a quadruple kill. What unfolded was a chaotic brawl beneath the tower. While Xia Xin leisurely moved in the background, not merely spectating, but occasionally striking foes, selectively targeting this one and that, ensuring the frontline tanks were reduced to half health. As the situation grew dire for his team, with both AD and support falling, and the top laner and jungler nearly depleted, Xia Xin finally sprang into action. He activated his W ability, leaping to the enemy's rear, unleashing his Q, and systematically obliterating the enemy AD. Noticing the Clockwork champion attempting to escape, Xia Xin eliminated the AD, refreshing his W, and swiftly dispatched the Clockwork with a series of strikes. Simultaneously, the last flicker of hope, his top laner and jungler, succumbed to the relentless assault from the enemy's frontline. Xia Xin leaped back to confront the remaining 3 adversaries, who were already in a precarious state, having been whittled down to below half health by his prior strikes. With a few decisive blows, he secured a quintuple kill, effortlessly navigating the battlefield. Following the skirmish, Xia Xin remained at full health, raising his hand and declaring, "Netcafe, 5 kills." This proclamation drew the attention of nearly everyone in the vicinity, as curiosity piqued regarding the identity of the player who achieved such a feat. After confirming the details, the Netcafe manager announced over the intercom, "Congratulations to VIP Area 34, Ionia Gold rank, for securing a 5-kill streak, earning a reward of 100 credits towards internet fees." Upon learning that he was in the gold rank, many in the cafe felt a sense of relief, dismissing him as merely lucky. Han Fei gazed at Xia Xin in astonishment, rendered speechless. "What's the matter?" Xia Xin inquired, turning toward him. "Initially, I believed your prowess lay solely in your technical skill, but I have since discerned a rather cunning side to your character. It appears you deliberately orchestrated the gathering of our adversaries, allowing them to cluster together whilst you skillfully managed to diminish the health of their tanky members. As your teammates approached the brink of defeat, you seized the opportunity to eliminate the enemy's backline, rendering yourself virtually impervious to any threat, and consequently, your teammates fell one by one, paving the way for your effortless quintuple kill. I remarked on your heartlessness in this game, to which Xia Xin offered an awkward smile, reassuring me that victory was all that mattered. Had Xia Xin been inclined to act sooner, their team fight would have been devastating, as the opposition could hardly withstand the damage he inflicted. With a string of 5 kills in quick succession, the praise erupted. "God, carry me to victory. Oh, great one. Please bestow your prowess upon me." The earlier tones of jest transformed into sincere reverence. Han Fei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother, I am thoroughly impressed. Your teammates have sold you out and are now counting your spoils." He mused that he must tread carefully around you, for you possess a rather devious nature. From nearby, a delicate voice chimed in. "What you see is merely the surface. You've yet to witness his true cunning. When he plays as Lee Sin, he may appear benevolent, assisting the mid laner, yet he is always vigilant, ready to rush to their aid the moment danger lurks. Once the mid laner falls, he swiftly reclaims the blue buff from the enemy, and the same applies to the red buff. He won't hesitate to watch an ADC perish, only to snatch back what was lost. This is the legendary art of buff transference. In his role as a jungler, all buffs are rightfully his. Even half the minions on the lane belong to him, and the number of intentional kills he claims is beyond counting. Xia Xin turned to find Shu Yu's enchanting figure had appeared behind them, deepening his embarrassment as he realized he had been less covert than he thought. This is the irony of deceiving enemies while failing to conceal oneself from allies. Han Fei voiced his concerns. "Sister-in-law, do exercise caution around him. At first glance, he seems like a benign and amiable individual, but his heart is far more sinister than one might expect." Shu Yuwu wrinkled her nose and coldly regarded Xia Xin, stating, "I am well aware of the darkness that resides within him." Xia Xin wished to clarify that he was not actually related to her, nor was he Han Fei's younger brother, but he feared that further explanation would only complicate matters, so he chose silence instead and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I suspected you would be here, checking on the situation. It's quite inconvenient. There are no available seats," Xu Yuewu replied, glancing around. Under ordinary circumstances, Xia Xian might have offered her his seat, yet he was still uncertain of their relationship. Xu Yuewu seemed to harbor animosity towards him. After their last argument and her biting him the previous day, her behavior during their recent game of truth or dare had been quite antagonistic. Yet now, her demeanor appeared unchanged. What was the true nature of their relationship? The game continued. Network Administrator for kills. Network Administrator for kills. Network Administrator, 3 kills. The Network Administrator has achieved an impressive 5 kills. The Network Administrator has reached an extraordinary level of prowess. The Administrator has secured a triple kill, a quadruple kill. The Administrator has now achieved 5 consecutive victories. Another triple kill for the Administrator. From 6 o'clock to past 9. Xia Xian had lost count of how many times he had shouted. By the time he looked again, more than 10 bottles of cola, Sprite, Activator, Gatorade, and other beverages adorned his desk. As he prepared to make another kill, Xu Yuewu nudged him, casually discarding her half-finished juice. "Let us not aim for a quadruple kill. The internet fees have already exceeded 300. Just a triple kill will suffice. And could you fetch me a bottle of milk coffee? I'm tired of these." "All right." Han Fei, seated nearby, also nudged him. "Damn it, you've killed me again. This is so frustrating. Brother, get me a can of Red Bull to cool off." "I'm not a vending machine." By the end, the Network Administrator was on the verge of tears, even for a master player. Achieving a few 3 or 4 kills in a single match is not an easy feat. He had never witnessed someone execute such flawless and comprehensive assaults, effortlessly dominating the game against lesser opponents. He had lost count of how many 3, 4, and 5 kills there had been in just one match. "Excuse me, sir," the head administrator said. "I will temporarily top up your membership card with 2,000. Feel free to play as you wish. Just please refrain from calling out so much. I've spent the entire evening merely standing here serving you drinks. I'm a network administrator, not a restaurant server." Xia Xian replied. "I don't need the internet fees. I want to use them all. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, and my friends want drinks." The administrator patted him on the shoulder. "All right, my friend. Just these 2 companions of yours, right? I'll remember that. I'll be at the counter. Just let me know what you want when you're there. Treat it like your own home. No need to be polite." In the end, the network administrator left with tears in his eyes, while onlookers stood in stunned silence. The blonde-haired boy beside them had his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside, gazing at Xia Xian with the same reverence one might reserve for a deity. Envious of the multitude of drinks on the table. Just then, Han Fei could no longer contain himself. With a loud slap, he slammed his mouse down on the table, exclaiming, "I'm absolutely fed up. I've already descended into the depths of despair, and yet you still wish to eliminate me. Did I perhaps kill your entire family in a past life?" Chapter 41. A looming threat. What is the matter? Why are you so irritable? Xia Xian glanced at Han Fei's screen, where he was playing as Fiora in the top lane, already at 0 kills and 4 deaths. This was not a low-level match. In high-tier games, being 0-4 in the top lane rendered one nearly unplayable, especially with the enemy top laner securing all the kills. It was a situation of overwhelming disadvantage. And the enemy champion, Draven, taunted, "You're just a mediocre AD player. You claimed I couldn't play top lane? Now tell me, can you? Your mother wouldn't even recognize you now." Han Fei retorted, "What do you know? What is going on?" Xia Xian inquired. "Nothing serious," Han Fei replied. "I've played a few matches against this Draven before. He seldom teleports down when he plays top lane, even when I have the advantage. He always manages to teleport and turn the tide, leading to my bottom lane's demise. I merely reminded him to use his teleport, and he accused me of being condescending, which escalated into an argument. Eventually, he just disconnected." "Indeed," Xia Xian observed. "In high-tier games, the bottom lane is never merely a 2v2. One must always be vigilant of the enemy top lane's teleport. If they manage to teleport down, it swiftly becomes a 3v2, reversing the situation entirely. Failing to utilize teleport effectively can be catastrophic. Why didn't you play AD? I couldn't secure the position." Han Fei shook his head in resignation. In the current patch, Fiora is quite strong. I wanted to practice her in the top lane to climb the ranks. Han Fei's hero pool was rather shallow. He only excelled at AD champions while struggling in all other positions, which had stalled him at approximately 450 points in the diamond tier. Otherwise, he could have ascended further. On the purple side, the jungler, known as Widowmaker, chimed in, "Stop the insults and focus on the game. Your top laner 1T blame you, play cautiously. And I'll help you initiate a gank." The Widowmaker concealed herself in the bushes of the top lane, observing as Draven brazenly pushed the minion wave toward them. At that moment, she sprang into action. With a well-timed ultimate, Painful Embrace, she struck, taking away less than 10 of Draven's health. Frowning slightly, she noted his high magic resistance. Upon further inspection, she saw he had already acquired the coveted magic resistance boots and was on the verge of completing the Spirit Visage. This could be challenging. Fiora dashed in with her Q ability, Lunge. Draven countered with his E ability, pulling both unsuspecting champions towards him in a fierce embrace. With a basic attack followed by his W ability, Crippling Strike, he left his mark on Fiora's graceful form. As he retreated, a circular aura formed around him, signaling the impending cast of his Q ability, Culling Strike. Han Fei, possessing the skills of a diamond player, recognized the telltale sign and promptly activated Fiora's signature ability, Riposte, which would nullify all incoming damage for 0.75 seconds while simultaneously reflecting it back in a straight line. Xia Xian instinctively exclaimed, "Don't block." However, it was too late. Fiora's ability had already been unleashed. Draven adjusted his trajectory slightly, evading Fiora's counter, and his massive axe swung around, striking the Widowmaker. In the game, when the champion known as Draven successfully struck an opponent with his Q ability, he was able to restore 12 of his lost health, allowing him to regain a significant amount of vitality. As two adversaries relentlessly pursued him, Draven found himself with less than a quarter of his health remaining. Yet again, he unleashed his Q, dealing devastation to his foes, this time hitting 2 targets and recovering 24 of his health, translating to over 400 health points, an utterly despairing turn for his opponents. Simultaneously, Draven turned to deliver a blow to Fiora, stacking his blood rage to the maximum of 5 layers, resulting in an instantaneous increase of over 100 to his attack power. The jungler signaled urgently to Fiora, who was in a precarious state, her health far from optimal. With Draven in a blood rage and at level 2, a single ultimate attack could inflict around 500 points of true damage, a terrifying prospect that, when combined with bleed effects, could potentially obliterate an additional 600 to 700 health points. With merely over 600 health remaining, Fiora had no choice but to retreat, leaving the jungler to pursue. The jungler, also afflicted by bleed damage, advanced a few steps before Draven retaliated with several strikes, forcing her to remain outside the tower. They watched helplessly as Draven approached the tower. Standing at the base with just 1/5 of his health, he began to recall, casting a brazen glance back at Fiora and the jungler. The two circled around the tower, hesitant to engage. The champion Han Fei contemplated entering the fray with a Q, followed by an auto attack and an E, hoping to eliminate Draven. However, the fear of being swiftly dispatched by Draven's counterattack loomed large. To add to their frustration, Draven canceled his recall midway and stepped a few paces away from the tower. The two champions immediately retreated, recognizing the telltale signs of incoming assistance. With their health only at half, they decided to retreat entirely. The jungler remarked, "You handle the pressure under the tower, Draven. Neither of us can take him down, he's far too resilient." They had exhausted their offensive capabilities, and Draven had emerged even more formidable. In the current meta, Draven could acquire a Black Cleaver, granting him a 50 armor penetration, making his damage quite considerable, and then build tankiness, rendering him nearly indomitable. Han Fei realized he had no choice but to stabilize the situation by focusing on the side lanes to gain an advantage. Having barely crafted 2 items of the Hydra, he reached the tower just in time to witness Draven enter it, accompanied by the 8-legged menace, the Spider Queen, emerging from the brush. Together, they forced Fiora back under the tower, with the spider absorbing the initial tower shots while Draven followed up with a Q attack. As the spider's health dwindled, it took to the skies, shifting the tower's aggro, allowing for a seamless exchange and tanking the tower's damage. Although Fiora managed to block one of Draven's Q attacks with her W, she ultimately succumbed to their ruthless onslaught, culminating in Draven's ultimate execution move, decapitation, severing her head from her shoulders. Simultaneously, the screen lit up with Draven's taunt, "Noob." Han Fei retorted, "Even if I'm a noob, I'm still a master. Who are you? A mere diamond player, to speak?" Frustrated, he slammed his mouse, declaring he was done with the game, exclaiming that he had been ganked 4 times by the jungler, pushing him to his limits. Han Fei withdrew his hands from the keyboard and mouse, allowing Fiora to remain idle in the fountain. Xia Xian glanced over and suggested, "Perhaps we should continue playing. The score is 11-15. If we discount your 5 deaths, the other 2 lanes are actually ahead. And we still lead by 1 kill. Let us play cautiously." The situation was rather disheartening. Initially, I intended to practice with Fiora, but unexpectedly encountered such an adversary, resulting in my swift defeat. Han Fei turned his gaze towards Xia Xian. In the mid lane, Xia Xian's Tristana had become quite proficient. Typically, her power peaks in the late game around the 30-minute mark, yet in this slaughter match, he had already acquired the Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and the Kill Sword by the 20-minute mark, items that should only appear much later in the game. During this phase, Xia Xian had equipped himself with 2 items that were not meant to be present, effectively advancing himself into the late game prematurely, reveling in the freedom of the battlefield. He still possessed Flash and Cleanse, enabling him to escape control effects and face 3 opponents without hesitation. "Come on, brother, let us switch it up a bit. I'll help you practice a couple of games. This is simply too enjoyable," he said, following Shui Wu's request. Xia Xian had minimized the game window and opened a movie in the upper right corner. While he played, Shui Wu watched the film from behind, and Xia Xian occasionally glanced at the movie, finding the game quite effortless. With an expressionless demeanor, Xia Xian replied, "I have no desire to switch." "Don't be like that, brother. I'm offering free rank boosting. Others beg me for this, yet I refuse them," Han Fei said, purely seeking to experience the thrill of dominating a low-tier game. With Tristana's current equipment, he was a force to be reckoned with, capable of annihilating all who stood in his path within just 20 minutes. No one would dare to oppose him. Just don't lose. A single defeat equates to the loss of 2 victories. Relax, I'm quite adept with Tristana. Prepare, aim, fire. It's that simple. Han Fei gestured with his fingers to mimic a gun, grinning as he switched seats with Xia Xian. Shui Wu shot him a disapproving glare. "Have you no shame? You take the enjoyable games, leaving the challenging ones for him." Unfazed, Han Fei nudged Xia Xian. "See? Your sister-in-law is considerate of you." Xia Xian shot him a disapproving look. "I advise you to keep your comments to a minimum. If she bites you later, I can't save you." "Are you seeking death, Xia Xian?" Shui Wu retorted, her expression suddenly severe as she struck Xia Xian's shoulder with force. "You were just messing with me. And I haven't settled that score yet." Suddenly noticing something unusual, she lifted Xia Xian's collar and discovered 2 neat rows of bite marks, evidence of her handiwork. Raising an eyebrow, a smile crept onto her lips, satisfied with her own prowess. Before long, Han Fei had already begun a spree of destruction, claiming kills wherever he went, even achieving a quadruple kill, which elevated his spirits considerably. He nudged Xia Xian, saying, "Brother, the top lane is unplayable. If you're not interested, it's fine to let it be. I don't mind those points." Xia Xian chuckled. "Actually, I was considering letting it go." As he spoke, he clicked his mouse, and Fiora ventured forth. "However, since he requested that I eliminate him once, I suppose I must oblige." Han Fei's attention shifted to the screen, where Draven shouted, "Useless. Come out. Are you idling in the hot spring? A fool is still a fool. I implore you to emerge and confront me. You feeble wretch, a second-rate AD. Ha! Have you lost your nerve? With your ilk, do you truly believe you could slay me even once? I would broadcast myself devouring my keyboard, you worthless entity. You dare claim that I lack the prowess for the top lane? While I may be deficient in other areas, I certainly excel in this one." The duelist has acquired a simple armor shoe and set forth, lacking even the funds to forge the Hydra, merely carrying 2 trifles of it. Han Fei scrutinized the duelist as her poised figure traversed the second turret, resolutely advancing towards the bruiser, who was assailing the purple team's first turret. He felt compelled to caution, "Brother, the turret is on the brink of destruction. We cannot challenge him at the first turret now. We are outmatched." Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled with fervent determination as he fixed his gaze on the bruiser, declaring, "What are you saying? Our equipment surpasses his, does it not? How could we be unable to contend with him?" Upon comparing their gear, Han Fei noted that the bruiser was adorned with luxurious Mercury, boots, black cleaver, and spirit visage, amounting to a total of approximately 7,000 gold. In contrast, the duelist possessed durable boots and 2 trifles of Hydra, totaling less than 4,000 gold. The disparity of over 3,000 gold was a calculation even a child could comprehend. "Brother, are you certain you are not feverish?" Xiao Xian calmly replied. "What flavor of keyboard do you think you should be recommended to consume?" Despite Xiao Xian's tranquil demeanor and steady tone, Han Fei inexplicably sensed a flicker of anger in his eyes, a glimmer of lethal intent. Chapter 42. Come, I shall teach you high-end techniques in a dimly lit studio. The glow of a dozen computer monitors flickered. Hu Lei, sporting an unkempt beard and disheveled hair, deftly navigated the screens before him. Having spent his days in idleness, he finally discovered an endeavor he could engage in, League of Legends. He fancied himself quite talented, having lucked into attaining the rank of master in the first server. What did this signify? It represented the strongest tier within the national server, where only about 200 players could claim the title of king. And most of these individuals boasted multiple accounts. Even among the top 10 players in the national server, it was common for them to possess 3 or 4 king accounts. Thus, the true number of kings in the first server was likely closer to a mere 100. He naively believed that only around 100 individuals in the nation surpassed his skill. With unwavering confidence, he established a small studio and gathered fewer than 10 individuals, marginalized youths and idlers, to impart his knowledge and have them assist in ranked matches. When in high spirits, he would diligently practice the assignments he accepted. However, on days when his mood soured, he would disregard the tasks altogether, resorting to pilfering accounts and employing cheats, subsequently reporting them to have them banned. Such antics were not foreign to him. It all depended on his disposition. During a recent session teaching a few of his subordinates, he was affronted when an enemy Fiora claimed he was inept at playing top lane. At that moment, as he instructed his acolytes on how to excel in high-end matches, he felt utterly humiliated. Today, however, he saw an opportunity for retribution. He summoned his 10 or so followers to cease their assignments and gather around to impart techniques for conquering king-tier matches. As Hu Lei fled back to the safety of his tower, pursued relentlessly by Fiora and Widowmaker, he returned home right before their eyes. The two, with half their health depleted, could only watch helplessly as he escaped. With a smug grin, Hu Lei proclaimed, "Did you see that? This is true prowess. If they hadn't retreated so swiftly, I could have taken them both down." His subordinates immediately flattered him, praising his remarkable skills. "The boss is incredible. You dodge Fiora SW expertly. Indeed, when bloodlust strikes, who can rival us?" Hu Lei laughed heartily, asserting, "To excel in high-end matches, one must possess not only skill but also intellect." As he spoke, he canceled his recall and took a few steps forward, causing both Fiora and Widowmaker to instinctively retreat. "Did you see that? Do you understand why they backed off?" he asked, reveling in his perceived dominance. "Of course, they feared the boss. They chimed in." To which Hu Lei chuckled, "That's partly true, but the greater reason lies in the spider. Observe, the spider is absent from the map. When I abruptly canceled my recall and tentatively advanced, they undoubtedly panicked, thinking the spider was about to strike. In a 2v2 situation, they surely wouldn't stand a chance. Thus they hurriedly returned home." His followers, noticing the spider engaged in farming at the bottom lane, were duly impressed by their leader's strategic acumen. Once the two adversaries had returned to their base, he ventured out to farm a wave of minions, pushing the wave beneath their tower, thereby wasting an entire wave of their resources before retreating. It was akin to earning a free wave of minions. Suddenly, a chorus of praises filled the air, causing Hu Lei to swell with a touch of pride. "Do you understand? Playing games is not solely reliant on one's hands. It also demands intellect. If you manage to learn even half of what I know, it would suffice." Today, Hu Lei felt he had regained some dignity and was contemplating showcasing his skills further when he noticed that his opponent, the Fiora, had ceased to appear. This left him at a loss for how to perform in front of his subordinates. Nevertheless, it could be interpreted as a sign of fear from the opposing side. Hu Lei let out a few harsh words, relishing in his verbal dominance. What a pathetic bunch. If you could kill me, I'd stream myself eating my keyboard. The opposing Fiora dared not retort, further enhancing his bravado before his followers. Just as he dismantled the first tower of the purple team, the Fiora finally emerged. Hu Lei scoffed. This Fiora is fearless. With the tower down and a score of 0-5, she still dares to court death. Without hesitation, he advanced towards her. As they drew near, the Darius executed his E-ability, the Merciless Apprehend, hurling his axe in an attempt to pull the Fiora back. To his surprise, she deftly evaded, glancing back before retreating. Lacking mobility, Darius could only rely on his E-skill to ensnare her before utilizing W to slow her down. Hu Lei muttered in frustration, "Damn it, she got away." Just then, the Fiora turned back toward him, having merely feigned retreat to dodge the E-skill. Hu Lei, initially perplexed, was taken aback when she returned to meet her demise, chuckling, "You seek death, you cannot blame me." He executed a seamless combo of A, W, and Q, inflicting grievous wounds with a well-timed Q that canceled the W casting animation, saving over half a second while simultaneously absorbing the Fiora's AEA plus Tiamat combo. This was a highly effective maneuver. As long as the outer Q struck, it would stack 3 layers of fury. However, the casting animation of Q was all too obvious, and the initial Q was often blocked by Fiora's W, but that was of little concern. As Hu Lei swung his massive axe for the Q, he took a step back to keep the Fiora at bay. To his astonishment, the Fiora charged forward with her own Q, closing the distance to him. Darius's Q could strike enemies in close proximity, but if it failed to hit the outer ring, it would be rendered ineffective, unable to stack fury and dealing only half damage, resulting in minimal impact compared to a basic attack. They exchanged blows. Darius landed 3 hits, triggering fury and boosting his attack by over 100, while the Fiora began to bleed profusely. He himself had lost a third of his health. Yet the Fiora was left with only half. Simultaneously, she unleashed her ultimate, Grand Challenge, enveloping her in 4 radiant beams of light, a testament to her resolve to fight to the death. Darius stepped back and launched another Q, aiming to strike the Fiora at the outer edge. But she countered with her own Q, darting directly above him and damaging one of her white circles of weakness. Each time Fiora eliminated a weakness, she inflicted a percentage of true damage while healing herself for over 100 health points. Yet, even that could not withstand the relentless onslaught of Blood Rage, which drained his health at an alarming rate. A thought flickered in Hu Lei's mind. This duelist felt markedly different from before. Her erratic movements were in stark contrast to her earlier maneuvers, exuding an effortless grace, seemingly impeccable. She began to dodge his Q ability with her own, a stark departure from her previous reliance on W to block his attacks. The duelist's Q allowed her to dash a short distance, and upon striking an opponent, it refunded 60% of its cooldown, effectively reducing its cooldown to under 4 seconds. Meanwhile, Nox's Q, factoring in cooldown reduction from his gear and the casting animation, also had a cooldown hovering around 4 seconds, making their cooldowns roughly equivalent. If Nox failed to hit with his outer Q, it was akin to losing a skill altogether. Nox's health had already plummeted to 800. The duelist circled him twice more, exploiting 2 vulnerabilities, healing nearly 200 health, which offset the damage taken. Her own health dwindled to below 300. Nearby, the students could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming, "Boss, she is only at 300 health. One ultimate will take her down." Indeed. "Boss, why haven't you unleashed it yet? At level 2, your Blood Rage can deal around 500 true damage. The sooner you use it, the sooner she'll fall." "Yes, unleash it." However, Hu Lei refrained from doing so, opting instead for basic attacks. It wasn't that he was unwilling. Rather, he found himself unable to unleash his ultimate. The duelist had struck him repeatedly, employing every ability, including 2 uses of her Q, yet curiously, she had not utilized her W. Her W could negate all damage within a span of 0.75 seconds, including his ultimate. This individual possessed remarkable restraint. You think you can withstand my onslaught without my ultimate? Foolish. With a resounding crack, Nox landed a blow on the duelist, who sidestepped with a deft maneuver, successfully striking all four directions of vulnerability and triggering the effect of her ultimate challenge. In an instant, Nox felt a portion of his health diminish. A white circle appeared on the ground, the so-called Little Hot Spring, a healing area conjured by the duelist. With her level 2 ultimate, she could recover over 100 health per second for 5 seconds, visibly restoring her health at an astonishing rate, while Nox's health plummeted before their eyes. Both reached 400 health simultaneously, one ascending, the other descending. Nox, sensing the urgency, followed up his basic attack with a W that inflicted grievous wounds, then unleashed another Q. He was not foolish. He understood that the duelist's Q was on the same cooldown as his. If he did not heal soon, it would be too late. With nearly 2,000 health lost, landing a Q would restore over 200 health, potentially turning the tide of battle. Nox began to retreat, a crescent arc forming around him, signaling his Q's impending strike. As the duelist moved to employ her Q once more, Hulei smirked, a flash of yellow light enveloping him as he executed a flash into a Q. Pay attention when your health is low. A well-timed flash into Q can often reverse the tide of battle. Don't assume the same tactic will work against me thrice. Just as the final syllable escaped his lips, his jaw dropped in shock. The duelist's Q was not directed at him. Instead, she had turned to retreat, evading his outer circle entirely. His sudden blink created a considerable distance between the two, not even grazing a single hair. He was utterly outmatched. The Blade Dancer had no intention of closing in for her third strike, leaving Hulei outmaneuvered. As Draven's axe fell, he observed a flash of yellow light enveloping the Blade Dancer, who instantly materialized before him, executing a precise auto-attack followed by a reset with her E ability, compounded by a Hydra Strike, swiftly depleting his 400 health points. Realizing his imminent demise, Draven could no longer contain himself and leapt into the air, delivering a devastating blow aimed at the 200 health Blade Dancer, a strike reminiscent of the Noxian guillotine that had claimed her life 5 times before. That merciless slash was directed straight at her petite form, and had it connected, it would have assured her demise without a doubt. However, the Blade Dancer stood her ground, fearlessly raising her proud longsword. A rectangular mark appeared at her feet as she executed a parry, striking forward with unwavering determination. With no embellishment, she successfully deflected the earth-shattering blow from the hand of Noxus. The Blade Dancer unleashed her remarkable technique, the Loron Heartblade, which allowed her to block any damage within a mere 0.75 seconds. She then followed up with a basic attack, claiming the head of the Noxian warrior. As if nothing had transpired, she returned to her minions to farm, sustaining the last drops of health while enduring 5 layers of bleeding, replenishing her vitality from the minions. On the screen, the Blade Dancer posed a light-hearted question. When will you stream while eating your keyboard? Do you have a favorite flavor? I can send it to you. Hulei and his cohorts were left dumbfounded. The once boisterous studio fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Just moments ago, their leader, who had promised to impart high-level strategies, was swiftly dispatched by the very Blade Dancer he had slain 5 times. What more could he possibly teach? Chapter 43. Style of Play. Han Fei was utterly astonished. He had just calculated mathematically that his opponent possessed over 3,000 more in economic advantage. How then had Xia Xian managed to overcome him? Xia Xian elucidated, I believe that the worth of equipment should be assessed based on its practical utility. Our gear is not inferior to his. The combination of the Vibrant and the Mercury shoes merely grants us an additional 400 health, translating to a mere 2 or 3 hits. These 2 items are meant for team fights and hold little value in a one-on-one duel against the duelist. Indeed, the Black Cleaver is significantly superior to the Hydra, yet we possess the Ninja Tabi, which is quite resilient. The cost-effectiveness of defensive gear surpasses that of offensive items. In terms of one-on-one encounters, our equipment is relatively comparable. However, in the current version, there are 3 overpowered champions, Gangplank, the Duelist, and Draven. Gangplank excels in team damage. But in my view, the Duelist is truly unmatched in one-on-one combat. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the Duelist almost completely counters Draven. Draven's strength lies in his Q ability, which grants him healing and sustainability. Once he regains health, he becomes exceedingly difficult to defeat. Conversely, the duelist's Q can flawlessly evade Draven's Q, forcing him to waste a skill while sacrificing a basic attack opportunity in the process. As for Draven's ultimate, with proper execution, one can anticipate his jump and react within approximately 0.3 to 0.4 seconds to activate W, effectively nullifying his ultimate. Thus, if the duelist is quick and skilled, her Q and W can render Draven's Q and are ineffective. Surely, the duelist C can outmatch Draven's W, is that not evident? A duelist with a healing ultimate should have no fear of facing a Draven who relies solely on his W. Moreover, Draven's E can only be utilized once in a single duel. Han Fei nodded, his mind racing with thoughts. Upon hearing such analysis, he realized that the duelist indeed had a favorable matchup against Draven. It should be rather effortless. Yet, how had he himself succumbed 5 times? In truth, while it may seem simple when discussed, the execution is anything but. One must flawlessly evade Draven's Q. Even a single hit could lead to a significant loss of health, allowing Draven to recover. Furthermore, one must block Draven's R with W, yet the timing of Draven's R is not easily anticipated. A mere lapse of 0.3 or 0.4 seconds could spell disaster. While managing these actions, one must also activate their own healing fountain. Otherwise, even if the opponent does not strike, one could succumb to bleeding damage. Thus, the execution is far more complex than Xia Xin had suggested, particularly during the final moment when Draven's third flashing Q was unleashed. Had Xia Xin not retreated with his Q, but instead charged toward Draven, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. Han Fei's astonishment was palpable. The calm demeanor of the individual before him, as he spoke and demonstrated, revealed a genius at work. Just moments ago, he had believed Xia Xin would secure victory with a straightforward Q, only to be taken aback when Draven executed a flashing Q. Just as he anticipated Xia Xin's defeat, an even greater surprise unfolded as Xia Xin executed a backward Q. What a dramatic turn of events. The scales of victory had swung back in Xia Xin's favor. With a decisive flash, he closed the distance and nullified Draven's R, bringing an end to him. As if fearing that Han Fei might not comprehend, Xia Xin did not merely speak. Upon witnessing the imposing presence of the Nocturne emerging from his abode to challenge her, she replayed the previous scenario from the beginning, deftly evading a myriad of skills and sending him back to the hot springs. Calmly, she remarked, "If you die twice, do you need to consume 2 keyboards? Please refrain from dying again. The shipping cost is quite steep." Such an affront was too much, even advising him not to perish again, as it was she who had dealt his demise. Han Fei mused, "You truly are a jack of all trades." Xia Xin pondered for a moment before replying. "I wouldn't say I am entirely proficient. I consider my AD quite formidable, while my mid and top lane skills are merely average." Han Fei felt an urge to smack him senseless. To call his performance merely average was to belittle the skills of others, labeling them as inept. This individual was insufferably pretentious, likely oblivious to his own arrogance. While he could not be certain about other aspects, it was evident that Xia Xin's personal skills and capabilities were of an exceptional caliber, particularly excelling in one-on-one engagements. Xia Xin stated, in this current version, "A well-played Fiora is truly invincible in duels. If you practice diligently, you could excel in the top lane. Curse it, if only you had taught me sooner. I wouldn't have been so ruthlessly punished every time. I swear, each time I chase with Q, I get hit by his basic attacks," Han Fei exclaimed, cursing twice in frustration. Xia Xin elaborated, "I assume that individuals like you despise being taught by others. Most who possess a modicum of talent and believe themselves skilled abhor being subjected to unsolicited advice, as such presumption is an affront to their pride and perceived expertise." Thus, Xia Xin had naturally concluded this to be the case. With a stoic expression, Han Fei replied, "If anyone dares to instruct me or point fingers, I would undoubtedly retaliate. Yet, upon seeing someone like you, what can I say? By the way, how did you cultivate such remarkable skills?" "Because there was no retreat, only the path forward." He sighed, "Let us switch back. I'll practice against him. If I die a couple more times, so be it. What is the worst that can happen?" Han Fei was also not one to back down easily, and with that, he exchanged positions with Xia Xin. relinquishing the opportunity to bully novices. Please observe my gameplay and point out any mistakes. I wish to practice top lane. Even without AD, I can still climb the ranks as a top laner. Certainly. Meanwhile, in a modest studio, Hule was left dumbfounded after being slain twice. There was something distinctly different about this Fiora. Only one's adversary truly knows oneself. Thus, Hule clearly recognized that this Fiora's positioning, last hitting, and that audaciously arrogant offensive style were unlike the previous encounter, as if a different player entirely. A player's style is easily reflected in their gameplay. For instance, just moments ago, Fiora had pressured the minion wave across the river, arriving at the blue side's first tower, where a spider had come to assist in a gank. The two pursued her across the river in the top lane, convinced they could secure a kill as the purple side had no tower left. Yet, unexpectedly, the Fiora came to a halt. She merely stood at the top lane, close to the right side, waiting for them, her back turned and motionless. As the two approached, the duelist began to maneuver gracefully, seemingly evading the spider's skill, yet in reality, she was luring them in. Simultaneously, the spider issued a warning with an exclamation mark, cautioning her to retreat. Her movements were clearly a bait, indicating the presence of someone behind her. Both individuals retreated simultaneously. Hule, seizing the moment to regain some dignity, explained to the bewildered trainees that there must be someone in the triangular brush on the right, for the duelist would not be deviating from a straight line. Even a child understands that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. To his astonishment, as the spider departed, he spotted the Widowmaker materializing in the bot lane. This meant that the duelist had merely been bluffing to intimidate them both, and her actions bore no tactical advantage. Had she been ensnared by the E-skill, she would undoubtedly have perished. This was purely a manifestation of her unique, domineering style of play. The shock he felt was palpable. The duelist's demeanor had transformed from one of trepidation to unabashed audacity, as if she had become an entirely different person. Hule's expression soured, and he solemnly informed his junior that the duelist had undoubtedly switched to a more skilled player, for it was inconceivable that she could outperform him otherwise. However, hardly had he spoken when the duelist charged at him again, only to be struck by his Q skill twice, resulting in a blood rage that he easily capitalized on to secure a kill. He was left utterly perplexed. Hule felt on the verge of tears. "Brother, could you please stop playing around? How is it that every time I say something, you prove me wrong?" It was as if a peerless master had descended to their realm, only to behave recklessly like a novice. He wished for a straightforward explanation, as this was not how one played with others. The juniors around him dared not breathe a word. The very duelist he had just praised had now been struck by his Q skill twice, leaving him to question her skill. Meanwhile, Han Fei struck the keyboard, gazing at the monochrome screen, exclaiming in frustration that executing the moves was more challenging than anticipated. A slight misalignment of the Q skill had led to him being hit by the outer circle, and the rapid action of her ultimate was difficult to counter. He had time to react. Xia Xian offered words of comfort, suggesting that with more practice, he would become proficient, as he himself had trained several times. Han Fei felt somewhat reassured. After all, the prowess of the strongest king was not merely a fade. After a session of battles, outside of team fights, Han Fei had engaged in several duels with the Noxian Garen, ultimately failing to secure a victory against him. He had come close to winning once, only to be thwarted by an untimely failure to block the ultimate, leaving him with a sense of regret. Yet, with Xia Xian's guidance, he was gradually becoming more adept. Despite the loss, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. On another front, Hule was equally elated, as this provided him with fresh material to boast about in front of his juniors. However, after he defeated the duelist, he refrained from further insults, fearing that she might suddenly revert to her former, more formidable self. Against the current iteration of the duelist, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Previously, the third self-reflective Q evaded his flashing Q, while a single W blocked his ultimate attack, rendering him momentarily dazed. The overwhelming dominance of that Fiora was suffocating, leaving him gasping for breath. Fortunately, victory was theirs, which brought him immense relief. As for the keyboard incident, he dared not mention it again. Han Fei initially wished to engage in a couple more matches, but a phone call from a friend compelled him to go out. leaving him with no choice but to abandon his game. Bro, take your time. I must accompany my friend for a late-night snack. Oh, the burdens of being the campus heartthrob. They've invited girls, and if I don't go, the girls won't show up either. It's quite the extravagant dilemma. Isn't it? You never have to deal with such troubles, do you? Han Fei boasted, a hint of pride in his tone. Destiny has favored my looks, my friend. At least I have this one thing over you. With a mischievous grin, Han Fei exited the room. Xu Yuewu cast him a disapproving glance, preparing to take his seat, only to witness a girl pulling another girl over and brazenly claiming Han Fei's spot. Xu Yuewu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Who dared to encroach upon her territory? Just as she was about to react, she noticed the seated girl tugging at Xia Xian's hand, cheerfully asking, Xia Xian, do you remember me? Chapter 44, Confession? Seated in the chair was a girl with short hair, her large eyes sparkling with a cheerful demeanor, exuding an affable charm. Beside her stood another girl, possessing mid-length hair and clad in a neatly tailored school uniform, with a modestly rounded figure and a radiant face that bore a hint of shyness and innocence. She was undeniably a striking beauty. Xu Yuewu cast a swift glance at the two, her brows arching in irritation. She was not known for her patience. It baffled her how two audacious individuals dared to encroach upon her territory. Just then, the short-haired girl jovially seized Xia Xian's wrist and inquired, You must be Xia Xian, right? The one who rarely spoke in class during middle school, and we nearly forgot about you. Who would have thought that as graduation approached, you would suddenly hand a love letter to Xiaoan, leaving everyone astonished? Xu Yuewu glared at the short-haired girl, her mouth agape in disbelief, before quickly composing herself. She feigned casual interest, pretending to merely pass by Xia Xian's side, while stealing glances at the unfamiliar film playing on Xia Xian's computer screen, her gaze unwavering. However, her keen ears stood at attention, eager to catch every detail. The short-haired girl tugged at the mid-length-haired girl, saying, Xiaoan, it's Xia Xian. Remember, she was the one who unexpectedly handed you a love letter in the third year of middle school. Su Xiaoan smiled and nodded in recognition. Xu Yuewu, using the corner of her eye, scrutinized Su Xiaoan, recalling the recent game of King where Xia Xian had chosen to embark on a daring adventure rather than reveal the identity of his first love. Could it possibly be this very person standing before her? It seemed implausible, yet with Xia Xian's rather naive disposition, the act of delivering a love letter indicated he had indeed developed strong feelings for her. The first thing Xu Yuewu did was compare herself to this girl. It was true that the girl was beautiful, but upon closer inspection, Xu Yuewu was certain she surpassed her in allure. As for physique, the girl held her own with a shapely figure, yet she could not rival Xu Yuewu's own. Xu Yuewu felt a sense of disdain. What was so perplexing? If one were to describe this girl, the only notable trait was the blend of shyness and innocence in her speech, evoking the image of a pure, youthful girl, precisely the type that might awaken a protective instinct in boys. Did Xia Xian truly favor such delicate maidens? Xia Xian scrutinized the short-haired girl before confirming. You must be Zhang Min, huh? You finally recognized me. I thought you might have forgotten, she replied with enthusiasm. Never. How could I forget? Zhang Min had sported braids during middle school, but now her hair was cut short, lending her a more polished and refined appearance. In Xia Xian's memory, Zhang Min was the embodiment of a vivacious, open-hearted girl, effortlessly engaging in conversation with everyone. She was familiar to all, though sometimes her carefree nature led her to speak without thinking, often joking without malice, which Xia Xian had never taken to heart. As for Su Xiaoan, she remained as lovely as ever, exuding a pure, bashful charm, her face adorned with a shy smile as she gazed at him. Zhang Min cheerfully inquired, How has high school been treating you? Without waiting for Xia Xian to speak, Zhang Min continued, Even if you don't say anything, I already know. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, yet here you are, out playing games today. It seems you have no intention of attending university. You've always struggled academically, and your family's financial situation is dire. Attending college appears to be of little use for you, doesn't it? No. I don't want to give it a try, Xia Xian replied, waving his hand. Honestly, rather than enrolling in a mediocre university that won't help you secure a job after graduation, it's wiser to start working early. If you work for 2 years before we graduate, you could be earning 3 to 4,000 a month without a degree, which isn't too shabby. After 4 years of hard work, we might only be making 5 to 6,000 upon graduation. Is that so? Xia Xian chuckled awkwardly. I will consider your advice. By the way, the mediocre university Zhang Min referred to, Jiangnan University, is actually a prestigious 985 university, ranking among the top 5 in the nation. Why haven't you kept in touch with us since you entered high school? You haven't said a word in the class group chat. Studying, I suppose, Xia Xian replied. Zhang Min spoke rapidly, like popping beans, hardly pausing for breath. Interestingly, we were just talking about you in the group chat a few days ago. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Talking about me? I don't have much to share, Xia Xian thought to himself. Nothing much, just a joke. Remember when you quietly confessed your feelings for the most beautiful girl in our class, Xiaohan, after middle school? Everyone was shocked. I was just wondering if you might do something similar when you graduate high school. Haha, that's funny. Zhang Min laughed, recalling the memory. Wang Tao said, a good-looking confession is one thing, but coming from you, it's harassment. I nearly laughed myself into a stupor. It was just a joke. You don't mind, do you? Zhang Min carefully explained, sensing she had laughed a bit too hard. Xia Xian chuckled awkwardly. No, it's fine. Just a joke, I don't mind. At the time, rumors had spread widely, branding him as delusional, foolish, and even likening him to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Xia Xian had grown accustomed to such comments. However, hearing it all made Xu Yuo uneasy. She hadn't yet established her standing with Xia Xian, and now an ex-lover had reappeared. Someone who had even received a love letter from the seemingly stoic Xia Xian. Did he truly harbor such feelings for that girl? She didn't see what was so special about her. By the way, Zhang Min interjected, I almost forgot the main point. Was that person who just left Han Fei? Xia Xian replied, yes. Do you know him? Of course not, but I've seen him a few times during the sports meet. Are you quite familiar with him? Well, not really, Xia Xian pondered. They had only played a few games together, hardly enough to call it familiarity. Then why did you two seem so close just now? Close? I don't think so. He just doesn't know how to play and asked me to teach him. Ha ha ha, Xiaxin. You just again. Do you think I do not play League of Legends? Han Fei is indeed the champion of the high school league. He could teach you a thing or two. When will you cease this habit of boasting? When have I ever been boastful? I shall correct myself next time. Xiaxin, with an expression of exasperation, turned towards the screen. If he did not act soon, the system would deem him inactive, and his teammates were already calling for him. Just as his hand grazed the keyboard, he was pulled back by Zhang Min. Oh, stop playing around. I need to discuss something serious with you. What? How about introducing us to Han Fei? Huh? Is he such a significant figure that he requires an introduction? He will probably come to the internet CAF tomorrow. Why not just approach him yourselves? Xiaxin appeared perplexed. In his mind, it was a rare opportunity for beautiful girls to take the initiative to make acquaintances. Particularly since Zhang Min was quite attractive, and Su Xiaohan was even more so. The thought of such stunning ladies seeking to connect made him fear that certain boys might already be vying for their attention. Zhang Min, feeling a bit irritated, replied, Do you think I wouldn't want that? I've seen him a few times at the school sports meet, and whenever I tried to speak with him, he acted indifferent. What can I do? Is he really that aloof? Why would you even want to get to know him? Xiaxin was tempted to say that was rather self-deprecating. No worries, that's quite normal. He is the heartthrob of our school, consistently ranking in the top 10 citywide in joint examinations, and he certainly made quite an impression at the sports meet, being the champion in League of Legends as well. It's only natural that he has many admirers. Xiaxin was genuinely curious if the Han Fei they spoke of was indeed the same person, or if he might have a twin brother. Perhaps their first impressions were so strong that, even with Han Fei appearing well-groomed, in his mind, he still resembled that scruffy fellow with the messy hair. However, upon reflection, considering that he had mentioned accompanying a friend to meet girls for a late-night snack, it did seem plausible. Noticing Xiaxin's hesitation, Zhang Min expressed her dissatisfaction. Hey, is it that difficult to make an introduction? Aren't we classmates? I've said many good things about you in class. Fine, I will certainly help you out. The matter swiftly escalated to one concerning the bonds of friendship. leaving no room for Xiaxin's hesitation. The moment Xiaxin agreed, Zhang Min's face lit up with joy, and she clasped her hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. I look forward to your good news. Once this is accomplished, I will treat you to a meal. No need to be so formal." Xiaxin politely smiled at Su Shaoan and hastily moved his mouse to avoid being flagged for inactivity. "All right, you get back to your game." As Zhang Min leaned in closer, she pressed the key on Xiaxin's keyboard, observing his rank. "Why are you so inexperienced? Don't worry, as long as you speak to Han Fei. I shall have my boyfriend take you along next time." Their Hurricane team is on the verge of clinching the Provincial Internet CAF League Championship, Zhang Min added, pointing at Su Shaoan with a mischievous grin. "By the way, your first love, Shaoan, her boyfriend is the captain of the Hurricane team. Perhaps he could be of better assistance to you." Su Shaoan was instantly embarrassed, giving Zhang Min a light pat and saying, "Please don't speak nonsense. I haven't agreed yet." "Oh, it's just a matter of breaking the ice. There's no need to feel shy. They've publicly confessed their feelings, so you should just accept it. Besides, he's handsome and fun. If it were me, I would have said yes already. This is a genuine confession, not harassment." Zhang Min chuckled at her own little jest, rising to pull Su Shaoan outside. "Come on, let's hurry. They must be waiting anxiously, and don't forget about Xia Xian." Su Shaoan cast a lingering glance at Xia Xian, waved her hand, and said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye," Xia Xian replied, nodding in return. The two exchanged very few words throughout. As Su Shaoan departed, she stole a look at Shu Yuewu and couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. She was truly a beautiful girl. Yet, there was something in her gaze. A hint of hostility? Chapter 45. Go ahead, bite me on a cool evening. The stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky. The streets of the city were aglow with the flickering neon lights, and a myriad of people wove through the bustling thoroughfares. By 10 p.m., the majority of those venturing out were couples. Delicate young women nestled affectionately against their partner's shoulders, contemplating whether to acquiesce to their suitor's request for a night away from home. Even the more assertive women feigned a gentle demeanor, plotting how to entice their companions into intimacy, determined not to let a golden opportunity slip away. Overall, the scene was one of harmonious prosperity. However, amidst this vibrant tableau stood an incongruous pair, Xia Xian and Shu Yuewu. Xia Xian had keenly observed that approximately 80 of the young men passing by turned their heads to admire the youthful and fashionable Shu Yuewu, her radiant and exquisite visage, her alluring and curvaceous form, and her fitted blouse accentuating her figure rendered her an undeniable focal point. Her long, shapely legs created a striking visual, setting her apart as a singularly captivating sight. He initially assumed that walking alongside Shu Yuewu would incite envy or disdain from onlookers, akin to a flower blooming amidst refuse. But the reality was far less dramatic. The gazes directed at him were entirely commonplace. At first, Xia Xian pondered whether he had somehow become more handsome, hence prompting observers to consider them a compatible pair. Yet, it soon dawned upon him that the looks he received conveyed a different narrative altogether, like a beautiful woman accompanied by an unsightly frog, or a refined lady paired with a mere laborer, suggesting a relationship characterized by stark disparity. There was no room for misinterpretation. Shu Yuewu cast him a playful glance, a smirk dancing on her lips, teasing, "Ah, your first love, Xia Xian could only manage a wry smile, reflecting on the past. Why had he chosen to confess his feelings only at graduation? Perhaps it was due to the regret of unspoken words, though he could not quite articulate it. Shu Yuewu retorted with a hint of sarcasm. No, I sense you were prepared for rejection all along, knowing that once we parted ways, a successful confession would be futile. Who would have thought you possessed such self-awareness back then?" Xia Xian responded with self-deprecation. "If your intent is to rub salt in my wounds, then you have succeeded. I bear yet another scar on my heart. Of course, I was paying you a compliment," she replied, her expression shifting as if a thought had just occurred to her. Xia Xian inquired, "What is it?" With a bright smile, Shu Yuewu leaned closer. "Actually, I've just uncovered a secret about your first love." "What secret?" She lowered her voice conspiratorially, glancing around before beckoning him closer. "It seems your first love may have, A sudden, excruciating pain surged through Xia Xian, causing him to involuntarily gasp. He felt a sharp ache in his neck and shoulder. The old injury flaring up once more, barely healed from the last incident, now aggravated anew. After biting down, Shu Yu spat disdainfully a few times, wiped her lips, and coldly inquired, "How does it feel? I see you're rather asymmetrical. Allow me to assist you in achieving a more balanced appearance." Xia Xian noticed the wound felt sticky, unsure whether it was Shu Yuewu's saliva or his own blood, though Xia Yi had also bitten him in haste. It was nothing compared to the ferocity of Shu Yuewu, who seemed intent on drawing blood. "Are you a little dog? Why do you bite so easily?" he retorted. Women in ancient times were so gentle and demure. Take Qiu Xiang, who showed affection to Tang Bohu with her smiles. If it were like today, the tale would surely be of Tang Bohu being bitten to death by Qiu Xiang in a tragic love story. Shu Yuewu had bitten him at the site of an old wound, and the pain was particularly acute. Xia Xian could only pull his collar up higher to conceal the mark. Shu Yu huffed. "Do you think I came to find you for no reason?" "It is for revenge, of course. You made me call you young master, and now my classmates are laughing at me. Do you have any idea how many boys came over to ask how much for a night?" Xia Xian was speechless. "Wasn't it you who started this?" Shu Yuewu countered, her expression one of righteous indignation. "I can tease you, but you can't tease me. You win. I'm going to sleep now." Communication had become futile. Xia Xian quickened his pace, eager to distance himself from this dog-like woman. Shu Yuewu followed closely, her insatiable curiosity shining through as she inquired, "How did you recognize the cards so effortlessly? You seem to know exactly what I drew." Xia Xian was perplexed as to why she would ask him this right after biting him. "It was just a coincidence," he replied tersely. "Stop fooling around. If you want to tell, I'll share your illustrious first love story with them," Shu Yu teased, her eyes sparkling. "It seems we have much to discuss tonight." Xia Xian halted abruptly, resigned. "It's not a significant skill, it merely requires." Shu Yu nodded gently, leaning closer. "What do you need?" Xia Xian leaned in to whisper into her petite, delicate ear, "It just requires." A sly smile crept across his lips as he seized Shu Yu's shoulders and suddenly bit down on her snowy neck. A piercing scream erupted, "Indecency! Help! Indecency!" For a fleeting moment, the gaze of everyone on the street turned towards Shu Yuewu and Xia Xian. Upon confirming that the girl crying out was a stunning beauty, many men, invigorated as if charged with adrenaline, directed their furious stares at Xia Xian, who was gripping Shu Yuewu's shoulders. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Shu Yuewu cried, "This man suddenly grabbed me. He is trying to assault me." Her lament echoed through the air. "How dare he assault me in public? I need to find a more secluded place." He appeared quite honest, yet possessed an audacious spirit. "Fear not, fair maiden, for I have arrived," he proclaimed. "Hold this rascal down. Do not let him escape." Summer Xian, however, took flight. He had once heard of a study revealing that the number of men who dare to act heroically on the streets is directly proportional to the appearance of the women being bullied. This theory proved true, as numerous burly men seemed to emerge from nowhere, rushing towards the scene. To add to his astonishment, he noticed an elderly gentleman, leaning on a cane, also charging forth. "Good sir, is it not a tad late for a heroic rescue?" he thought. Summer Xian dashed into a hotel, halting only to rest his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Shu Yu sauntering in leisurely through the revolving glass door, her face adorned with a triumphant smile. She raised an eyebrow at him and, tilting her delicate neck with pride, taunted, "Come, bite me, if you dare." After which, she ascended the stairs with the poise of a victor, leaving Summer Xian with the captivating silhouette of her graceful form. The following day, at 9 a.m., the Chinese language examination commenced. Summer Xian entered with a calm demeanor, realizing that the outcome was somewhat inconsequential, though he still harbored hopes of achieving a high score. It was akin to the desire of elevating a level 1 hero to level 18. Shortly thereafter, the gentle sound of snoring emanated from a nearby fellow. The female invigilator cast a troubled glance at her male counterpart, contemplating whether to rouse him. The male teacher, observing the drooling student, empathetically suggested, "Let him be. He likely spent the night at an internet CAF. It's rare to have the college entrance exam. Let him rest." The melodic snores accompanied Summer Xin for 2.5 hours, until the invigilator finally awakened the slumbering student, saying, "Classmate, wake up. Your paper is too damp to bind." After submitting his exam, Summer Xin lingered at the school gate, hoping to see Han Fei. Instead, he was greeted by a beaming Mao Pang, who draped an arm over his shoulder and remarked, "Summer Xin, you are too kind, waiting here for me. Come, let us return to the hotel for a meal." Observing his cheerful demeanor, Mao Pang inquired, "Did you perform well?" "Indeed," he replied. The language paper posed quite a challenge. Mao Pang, puffed up with pride, responded, "Naturally. Did you not find the essay topic remarkably profound?" Summer Xin nodded. "Yes, the prompt was quite deep. And I almost struggled to compose my thoughts." Mao Pang's pride swelled further. I too was taken aback by the topic of sex and love. Had it not been for my extensive reading, I would not have been able to craft such an intricate narrative filled with emotional twists and turns. Summer Xin paused, puzzled, and asked, "Was it not worry and love?" At that, Mao Pang's expression shifted from elation to solemnity, and he fell silent, not uttering a word through lunch. Summer Xin vaguely overheard him quietly requesting his homeroom teacher to retrieve his essay, stating he no longer desired a language score. What could he have possibly written? After their meal, Summer Xin called Han Fei to inform him that Zhang Min wished to meet him. "Your classmate?" Han Fei inquired. Xia Xin, a classmate from middle school, is undoubtedly female. Is she beautiful? Indeed, she is quite stunning. Your eagerness to assist her suggests that you have feelings for her. Listen, my friend, it is evident that you are struggling with your current relationship. It would be unwise to covet something on the side while neglecting what you already have. I fear that you may end up with nothing at all. Those two are unlikely to surpass your current partner in beauty, aren't they? Xia Xin was at a loss for words and decided to inform them that you had declined their invitation. Fine. Can I really refuse your request? We are scheduled for a study session tonight, and after the exam tomorrow, I shall return. You may choose another time. Just ensure to dress elegantly while I will appear rather disheveled to compliment your beauty. However, it may all be in vain, as my baseline attractiveness greatly exceeds your upper limit." Xia Xin abruptly ended the call and reached out to Zhang Min. Chapter 46. The Essentials of Life. The college entrance examination soon drew to a close. As usual, some rejoiced while others despaired, with a few even contemplating drastic measures. Xia Xin estimated his score to be around 450, a performance that, while not exceptional, was certainly above average. It fell short by over 200 points from last year's admission score for Jiangnan University. Fortunately, he did not have to fret about this matter. One evening, as Leng Xuedong knocked on his door to collect the rent, she surprisingly asked him how he had fared in the exams. Xia Xin replied, "Around 450. Not even enough to meet the undergraduate threshold." "Oh." Leng Xuedong glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and softly inquired, "What will you do next?" "I suppose I will attend university." As Xia Xin counted out the rent money, he casually asked, "What about you? What score did you achieve, or rather, which university do you plan to attend?" It seemed pointless to inquire about Leng Xuedong's score. Her only concern was which prestigious university to choose. "Jiangnan University," she replied. "I have already filled out my application." Xia Xin paused in his task, staring blankly at Leng Xuedong's fresh, fair face. "Why Jiangnan University?" "Because it is nearby and the best university in the province. With a sleeper train, I can return home in 4 to 5 hours, can't I?" Indeed. There was a certain elegance about Leng Xuedong. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, "You may not see me much in the future. I likely want to return often. Please give the rent directly to my mother." Xia Xin chuckled. "I'd rather hand it to you directly. I too will be attending Jiangnan University. My acceptance letter is on its way." "What?" Leng Xuedong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can't be serious." "Not joking at all. I was specially recruited for League of Legends. The school has 3 spots for esports, and our club holds 2 of them. I was accepted." "Why Jiangnan University?" "Perhaps because the esports club is affiliated with Jiangnan. Then, won't we be alumni once again?" "Indeed. From middle school to high school and now to university. We will be alumni." Xia Xin smiled, extending his hand. "Pleased to meet you. I am your university alumnus, Xia Xin. However, Lung Xuedong did not reciprocate the handshake. Her expression a blend of disbelief, joy, sorrow, relief, and tension. Ultimately, she said nothing, shot him an annoyed glance, grasped the door, and slammed it shut. She then returned to her own room with heavy footsteps. Xia Xian, nursing his nose where the door had struck him, felt bewildered. He called out, "Hey, you haven't collected the rent yet." Only silence greeted him from the corridor and the closed door next door. Oh well, she would remember eventually. Xia Xian was well aware of Lung Xuedong's capricious nature. He had even researched online, discovering that women often behave this way during their menstrual cycle. It was best to avoid confrontation and never attempt to reason with them, as that would only lead to self-destruction. The sounds of a summer night emanated from the bedroom. Gidge, that hideous creature, can I wish her dead? Has her list not yet been completed? Don't speak carelessly, let me see. The message from Shiyu was succinct. Merely 4 characters, rank up in duo. Xia Xian sighed inwardly, considering her a troublesome woman. He replied, I already reached diamond last time. So what? It's not like you're a master yet. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't play ranked without my guidance? Now you've dropped a tier. Are you implying I need to pay? That is indeed the implication. Despite the camaraderie of classmates, how dare she treat me this way? Shiyu was incensed. This individual was utterly lacking in sentiment. Even brothers keep accounts clear. Fine, Xia Xian, remember what you've said. You petty man, it's been days. And you're still holding a grudge against me for that bite. Xia Xian was tempted to retort, reminding her of the throng of admirers who had chased him down the street. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have been cornered. This woman seemed to forget things rather swiftly. I have not. Fine, if we must pay, let it be so, you scoundrel. Shiyu nearly ground her teeth as she typed that response. It was not the money she valued, but rather Xia Xian's bureaucratic demeanor. She vowed that one day, she would seize him, and then he could play as he wished. If she directed him east, he would not dare go west. If she commanded him to act like a hen, he would not dare to be a rooster. They played 4 matches that night, losing 3, which ignited Shiyu's ire. Have you been possessed by a ghost? She sensed that Xia Xian was not in good spirits. He replied, let us call it a night. All right. Continuing would only result in further losses. We'll resume tomorrow. Let us make it the day after. I have matters to attend to. What could possibly be so important? Are you doing this on purpose? Indeed, it is something significant, as you heard last time. Shiyu pondered briefly before recalling, oh, it's about your first love. Isn't it? You, her, and Han Fei are going out tomorrow? Yes. Humph. No wonder you've been so distracted all evening. Well then, let us play the day after. Just as Xia Xian was about to log off, he saw Shiyu send another message. I'm going too. What are you going for? To play. I often go out to amusement parks and cinemas with others. Since you're going, I might as well tag along. Sorry to disappoint you. But we are heading to the Qiqing Electronic Entertainment Center downtown, merely to watch the finals of the League of Legends tournament sponsored by them. I'm free. So I'll begrudgingly see what's so special about the finals. You could just watch professional matches online. I want to go, and if you don't take me, I'll just ask Han Fei to bring me instead. Xia Xian, feeling helpless, agreed. We'll meet at 9. From our place to downtown. You just need to wake up by 8. 8. That's awfully early. During school, I sleep until at least 6:30. It's evident how lazy one becomes during the holidays. All right, tomorrow you shall call me on my mobile to wake me up, should that fail. Kindly ring the home phone and inform my mother. After giving a call, Shiyu swiftly left. Xia Xian shut down the game League of Legends. Gazing melancholically at the computer, Xia Yi nestled in Xia Xian's embrace, tilting her glistening little face upward to gaze at him, her eyes blinking as she inquired. Did I just hear the sound of the cold-blooded official slamming the door? Is it due to the rent? Do we lack funds? Xia Xian gently replied, no. We still have some, so there is no need to worry for now. The rent is not expensive. Oh, Xia Yu softly acknowledged, contemplating before asking again. Is it because of the tuition for the second semester? The conclusion of the old term heralds the commencement of a new term, which entails the prepayment of an entire year's tuition, a considerable sum indeed. Xia Yu would be entering the 6th grade of elementary school in the upcoming semester. Although it is said that tuition fees for compulsory education are waived, This only pertains to tuition itself. Concurrently, various other expenses rise exponentially: meal fees, textbook costs, administrative charges, labor fees, examination fees, material expenses, and so forth. Last year, Xia Ye's educational expenses had already approached 10,000. Of course, one could opt to study or drop out. No one is compelled. If one were to move to Jiangnan City, a large metropolis, it stands to reason that the tuition would be even steeper. As the head of the household, Xia Xian was compelled to account for the expenditures of daily necessities and the impending fixed costs. Fortunately, the substantial support from the willful young lady Xu Yuewu alleviated his financial burden significantly. Otherwise, he would be pulling his hair out in distress. Xia Xian truly wished to embrace Xu Yuewu and plant a grateful kiss on her lips. Let there be no misunderstandings. This was purely an expression of gratitude, devoid of any ulterior motives regarding her enticingly soft lips. Taking into account their savings, there was still over 10,000 remaining, yet when calculating the forthcoming expenses for food, living costs, and other necessities, he resolved to sever ties with the internet CAF owner Wang Shui. The path ahead appeared to be quite arduous. Recognizing that his anxious emotions were affecting Xia Yi, Xia Xian promptly composed himself, donning a radiant smile and reassuring her, "Everything is fine. There is no need to worry. We have enough money." "Is it really enough?" "It should be," Xia Xian replied, somewhat uncertain. However, upon seeing the concern in Xia Yi's clear gaze, he quickly amended, "Yes, I've devised a good plan. Don't fret." He playfully pinched her tender little face, teasing, "Do you think I am someone insignificant?" At this, Xia Yi beamed with delight, proudly declaring, "Of course, Brother Gu is the most formidable person in the world." Indeed, Xia Xian accepted without a hint of embarrassment. The phrase "the most formidable in the world" was crafted for me. Xia Yi nodded joyfully. "All right, wash your face and brush your teeth. It's time for bed. I have to step out tomorrow. We will be heading to another city in a month, so gather with your favorite classmates while you can." Xia Yi giggled, wrapping her arms around Xia Xian, her bright and clear eyes narrowing into joyful slits as she replied, "I only like Brother Gu as my classmate." The following morning, at around 7, Xia Xian rose early and first dialed Xu Yuewu's number, which rang incessantly without response. She prepared some century egg congee for Xia Yi as breakfast and made several more attempts to reach Xu Yuewu, yet to no avail. Xia Xian had no doubt that even if she were calling a phone with a dead battery, there would still be no answer. Fortunately, Xu Yuewu had wisely provided her home phone number, allowing her mother to wake her up. As Xia Xian stared at her phone, she suddenly realized that this was the first time she had ever called a girl's home with the intention of inviting her out. And an inexplicable sense of nervousness washed over her. It felt akin to a date between a boy and a girl. After much hesitation, she cautiously selected her words, intending to say, "Hello, Auntie, is Xu Yuewu still asleep? May I ask her to come out and play?" To her surprise, a deep and resonant male voice emanated from the receiver, causing Xia Xian to feel a surge of anxiety, and she blurted out, "Uncle, hello, is Annie still asleep? May I ask her to come out and play?" The line fell into a prolonged silence. Chapter 47. Are you late? Fortunately, Xu Rue, with his extensive experience, could roughly anticipate what Xia Xian was about to say. Upon reaching the upper floor, he knocked on Xu Yuewu's door. "Darling, there's a young man on the phone looking for you." "I know. Don't bother with him," Xu Yuewu replied, her focus unwavering as she rummaged through her wardrobe. She soon emerged with a jade green lace silk camisole dress, comparing it in front of the mirror, only to toss it onto the bed in dissatisfaction. The soft bed was already cluttered with a vibrant array of garments: short sleeves, shirts, skirts, jeans, crop tops, and fitted dresses, amongst others. In fact, when Xia Xian had made his first phone call, it had already roused her from her slumber. However, she paid no heed to the ringing phone. Leisurely completing her dental routine, washing her face, and applying a touch of light makeup. Then came the dilemma. Xu Yuewu examined several outfits, yet none seemed satisfactory. Either the colors were too bold or too muted, the styles too seductive or too mundane. It was tea until Xia Xian had called 5 or 6 times that she sat at the edge of her bed, selecting clothes while ignoring her phone. After spending so much time together, She had come to understand Xia Xin's nature well. If she didn't answer, he would remain anxious and wait indefinitely. If she did answer to inform him she would be an hour late, he would simply leave without a second thought. Xu Yu opened all three of her wardrobes, scrutinizing each item, yet still could not find anything suitable, feeling that something was amiss. "Oh, Dad, wait a moment. Come here," she called out to Xu Rui, who was preparing to go to work. "What is it?" Xu Rui queried, stepping into his daughter's room, immediately taken aback by the mountain of clothing. "Clothes don't fit anymore. Dad, you're a man. Help me choose which outfit looks better," she implored. Xu Rui chuckled. "Sweetheart, you would look good in anything you wear." Xu Yu retorted with irritation, then picked the most flattering one. "I need some useful advice. I'm in a hurry." Holding up a red and a purple dress, she asked, "Which one do you think is better?" With arms crossed and a smirk on his face, Xu Rui simply observed her in silence. Frustrated, Xu Yu stomped her foot. "Dad, for heaven's sake, say something. Why are you just staring?" Xu Rui replied, "If you're showing this to me, you'd look lovely in anything. But if you're dressing for that young man, I can't offer guidance. It's not for him. It's just, never mind, you wouldn't understand. I just need to prove something." Xu Rui smiled knowingly. Boys come in many varieties. Some prefer the intellectual type, others the sensual, some the lively, others the quiet, some the innocent, and some the alluring. That seems somewhat reasonable, Xu Yuewu mused, as a particular image flickered through her mind. Meanwhile, Xia Xin had been waiting at the designated bus stop for nearly an hour before finally spotting the tardy Xu Yuewu. Upon seeing her, the first word that sprang to his mind was enchantress. Xu Yuewu adorned her head with a round white beach hat, and two strands of lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly over her chest. Her delicate, flower-like face was illuminated by a radiant smile, exuding a youthful exuberance. She wore a pink silk long-sleeve blouse, which featured charming lace trim at the shoulders, paired with a milk-white short skirt. Her lively and fashionable sneakers complemented her ensemble, while white knee-high socks adorned her slender calves. She appeared as a vivacious young girl, brimming with charm and a hint of artistic flair. Xu Yuwu embodied the essence of a versatile enchantress, her aura ever-changing and captivating, rendering Xia Xin momentarily unable to meet her gaze. She was undeniably alluring. "What do you mean by that?" Xu Yuewu pointed at the vintage lady's bicycle beneath Xia Xin. "Isn't it a bus?" Xia Xin retorted. "Do you even know what time it is?" Xu Yuewu glanced at her immaculate wristwatch and replied, "It's 8:30. What time did we agree upon?" 8 o'clock. "I'm only half an hour late." Her response was assertive, leaving Xia Xin momentarily speechless at her audacity. "The bus won't make it now. I'll take a shortcut on my bike. And what about me? You can choose to take the bus, hail a taxi, or ride a bicycle." Xu Yuewu's expression soured. "Everyone else comes to pick me up in vehicles with 4 wheels. You expect me to ride in this 2-wheeled contraption? Is this bicycle from the 90s? I doubt it can carry more than one person without straining." "It can't," Xia Xin replied, shaking his head sadly. "Well then, goodbye. I'll head off and wait for you." With that, he prepared to leave on his bicycle. Xu Yu swiftly approached, grabbing onto the back seat. "Come back here, you scoundrel." Fuming, she adjusted her skirt and sat sideways on the rear of Xia Xin's bike, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Just don't dirty my skirt." Xia Xin retorted, "You could take a taxi." "Then why are you waiting for me? Clearly, I made a poor decision. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Xu Yuewu mischievously pinched the flesh at Xia Xin's waist, executing a 180-degree spin, relishing the tactile sensation. "Don't be reckless. What if we crash? What can we do? If a passing child damages the bike, I'll just make them pay." The vintage lady's bicycle creaked and groaned, every part emitting sounds except for the bell, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Yet it stubbornly held on. Xu Yuewu, agitated, twisted a bit more, while Xia Xin navigated through the potholes, causing the bike to jolt and bounce. "My backside!" Xu Yuewu cried out, clutching Xia Xin tightly, shifting her weight onto him to alleviate the discomfort on her delicate form. She gritted her teeth, refraining from further mischief, silently cataloging this transgression in her mind. With one arm wrapped around Xia Xin's waist, Xu Yuewu rested her delicate face against his back, watching the scenery blur past as a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, evoking a sense of comfort within her. Xu Yuewu refrained from causing any disturbance, allowing Xia Xin to navigate the path smoothly. The soothing sensation made her feel akin to a languid kitten, delightfully squinting her eyes, secretly hoping this moment would linger indefinitely. There was an unusual sense of reassurance that this young man provided her. However, they soon arrived at the electronic hall, where the entrance was bustling with a throng of people. Xia Xin glanced around but could find no suitable place to park. Xu Yuewu, standing beside him, couldn't resist a teasing remark. What are you even looking for? With this dilapidated vehicle of yours, not even for free would anyone want it. Even the scrap metal dealers would turn their noses up at your rust. Xia Xin chose to ignore her quip and parked the car in an emergency access corridor at the side of the electronic hall. Checking the time, he noted they were just 5 minutes late, which was manageable. Upon entering, they spotted Han Fei waiting at the entrance. It was merely Xia Xin's keen eyesight that allowed him to find Han Fei amidst the crowd, rather. It was the several girls surrounding him that made him particularly conspicuous, impossible to overlook. As soon as Xia Xin stepped through the glass doors, Han Fei noticed him and quickly excused himself from the group of girls, moving towards him with urgency. Bro, you really need to work on your tardiness. Luckily, they haven't arrived yet, but your attire is far too casual. Both young men were clad in simple, casual wear, maintaining a basic level of neatness. Xia Xin reflected on his appearance, thinking it was quite acceptable. Han Fei then continued, there seem to be a couple of girls. Which one are you interested in? Let me create an opportunity for you. But halfway through, he finally recognized Xu Yuewu beside Xia Xin. It was that he had a poor memory, rather. Xu Yuewu's transformation was so striking that he barely recognized her. The fashionable beach had obscured half her face, and her elegant attire, complemented by white knee-high socks and pristine sneakers, portrayed her as a fresh, charming girl next door, a stark contrast to the alluring Xu Yuewu he had encountered before. Han Fei's first thought was, why is Xu Yuewu here? To which Xu Yuewu raised an eyebrow and retorted, why wouldn't I be here? Nothing at all. Han Fei replied, is it now fashionable to bring your girlfriend along when chasing after girls? Xia Xin, somewhat exasperated, shot back. I told you, you're overthinking it. Which part am I overthinking? Every single part. After another 10 minutes, they finally spotted Zhang Min and Su Shaoan entering through the door. Zhang Min was dressed vibrantly, her cheerful smile radiating warmth, while Su Shaoan donned a snow-white dress that exuded simplicity and elegance, with a hint of shyness reminiscent of a lotus flower. Apologies for being late, they both said. No worries, we just arrived as well, Xia Xin replied, exchanging trivial pleasantries before introducing the four of them. This is Han Fei, and this is Xu Yuewu. These two are my classmates, Zhang Min and Su Shaoan. Hello. I'm Han Fei, he said, extending his hand confidently, clearly accustomed to such interactions. The two girls shook hands with Han Fei, both casting curious glances towards Xu Yuewu. Even Su Shaoan was unable to recognize her as the person from the internet CAF, for Xu Yuewu's hat was tilted, obscuring half of her face. And her demeanor was entirely different. Is she Han Fei's girlfriend? No, she is a friend. Han Fei pondered, struggling to find a suitable introduction. It seemed that no matter how he presented her, it would not adequately convey her relationship with Xia Xin. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent and let Xia Xin introduce her instead. Unfortunately, Xia Xin had no intention of elaborating either. The finals are about to begin. Let us enter. Chapter 48. Just toss it in the trash. The entertainment venue is designed as a grand circular hall, adorned with vibrant, colorful lights twinkling in midair. At the forefront stands an exhibition stage, draped in a resplendent red carpet, with 2 arcs of 10 computers flanking either side. Behind, a colossal LCD screen dominates the central backdrop, set to display the thrilling match footage. The spacious hall can accommodate over 1,000 spectators. And as a few take their seats, it quickly approaches capacity, with a steady influx of attendees illustrating the current fervor surrounding esports. The first to take the stage is a strikingly attractive host, clad in revealing attire that accentuates her astonishing physique. After introducing a plethora of sponsors in a rather tedious manner, she presents a lackluster performance of song and dance. Subsequently, the players begin to emerge. Their past remarkable feats showcased on the large screen, eliciting intermittent applause from the audience. From the left, the blue team, comprising 5 members of the Eagle Network team, makes their entrance, while the right side reveals the 5 members of the Hurricane Network team in purple. As the host introduces the ADC of the Hurricane team, Han Fei is taken aback and exclaims, "Sun Di? Do you know him?" Xia Xian inquires. Han Fei chuckles. "If you can call it knowing, then yes. He was the runner-up in the high school league, and we have faced each other several times. He is quite formidable." Zhang Min leans closer, boasting, "Isn't he impressive? He is also the captain of the Hurricane team, which he organized himself." Han Fei scrutinizes the 5 players, noting, "I haven't seen the other 3. But I recognize the support. Song He, his dedicated assistant. 2 of them are from the runner-up team in the high school league. I suspect our bottom lane will struggle against them. I found it quite challenging to contend with them during our matches, especially considering they are just a mix of players selected from an internet CAF." Zhang Min gently nudges Han Fei, teasing, "Oh, come on, don't be so modest. Sun Di claims you were his only rival in high school. You are undoubtedly the top ADC in the league. He said he must seek revenge in college after being bested by you in the finals, so you should be cautious. Moreover, you know Jiangnan University, right? It's a prestigious institution known nationwide, and their League of Legends team is exceptionally strong. The administration has already offered him direct admission without exams. He mentioned wanting to settle the score with you in the national finals of the college league." Jiangnan University. Han Fei exchanged glances with Xia Xian, falling silent. Xia Xian had also been accepted by Jiangnan University, albeit into the esports club, while Sun Di received direct admission from the university itself. Han Fei felt a twinge of anxiety about who would ultimately claim the starting ADC position. In contrast, Xia Xian was free from such concerns, as he could play mid, top, or jungle roles. He believed he could excel in any position. Yes, that renowned Jiangnan University, the best in the province and highly regarded nationally. Zhang Min, brimming with pride as if he himself had been accepted into Jiangnan University, added, "Oh, and here's a huge secret. Sun Di is Xiaohan's boyfriend. Our tickets were obtained through him." Suddenly, Su Xiaohan felt a wave of embarrassment, playfully swatting at Zhang Min. "What nonsense are you talking about? I mentioned it. But I haven't agreed yet." Zhang Min laughed mischievously. "What is there to be shy about? He is talented and handsome, and he treats you so well, bringing you flowers every day. Sooner or later, he will be your boyfriend. He even said he would bring back the championship trophy to give to you. Just imagine that glorious golden trophy. At that point, you won't be able to refuse, will you?" "I haven't," Su Xiaohan replied, her delicate face swiftly turning crimson. She cast a quick glance at Xia Xian and explained, "I'm still considering it." With that, she feigned annoyance, saying, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell Zhang Xinping." Seeing the puzzled expressions on Xia Xian and Han Fei's faces, Su Xiaohan pointed to a tall, slender figure in the purple square on stage. Zhang Xinping is the mid laner for the Hurricane team and also Zhang Min's boyfriend. He is a friend of Sun Di, who brought him over. He seems to have reached the semifinals in the high school league as a mid laner. Han Fei nodded, recognizing him from a previous encounter. The match commenced swiftly. After merely 10 minutes of observation, Xia Xian discerned that the 2 teams were not on the same level. The dual carries of the Hurricane team, AD Draven and AP Xerath, were evidently superior to their counterparts, significantly outpacing their farm in the bottom lane. Han Fei remarked, "Draven is his strongest champion," pausing before adding, "Truly formidable." "Indeed, it's quite apparent," Xia Xian replied. At that moment, the blue team's jungler, Rek'Sai, had flanked the bottom lane, attempting to ambush Draven and Thresh from behind. However, Draven was unfazed, completely ignoring the lurking Rek'Sai and fiercely pursuing the enemy's Jinx and Lulu alongside Thresh. His massive axe swung forth, striking Jinx repeatedly until she was left with a sliver of health, ultimately falling to Draven's ultimate ability just as she attempted to escape. Despite Wind Girl and Rek'Sai combining their efforts to eliminate Draven, he managed to secure Wind Girl's head before his demise. In a 3v2 situation, Draven and Thresh achieved a 2-4-1 trade, resulting in a significant advantage. Thanks to his passive ability, Draven netted over 1,000 gold from the 2 kills, rendering him nearly unstoppable. Han Fei shook his head and leaned closer to Xia Xian. If Jinx encountered just then, it would have been much better. Had she retaliated with her E-ability, she might still have perished, but she could have taken down both Draven and Thresh, completely reversing the situation. Indeed, Jinx hesitated, Xia Xian mused. With her farm being heavily pressured and her being a late-game champion, the psychological burden must have been immense. Zhang Min leaned in. What are you two discussing? Han Fei, why are you talking to Xia Xian? He is just a gold and silver player and wouldn't he understand? Han Fei shot a surprised glance at Xia Xian, but remained silent. Shu Yuowu waved at Han Fei. Let us swap places. It'll be more convenient for us girls to chat. All right. Once they changed positions, Shu Yuowu nestled close to Zhang Min, and the two girls began chattering animatedly. Initially, Zhang Min felt somewhat intimidated by Shu Yuowu's presence. However, upon realizing her friendly demeanor, the conversation flowed freely between them. Xia Xian vaguely heard words like Xia Xian, middle school, and humor coming from the right, accompanied by sporadic bursts of piercing laughter. She was oblivious to what they were secretly discussing. The first match unfolded swiftly. After securing 2 kills, Draven began to soar. The blue team's excavator attempted to ambush him, aiming to stifle his growth, but instead fell victim to a counterattack, resulting in Draven claiming 2 more kills. This led to Draven's explosive damage output, rendering him unstoppable. Even the squishy champion was succumbing to his onslaught after just 2 hits. In the inaugural match, Draven carried the team to victory, claiming the Baron at the 20-minute mark and pushing towards the enemy's nexus. His terrifying damage eliciting cheers from the audience, for Draven had no equals among his peers. After a brief 10-minute intermission, the second match commenced, with the original blue team now donning purple. The first ban was predictably Draven, clearly a testament to their fear. In the second match, Sun Di played as Gangplank, delivering commendable damage. Several teamfights showcased his prowess, but the MVP honor went to the mid laner, Azir. Zhang Xinping exhibited remarkable skill, erecting walls during team encounters, which caught the enemy off guard. In one pivotal moment, he pushed 4 opponents back, including 2 critical damage dealers, with a flawless flash and ultimate ability, stunning everyone with his decisive maneuvers that capitalized on a minor lapse from the adversary. Gangplank swiftly engaged with his E-ability, following up with Q and R, maximizing his area of effect damage. The other teammates quickly joined in, and the purple team overwhelmed the blue team, who resembled hapless victims caught in a snare, ultimately succumbing to a 20-0 defeat. By the third match, the psychological pressure on the members of the Sky Eagle team was palpable. They crumbled early on, leaving no room for suspense. The disparity in skill between the two teams resulted in a one-sided domination, with Hurricane Team showcasing their prowess in all 3 matches, leaving the audience in awe. As the Golden Trophy ascended at the center of the stage, illuminating the venue, the female host took the stage to energize the atmosphere. After delivering some stirring remarks, she introduced the final segment, where the champion team sought the audience's approval to claim the trophy. A temporary audience team would be organized for a display match, enhancing viewer interaction as part of the entertainment hall's offerings. Participants only needed a rank of gold or above to join, and all who participated would receive a set of gaming peripherals as a reward. The host proclaimed, "All right. Anyone interested in competing may come to the stage. Are we just going to watch them take the trophy without challenge? Anyone with a grievance is welcome to step up." However, despite her enthusiastic attempts to rally the crowd, only 2 individuals dared to approach the stage. Most were deterred by the recent humiliating defeat of the Sky Eagle team, fearing embarrassment before such a large audience. The thought of being recorded and ridiculed by classmates was too daunting. Meanwhile, as the competition heated up on stage during the champion team's break, 2 visitors approached the corner where Xia Xian was situated, Sun Di and Zhang Xinping. Sun Di fixed a penetrating gaze upon Han Fei, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Han Fei rose with a smile, inviting Zhang Xinping to observe his match. Zhang Xinping extended his hand, acknowledging Han Fei. "You are Han Fei, the top player in the High League." "I am Zhang Xinping. Alas, the High League never had the chance to face you." He had fallen in the semifinals to Sun Di. After a brief handshake with Han Fei, he turned his gaze towards Xia Xian, inquiring, "And who might this be?" Han Fei introduced, "This is a friend of mine, Xia Xian." Xia Xian, mimicking Han Fei's gesture, reached out his hand. However, Zhang Xinping merely regarded him with a fleeting glance, confirming he was an unfamiliar face, exuding an air of arrogance akin to a disdainful swan. Leaving Xia Xian's outstretched hand suspended awkwardly in midair. Next, he directed his attention to Xu Yuwu beside Xia Xian, asking, "Is this enchanting lady your girlfriend?" Han Fei replied, "She is merely a close friend." Instantly, Zhang Xinping transformed from a haughty swan into a congenial individual, his eyes lighting up as he extended his hand, saying, "A pleasure to meet you." Xu Yuwu glanced at Xia Xian's hand, still awkwardly poised in the air, and with a radiant smile. She placed the half-finished yogurt drink into Zhang Xinping's hand, instructing him to discard it in the nearby trash bin. She made no effort to introduce herself, folding her arms as she turned her gaze towards the stage, treating Zhang Xinping as nothing more than a means to dispose of her waste. In that moment, Zhang Xinping found himself in an awkward predicament, grasping the yogurt bottle, trapped between the decision to discard it or hold onto it, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 49. Not necessarily a good thing. Fortunately, Zhang Min came to his rescue, angrily twisting his arm. "What are you doing? Have you lost your senses? Staring at a beautiful girl like that? Do you still have me in your heart? Don't even think about it." She came with Han Fei. Zhang Xinping quickly sought to placate her. "How could that be, Minmin? You know very well that my heart belongs only to you. Other girls are mere clouds to me. You are my goddess." "Humph, I don't believe you." As the two exchanged flirtations, Sun Di was also whispering to Su Shaoan nearby. "Shaoan, this is the crystal bracelet I saw in the mall yesterday. I thought it would suit you, so I bought it. Why don't you try it on?" Sun Di held a crystal bracelet styled like an angel's heart. Although it was clearly artificial, its splendid appearance was undeniable. The silver bracelet was set with a sky blue crystal, with a droplet-like crystal dangling down, swaying gently with the movement of her hand. Despite being synthetic, its exquisite craftsmanship made it appear quite valuable. Su Shaohan gently waved her hand. "No, it looks too expensive." "It's not expensive. It's just a few dozen yuan," Sun Di replied, though a look of pride was evident on his face. Su Shaohan shook her head. "That's impossible. You can tell just by looking." At that moment, Zhang Min also noticed and exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful bracelet. It's stunning." She eagerly took the bracelet, marveling at it with envy. "Look how great Sun Di is. Why don't you buy one for me?" Zhang Xinping smiled wryly. "He is a rich and handsome guy. How can I compare? This bracelet costs 888 yuan. And I was just accompanying him to look. 888 yuan could cover a typical student's food expenses for an entire month." Upon hearing this, Zhang Min became even more envious. "Wow, Sun Di, you even lied to her, saying it was only a few dozen." Sun Di, with a smug expression, replied, "It's not too far off." He relished the contrast in perceptions. Otherwise, why would he have chosen to bring Zhang Xinping along? "Oh, Shaoan, you're driving me crazy. It's 900 yuan, and so beautiful. If you don't want it, I'll take it." Feeling the attention of the group, Su Shaoan grew uncomfortable, her cheeks flushing deeper as she shyly shook her head. Zhang Min suddenly felt a surge of frustration. "Why are you so foolish? You accepted a love letter worth only a yuan, yet you refused such a beautiful crystal bracelet? That could buy you 1,000 love letters." Sun Di was taken aback, his gaze sharpening. "What love letter? Who gave you a love letter? Wasn't he that a direct challenge to him?" Su Shaoan was already his designated girlfriend. And how dare anyone else send her a love letter? Zhang Min waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. It's a thing of the past. By the way, the person involved is still here." She pointed at Xia Xinjian. "It was Xia Xian. We were classmates in middle school, and Shaoan is the prettiest girl in our class." Near graduation, Xia Xian handed a love letter to Shaohan. It was quite normal, really, as many boys in our class liked her. But we were all surprised that Xia Xian was the first to act. Zhang Xinping seemed to have caught wind of some intriguing gossip. He cast a sidelong glance at Xia Xian and, with a look of keen interest, inquired, "Why is that so surprising?" Zhang Min replied, "Isn't it quite obvious?" At that time, Xia Xian was rather inconspicuous in class. His grades were poor, his athletic abilities lacking. He came from a humble background. His appearance was unremarkable, and he hardly spoke to anyone. Who would remember him? If it weren't for his sudden audacity, everyone would have nearly forgotten about him. Just think about it. Xiaohan and Xia Xian as a couple? It's utterly mismatched, almost laughable. Zhang Min couldn't help but chuckle at her own words. Zhang Xinping looked at the pair and also burst into laughter. Indeed, they were worlds apart. How could it be possible? Zhang Min chimed in, right? Sun Di clearly dismissed Xia Xian, who posed no threat, and with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, Xiaoan, wait a moment. I'll present you with that golden trophy if you agree to be my girlfriend. Wow. Su Xiaoan hadn't even spoken yet. But the somewhat eccentric Zhang Min could hardly contain herself. That golden trophy, who wouldn't say yes? What is there to even consider? She nudged Xia Xian with her elbow. You really ought to take notes, Xia Xian. What era are we in? Love letters? How outdated. Who still falls for that? At the very least. You should come up with something more original. Xia Xian merely replied with a single word, okay. Zhang Min adopted a serious demeanor, saying, I'm doing this for your own good. I fear that if you graduate high school, you might pull some outrageous stunt again. Girls nowadays don't fall for that sort of thing. With your approach, you'll struggle to find a girlfriend. After all, our country has 22 million young men facing bachelorhood. Zhang Xinping glanced at Xia Xian and coldly remarked, one should at least possess a modicum of self-awareness. Just then, Xu Yu raised her hand, interrupting, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. The others looked at her, puzzled. Zhang Min asked, what misunderstanding? Xu Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed playfully, a smile dancing on her lips as she regarded Zhang Min. Haven T. I introduced myself? I am Xia Xian's girlfriend. Not here with Han Fei, but with Xia Xian. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by her revelation. Even Xia Xian himself, the subject of this claim, was taken aback, unaware of this development. Han Fei chuckled, that was precisely my point. I mentioned we are merely friends. Is this true? Zhang Min turned to Xia Xian. Just as he was about to speak, Xu Yu nestled closer, wrapping her arms around his, her voice taking on a childlike, playful tone. What's wrong? We merely had a little quarrel. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? At this point, words were superfluous. Xu Yu was truly a chameleon, embodying whatever persona she desired, appearing as a delicate bird, gently swaying Xia Xian's arm, pouting adorably. So, how about it? Don't be angry anymore, okay? You're being mean. The charming little figure was undeniably adorable. Zhang Min never anticipated that the fashionable and vibrant Xu Yu was actually Xia Xian's girlfriend. This disparity was astonishing, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xia Xian intended to withdraw his hand to offer an explanation, but Xu Yu held on tightly, leaving him no opportunity. So he resigned himself to the situation. Xu Yu waved at Zhang Min, declaring that there was no need for her to worry about him, as he did not require another girlfriend. Zhang Min's expression immediately darkened, unsure of what to say in response. It seemed utterly implausible that someone like Xia Xian could have a girlfriend, let alone one as stunning as Xu Yu. How could someone so beautiful possibly be interested in a penniless individual like Xia Xian? This was not a tale akin to the romance of the seven fairies in Dong Yong. A sense of displeasure washed over her. It felt like a direct affront. Fortunately, other matters soon diverted everyone's attention. Another team member announced that the 15-minute break had ended and called for Sun Di and Zhang Xinping to take the stage. Sun Di smiled at Su Xiaohan and said, wait for me. As he glanced at the stage, he noticed that only 3 individuals were present. Despite the host's vigorous efforts, very few were willing to participate, making it impossible to assemble a sufficient number for a performance. He turned to Han Fei and asked, don't you want to go up and have some fun? It's been a long time since we faced each other since the high school league. Han Fei chuckled. Not really. Afraid of losing? Without your support, you're hesitant to challenge me, aren't you? Han Fei narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at Sun Di. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed at Xia Xian and said, if he goes, then I will too. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Xia Xian. He gently shook his head. I think I'll pass. Zhang Min immediately urged, hey, are you still a man? If you lose, you lose. Go up and fight. Besides, this might be your only chance in a lifetime to compete with such formidable opponents. You want to encounter these experts in the future. It probably won't be the only time. Oh, I see. Zhang Min feigned realization. You must be deliberately stalling, thinking that if you don't go up, Sun D and the others 1T finish and 1T receive the trophy, which means Xiaohan 1T become his girlfriend. That's rather sinister of you. Xia Xian replied. No, I didn't think that way. Zhang Min wore an expression of disbelief. That's hard to say. After all, Xiaohan is your first love, and seeing her with another boyfriend might not sit well with you. Perhaps you still harbor some fantasies. With Zhang Min's remark, Sun Di's gaze towards Xia Xian became even more unfriendly. No one wished for someone to covet his designated girlfriend. Xia Xian scanned the group and finally looked at Zhang Min, saying, All right, I'll go up, but if I do, it doesn't guarantee he'll win the trophy. Zhang Min was perplexed. How could that be? You can win the trophy after you finish. Is that so? Xia Xian smiled and took the stage alongside Han Fei. A palpable spark ignited between Han Fei and Sun Di. The exuberant host, upon noticing the crowd's enthusiasm, joyfully announced that the delightful challenge was about to commence. Let us extend our warmest applause to these valiant warriors. Even in defeat, they shall receive a premium set of peripherals graciously provided by the Qingqing Electronic Entertainment Center. Following a rousing ovation, the host declared the competition officially underway. At that moment, a clear yet silent voice resonated through the host's microphone, reaching every audience member. I have a question. The host, puzzled, turned towards Xia Xian. Very well, this student, please feel free to voice your inquiry. With that, the microphone was handed to Xia Xian, who calmly inquired, You mentioned that only the victors would receive the trophy, while we, in defeat, would be awarded peripherals. May I ask what happens if they lose and we emerge victorious? Chapter 50, Counter Heroes. The host was taken aback by the audacity of the question posed. This was not the first competition of its kind, and the hastily assembled team comprised individuals of varying skill levels, lacking both synergy and technical prowess. It was utterly absurd to suggest they could triumph over the champion team. Was this person a delusional egotist or genuinely oblivious? A peculiar silence enveloped the audience. All eyes fixated on the host, awaiting a response. Indeed, the host had merely stated the outcome of the champion team's victory, neglecting to address the implications of a loss to the audience team. Although everyone was aware it was merely a showcase match, it was still officially a championship challenge, representing two entirely different types of competition. The busty host found herself in a predicament. The question was so ludicrous that she had never contemplated it, nor had she received any guidance from above. Throughout the duration of the electronic entertainment venue's operations, no one had ever been foolish enough to pose such an inquiry. Hesitant to speak out of turn, she awaited a response from the microphone in her ear. Soon enough, she received an answer. With a beaming smile, she relayed, Our boss has stated that if you manage to win, you shall take home the prize money and trophy, and a complete set of peripherals will be gifted to the champion team. This proclamation elicited laughter from the audience, who recognized it as the organizer's playful jest. The host then inquired, Are there any further questions? There were none. Xia Xian shook his head. Then let the competition commence. Please return to your designated positions. This was undoubtedly the most ragtag team imaginable. They were thrust into the arena without their own equipment, devoid of tactical discussions, and even the assignment of roles was haphazard. From the outset, the organizers had little faith in their capabilities, merely allowing them to serve as fodder for the champion team's display of prowess. Upon entering, the participants quickly claimed their positions as if in ranked play. Han Fei was the first to assert his role, taking the AD position on the 4th floor. The 3rd floor was designated for jungle support, the 1st floor for top jungle, and the 2nd floor for top lane. Xia Xian settled on Han Fei's right, occupying the farthest right position on the purple side's 5th floor, a position of little significance, assigned as the mid laner. The main screen illuminated with the selection phase. The female host announced, All right, after the bans, both teams will begin their champion selections. The blue side has opted for the exceptionally strong support champion, Janna, typically chosen to bolster the late-game AD carry. In response, the purple side selected the jungle champion Lee Sin and the top lane champion Fiora. Lee Sin is a conventional choice for junglers, while Fiora has recently emerged as a formidable top laner, excelling both in team fights and one-on-one duels. Now, it's the blue side's turn again. The blue side has chosen the jungle champion Gragas and the top lane champion Dr. Mundo. Gragas has become a popular jungler lately, with his ultimate ability proving effective for disrupting formations, often yielding unexpected results. Dr. Mundo, too, is currently regarded as a strong top laner, known for his high damage output and his ultimate ability, which refreshes upon securing kills, making him quite terrifying. Immediately after, the purple team selected Thresh as their support, accompanied by the AD carry Graves. Thresh is undoubtedly recognized as the premier support, while Graves possesses a terrifying explosive potential in team fights. They even left a counterpick slot for the mid laner, demonstrating an impressive tactical approach. Xia Xian wanted to retort about the notion of a counterpick. Considering he was merely the mid laner in the 5th slot, everyone was selecting their champions independently, so what strategy could there truly be? The female host continued to elaborate that the blue team's final selections were Miss Fortune and Azir. Wow, Miss Fortune and Azir, two exceptionally powerful late-game champions, boasting both AP and AD damage, making them incredibly formidable. With Azir's wall and Janna's protective capabilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate these two from the back line, while the front line was fortified by Gragas and Darius. This composition is remarkably potent in the late game. Now let us observe what the opposing mid laner will choose for the final counterpick. He has fled. How did he leave the stage? Has he run away at the last moment? Under the gaze of all, Xia Xian hastily dashed off the stage, eliciting laughter all around. No one expected someone to abandon ship at such a crucial time. It was utterly hilarious. Even the host appeared flabbergasted, wondering if he had genuinely been frightened away. However, after his swift exit, Xia Xian quickly returned to the stage, and amidst the puzzled stares of the audience, he promptly locked in the champion Fox. The female host, taken aback, remarked, "Fox? How should I say this? This choice is truly unwise." Fox is an assassin-type mid laner. She possesses explosive damage with her ultimate that includes a dash and multiple displacements, rendering her quite agile. However, she is fundamentally countered by Azir. As soon as Azir erects his wall, Fox cannot pass through, entirely restricting her ultimate. Conversely, Azir can utilize his sand soldiers to target her. To be frank, this selection, he has not utilized the counterpick effectively. It would be more accurate to say he has fallen directly into the opponent's trap. Especially since the blue team's mid laner is a skilled Azir player. The mid lane matchup is likely to be quite challenging. The audience expressed their discontent with boos, as Azir could easily transform a nimble Fox into a mere spectator, unable to breach the wall. The female host questioned, "I truly wonder why he chose Fox. Was it because he only knows how to play her, or does he possess excessive confidence in his Fox?" The host was uncertain, but Zhang Min knew the answer. Just moments ago, Xia Xian had rushed over and asked Xu Yuewu a question. "Which mid laner champion do you like the most?" Xu Yuewu pondered while tapping her lips and tilted her head, finally replying, "Of course, it's Ahri." The alluring and enchanting Ahri was undoubtedly to Xu Yuewu's taste, embodying her ideal femininity. Subsequently, Xia Xian hurried back to lock in Ahri. A faint smile graced Xu Yuewu's lips as she leisurely gazed at Xia Xian on stage, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Zhang Min felt somewhat perturbed by the nature of the relationship between the two, and she was particularly irked by Xu Yuewu's haughty demeanor, arms crossed in an air of superiority. "You should have him choose a champion with 3 abilities or something. It would certainly be much easier," she remarked. "Is that so?" Xu Yuewu replied with a non-committal smile. "You know, I once asked him a question about champion counters. Do you know how Xia Xian responded?" Without waiting for Zhang Min's reply, she continued, "The concept of champion countering only applies when the power levels are equal or somewhat comparable." Zhang Min paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing that this implied when one party's skill is markedly superior to the other, the choice of champion becomes irrelevant. This understanding led to 2 conclusions. One was that Zhang Xinping's prowess clearly surpassed his own, making any champion choice inconsequential. As for the second conclusion, that was certainly implausible. Xu Yuewu, naturally astute, pondered for a moment and discerned Xia Xian's intention in selecting the Fox. This battle would feature her favorite champion, fighting solely for her. Curiosity piqued, Xu Yuewu wondered how Xia Xian intended to approach the match, especially given that the Emperor's wall could easily thwart the Fox's advances. As the game commenced, the blue team comprised Dr. Mundo, Gragas, Azir, Janna, and Tristana, while the purple team consisted of Fiora, Lee Sin, the Fox, Graves, and Thresh. The director adeptly provided a close-up of the enchanting nine-tailed fox, her uniquely seductive voice resonating throughout the venue. Please cherish me. The elegant fox sauntered gracefully to the tower in the mid-lane, curling her body and gently grooming her soft, pristine fur, as if she had come not to engage in battle, but merely to indulge in a leisurely nap. Both sides began to send out minions. The strength of Azir lay in his long reach and high damage, allowing him to dominate the lane and push the minion wave with ease. As his soldiers dealt area of effect damage, should the fox attempt to harass him, she would inevitably be met with a few strikes in vain. Thus, the fox opted for a more restrained approach, using her Q ability to farm minions while benefiting from her passive, which could heal her once stacked to 9 layers. Armed with a Doran's ring for mana regeneration, the mid lane settled into a balanced exchange. Gragas and Lee Sin both attempted to ambush but returned empty-handed. As Azir was safe, and the minions were nearing the fox's tower, rendering any attempt to kill her futile. The fox remained too far from Azir. Should he engage recklessly, he could simply place a soldier and retreat leisurely to the tower's shade, leaving Lee Sin and the fox to glare at each other in frustration. The mid lane thus emerged as the only relatively peaceful route. In contrast, the top lane showcased a clear disparity in strength, with Fiora falling victim to a coordinated attack from Dr. Mundo and Gragas. In the bottom lane, Lee Sin attempted to strike but faced a fierce battle, leaving the team at a disadvantage. Although they managed to eliminate the opposing Janna, Lee Sin claimed the kill, while Thresh also perished, with the kill attributed to Tristana, who narrowly escaped with her life, having activated her W ability. This was a considerable setback, as Lee Sin's kill offered minimal advantage, while Tristana's kill would allow her to recover far sooner. Whispers from Han Fei emanated from the headset. Xin, this is untenable. I'm struggling in the bottom lane, and the support is merely platinum. My ability to poke and harass is woefully inadequate. I am practically facing 2 opponents alone. If possible, please come to my aid. We cannot allow misfortune to gain momentum. Xin understood perfectly well that their late-game potential was not particularly strong. If they allowed misfortune to transition into the late game unimpeded, victory would be elusive. Logically, misfortune should not be a match for Gangplank in the early game. However, the disparity in support left Han Fei hesitant to act recklessly. Yet, he found himself in a challenging predicament. Azir was relentlessly clearing minions, ensnaring her and preventing her from roaming. The moment she strayed, Azir would undoubtedly push for her mid-tower. At the 6-minute mark, the level 5 Azir swiftly cleared a wave of minions and retreated to replenish his resources, having exhausted his mana. The fox recognized his intent and immediately depleted his blue buff, returning home to acquire the demonic codex alongside a small yellow tome, which augmented her ability power to over 100. Meanwhile, Azir procured a spire that increased his attack speed, with their gold nearly equal. Before departing, Azir called out for Gragas, instructing him to take position in the mid lane, aware that the level 6 fox would likely make her move. Acknowledging the situation, Zhang Xinping believed she could no longer contain herself, certain she would capitalize on her level 6 with a 3-part dash to initiate an attack. Gragas had already concealed himself in the left river brush. Indeed, with a flash of brilliance, both champions simultaneously reached level 6. The mischievous little fox could no longer restrain herself, flicking her 9 snow-white tails in anticipation as she maneuvered around the minions, flanking Azir. The timid little chicken, feigning fear, distanced itself while shifting leftward, never neglecting to control 2 sand soldiers. One Q ability struck the fox's delicate frame, inflicting over 200 damage. As the 9-tailed fox, the honor of an assassin would not permit the little yellow chicken to remain insolent before her. She had not come merely to farm, but to bring her adversary's heart to a halt. With a swift motion, she unleashed her ultimate, Spirit Rush, propelling herself forward. Meanwhile, Azir and Gragas, lying in wait in the left brush, were prepared for the impending confrontation. Chapter 51. The 9-tailed fox. As the Emperor of Sand approached the cunning fox, he paced back and forth, attempting to evade her abilities. Unfortunately, the sly little fox refrained from unleashing any skills, opting instead to rely solely on her basic attacks. The Emperor quickly deduced that this fox was exceptionally cautious, however. Her hesitation was rather foolish, for the fox thrived on the rapid cooldowns of her minor abilities to inflict damage. Merely auto-attacking was of little consequence. He summoned a formidable sand soldier beside her, prodding at the fox's delicate frame, all the while inching to the left, luring the little fox toward his trap. Meanwhile, the barrel was not yet in motion. It awaited the Emperor to deplete his health. Just moments ago, the Emperor's 2 sand soldiers executed a Q ability, stripping away over 200 health points from the fox. Each subsequent jab from the sand soldiers now inflicted dozens of points of damage. At level 6, both the fox and the Emperor possessed a mere 900 health points. After enduring a portion of the fox's ability and several basic attacks, the Emperor found himself with over 700 health remaining, while the fragile little fox could hardly withstand the relentless assaults from the robust sand soldiers. After a few jabs, her complexion paled, with her health dwindling to around 500. The opportunity had arrived. As the fox drew nearer, the barrel sprang into action. Taking a swig of pure ale and lumbering out of the underbrush with his massive yet cumbersome form. The Emperor's Q ability had also cooled down, and he summoned another sand soldier. In a brutal display, both formidable figures mercilessly thrust their foreign objects into the shy maiden's body, a scene that was utterly gruesome. In an instant, she lost over 200 health points. Seizing the moment when the Emperor executed his Q ability, the fox launched a basic attack, immediately following it with her E ability, a charming kiss that sent forth a captivating red heart and the deceptive jewel of her Q ability, both striking the little yellow chick simultaneously. The Emperor remained undaunted, aware that the fox was biding her time. Although she cleverly chose to initiate her E ability to charm him while he used his Q, he still possessed nearly 700 health points, a considerable amount. Even if the fox unleashed her full arsenal upon him, he felt no fear. He yawned to bellow, "What if you land all your abilities? Come, try to slay me." As the fox's deceptive jewel soared forth, it struck the Emperor, inflicting 135 magical damage. After accounting for magic resistance, it was merely around 100 points. Upon its return, it delivered another 135 points of true damage, set to return to the fox. The barrel seized the opportunity, propelling his massive body forward. A flash of yellow light enveloped him as he blinked to the fox's side. Simultaneously, the fox also glimmered with yellow light, evading the barrel's E ability and repositioning herself slightly to the right of the Emperor. With another R ability, she dashed behind the Emperor. In the midst of her R ability, a blue light flickered, and 3 eerie blue fox flames swirled around her delicate figure. As she halted, the deceptive jewel pierced through the Emperor's form once more. The fox's basic attack, the displacement from her R ability, and the 3 ghostly flames all struck the vulnerable Emperor simultaneously, igniting him in a blaze of fire. To his astonishment, his health plummeted to 0 in an instant. The Emperor's face contorted in disbelief. How could such immense damage be possible? He was no stranger to the fox's capabilities and understood her potential for destruction all too well. At this moment, there was no time to contemplate further. He swiftly flickered into the tower and, turning back, unleashed a wall of soldiers aimed at the cunning fox, hoping to push the creature away from him. Yet, his ultimate ability was in vain, proving to be a futile endeavor. The graceful fox had no intention of pursuing him, not even casting a glance in his direction, as it nonchalantly made its way down the left corridor towards the Blue Side's tower, utilizing another segment of its ultimate ability before returning to base right there. The Emperor could only watch helplessly as his health plummeted, ultimately meeting his demise. With both the fox and the Emperor's icons appearing above him signifying the Emperor's defeat, the fox stood casually in the corridor, returning to base, entirely disregarding the massive figure of the barrel-chested Gragas, who was relentlessly pursuing her. Gragas could hardly contain his fury. The fox had brazenly slain the mid-laner he was sworn to protect, and now dared to return to base right before his eyes, as if dismissing him entirely. Enraged, the level 5 Gragas hurled a Q ability, tossing a barrel beside the fox, who, with a mere step back, evaded the explosion radius, continuing her return to base. Gragas let out a thunderous roar, charging at her furiously. The Emperor longed to shout a warning. Don't go, it's a trap. But it was too late. From the other side of the imposing wall, a wave of resonant sound effortlessly struck Gragas as he charged forward, followed by a crimson figure leaping over the wall and kicking him. Blind Monkey's sin struck the ground. Heavenly thunder shattered the air, immediately slowing Gragas down. The fox took a small step back and began to auto-attack. Gragas, realizing he had fallen into a trap, found himself powerless against the critically wounded fox and could do nothing but dash desperately towards the tower, enduring relentless assaults from both Lee Sin and the fox. Soon, another deceptive orb pierced through him, returning to inflict damage twice, causing approximately 230 points of harm. As the Emperor waited for his resurrection, he wore a perplexed expression. Indeed, the damage from the orb was expected, but why had he suffered so much health loss moments ago? Gragas staggered a few steps further, only to be struck by 3 fiery fox flames. Finally reaching the tower, he fell victim to the lethal combination of Lee Sin and the fox, his corpulent form collapsing beneath the tower. Double kill. The fox had achieved a double kill. Even the host was bewildered. How could a fox with less than 100 ability power and barely 200 health manage to instantaneously eliminate the Emperor, who had nearly 700 health? This made no sense. The voluptuous female host gazed incredulously at the screen, muttering, it seems the fox just eliminated the Emperor, which is rather strange. During that time frame, the fox's burst damage shouldn't have been so high, although she had Ignite, apart from her Q ability. Her other skills should only deal a few dozen points of damage. She lacks sufficient items. Could it be a bug? As if to address her confusion, the enormous display screen in the center began to replay the thrilling climax of the recent kill, deliberately slowing down the footage for clarity. This time, everyone could clearly see how that significant chunk of health had vanished, with a deft basic attack followed by the application of E and Q. The cunning fox struck the little yellow chick, while the deceptive orb appeared poised to return to its master. However, with a sudden flash, the fox evaded the barrel's E-flash, escaping the grasp of the orb as well. In a seamless motion, she executed her ultimate ability, dashing behind the Emperor of the Sands, where 3 exquisite flames of the fox flickered along her path. The 3 segments of foxfire, coupled with the ultimate's damage, combined with another strike from the deceptive orb, landed squarely upon the Emperor, who was then pierced once more by the orb as it returned to the fox's hand. In that moment, an uncanny silence enveloped the arena. Even the female host was momentarily rendered speechless. After a prolonged pause, she finally managed to articulate, "Did everyone just witness that? The fox's Q unleashed 3 segments of damage. Surely I am not imagining things." Instantly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, applauding the extraordinary display of skill with fervent admiration. It was nothing short of astonishing. The prowess of the fox's Q lay in the fact that the second segment of the deceptive orb's return dealt true damage. They had just witnessed the Q traverse through the Emperor, just as the fox, with a flash, evaded the barrel, simultaneously sidestepping the orb, and then executing her, or to allow the orb to pierce through the Emperor once again. This resulted in 3 segments of Q damage, all of which were true damage. This was the source of her sudden and overwhelming burst of power. "Wait, is that for real? Can such a feat be achieved?" exclaimed one awestruck spectator. "Goodness, merely dodging the barrel's E-flash is impressive enough, yet she managed to unleash the 3rd segment of Q damage in an instant." That orb danced through the air, and the little yellow chick was left utterly devastated, losing over 1/3 of its health from that singular skill. How could such an operation even be executed? Just how swift must one's fingers be? Has anyone calculated how many keys she pressed in that fleeting moment? It would be a shame if she didn't play the piano. The host, regaining her composure, remarked in astonishment. The production crew has just confirmed that the fox's damage did not mutate. Rather, it was the true damage from the 3rd segment of Q that accounted for her explosive damage output. A somewhat shaken commentator added, "To be honest, I was aware that Ezreal's ultimate does not deal repeated damage, but I never anticipated that Varus Q could inflict repeated damage. Each champion is unique. Yet I never expected the fox's Q to deal repeated damage upon its return, resulting in 3 segments of damage. If this isn't mere luck, then her speed and technique are truly formidable." Upon reflection, I calculated, right-click, F for Ignite, E, Q, D for Flash, and R. In the instant she dodged the barrel's lethal E-flash, she pressed at least 6 keys, delivering ample damage to the Emperor with unwavering confidence, neglecting to supplement the damage further. The final segment of her ultimate could have added a few more points of damage, yet she turned away without a glance. My goodness, what precision in her damage calculation. Then, the Tsar stood beneath the tower for 3 seconds before being incinerated, while she feigned a return to the city to entice the barrel to come forth. Ultimately, she allied with the blind monk to vanquish the barrel, and one must say her maneuver was exceptionally flawless. Nay, it transcended perfection, directly claiming 2 heads and 700 gold. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted in exuberance. Everyone was palpably thrilled. That recent display of skill and fortune was nothing short of dazzling, truly magnificent. They were indifferent to who emerged victorious. All that mattered was the spectacle. The host, observing the fervor of the crowd, became even more animated in stirring the ambience. Let us await with bated breath. This creature seems not merely a charming little fox, but perhaps a genuine 9-tailed fox. Although the fox's double kill significantly boosted morale, the side lanes remained in a dire state, with both top and bottom lanes under pressure. Suddenly, news arrived from the top lane of Draven's solo kill of Fiora, which spelled considerable trouble. It appeared that the top lane was on the verge of collapse. Just at that moment, alarming tidings emerged from the bottom lane, reporting a double kill by Jinx. And the situation was spiraling towards disaster. Chapter 52. Binding the mid lane, Xia Xin shifted his focus to the bottom lane, just in time to witness the scene of the Wind Girl retreating with a sliver of health. The little cannon achieved a double kill, but the gunslinger managed to take her down before his demise. Although it was a trade of 1 for 2, it was still a significant loss. The little cannon had now secured 3 kills. This cannot continue. He must not be allowed to develop too comfortably. Under normal circumstances, the jungler should elevate the tempos. Yet the blind monk, while competent and adequate, could hardly be deemed exceptional. Avoiding major blunders was already a commendable feat. Xia Xian returned home and promptly crafted the Book of the Dead, the Moralonomicon, enhancing his ability power by 80 and reducing cooldowns by 20. His intention was to roam and assist the side lanes. However, the Emperor clearly discerned his plans, rapidly pushing the lane and applying pressure, effectively restraining her in the mid lane. Should she dare to venture out, he would push her mid-tower and inflict a loss of minions. He even harassed her occasionally. Avoiding direct confrontation, the fox would chase, but he would flee, acting like a scoundrel, clinging to the fox and preventing her escape. The little cannon on the blue team leisurely completed the Greed and Storm Sword, joyfully making his way to the lane, his equipment now surpassing Han Fei's. Sun Di inquired, Xian Peng, what happened? How did you get killed? Zhang Xian Peng replied, It's nothing. I made a careless mistake. The fellow playing AD was presumably not very skilled in mid lane. Zhang Xian Peng asked curiously, How do you know he plays AD? Just a guess. Sun Di preferred not to elaborate. Upon seeing the IDIE, he immediately recalled that fateful match in the casual queue. It wasn't that he had a remarkable memory. Rather, it was the singular occasion in his life when he was bested by a pathetic Vayne wielding a vision stone. A moment that marked the greatest shame of his Draven career. Such a subpar AD had managed to torment him into submission, and he had vowed to settle that score. However, he never anticipated encountering him here, but with an even greater adversary, Han Fei, at hand, he had no time to dwell on Xia Xin. Sun Di opened the equipment panel and exclaimed, Damn, the fox has actually built the Book of the Dead and has magic penetration boots. That's too swift. Getting caught by her E is lethal. We must not let her roam. At this time, the fox is exceedingly powerful. After the 25-minute mark, when everyone's magic resistance increases, she will no longer be a threat. Zhang Xian Peng declared resolutely, Rest assured, with me here, she won't go anywhere. I will ensure she remains confined to the mid lane for eternity. That is reassuring. Our top lane holds a significant advantage and requires little attention. The bottom lane is also slightly ahead, as Han Fei can no longer suppress me. By mid-game, the opposition will start to feel the strain. The only variable now is the fox. If you manage her well, victory will be ours. I understand. I will apply pressure and bind her tightly. At that moment, the jungler inquired, The enemy is directly contesting the dragon. Should we engage? Sun Di commanded, "Let them have it. We cannot afford a team fight right now." At this stage, the fox is too oppressive. Han Fei was well aware of Xia Xian's predicament. The emperor aimed to drag her down, preventing any movement on her part. He could only command the jungler to secure the dragon. Knowing that with the formidable presence of Xia Xian's fox, the opponents would dare not engage. However, for the next step, Fiora, do not clash with Darius. Just focus on farming under the tower. Survive, that is all that matters. If you fall again, we risk losing a crucial boss in the top lane. And that would spell disaster for us. Blind Monk, the top lane is in too much of a disadvantage for you to assist. Instead, concentrate on the mid and bottom lanes. Mid may be difficult to kill, but your support there would suffice. The Blind Monk replied, "Understood." Yet, Xia Xian realized that mere caution would not suffice. They could not afford to play it safe. This composition was meant to exert pressure early on, as dragging the game out would only lead to greater difficulties. The opponents were likely aware of this and would refrain from engaging in large-scale team fights, perhaps even conceding the first two dragons, given their superior position in both the top and bottom lanes. Currently, their only advantage lay in Xia Xian's lane. Continuing in this manner would only lead to a slow demise. The only viable strategy was to amplify their advantages through his own actions. However, movement was restricted. Resolutely, Xia Xian thought, "If you wish to confine me to the mid lane, then I shall grant you that wish." He returned and crafted a kill book. It was a choice between utter defeat or the creation of a new future. He then began to fervently clear the jungle, taking complete control of the mid lane's F4 and 3 wolves. While he maintained pressure in the mid lane, a skirmish erupted in the bottom lane. The Blind Monk lay in wait, and Thresh hooked the Wind Girl, following up with a Q, which compelled Han Fei to engage. In truth, he had no desire to fight. He sensed that they would be outmatched, and if the Wind Girl couldn't secure a kill, they would easily lose. Indeed, the enemy's barrel was also lurking nearby. Although Han Fei executed his role flawlessly, they only managed to secure Thresh's life, while their side was obliterated. With the little cannon claiming 1 kill and the barrel 2, Han Fei felt despair creeping in. They had suffered grievously, and the bottom lane was unplayable. Suddenly, he noticed the fox had arrived from mid lane, stealthily maneuvering through the blue side's triangular brush. The fox possessed remarkable harvesting abilities. Swiftly dispatching the half-health little cannon and barrel, Han Fei sighed in relief. "Xia Xian, thank goodness you came. Otherwise, we would have collapsed entirely. I saw you in mid-lane just moments ago. How did you arrive so swiftly?" Xia Xian chuckled wryly when I saw Thresh hook the Wind Girl. I hurried over without collecting any minions. Xia Xian's instincts were sharp. Sensing impending doom in the bottom lane, he rushed over, entering the triangular brush from the dragon pit and sprinting towards the bottom lane. He managed to stabilize the faltering situation there. However, the mid lane was not faring well. The Emperor advanced with a wave of minions towards the tower, aggressively targeting it, even as she desperately rushed back. She had already lost a wave of minions and 2/3 of the tower's health. The mid-tower was on the verge of collapse, making her movements increasingly precarious. The silver lining was that his kill book had gained 4 stacks, and he had secured a wave of minions along with 2 kills. Han Fei quickly noted the progress of Xia Xian's kill book. It was a double-edged sword, and failure could lead to their downfall. "Xia Xian, you." "Han Fei, please hold the bottom lane for a bit longer. Grant me time to penetrate the mid lane. I will maintain my ground." Without unnecessary words, Han Fei sensed Xia Xian's determination. The killing book. Failure would mean death. Xia Xian was aware of the significant disadvantage in the bottom lane. Yet they could only rely on Han Fei's individual prowess. The opposing Gragas was evidently committed to protecting their bottom lane. The kill count stood at 13-9. Although they trailed by a mere 4 kills, their only advantage was almost entirely concentrated in the hands of the Fox, who alone had secured 5 kills, making it increasingly difficult to contend in the side lanes. Upon returning home, the Fox acquired a large stick and a burst magic wand. After clearing a few waves of minions and jungle camps, she returned once more, now equipped with the Death Cap of the Void. Sun Di glanced at the timer. Having amassed so many kills, he obtained the Infinity Edge and Berserker's Greaves at just 18 minutes, his damage output becoming quite formidable. He confidently declared, "Rest assured. This match is ours. We should engage in team fights around me. My equipment provides explosive damage. Song He, we can afford to be audacious in the bottom lane now." The gangplank is still on Infinity Edge and Essence Reaver, hardly a match for me. However, the support, Song He, nervously pointed towards the fox, stating, "What is going on with this fox's ability power?" Sun Di glanced at the middle lane fox, who was equipped with a hat, a haunting guise, a killing book, and sorcerer's shoes, almost 4 major items, not to mention the Doran's ring. Her ability power soared to an astonishing 510. Zhang Xinping exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" At 18 minutes, she has sorcerer's shoes and 500 ability power. What kind of monster is this? Where is our magic resistance? Isn't her damage approaching true damage? Besides Gragas, who had merely constructed a small legion, no one had built any magic resistance. Achieving 2 items by 18 minutes was already commendable. Yet this fox was astonishing. Had she transformed into a mythic fox? Zhang Xinping felt aggrieved. "It's not my fault. I died only once. We were merely peacefully farming. I even reduced her tower's health by 2/3. Indeed, Zhang Xinping had only perished once. Gragas had died twice, while the support and Jinx each fell once. Han Fei examined the CS count and was astonished. The two had truly farmed peacefully. The fox had amassed 198 minion kills by 18 minutes, while Zhang Xinping's Azir lagged behind with merely 150, a full 50 minions difference. Truly peaceful farming. It wasn't that Zhang Xinping was unskilled, even among professional players. 160 CS at 18 minutes was typical, with those exceeding 170 considered elite. Yet this fox had somehow accumulated over 200. How much jungle did she clear? Apply some pressure in the mid lane. We cannot allow her to farm so effortlessly. Even if you must die, bring her killing book down. We cannot contest mid. Gragas is with me, and I fear she could eliminate too. We need the support to roam." Indeed, in the current situation, the fox had become unassailable. Yet if the support left, the opposing support would not follow, leaving the bottom lane vulnerable to minion farming. Let us just stall for a moment. After clearing a wave of minions, the fox audaciously circled to the right side of the blue jungle to farm the F4 camp. With a single Q, she obliterated the 3 small chickens and began attacking the large one. The fox's actions were clearly observed. How could they tolerate this? This was their jungle, and they still held the advantage. They could not allow this little fox to behave so brazenly. As the barrel approached the thicket, it exuded an eager anticipation, waiting for the Emperor's signal. The Emperor hesitated momentarily, but soon resolved to act. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, he decided to sever the fox's head before proceeding further, eliminating her threat. After dispatching the minions beneath the tower, he finally summoned 3 sand soldiers by his side. The barrel recognized the opportune moment and charged forth from the thicket, executing a straightforward E-flash that collided with the fox. While the 3 formidable sand soldiers simultaneously thrust towards her, the fox instantly lost half of her health. The barrel swiftly unleashed a Q skill, spinning in place. As the 3 sand soldiers struck with vigor, rousing the fox from her momentary stun. Instead of fleeing, the fox's initial instinct was to flash into the F4 area, positioning herself near the tower's wall. Subsequently, she unleashed an R skill that pierced through the wall, executing an EQ combo that struck the Emperor directly beneath the tower. 3 trails of foxfire emerged around her, and with her ultimate energy blast, she targeted the Emperor, though she endured a blow from the tower. A barrel was hurled in a parabolic arc from the opposite side, executing a decisive ultimate explosion to propel the fox away from the tower, preventing her from tormenting the vulnerable minions. However, it was too late. The fox was left with less than 300 health, and everyone watched as she boldly initiated her recall at the enemy's tower entrance, while the Emperor was once again engulfed in searing flames. The scene unfolded almost identically to before. Previously, the fox had been positioned to the left of the mid-tower, and now she stood on the right. The same drama unfolded once more. The Emperor, momentarily stunned beneath the tower, gazed at his dwindling health and, realizing his imminent demise, summoned another sand soldier. With gritted teeth, he unleashed a Q followed by an E, charging straight toward the fox, determined to disrupt her recall and inflict some annoyance. As he neared the fox, however, he collapsed to the ground, powerless, crawling at her feet. The haughty fox didn't spare him a glance, treating him as an inconsequential insect. Meanwhile, the barrel stood frozen, haunted by the memory of the earlier ambush, hesitatingly observing the fox's recall. With a look of helplessness and trepidation, he clutched his bottle, watching the scene unfold at F4, stirring the emotions of everyone present, evoking a palpable sense of his despair and fear. Finally, as the barrel's Q cooldown expired, he tentatively tossed a bottle forward. Chapter 53. The true warrior. No, you mustn't approach. The fox is deceiving you. Almost at the very moment the barrel was thrown, even the host couldn't help but shout in concern. At first glance, the barrel appeared to be at full health, while the fox had over 200 health points, making the situation seemingly favorable for the barrel. However, considering the barrel's robust physique, the greatest threat to the fox was likely the mere 300 health points from its Q ability. The host remarked that the fox was intentionally baiting the barrel into using its Q ability. The reason for this was evident. The fox was consuming a health potion, visibly regenerating health at a rate of 10 points per second. Would someone genuinely seeking to retreat indulge in such a potion? The fox was merely waiting for the barrel to use its Q, while also awaiting the cooldown of its own skills. This was a trap. Sure enough, the barrel hurled a bottle towards the fox, prompting her immediate reaction. She activated her R ability, evading the bottle while closing the distance to the barrel. With a graceful twist of her lithe form, 3 ethereal fox flames erupted, accompanied by a Q ability that unleashed a deceptive jewel, piercing through the barrel's substantial figure and inflicting significant damage. Over half of its health vanished in an instant. After taking a swig from his drink, the barrel attempted to retreat, but the fox pursued relentlessly. The barrel was biding his time. His E skill had the longest cooldown of 12 seconds, and with approximately 11 seconds elapsed, he knew that once his E was ready, he could turn and deliver a devastating strike, potentially eliminating the fox with a follow-up auto attack enhanced by his W ability. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The barrel counted down in his mind, eagerly anticipating the moment his skill would be ready. Suddenly, he pivoted, launching his rotund form towards the little fox behind him. Closer and closer, he was nearly upon her, his ample belly almost brushing against her pristine fur. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to execute the attack. No matter how fervently he pressed the mouse button, his character remained motionless. Then, he witnessed the fox's tail flick, summoning 3 glowing blue fox flames that surrounded her and struck him directly, followed by another deceptive jewel that pierced through him, leaving him powerless and collapsing to the ground. A monochrome scene unfolding before the spectators. The fox did not hastily return to base, under the gaze of all. She returned to the mid lane, clearing a wave of minions and pushing them under the enemy tower before finally retreating, wasting not a single minion. Why did the barrel not make a single attack? It seemed that with just one strike, the fox would have perished. This perplexity lingered in the minds of all. Did the barrel intentionally let the opportunity slip? The voluptuous host addressed the audience's confusion. It is essential to clarify, despite the barrel appearing to have made contact with the fox, he remained stationary for a reason. First, one must understand that the barrel's E-skill, the meatball charge, and the fox's E-skill, the enchanting fox technique, both have a fixed cooldown of 12 seconds, regardless of level. Do you recall the very beginning? The barrel had stunned the fox with his E, rendering her immobile for a second, after which the fox flashed away, activated her R to leap over the wall, and dispatched the Emperor with her E-skill before being blasted out from under the tower. In essence, her E-ability is delayed by approximately 2 seconds compared to that of the barrel. However, upon examining the fox's equipment, it becomes evident that with a 20 cooldown reduction from the grimoire and an additional 5 from her talents, her cooldown is inherently faster than that of the barrel by 2 seconds. Consequently, both the barrel's E and hers are ready to be unleashed around the same time. As the barrel is about to collide with her, the fox deftly uses her East at close range, though this action remains unseen, causing the barrel to remain motionless beside her. This revelation leaves everyone in a state of realization, their gazes towards the fox transforming significantly. The host exclaims, "This is no delicate little fox. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She is a cunning nine-tailed fox, having feigned a return to base to entice the Beryl into using Q, only to ultimately ensnare him with her E. Our naive Beryl is akin to an innocent child, unwittingly stepping into her traps, gradually descending into the abyss of death. This fox is truly formidable, having gained 4 stacks of her kill book. The fox returns home to procure a large staff, causing Zhang Xinping to tremble upon her next appearance in the mid lane. At the 21-minute mark, she possesses 640 ability power. My goodness. At level 14, the fox, with her 30 magic resistance, can inflict significant damage. A hit from her E followed by Q could drain 800 health, while a fully landed W would deal over 500 health. Adding a basic attack with the talent Arcane Blade, which inflicts an additional 5 magic damage, would likely force him to retreat immediately. With his health below 1400, he risks being outright killed without the need for an ultimate or ignite. Even with her R, the fox is level 2 or could take nearly 300 health, meaning that if she encircles him with 3 Rs, adds a W, and lands all her E's, he would undoubtedly perish. Zhang Xinping stands beneath the tower, while the fox positions herself behind the blue minions, preventing him from attacking them. No matter how far his reach, it proves futile. With a grimace, Zhang Xinping queries, "What should we do in mid? This fox has become uncontainable." The Beryl is on the verge of tears, lamenting, "I cannot assist. I died twice in 2 attempts. At this point, she could likely eliminate me in an instant." The Beryl can only strive to bolster his magic resistance. Han Fei glances at the fox's equipment, muttering under his breath, "What do you expect me to do? You summoned a monster in mid. What can I possibly do?" Forget mid. They have surrendered the top lane, as the duelist has already been slain. We shall abandon mid and focus our efforts on the bottom lane for a counterattack. Agreed. The fox does not linger too long in lane control. After 3 waves of minions, she heads directly toward the river at the bottom lane. The Emperor has an unsettling premonition, with the cooldown of the fox's ultimate reset after 3 waves. It remains uncertain whether she intends to ambush the bottom lane or the mid. However, he cannot afford to squander this wave of minions, as he wishes to capitalize on them. With his ultimate ready, he is unafraid of her own. She is likely to target the bottom lane. He sends a warning to the bottom lane, confident that the river brush is warded, rendering her approach harmless. Just as the Emperor establishes 2 sand soldiers beneath the tower, he observes a radiant figure adorned with 3 segments of foxfire leaping over the wall from the F4 area. His reaction was swift. He immediately pushed forward with a wall of the Imperial Guard, forcing the fox back into the F4 zone, preventing her from utilizing her ultimate. However, the fox's 3 segments of foxfire, a heart, a deceitful gem, and her ultimate, had already penetrated his body, resulting in his swift demise. Damn it! Despite being an adept, his instincts had forewarned him that it was merely an illusion, yet he could not have anticipated the fox's lethal efficiency. His ultimate had become futile, as he had already perished the moment she unleashed her skills, rendering any further abilities redundant. Zhang Xinping now fervently wished that the fox would dismantle the mid-lane tower, allowing him to farm minions at the second tower. Yet, it seemed as if the fox could read his thoughts, for she did not lay a finger on the mid-lane tower. How could they possibly proceed? The Emperor stood at the second tower's entrance, watching minions approach, too fearful to venture forth as the fox brazenly invaded the jungle on his right, assaulting the red buff, clearly visible in the brush, with the grand screen displaying the scenario in stark clarity. The Emperor remained at the mid-lane's second tower, while the Barrel Man was busy battling the golems beneath him, hesitating to advance. The female host was so astounded she stuttered, "Did everyone see that? What is happening?" The fox, right in front of everyone, is attacking the red buff in the blue side jungle, while the Emperor dares not leave the second tower. The Cannon and the Wind Girl are collecting minions at the bottom lane tower, and the Barrel Man is only brave enough to strike the golems. This was extraordinarily audacious. She was merely a mid-laner. Was it truly acceptable for her to treat the enemy's jungle as her own? The Barrel Man, however, did not falter. He charged forward, crossing over the wall above the golems, and successfully secured the red buff, preserving a semblance of dignity for a jungler. Though he ultimately met his end, death was inconsequential. A true warrior confronts the harshness of life, faces the spilt blood with courage, and dares to seize a red buff. Barrel Man, you are glorious, your spirit commendable. Although you perished, you at least bought your teammates time by forcing the Fox's ultimate cooldown, ensuring their safety for a while. The female host pondered for a moment, only able to attribute that solitary contribution to the Barrel Man. The grand screen vividly displayed the Barrel Man crossing the wall to secure the red buff, only to be met with the Fox's retaliatory EQW, leaving him incapacitated. Simultaneously, in the top lane, a teleportation ward was deployed in an attempt to save him. The Barrel Man flashed over the wall in a bid to escape, but was intercepted by the Fox, who executed a two-part R followed by a W, claiming his life, prompting the top lane to cancel the teleportation. His massive form collapsed before the second tower. The Fox, akin to a solitary assassin, struck down foes with every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles, and returned to the mid lane with an air of serene confidence. The host lamented that the red buff ultimately returned to the Fox's possession, yet the price paid was a life. What on earth transpired here? Has the Fox claimed dominion over her adversaries, instilling such trepidation that none dare challenge her? The solitary warrior who dared to seize her red buff has fallen. Are there no other champions to rise against her? Meanwhile, the Tsar, seizing the moment, hastily dispatched his troops to the first tower, while the AD support turned a blind eye to the Fox. Who, then, could possibly grant her demise? Among the audience, a singular thought prevailed. Is the Tsar, who was supposed to counter the Fox, now too fearful to even attack minions in her presence? The Fox is without her ultimate ability, yet he hesitates, fearing her flash and E ability, opting instead to assault the three wolves. It is a disheartening state of affairs. Why does it feel as though we are not playing the same game? Indeed, is the Fox truly such an arrogant and domineering hero? The formidable foxes I have encountered have always been agile and graceful. This is the first time I have witnessed such audacity. This is utterly outrageous. She brazenly invaded the enemy's jungle, and although the Barrel secured a buff from her, it was originally his to claim. How perplexing it is. Watching this Fox play is exhilarating, evoking a sense of invincibility, where any who oppose her meet their end. I yearn to see who might slay her. Oh please, you know nothing. The Fox is an assassin. She excels in one-on-one encounters, but falters in team fights. Is that so? It goes without saying. I have played 1,000 matches with the Fox. She is ineffective in team engagements, reliant solely on her dueling skills. At the second tower, the once confident duo of Little Cannon and Wind Girl now refrained from recklessness, fully aware that the Fox had no ultimate ability, yet still hesitant to approach. Sun D was particularly disheartened, having established a notable advantage in the bottom lane, having pressured the opposing Han Fei significantly alongside Songhai, with greed and takedowns accounted for. His economy surpassed Han Fei's by an estimated 1,500 to 2,000 gold, yet the very presence of the Fox rendered him cautious in his maneuvers. Do not perish any further. The Fox possesses a kill book. Goodness, she has reached level 18, and she even has Zhonya's. Barrel, push the bottom lane. I am about to acquire the Whisper of the Wind. After securing the bottom lane, we shall push mid. Upon witnessing the Fox's equipment as she emerged from her base, Sun D abandoned any thoughts of slaying her. How could he possibly defeat a Fox equipped with Zhonya's, Flash, and her ultimate ability? Zhang Min gazed at the screen, her complexion pale. Even as a novice, she could grasp the current predicament. In the eyes of all, Xia Xian's Fox had transformed into a nine-tailed demon. A wave of doubt surged within her. Could it be that Xia Xian is actually quite formidable? No, it is impossible. Merely by looking at Xia Xian, one perceives foolishness and mediocrity. How could he possibly be skilled? This must simply be a stroke of luck. Chapter 54, the choice between Cannon and Cannon Car as soon as he noticed the opposing team initiating their tower demolition strategy. With one player pushing the top tower solo while three others took down the bottom tower, Xia Xian realized they were preparing to advance rather than farm. He too began to assault the enemy's mid-tower. It was crucial to secure additional gold from towers for his teammates, as they could share a bounty of 125 gold from the outer towers. He had to strive for an advantage and not be deceived by the current appearances. Although the Fox excelled in small skirmishes, engaging in a full team fight would prove challenging, particularly as the Emperor and the cannon had a range advantage. The Emperor's ultimate and the Wind Maiden's ultimate would likely prevent him from easily entering the fray. Upon inspecting the item inventory, Xia Xian was taken aback to discover that the Wind Maiden had already acquired the crucible, enabling her to cleanse the cannon's charm. Wait a moment. Had the duelist really been idle for 15 minutes before finally emerging from her base? After 25 minutes, she had only secured 70 minion kills and was building an offensive item, while the enemy's Darius boasted 210 minion kills, not counting any kills. She was a mere step away from affording a significant item, and the state of her equipment was disheartening. Darius possessed both damage and defense, whereas the duelist had neither. Observing as the enemy's 3 players destroyed the bottom tower and retreated to base, Han Fei hastily moved to dismantle the enemy's bottom tower as well, resulting in a stalemate. Although they had lost a tower in the upper lane while Darius's outer tower remained at full health. After destroying the tower, Han Fei proceeded toward the mid lane, anticipating that the enemy would regroup to push mid, necessitating his defense. Xia Xian, it seems challenging to engage in a team fight, does it not? You speak with such subtlety, it is virtually impossible to contest. I might manage to execute a combo followed by the Zhonya's Hourglass, but by the time I activate it, we would likely have suffered significant losses. The blind monk lacks durability, the duelist is exceedingly fragile, Thresh is merely average, and the gunner can only output damage. Facing the enemy's Darius, the Emperor, and the cannon's firepower, not to mention the barrel's frontline, how could they defend? Although the Emperor had been severely pressured by Xia Xian, his output remained formidable, capable of swiftly dismantling them. In the current team fight, even if Thresh managed to hook the enemy carry, it would be of little consequence. The sole pathway to victory lay in having both carries positioned closely together, allowing the blind monk to kick both into the fray, followed by the fox landing her Q on them, coupled with her W and D abilities. And then the gunner unleashing his ultimate, potentially eliminating one target. The success of this plan hinged on the Wind Maiden not using her crucible and forgetting to activate her ultimate, while the cannon must not receive healing. The prospect of engaging in a team fight still seemed daunting, yet if they could endure another 10 minutes, the dynamics of the battle would shift. However, it was evident that the cannon would likely acquire Mercury's treads within 6 or 7 minutes, and the Emperor would soon complete his Zhonya's. In stark contrast, the duelist appeared to be at least half an hour away from reaching her full potential. 10 minutes. If the battle was not concluded or an absolute advantage established within this time frame, their chances would evaporate. A flurry of thoughts raced through Xia Xian's mind as he solidified his course of action. In terms of individual prowess, the strongest elements on the opposing team were their 2 carries, yet he held the conviction that they were not his equals. This was not arrogance, rather, it stemmed from an objective assessment after observing their gameplay in previous matches. Despite the audience's applause and the commentators' accolades, in his eyes, their skills were merely average, at best slightly above the norm. Naturally, his standards for average were significantly higher than those of the average player. The Fox had returned from base equipped with an ether crystal that granted an additional 30 ability power and 10 cooldown reduction. Han Fei, switch lanes. You all stay mid while I push bottom. Han Fei expressed his astonishment, questioning why they still needed to push lanes at this juncture. Without teleportation, how would they respond if the enemy initiated a team fight near the Baron? Being caught in a fight would spell disaster, and losing the Baron would likely lead to the destruction of at least one lane. Were there any superior alternatives? If Fiora were to push the lane, she would undoubtedly fall prey to Nasu's, defending with all 5 members in the mid lane. Could they truly secure a victory? Han Fei, of course, had no better solutions. Xia Xian interjected, asserting that the enemy would not dare to approach the Baron. How can you be so certain? They have the means to secure the Baron in an instant, with Azir's sand soldiers in position, coupled with the firepower of Tristana and Nasu's. Xia Xian simply reiterated. They wouldn't dare. After some contemplation, Han Fei realized that stalling for an additional 10 minutes would almost guarantee the enemy's victory, making it unnecessary to take such risks. If the Baron were to be disrupted by the Fox, they would likely face total annihilation. The Fox was currently a formidable force. This was a matter of psychological dominance. Pay attention to the positioning of the barrel. Their only viable means of initiating a fight is through a barrel ultimate. Whatever you do, avoid being caught. If they wish to block my path in the bottom lane, at least 2 of them must come. To kill me, they would need a minimum of 3. Sun D had initially planned to purchase the Whisper, but he was genuinely apprehensive about being eliminated by the Fox, who possessed an 18-stack kill book and an impressive 820 ability power, not a force to be trifled with. He mentioned, "Give me 3 minutes." With over 1,300 gold, he could afford the 1250 for the Quicksilver, so he opted to purchase it first to mitigate crowd control, also gaining an additional 30 magic resistance to prevent being swiftly dispatched before heading to the bottom lane to farm 1,000 gold, as the minions were nearing the second tower. Sun D was being exceedingly cautious. As he noticed the Fox disappear from the map, he spotted Graves and Thresh in the mid lane. Realizing the Fox must be returning home to regroup for a push, he carefully stationed himself near the second tower, but the 2 waves of minions were progressing rather slowly, still battling just before the stone golem. After a moment's hesitation, he figured that the Fox could not dispatch him just yet. He had his flash and heal, along with W for mobility and R for pushing. What was there to fear? He cautiously approached, placing a ward in the left bush. Upon doing so, a ghostly figure emerged. A flash of white light heralded the arrival of the Fox, who unleashed her ultimate right in his face, a deceptive orb piercing through his being, instantly crippling him. Sun D's heart raced. As a skilled player, he maintained his composure, using his abilities to push the Fox away, activating his heal for a speed boost, maneuvering to the left to evade the true damage from the returning deceptive orb. With a swift W, he fled, knowing that a confrontation with the Fox was entirely out of the question. The Fox was an ancient demon queen, while he was merely a tiger of the mountains. Tristana executed a leap, her agile form soaring through the air like a great rock. Unexpectedly, the Fox shimmered with a golden light, flashing in to close the distance, landing a strike that sent her crashing to the ground. Tristana plummeted, her health plummeting to a mere 200. Although Sun D quickly used the Quicksilver to free himself from the debuff, he had already exhausted his escape abilities. Flash? That would be akin to offering a free escape to the enemy. A profound desolation enveloped his heart. It was no wonder that the adversary chose to remain concealed in the thicket, fearing he might escape upon the release of Mercury. They had deliberately awaited his leap to strike, knowing that even if he were to be freed, he would inevitably descend from the sky. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to fight back, determined to draw blood even at the cost of his own life. With a swift turn, he unleashed an explosive skill, sending fiery sparks towards the Fox's head, activating his Q skill to unleash a flurry of rapid shots aimed at the Fox. Yet, after merely 3 shots, the Fox retaliated with a hit, astonishingly retreating with an R ability back into the safety of the minion wave. Observing the mere 50 health points remaining, he found himself momentarily dazed. He had not ignited his own health. Was this Fox overly arrogant, grossly miscalculating her own damage? He watched, incredulous, as the Fox executed a basic attack, dispatching the already weakened cannon minion. This audacious creature, even in the act of killing, she did not neglect to secure her last hit. His frustration burgeoned. How dare she disregard him so blatantly? He was no mere cannon fodder. Yet she opted to retreat and assist the minion instead of finishing him off first. What an audacious assumption, to believe his demise was a certainty. Was he not worth more than a mere minion? The Fox's R ability had a cooldown of approximately 1 second. Noting the shield on the second turret and its proximity, he decisively turned to flee, executing a flash into the tower after a few steps. The Fox, however, pursued with her R ability, but the distance was insufficient. As she flung a deceptive orb behind her, her form surged forward with remarkable speed. The orb's trajectory granted her a substantial movement speed boost. And as 3 ethereal blue Fox flames ignited around her, she charged into the second turret's range. Finally within the attack radius, 2 flames darted towards the small cannon, while the Fox nonchalantly retreated. After dispatching the minion wave, she proceeded to clear a few jungle camps before returning to base, her health not in an optimal state. When the notification of the Fox eliminating the cannon appeared on the screen, laughter erupted from below. "Hey, did you see that? I thought the cannon was a goner. Who would have thought it suddenly flashed away after the Fox retreated?" Indeed, I was curious why she retreated. Turns out it was to secure the minion. Haha. The cannon is less valuable than a minion. How absurd. Thank goodness she managed to kill it. Had she failed, I would have laughed until my stomach hurt. This player is something else, killing while also ensuring minion last hits. Haha. I wonder about the psychological trauma this cannon must be feeling right now. The cannon's spirit was shattered. It had believed it could escape, only to find itself slain beneath the second turret after using its flash. Xiaoxian remarked in the team voice chat, "The cannon has no healing or flash left. The next wave will be easy to take down. Focus on eliminating it." Understood. Got it. With a bounty of 20 stacks, the kill book had granted a total of 180 ability power and an additional 15 cooldown reduction. Xiaoxian's cooldowns were now fully replenished, and the Lich Bane was also acquired. Taking into account the boots, the Fox had reached a fearsome power level of 910. Meanwhile, the Hurricane team received their orders. Sun's face was clouded with anger as he informed the entire team, "The Fox will return. Eliminate this wretched creature. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. We must secure the 20-layer kill list." His frustration was palpable. The 20-layer kill list would elevate the Fox's enmity to a staggering level, causing the opposing team of 5 to become infuriated. As the Fox sprinted toward the enemy's bottom lane turret, she spotted the Wind Girl and the little cannon standing beneath the turret. The left side ward revealed the approach of the little yellow chick, while the vision from the dragon's upper triangular brush indicated that the barrel was lumbering over. Furthermore, the teleportation symbol could be seen emerging from the brush behind them. Every path was ensnared. A trap was set. Yet, Xiaoxian remained composed as he farmed minions. "Hanfei, initiate the Baron. I will sacrifice myself to buy you time." Chapter 55. Whose trophy is it? Surrounded and besieged, 5 adversaries closed in. All avenues of escape were sealed. This was a kill that must be secured. Regardless of whether she was a fox, a demon, or an immortal, she was destined to perish. The Sacred Wind Maiden, the Golden Desert Emperor, the predatory marksman of the Manticore, the rugged barrel, and the bloodthirsty hand of Noxus all converged. Under the gaze of all, the unfortunate little fox darted left and right, continuously scaling walls. Yet, she was either repelled by the Emperor's barrier or deflected by the Wind Maiden's abilities, or blasted back by the barrel's explosive force. Under the concentrated firepower of 5, with her health hanging by a thread, she proudly raised her head, transforming into a golden statue. This was a golden figure symbolizing death. Even though she knew the path ahead led only to demise, she charged forth without hesitation, heroically embracing her fate, not for herself, but to delay them by a mere 2.5 seconds, sacrificing her life to buy precious time for her comrades. The 5 encircled her, with 2 formidable sand soldiers standing by her side. All she could do was await her inevitable end. At the moment her golden form dissipated, the massive axe of the brutish warrior swept across her alabaster neck, extinguishing her life. Her delicate body transformed into a white fox pelt, gently descending to the ground. It echoed the sentiment, "Life is as radiant as summer flowers, death as exquisite as autumn leaves." This resembled a mournful elegy, once a force to be reckoned with. The fox demon now lay powerless at the feet of her foes. A sense of tragic grandeur stirred within the hearts of all, for not long ago, this fox had roamed unchallenged. She had foreseen the possibility of death, yet she stepped forward resolutely. Her enemies sought to slay her, and they too would pay a price. While the fox awaited her demise in her golden form, her teammates engaged in the battle for the Elder Dragon. As she fell, the screen flashed with notifications of the purple team slaying Nashor. Sun D could not help but curse. Damn, the dragon was stolen. During the fox's most formidable moments, Xiaoxian unleashed her full potential. With the dragon buff, her teammates surged forward, assaulting the enemy's stronghold and successfully claiming the mid-lane tower. However, capturing the top lane proved arduous, as they had to sacrifice their lives to take down the Emperor, ultimately securing 2 lanes. Following the conquest of 2 lanes, both the Manticore and the Emperor had amassed formidable late-game equipment, with Noxian Berserker even reaching full build, rendering team fights nearly unwinnable. Yet, they managed to distract their opponents in the bottom lane, forcing the blue team to defend against the relentless advance of super minions, ultimately pushing down all 3 lanes. With all 3 lanes under siege, each filled with 2 super minions, the purple team faced several devastating assaults that led to their annihilation. Aside from Xia Xian and Han Fei, the other 3 displayed a conspicuous gap in awareness, mechanics, and team fight execution compared to their opponents. Fortunately, the purple team finally ground through to claim the 5th dragon, ultimately vanquishing their foes and achieving a hard-fought victory. The match lasted a total of 55 minutes. As the scene of the blue team's crystal shattering unfolded, the audience was left in disbelief. This ragtag assembly had triumphed over the reigning champions. Is this a deception? Even the host is blinking in disbelief as she gazes at the grand screen, genuinely hoping for an exhilarating match, wishing to create some obstacles for the Hurricane team. Yet, deep down, she does not truly believe that this ragtag group participating in the joyous challenge can triumph over a regular army. In the early stages, they could at best be considered slightly advantageous, or rather, slightly disadvantaged, as the blue team consistently led in kills, even establishing an early lead of more than 5. It was merely the Fox's outstanding performance that misled observers into believing the purple team held the upper hand. How could they have lost? What to do now? Even the host is at a loss. The carefully prepared remarks for celebrating the Hurricane team's victory have become utterly redundant. A glance at the Hurricane team reveals each member's expression is ashen. They likely never anticipated their defeat. If one were to summarize the reasons for this loss, it would undoubtedly be due to the Fox's overwhelming carry potential in the early game. During her golden moments, she unleashed her devastating ability to eliminate foes, leaving no one capable of matching her prowess, which even intimidated the previously dominant team, restraining their actions, particularly in the bot lane. Her self-sacrificial play to allow her teammates to secure the Baron laid the foundation for victory. Without the Fox's sacrifice, they would not have claimed the Baron. And without that buff, the consistently disadvantaged purple team could never have pushed a tower. Thus, they lost. In an instant, the audience erupted in various discussions. After a brief moment of astonishment, the host, in an effort to avoid an awkward silence, resorted to her pre-prepared script, stating, "Let us interview the victors, the Hurricane. Challenger team, please send a representative to the stage." Just as Xia Xian was about to step down, he noticed his 4 teammates synchronously looking at him. His individual performance had been the decisive factor in their victory. Otherwise, they would have lost long ago. Though some wished to take the stage, it was only fitting for the hero to step forward at such a moment. However, Xia Xian was reluctant to shoulder this burden. Yet the audience had already begun to cheer for the Fox to come forward, and the host had no choice but to call him, saying, "Let us interview this Fox player, or rather, the Kitsune contestant." The busty host approached him directly, guiding him to the center of the exhibition stage. A casual glance downward revealed the host's low-cut attire, exposing a significant portion of her alluring figure. With a beaming smile, the host inquired, "What is your name, young man?" Xia Xian quickly averted his gaze, responding, "Xia Xian." "Congratulations on your victory, Xia Xian," the host said. Xia Xian promptly corrected her, stating, "It is not my victory. It is a triumph for all 5 of us." "Very well, it is the victory of all 5 of you," the host chuckled, then asked, "Allow me to represent the audience and pose a question they are most eager to know. Why did you choose the Fox?" "What?" Xia Xian scratched his cheek and replied, "I chose at random." He certainly felt too embarrassed to admit that he had hoped to impress Xu Yuwu, a reciprocation of sorts. Chosen at random? The host's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you truly unaware that Azir's ultimate ability counters Fox's ultimate? Just observe the late-game team fights. Once he unleashes his ultimate, you find it nearly impossible to advance. Moreover, considering Azir's stellar performance in the previous matches, where he secured 2 MVP titles, how could you dare choose Fox to counter him? Perhaps I was mistaken, came the reply. I find his Azir to be rather average. So doesn't that mean I could play any champion against him? Any champion? The host's eyes grew even wider. You selected Fox, not because it's your best mid-lane champion? Not exactly. I would say I perform adequately. However, my late-game play was lacking, and I died several times, Xia Xian responded with an air of nonchalance. Zhang Xinping could hardly contain his frustration, nearly rushing to confront him. How infuriating! Not only had he defeated Azir with Fox, But he also had the audacity to claim his performance was merely satisfactory. What did that say about Zhang's own efforts? The host was left speechless, stunned by the exchange. Does anyone else have questions? Immediately, someone inquired, how did you manage to execute the 3-part cue with Fox? Could you share your secret? There's no secret, really. It's just about hand speed. To be honest, luck plays a part as well. In that skirmish down bot lane, you could have easily slain the cannon minion with a basic attack. Why did you choose to use your ultimate to last hit instead? Didn't that almost allow the cannon minion to escape? Oh, at that moment, I was using my ultimate to finish off the cannon minion, Xia Xian explained. Isn't a cannon minion less valuable than a champion? Were you intentionally trying to belittle him? Xia Xian replied earnestly, not at all. I had no intention of insulting him. A cannon minion is worth over 40 gold, and I could always take down the champion later. The cannon minion was almost dead, so I opted to secure it first before returning to deal with the champion. Are you not concerned he might escape? Xia Xian blinked innocently. But didn't I kill him? Such confidence. The distinction between taking down a champion and a cannon minion seemed trivial. Sun Di was already sufficiently irate, and now he was being discussed publicly regarding the difference between killing him and a cannon minion. Where could he hide his face? His anger was escalating exponentially. However, seeing Xia Xian's sincere demeanor, others concluded he meant no disrespect, and the discussion moved on. Only Shu Yuewu was secretly amused, thinking to herself, do not let Xia Xian's seemingly kind exterior fool you. He is undoubtedly calculating. I can guarantee that. Xia Xian was not some paragon of virtue. Beneath that loyal facade lay a hint of cunning. Once all questions were addressed, the host announced that Xia Xian could step down. As Xia Xian took a couple of steps away, he turned back and asked, by the way, before the match, you mentioned that if we won, we would receive the trophy and prize money, while they would get peripherals. Is that true? If so, we will take the trophy with us. If not, I will just go home and await my peripherals in the mail. The host's smile suddenly froze on her face as she received the latest news through her earpiece. It was advised to gloss over the topic and resolve it privately, perhaps by offering them some additional peripherals to placate them. After all, how could a champion team, having fought valiantly through numerous matches to reach this pinnacle, relinquish their prize and trophy to a makeshift team simply for one victory? It was utterly absurd. This was merely a ploy to attract viewers, as no one had anticipated that this ragtag team could emerge victorious. She intended to sidestep the issue and was on the verge of success, when this seemingly amicable individual unexpectedly inquired about it. What to do now? The words had already been uttered in front of everyone. It would be unthinkable to backtrack. Yet, if she acquiesced, failing to deliver later would be even more embarrassing. The response from the boss came through her earpiece. They would indeed receive the trophy. With a forced smile, the host announced, of course, that trophy, along with the 30,000 yuan prize, is yours, while the peripherals will go to the Hurricane team. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Suddenly, a peculiar feeling washed over her. It was this very youth who had initially questioned whether they would receive the trophy upon winning, and now, as they were about to leave, he was again asking if they could claim it. She felt as though she had unwittingly fallen into this young man's trap. If he hadn't posed that unnecessary question, this situation would never have arisen. Oh well, it was not her money at stake. Xia Xian returned to the corner, his expression serene, only to find Zhang Xinping and Han Fei already present, along with Zhang Min and others, all glaring at him as if they wished to tear him limb from limb. Chapter 56. 100 Wheels. Xia Xian's gaze wandered as he looked at Zhang Min, scratching his cheek with a bashful expression. This failure to secure the trophy shouldn't be attributed to me, right? I had mentioned it before going up. You insisted that I participate, claiming that if I didn't, it would mean I couldn't bear to see Xiao Han and Sun Di together. I did it for their sake. Upon hearing this, Zhang Min's face turned even paler. Wasn't she implying that had she not coerced Xia Xian into taking the stage, this debacle wouldn't have occurred? All the blame rested squarely on her shoulders. What would Sun Di and Zhang Xinping think of her now? Yet, she found herself at a loss for words, never anticipating that Xia Xian would prove to be so formidable. Now, she felt like a mute person tasting bitter gall, unable to articulate her distress. The most infuriated among them was undoubtedly Sun Di. He had previously vowed to bring back the trophy for Su Xiaohan, to win her over as his girlfriend. Now, having lost the trophy and been humiliated on stage, he felt reduced to nothing more than a mere vehicle in their eyes, devoid of any dignity to speak. Zhang Min was filled with regret. Had she known, she would never have allowed Xia Xian to take the stage. Who would have imagined he would outshine both Sun Di and Zhang Xinping, leaving them gasping for breath? Biting her lip, she retorted, "You clearly did this on purpose. You intended to defeat Sun Di, not wanting to see him with Xiaohan." Xia Xian tilted his head, pondering for a moment. "I only know about losing intentionally. But is there such a thing as winning intentionally? Are you suggesting I throw the match?" I. Of course not," Zhang Min stammered, momentarily rendered speechless. She felt that Xia Xian had indeed won on purpose, yet she couldn't articulate her reasoning, leaving her feeling utterly frustrated. "If you truly wish, I can discuss it with them. The trophy is shared. They could agree to hand it over to you. After all, it holds no value for us." What was this? Pity. They had lost the match, and now she would offer them the trophy, a combination of pity and humiliation. Sun Di shot Zhang Min an angry glare. "Enough. Do you want to make me look any more foolish?" With that, he turned to Xia Xian and said, "Just wait. I will settle this score with you sooner or later." He cast a glance at Su Xiaohan, saying nothing further, and stormed off in a fit of rage. Zhang Xinping glared at Xia Xian with a sullen expression. "What rank are you, really?" Xia Xian chuckled lightly. "You need not concern yourself with me. I am merely of a rank that will never have the opportunity to encounter someone of your caliber again." This was a sentiment Zhang Min had expressed before Xia Xian took to the stage, warning him that if he didn't participate now, he might never face such skilled opponents again. There was no greater irony than this. His prowess spoke volumes. Zhang Xinping's complexion shifted from red to white. Realizing that the implication of Xia Xian's words was indeed accurate, he was simply of a higher rank, destined never to encounter them again. Feeling foolish, he huffed and followed Sun Di's lead, strutting away with the same arrogance with which he had arrived, albeit with a diminished bravado towards Xia Xian. Zhang Min turned to Xiaohan and said, "Xiaohan, let us depart." Grasping Su Xiaohan's hand, she too left with an unhappy demeanor. Su Xiaohan, as always, wore a hint of shyness and bashfulness as she glanced at Xia Xian before exiting with Zhang Min. The gathering of a few individuals ended in discontent. Xia Xian glanced over at Han Fei and remarked, "I merely wish to quietly watch a few matches." Han Fei chuckled, "Clearly, you are more suited to be the star rather than merely a spectator. I am truly impressed by your carrying ability." ADC signifies AD carry, and Xia Xian's remarkable personal skills endowed him with formidable carrying prowess. Han Fei mused that this fellow was inherently destined to excel as an ADC. He had an inkling that if this person were to take the stage, he might indeed reclaim the title of AD God from the invincible player from H country. Meanwhile, in a corner of the venue, a young man, approximately 1.8 meters tall and possessing a composed demeanor, stood up and addressed the boy seated beside him. "It's over." The seated boy replied, a lollipop in his mouth, his legs resting on a nearby chair, exuding an air of nonchalance. With half-closed eyes, and due to the lollipop, his speech was slightly garbled. "Are we really leaving so soon? Just wait a moment, Liang Gu, until I finish this one. It's rare to have air conditioning here." Zhao Liang stood upright, resembling a standard long rifle, his gaze fixed intently on the exhibition stage. "Quan Jin, what do you think of that ADC?" Quan Jin yawned while covering his face. "What can I say? Truly unimpressive. It's a rare holiday here in the South, and I wanted to see the level of ADCs at Jiangnan University this year. Frankly, it's absolutely abysmal." Zhao Liang smiled. "I hope you don't just talk big." "Apologies. But what is this talking big? I have no idea. A player who cannot capitalize on a significant advantage, one who merely focuses on last hitting and itemization, is worthy of the ADC title? Don't make me laugh. That's merely a humanoid last-hitting machine. An ADC is someone who can carry, that sort of player. I could handle 3 of." After a moment's thought, he corrected himself. "I apologize, I was exaggerating. In truth, I could take on 5 of that caliber." Zhao Liang laughed. "No wonder he places such importance on you." Quan Jin lazily stretched, noting that the opposing Graves was indeed stronger than him. If not for the disparity in support, Graves would likely have pressed him harder. If I am not mistaken, after the entire match, despite having inferior items to Misfortune, Graves' output would still exceed hers by 5 to 6,000. Do you know who Graves is? What? Isn't Graves just an ordinary player? Graves is the annual MVP within the province, a star ADC, and Han Fei is the champion of the high school league. Instantly, Quan Jin's eyes brightened, radiating a brilliance starkly different from before. You mean he is similar to me? Precisely. Moreover, we will likely encounter him frequently in the future as he has been admitted to Kyoto University. Kyoto, huh? I have heard they are our old rivals, right? Last year, we were defeated by them. That was last year, Zhao Liang chuckled. What are your chances against him? With a confident smile, Quan Jin remarked, isn't that mere platitude? Those who dare to oppose a genius like me are destined for failure. Zhao Liang, feeling reassured, gazed towards the departing Sun Di, expressing a tinge of sorrow. It is said that the main members of Jiangnan University are graduating this year, leaving only the captain, Zhu Xiaosong. Zhu Xiaosong. Oh, he plays the jungle role like I do. His ability to execute ambushes is particularly remarkable, surpassing my own. Jiangnan University was among the top for last year. And this year, huh? The final chuckle conveyed an unspoken depth, encapsulating the profound essence of the Chinese language, distilling all sentiments into a single expression. Suddenly, Quan Jin rose, fixing his gaze on the corner where Xia Xian sat. By the way, who is that fox? Zhao Liang also turned to Xia Xian, stating, I don't recognize him. He is not in my gathered information. Quan Jin slightly shook his head. To be honest, that fox's ability to carry the game is rather formidable. His personal skills are exceptionally outstanding. Perhaps he is a mysterious passerby. Never mind, the mid lane isn't under my jurisdiction. Let that man dominate it. As long as he is not in the bottom lane, it is fine by me. I detest engaging with such cerebral opponents. They are particularly troublesome. Well then, let us depart. Can we enjoy the air conditioning a little longer? Then I shall take my leave. I cannot wait for you if I miss the train. Zhao Liang declared, turning to leave. Quan Jin hurried to follow. Hey, wait up. Don't leave me behind. We still need to intensify our training. Please. It is summer vacation now. Do not forget that our goal is. As the two conversed, their figures gradually faded at the doorway. Xia Xian remained uncertain whether the organizers were intentionally making things difficult or if there was a legitimate issue. The promised total prize of 30,000 yuan meant each team member would receive at least 6,000, which was a substantial sum for Xia Xian. He had waited for several hours at the office, enduring the sun's transformation into a golden hue as it neared the horizon, before finally receiving the prize. As for the trophy, he had no interest in it. Exiting the electronic hall, the group appeared weary, with Han Fei nearly dozing off. Reaching the entrance, he stated, All right. I have some matters to attend to. Let us part ways here. Okay, Xia Xian replied. After Han Fei exchanged a meaningful glance with Xu Yuewu, he said, Sister-in-law, I believe Xia Xian is quite commendable. You should indeed consider him. Trust me. You will not find another AD in League of Legends who consistently provides you with vision stones. He will certainly need guidance in the early game. Xia Xian shot him a disapproving glare. Must you be so talkative? Wait a moment. His suggestion for Xu Yuewu to consider seemed to imply. Did he realize from the start that there was no romantic relationship between himself and Xu Yuewu? Han Fei waved mischievously at Xia Xian as he boarded the bus. Meanwhile, Xu Yuewu's radiant visage bore no signs of disturbance, her smile as bright as ever, with the breeze tousling her hair, her delicate hand brushing gracefully, a sight of exquisite beauty. Observing Xia Xian, her delicate cherry lips parted as she chuckled lightly. The fox has performed admirably, managing to reach half of my expected standard. I sincerely apologize for disappointing you. Without a flicker of emotion, Xia Xian retorted, glancing at the passing bus. So, how many wheels do you plan to utilize for your return to the city this time? Xu Yuewu immediately recalled the discomfort she had endured, her expression turning slightly irate as she rubbed her posterior, retorting, 100 wheels. In that case, it seems only a transformer could meet your demands, Xia Xian replied. As she gracefully maneuvered into the corridor beside the electronic hall, locating her bicycle parked at the stairwell, which, unsurprisingly, remained untouched despite being unlocked. Just as she pushed the bicycle out, a petite figure clad in white appeared before her, blocking her path. Her pristine sneakers untouched by dust, slender, graceful legs adorned with a flowing white dress that danced gently in the breeze. Her exquisite silhouette radiated the same innocent beauty as in days gone by. A soft voice emerged. "Shall we have a chat?" Chapter 57. The time missed by two. Beside the entertainment hall, a man-made lake stretched gracefully, its surface adorned with willows swaying gently in the summer breeze, creating ripples upon the water. Lining the roadside were rows of verdant, evergreen trees. The setting sun filtered through the dappled shadows of the trees, casting a cool respite along the pavement. Xia Xian ambled beneath the shade, pushing an old bicycle that creaked with each turn of the wheel. Walking alongside him was the girl, as immaculate as ever, Su Xiaohan. Her long hair danced in the evening zephyr, the lustrous black strands occasionally brushing against Xia Xian's face, eliciting a ticklish sensation and a familiar, fragrant aroma. "You seem to hardly notice me." Su Xiaohan suddenly halted, her bright eyes reflecting the golden rays of the sunset as they fixed intently on Xia Xian. He merely directed his gaze towards the lake beside them, smiling lightly. "Not at all. One cannot simply fixate on a girl's face, lest she thinks I harbor ulterior motives. If I were to stare at her body like this, I fear she might call the authorities. Not she, but I." Su Xiaohan's tone was imbued with an unusual firmness. Xia Xian lifted his gaze to meet her delicate visage, her features as exquisite as 3 years prior, now imbued with a touch of maturity that enhanced her unique grace, reminiscent of a bashful mimosa, captivating and tender. Sensing a heaviness in the atmosphere between them, Xia Xian sought to enliven the mood with conversation, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "So you're still single? Am I to transform into a dog?" Xia Xian noted the wistful gaze Su Xiaohan cast upon him, her silence palpable, and hastily apologized. "Forgive my jest. It appears I lack a sense of humor." With her lips parting slightly, Su Xiaohan replied, "I am also alone." It was clear she perceived the distance between him and Shu Yuewu. "Oh," Xia Xian responded nonchalantly, wishing to jest that he was not her parents and did not require a report on her personal life, yet wary that his tone might escalate into an argument. He opted for brevity. Su Xiaohan continued, "Which university do you plan to attend?" "Jiangnan University." "Oh." Her reaction was devoid of surprise as she softly reiterated, "I'm at Zhejiang University, not far from you, merely a few hours' drive." Xia Xian acknowledged her statement with a faint "oh," pondering her intentions when Su Xiaohan, with a blush adorning her radiant face, bit her lip and summoned her courage to say, "Let us try being boyfriend and girlfriend." The sound that followed was akin to an object colliding with the ground, an unexpected thud. Xia Xian turned to glance back down the path, where the evergreens stood silently, devoid of any other figures, save for a bottle of yogurt that lay abandoned by the roadside. He then looked back at Su Xiaohan, forcing a nervous chuckle. "I must have misheard you just now, you." "Let us date," Su Xiaohan reiterated breathlessly. Fearing that Xia Xian may not believe her, she explained, "There are a few boys pursuing me, but I have never had a boyfriend, nor have I accepted any gifts from them. I have only received gifts from you." Xia Xian shook his head with a bitter smile, urging her not to be foolish and to forget the past. Su Xiaohan's beautiful eyes flickered, and her gaze dimmed. "Do you still harbor resentment towards me? You've always done this, keeping everything bottled up inside without showing it." Xia Xian sighed and gazed into Su Xiaohan's eyes, saying, "No. Why would I hate you? You do. You must hate me. It was I who handed you the love letter, yet it became you handing me one. And I was mocked by our classmates. You must loathe me in your heart, thinking I am hypocritical and dirty." A certain someone hiding behind a tree suddenly covered their mouth in disbelief. "What is happening? Wasn't Su Xiaohan the class flower back then? Why did she give a love letter to Xia Xian? Didn't Zhang Min always ridicule Xia Xian for being overconfident and outdated in his affections for Su Xiaohan? He claimed to have been laughed at for 3 years. Could it be that the truth is Su Xiaohan was the one who sent the love letter? How is that possible? There seems to be quite a gap between them. My heavens, could this truly be the reality of the situation? With glistening eyes and a quivering voice, Su Xiaohan apologized. "I'm sorry, because they were laughing at the time, calling love letters outdated and mocking the idea of sending one. I was terrified of being ridiculed, so I merely echoed their words. I'm sorry. By the time I wanted to explain, I realized some things, once missed, can never be voiced again. Xia Xian's mind wandered back to fragments from middle school. At that time, Su Shaoan was pure and beautiful, akin to a white lily. The most radiant sight in the class. He hadn't been particularly mature. It was only after hearing classmates discuss Su Shaoan multiple times that he gradually recognized the feelings between boys and girls and acknowledged Su Shaoan's beauty. He often struggled with exams, and as class monitor, Su Shaoan would frequently help him with his studies. They would sometimes linger in the classroom after school. And when Su Shaoan forgot her umbrella, he would hold one over her as he walked her home. Small gestures, like lending her a pin when she forgot hers, became commonplace. Occasionally, when she forgot her books, he would offer her his. Naturally, the price for such kindness was not only reprimands but also standing at the back of the classroom and cleaning up after school. Their interactions were merely trivial exchanges. He thought Su Shaoan was truly beautiful and wanted to be close to her, without any ulterior motives. Until graduation day, when Su Shaoan suddenly handed him a love letter. Waiting for his response, Xia Xian still vividly remembers that night. He tossed and turned in excitement, his mind filled with images of Su Shaoan. He had no idea how to respond, feeling bewildered and unsure whether he truly liked her. With a heart full of contemplation, he resolved to treat the love letter with the utmost caution, ensuring he neither deceived her nor wounded her heart, avoiding both impatience and procrastination. He pondered for an entire afternoon on whether to respond in writing or face-to-face. Fortunately, Su Shaoan alleviated his distress by taking the initiative to reply on his behalf. As he entered the classroom the following day, he was met with a barrage of peculiar taunts and derisive glances. The scene had been witnessed by others, who interpreted it as him presenting a love letter to Su Shaoan. His classmates shamelessly mocked him, ridiculing his audacity. He distinctly heard a girl inquire of Su Shaoan, "Shaoan, did you really receive a love letter from Xia Xian? You wouldn't accept it, would you?" How utterly kitsch. Su Shaoan awkwardly chuckled in agreement. No. How could I possibly accept it? The laughter continued. Indeed, how could someone like Xia Xian ever attract a girl less affection? Ridiculous. From that moment, Xia Xian was liberated from the torment of how to respond to the love letter, for the answer had already been graciously provided. The recipient had declined the proposal. Xia Xian was no saint. He felt anger rising within him, and even contemplated revealing the truth. However, considering Su Shaoan's perspective, he ultimately relented. In such circumstances, to diverge from the prevailing sentiment would mark her as an outcast, a fate too daunting for the inherently shy and timid Su Shaoan. Understanding the fragility of a girl's pride, Xia Xian chose to acquiesce. As a man, he felt no shame in enduring the laughter. After all, it cost him nothing. Thus, the secret of the love letter remained unspoken for 3 years. Had Su Shaoan not broached the subject, it would have remained forever buried within him, indifferent to the opinions of others. Deep down, Xia Xian was a gentle soul. Noticing the glimmer of tears welling in Su Shaoan's beautiful eyes, he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said earnestly, "Shaoan, listen to me. I have never held anything against you. I am truly grateful. You are the first girl to have ever liked me." A blush crept onto his cheeks as he shyly scratched his face, jesting honestly. "You might very well be the only girl who has ever liked me in my life. I am genuinely thankful to you, and I cherish your love letter, as it is undoubtedly the only one I will ever receive. Well, I am truly happy that you once liked me. Everything else is of no consequence." "Really?" Su Shaoan gazed at him in astonishment. Xia Xian smiled. "Indeed. If only you were the fairy Zixia. You could fly into my heart to see if I was deceiving you." Instantly, Su Shaoan sighed in relief, her expression transforming into one of liberation. "Then, what about us? Let bygones be bygones," Xia Xian replied wistfully. "It was a beautiful memory, and it is best left to reside in the past. That is not merely a recollection. I waited for you for 3 years, yearning for your response, yet at that time, you had yet to reply." Su Shaoan's voice dwindled, becoming almost inaudible. With a hint of pleading, she implored, "Xia Xian, shall we start anew from our university days?" Xia Xian gazed into her eyes and gently shook his head. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. You merely feel indebted to me and wish to make amends. There is truly no need for this. You owe me nothing. And I have never held anything against you. Now that we have laid everything bare, we can still remain friends, can't we? I never sought to make amends. Su Shaoan replied, her eyes flickering, her lips pouting slightly, a tinge of grievance in her tone. Isn't waiting 3 years for your answer enough? I haven't been with anyone else because I like you. Xia Xian sighed softly at this point. Can you still acknowledge before our classmates that we are in a relationship? Can you openly express your feelings for me in front of others? His words, gentle yet calm, carried no emotional turbulence, yet each syllable pierced Su Shaoan's heart like a needle, rendering her breathless. His unfeeling words struck at the very core of the issue, leaving her unable to utter a single affirmative word. How could she possibly muster the courage to reassert what she had once denied publicly? Some things, once missed, are difficult to reclaim. Shattered mirrors can be mended, but lost time is irretrievable. An extended silence enveloped them as Su Shaoan bit her lip, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Xia Xian offered her a tissue, speaking softly, "Let me take you home." It felt like 3 years ago once more. The setting sun, the lakeside, the narrow path, youthful faces, and the bashful exchange of love letters. Yet, those letters now lay sealed in dust. Chapter 58. Once again, whose confession? Xia Xian was unable to take Su Shaoan home and was instead obliged to escort her to the bus station. Throughout the journey, neither of them uttered a word. Standing before the bus, Su Shaoan cast her gaze downward, the gentle breeze ruffling the hem of her pristine dress, her delicate face etched with an indelible sorrow. "Goodbye," Su Shaoan said softly, waving her hand. "Goodbye," Xia Xian replied. As she took a few steps away, she paused, her head slightly bowed, and in a hushed tone asked, "Are we still friends?" Xia Xian smiled. "Always have been." "Then, will we keep in touch often?" "Of course." Su Shaoan pursed her lips, a hint of a smile breaking through her melancholy. "The bus is here, so I'll be on my way." Xia Xian watched the bus depart before mounting his bicycle. His response had been rather ambiguous, for no one could discern the implications of the unspoken words that lingered, perhaps a yes or a no, a mystery known only to the speaker. Just as Xia Xian prepared to cycle away, he felt a hand grasp his shoulder from behind. It was Shu Yuewu, standing there with a radiant smile. "Oh, what brings you here?" "I thought you were off to find the Transformers," he remarked helplessly. "I was looking for you, the oddball," Shu Yuewu retorted, rolling her eyes at him. She crossed her arms, squinting playfully, a smirk playing on her pink lips as she scrutinized Xia Xian, as if he were a rare antique. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It makes me quite uneasy," Xia Xian admitted, feeling a bit flustered under her gaze. "Oomph, look at you. Who would have thought you had such hidden depths?" "Hidden depths? What do you mean?" Xia Xian inquired, puzzled. "Well, with your unremarkable appearance, one would assume you'd be destined to remain a mere security guard or a driver, easily forgotten. And yet, here you are, having caught the attention of the class beauty back in middle school. TSK, as the saying goes. One must not judge by appearances. Not your concern. Is it not? How could a heartless man let her leave just like that? Aren't you going to chase after her? Do I look like someone who can outrun a bus? Huh. It's not that you can't chase after her, but rather that you choose not to, right? After all, she waited for you for 3 years. Truly a heartless man. I believe she wasn't waiting for me. It was merely guilt on her part. She did nothing wrong, Xia Xian replied with a bittersweet smile, mounting his bicycle. Shu Yuewu adjusted her skirt and quickly perched herself sideways on the bike, clutching the back of Xia Xian's shirt, her excitement palpable. "You clearly have a story to tell. Quickly, share how she lost her senses to fall for you. What was your emotional turmoil upon receiving a love letter from the class beauty? And when the plot twisted, how immense was your psychological scar? After guarding this secret for 3 years, what are your thoughts? Did you ever contemplate ending it all?" As Xia Xian spotted a large stone, he maneuvered the front wheel over it, only for the rear wheel to follow with a jarring thud, causing the bicycle to bounce violently. "Ah, my backside." With a pained cry, Shu Yuewu clung tightly to Xia Xian, initially intending to twist his arm, but recalling his previous retaliation, she bit her lip, refraining from any rash actions. Instead, she could only vent her frustration silently within her heart. This is the essence of being under someone's roof, having to lower one's head. Nevertheless, Shu Yuewu's spirits were high as she hummed a tune softly along the way. Her voice, imbued with a hint of magnetism, was quite melodious, and her singing was remarkably pleasant, bringing Xia Xian a sense of tranquility. He felt the gentle grasp of her small hand on his back, and listening to her hum was quite delightful. Shu Yuewu playfully swung her little feet and inquired, "By the way, do you listen to music?" Xia Xian replied, "A bit. My sister often listens, so I do as well." "You have a sister?" Shu Yuewu's eyes sparkled mischievously as she asked, "Have you ever heard of G.E.M.?" She once sang a Beyond song on I Am a Singer. Shu Yuewu began to hum softly, that pair of captivating eyes, the laughter even more enchanting. She then asked, "What was the song called again?" Xia Xian pondered for a moment and replied, "The song should be called I Like You." "What was that?" "I said, I like you. The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." "What did you just say?" Taking a deep breath, Xia Xian shouted, "I said, I like you." Shu Yuewu gently responded, "Oh, I like you too. Let's date." Xia Xian momentarily fell into a daze. Replaying her words in his mind twice before he finally grasped their meaning, it was not his comprehension that faltered. His hand trembled slightly, nearly colliding with a nearby telephone pole. He quickly steadied himself and remarked, "The wind was too loud. I didn't catch that. Let us not talk while riding." Unable to contain herself, Shu Yuewu retorted, "What's the fuss about a bicycle? Why not say not to stick your head out the window?" Then, Xia Xian heard the loud playback of Shu Yuewu's phone from behind. "I said I like you." "Oh, I like you too. Let us date." "I said I like you." "Oh, I also." It was on a continuous loop. Trapped. This cunning little fox had actually recorded it on her phone. As if that weren't enough, the volume was exceedingly high. So loud, in fact, that passers-by along the roadside turned to stare at the pair with a mix of jealousy, admiration, and nostalgia. Xia Xian's face flushed, unable to bear the attention any longer. He pleaded, I understand. Please put your phone away." Instantly, Shu Yuewu displayed a triumphant smile akin to a sly fox, swinging her little feet as she tucked away her phone, saying, "As long as you understand." Finding a secluded spot, Xia Xian halted the bicycle, propping one foot on the ground as he turned to face Shu Yuewu. "You tricked me. And what of it?" Shu Yuewu avoided his gaze, instead focusing on a nearby evergreen tree. Xia Xian questioned, "What is the significance of this?" Shu Yuewu puffed out her cheeks in mild irritation and retorted, "Are you a fool? How can you still not understand?" Upon her beautiful, crescent-like visage, a vibrant blush emerged, while her clear, water-like eyes sparkled with flecks reminiscent of dazzling stars. "What do you understand?" Xia Xian gazed at her in confusion. "You humph." Shu Yuewu shot him a glare, twisting his waist with a hint of severity. "I truly feel for Su Shaoan. You, foolish boy, have no comprehension of the immense courage it takes for a girl to confess her feelings, especially someone like Su Shaoan. In any case, it's you who should confess first. I have already given my promise." With a touch of willfulness in her repeated assertions, Shu Yuewu left Xia Xian momentarily stunned. Images of Su Shaohan's bashful yet hopeful gaze flashed in his mind, and a sudden understanding dawned upon him. Wait, could it be that Shu Yuewu harbored feelings for him? Was she reluctant to confess first, and thus resorting to this subtle tactic? As he beheld Shu Yuewu, who resembled a timid kitten, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Shu Yuewu, exuding both sensuality and grace, was strikingly beautiful with a captivating figure and flawless, fair skin. She was amiable with everyone, and it would be no exaggeration to say that 90% of the boys in their class had fantasized about her, including himself. Even if Shu Yuewu were to attend any school, she would undoubtedly be the belle of the ball, if not for the presence of the breathtakingly beautiful Ice Queen, Lung Xuetong, who overshadowed her. However, Xia Xian was slightly more mature than his peers. After careful contemplation, he regained his composure. He was aware of Shu Yuewu's reputation as a flirt, having cycled through boyfriends so rapidly that she likely lost count. No relationship lasted longer than a month. Perhaps his feelings were far more profound than hers, for to her, it was merely a game, as casual as a leisurely stroll. He shook his head, saying, Do as you please, but I must caution you, there is little amusement in this. Xu Yuewu retorted with a huff, rest assured. I'm not like that woman. I will not shy away from sharing this. Once we return, I shall immediately announce in the class group that you are my boyfriend. And perhaps even on WeChat, I will declare my affection for you. No, rather, I shall say you adore me. That's unnecessary. It would suffice if only we knew. Why the reluctance in your tone? Am I somehow imposing upon you? No, it's just that my heart is overwhelmed with joy, beyond what I can adequately express. Oh, now that sounds more agreeable. Satisfied, Xu Yuewu patted him on the back, graciously accepting his flattery. Let us go? In Xia Xian's mind, a voice echoed. Confession from the class beauty in middle school, mission accomplished. Confession from the class beauty in high school, mission accomplished. Confession from the class beauty in university, awaiting completion. Despite repeatedly admonishing himself to remain calm, the thrill within him was undeniably hard to suppress. In his mind, a diminutive demon engaged in a fierce battle with a tiny angel. The demon scoffed, proclaiming, "Do not harbor such foolish fantasies. How could the lady ever be enamored with a penniless wretch like you, utterly devoid of talent? Accept your fate as a mere loser." The angel countered, "You must possess confidence. A man without self-assurance is no different from a lifeless fish. She surely harbors genuine affection for you." The demon retorted, "Nonsense. What aspect of you could possibly attract her?" The angel replied, "Every aspect. Perhaps it is time for you to gaze into a mirror. Do not doubt yourself. Be confident. You must not only win the heart of Xu Weiwu, but also that of Su Shaoan and Ling Xuedong. You should captivate all the women of the world." At that moment, the demon brandished a trident and struck the angel down. Yet, in his final moments, the angel retaliated with a spear, piercing the demon's heart as well. Meanwhile, despite his outward calm, Xia Xian's mind was a tumultuous mess, unable to discern his own feelings, which were a blend of anticipation, excitement, and fear. Teetering on the brink of despair. Throughout their journey, Xu Yuewu remained mostly silent, softly humming a tune. When she finally alighted from the vehicle, brushing aside a strand of hair against the setting sun, she gently declared, "I shall return home now." Xia Xian responded. However, Xu Yuewu did not hasten away. The two shared a silent gaze for 30 seconds. Xia Xian, perplexed, inquired, "Is there something else?" She shot him an exasperated glance, muttering, "You foolish pig," before turning away without a backward glance. In truth,